while others
Hello,
struggle
power
despite
seekers
their
and
best
wisdom
efforts.
warriors.
Have you ever
Welcome
wished
to
you had a
Vibe
roadmap
Audiobook,
to
the
navigate
place
the
where we
complex
unlock the
social
secrets
landscape
to a
of
more
business,
strategic and
relationship?
Hello, wonderful listeners, and welcome to Vibe Audiobook. Today, we're diving into a book that holds the key to unlocking extraordinary transformations in your life, Rhonda Byron's The Magic. Have you ever wished for a secret ingredient to manifest your deepest desires, to experience more joy, abundance, and love every single day? What if I told you that such a secret exists, not hidden away in ancient texts or exclusive societies, but woven into the very fabric of our daily existence? Not hidden away in ancient texts. The book. It's a profound journey into the most powerful force in the universe, gratitude. Imagine waking up each morning with a spring in your step, your heart brimming with joy, knowing that the day ahead is filled with infinite possibilities. Imagine effortlessly attracting everything you desire, not through struggle or endless striving, but through a simple yet incredibly potent practice. This isn't a fantasy, it's the promise that the magic offers. Over the next hour or so, we're going to uncover how to tap into this ancient, universally accessible power. We'll explore 28 days of life-altering practices that will shift your perspective, amplify your blessings, and turn your ordinary life into something truly extraordinary. Get ready to embark on an adventure that will not only change how you see the world, but also how the world responds to you. So, settle in, open your mind, and let's discover the magic. Chapter 1. The Magic of Gratitude. Our journey begins with a profound truth that is echoed through the ages. Gratitude is the most powerful force in the universe. Rhonda Byrne starts the magic by reminding us of this ancient wisdom, hidden in plain sight, yet often overlooked in our busy modern lives. Think about it. Throughout history, from ancient scriptures to modern philosophy, the concept of being thankful has been a cornerstone of joy and fulfillment. But the magic isn't just about feeling grateful, it's about practicing gratitude as a conscious daily act. Byrne explains that gratitude operates like a magnetic force. When you genuinely feel and express thanks for what you have, you immediately begin to attract more of it into your life. It's a fundamental law of the universe, much like gravity. If you're grateful for your current home, no matter how modest, you're paving the way for an even better living situation. If you're thankful for the money you have, regardless of the amount, you're opening the floodgates for more financial abundance. The chapter emphasizes that most of us are conditioned to focus on what we don't have. We complain about our jobs, our financial struggles, our health issues, or our relationship woes. This focus on lack, Byrne reveals, only perpetuates more lack. It's like trying to fill a bucket with a hole in it. No matter how much effort you put in, it will never be full. Gratitude, on the other hand, is like mending that hole and then filling the bucket to overflowing. The core practice introduced in this chapter is incredibly simple, yet profoundly effective. Count your blessings. Every morning, you're encouraged to take a moment to list at least 10 things you're grateful for. These aren't just superficial nods. These are deeply felt expressions of thanks. It could be for the roof over your head, the food on your table, the warmth of your bed, the laughter of a loved one, or even the simple act of breathing. For each item, the instruction is to feel as much gratitude as possible and to say thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's imagine for a moment. You wake up and instead of dreading the day, you consciously think, I am so grateful for this comfortable bed that allowed me a restful night's sleep. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Then, I am incredibly thankful for the delicious coffee I'm about to enjoy, which energizes me for the day. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As you list these blessings, you'll notice a subtle shift in your mood, a lightness in your heart. This isn't just positive thinking, it's actively recalibrating your energetic frequency. Byrne stresses the importance of consistency. Just like going to the gym, you won't see results from one workout. But with daily practice, you will build strength, emotional, mental, and spiritual strength. This consistent focus on gratitude begins to change your internal landscape, making you a magnet for more positive experiences. The chapter challenges us to reflect. How often do we truly pause and appreciate the simple things? The clean water we drink, the electricity that powers our homes, the clothes we wear, the technology that connects us. These are not trivial. They are miracles that often go unnoticed because they are so commonplace. The magic invites us to rediscover the wonder in the ordinary. In essence, Chapter 1 lays the foundation for the entire 28-day journey. It's an invitation to shift from a mindset of lack and complaint to one of abundance and appreciation. By consciously choosing gratitude, you begin to rewrite your story, transforming yourself into a beacon for all the good that life has to offer. This isn't just an exercise, it's a new way of living, a magical path to a life you truly love.
Chapter 2: The Magic Rock. As we delve into the second magical practice, Rhonda Byrne introduces us to a truly unique and potent tool, the magic rock. This isn't just any rock, it's a symbol, a physical anchor for your gratitude practice, designed to ensure that the feeling of thankfulness becomes the very last emotion you experience before drifting off to sleep. The premise is simple. Find a small, smooth rock that fits comfortably in the palm of your hand. It could be from your garden, a beach, or even a local park. The key is that it feels good to hold. This rock then becomes your personal magic rock. The practice involves holding your magic rock in your hand every night, just before you go to sleep. While holding it, you reflect on your day and think of the best thing that happened to you that day. It could be anything: a kind word from a colleague, a successful task completed, a delicious meal, a beautiful sunset, a funny moment with a loved one, or even just a peaceful moment of solitude. Once you identify that best thing, you feel immense gratitude for it and silently or audibly say, "Thank you." Let's walk through an example. Imagine you had a challenging day at work, but just before leaving, your boss praised a project you completed. As you hold your magic rock later that night, you remember that moment, feeling the warmth of recognition. You think, "I am so grateful for my boss's appreciation of my work today. Thank you." Or perhaps you simply enjoyed a quiet cup of tea while reading a book. "I'm so grateful for that peaceful half hour I had with my tea and book. Thank you." Why is this practice so powerful? Byrne explains that our subconscious mind is particularly receptive to the thoughts and feelings we experience just before sleep. By consciously directing your final thoughts to gratitude, you're essentially programming your mind to focus on the positive, even while you sleep. This sets the tone for your dreams, your morning mood, and ultimately, your entire next day. You're ending your day on a high note, wrapping it in a cloak of appreciation. The magic rock serves as a tangible reminder. In a world full of distractions, it's easy to forget our daily gratitude practice. The rock, sitting on your bedside table, becomes a silent sentinel, prompting you to remember. It's a physical manifestation of your commitment to gratitude. This practice also gently encourages you to look for the good in every day, no matter how difficult it might have seemed. Even on the toughest days, there is always something to be grateful for. Perhaps it's the resilience you showed, the lesson you learned, or simply the fact that the day is over and you can rest. The magic rock nudges you to find that silver lining. Byrne encourages us to keep the magic rock by our bedside, making it a sacred part of our nightly routine. Over time, you'll find that this simple ritual transforms your nights, bringing you more peaceful sleep, and transforms your mornings as you wake up feeling more positive and energized. It's a small act with profound ripple effects, proving that sometimes the most potent magic comes in the simplest forms. The magic rock is not just a rock, it's a testament to the transformative power of ending your day with gratitude. Chapter 3: Magical Relationships. Now, let's explore one of the most heartwarming and impactful applications of gratitude: transforming our relationships. In The Magic, Rhonda Byrne dedicates a powerful chapter to magical relationships, revealing how gratitude can mend broken bonds, deepen existing connections, and attract even more harmonious relationships into our lives. Think about the relationships that mean the most to you: your partner, children, parents, siblings, friends, or even colleagues. What if you could infuse these connections with an abundance of love, understanding, and joy? Byrne explains that the quality of our relationships profoundly impacts the quality of our lives. When our relationships are thriving, we feel supported, loved, and connected. When they are strained, it can be a source of immense pain and stress. The core principle here is that whatever we focus on in a relationship, we amplify. If we constantly dwell on a partner's annoying habits, a friend's perceived flaws, or a family member's criticisms, we are inadvertently attracting more of those negative experiences. It's like shining a spotlight on what's wrong, making it appear bigger and more significant than it might actually be. The magic urges us to shift that spotlight. Instead of focusing on what's missing or what's wrong, we are encouraged to consciously find things to appreciate in each person. The practice for magical relationships is to choose 3 important relationships in your life. It could be current relationships, past relationships that need healing, or even relationships you wish to improve. For each of these 3 people, you are to list 10 things you are grateful for about them. And this is where the magic truly happens. You're not just thinking it, you're writing it down, specifically addressing the person. For example, if you're thinking about your partner, instead of just, "I'm grateful for my partner," you'd write, "I am grateful for blank and their incredible sense of humor that always makes me laugh. I am grateful for blank and their unwavering support when I'm facing challenges. I am grateful for blank and their thoughtfulness in always remembering my favorite coffee." The act of writing these specific qualities down forces you to truly reflect on the positive aspects of the person. It's a powerful exercise in reframing. You're actively searching for the good, training your mind to see the beauty and value in those around you. Imagine doing this for someone with whom you have a strained relationship, perhaps an old friend with whom you had a falling out. It might feel challenging at first, but as you search for those 10 things, perhaps a shared memory, a kindness they once showed, a quality you always admired, you'll feel a softening in your heart. This isn't about ignoring past hurts, but about elevating the positive and shifting your own energetic output towards that person. Byrne reminds us that we are all interconnected. When you send out feelings of gratitude and love towards someone, it not only changes how you feel about them, but also subtly shifts the energy between you. It's like planting seeds of positive intention that will eventually blossom. This chapter beautifully illustrates that true happiness in relationships doesn't come from finding the perfect person, but from recognizing and appreciating the perfection in the people already in our lives. By consciously cultivating gratitude for those around us, we become magnets for more loving, harmonious, and magical connections. It's a profound shift from demanding that others change to changing our own perception, and in doing so, transforming the very fabric of our relationships.
Chapter 4: Magical Health. Now, let's turn our attention to one of the most vital aspects of our lives: our health. In The Magic, Rhonda Byrne introduces us to the profound connection between gratitude and well-being in the chapter on magical health. This chapter provides a powerful perspective.
Gratitude is not just a pleasant emotion. It's a potent force that can profoundly influence our physical and mental health. Think about how often we take our health for granted. We wake up, we move, we breathe, we think, all without conscious effort. It's only when something goes wrong, a cold, an injury, an illness, that we truly appreciate the miracle of a functioning body. Byrne argues that this reactive appreciation isn't enough. To truly experience optimal health, we must proactively imbue our bodies with gratitude. The core message is clear. When we focus on what's wrong with our bodies, we inadvertently amplify those problems. If you constantly complain about a persistent ache, a skin condition, or an energy deficit, you are sending out vibrations of discomfort and lack to the universe, potentially manifesting more of the same. Conversely, by focusing on what is working, by appreciating the incredible mechanisms of your body, you begin to activate its innate healing powers. The practice for magical health involves several steps. Be grateful for the health you have already received. Reflect on all the times your body has served you well. Think about your ability to see, hear, walk, eat, digest, sleep, and experience emotions. Consider your immune system fighting off illness, your heart beating tirelessly, your lungs breathing without your conscious command. List at least 10 things about your current physical well-being for which you are deeply grateful. For example, I am grateful for my strong legs that allow me to walk and explore. I am grateful for my clear eyesight that allows me to read and appreciate beauty. I am grateful for my healthy immune system that protects me from illness. Visualize and feel gratitude for the perfect health you desire. This is where the magic really kicks in. If there's an area of your health you wish to improve, instead of dwelling on the sickness or pain, focus on the desired outcome with intense gratitude as if it has already happened. For example, if you have a backache, don't just say, "I wish my back felt better." Instead, picture yourself with a perfectly healthy back, moving freely and pain-free, and say with conviction, "Thank you, thank you, thank you for my perfectly strong and flexible back." Byrne explains that when you mentally see yourself with perfect health and feel the gratitude for it as if it's already a reality, you're sending a powerful signal to your body and the universe. You're aligning yourself with the frequency of well-being. This isn't about denying symptoms, but about shifting your energetic focus. It's about recognizing that your body has an incredible capacity for self-healing and that gratitude is a catalyst for that process. Think of someone recovering from an illness or injury. The ones who bounce back faster often have a positive outlook, a belief in their body's ability to heal. Gratitude enhances that belief. It shifts you from a victim mentality to one of empowered co-creation with your own physical form. This chapter also encourages us to be grateful for the medical professionals, treatments, and resources that contribute to our health. Every doctor, every medicine, every healthy meal, every workout, these are all opportunities for gratitude. In essence, the magic teaches us that our body is a magnificent instrument, and gratitude is the ultimate tuning fork. By consciously appreciating every aspect of our health, both current and desired, we activate a profound self-healing mechanism, attracting more vitality, energy, and overall well-being into our lives. It's a powerful reminder that true health is not just the absence of disease, but a vibrant state of gratitude for the gift of life itself.
Chapter 5. Magical Money. Let's shift our focus to an area that touches nearly everyone's life: money. In The Magic, Rhonda Byrne presents a revolutionary perspective on attracting financial abundance in the chapter on magical money. This isn't about complex financial strategies or risky investments. It's about a fundamental shift in your mindset and emotional relationship with money, driven by the profound power of gratitude. For many, money is a source of stress, anxiety, or feelings of lack. We often focus on what we don't have, the bills we need to pay, or the income we wish we had. Byrne explains that this negative focus on money only creates a stronger magnetic pull for more scarcity. It's a classic example of like attracts like. If you constantly worry about not having enough, you are inadvertently sending out signals that attract more not enough. The core principle of magical money is to transform your feelings about money from lack and worry to abundance and gratitude. To do this, you must consciously shift your focus to appreciating every bit of money you have received, no matter how small, and every financial blessing in your life. The practice involves two key components. Be grateful for all the money you have received in your life. Byrne guides us to reflect on our entire financial history. Think about all the money you've ever received, your first pocket money, birthday gifts, paychecks from past jobs, unexpected bonuses, tax refunds, or even a small coin you found on the street. Each instance represents a flow of money into your life. The exercise suggests you take a moment to recall as many instances as you can, and for each one, genuinely say, "Thank you." The goal is to flood your memory with the feeling of receiving money, rather than focusing on its absence. It also encourages you to think about all the times you've benefited from money without directly receiving it. Public services like roads, libraries, emergency services, or the infrastructure that supports your daily life. Someone paid for those, and you benefited. Be grateful for that indirect abundance, too. The magic check. This is a particularly engaging part of the practice. You're instructed to imagine that the universe, or life itself, is sending you a check for a specific amount of money you desire to fulfill a particular need or wish. You then write out a magic check to yourself, filling in the amount and your name. The crucial step here is to feel as much gratitude as if you have already received that money. Visualize what you would do with it, feel the joy and relief, and say, "Thank you, thank you, thank you for the money." You keep this check with you throughout the day, looking at it periodically and reigniting that feeling of gratitude. This isn't about blindly wishing. It's about aligning your emotional state with the receiving of abundance. Byrne explains that when you practice this, you are not just thinking about money. You are feeling wealthy. You are vibrating at the frequency of abundance. This emotional alignment is what creates the magnetic pull for more money to flow into your life, often in unexpected ways. It could be a raise, a new opportunity, a debt forgiven, or an unexpected gift. This chapter is a powerful reminder that our relationship with money is largely emotional. By shifting from a mindset of fear and scarcity to one of appreciation and abundance, we open ourselves up to receive more. It teaches us that true wealth isn't just about the numbers in our bank account. It's about the feeling of security, freedom, and joy that money can bring. And gratitude is the fastest way to access those feelings, thereby attracting the physical manifestation. Magical money transforms our financial landscape from a source of worry into a wellspring of gratitude and prosperity.
Chapter 6. The Magic Works Like Magic. Having laid the groundwork for individual gratitude practices, Chapter 6, appropriately titled The Magic Works Like Magic, serves as a powerful affirmation and a gentle reminder of the fundamental truth behind the magic. This chapter reinforces the idea that gratitude isn't just a feel-good emotion, it's a universal law, an active force that constantly responds to your thoughts and feelings. Think of it like this. Gravity works whether you believe in it or not. If you drop an apple, it falls. Similarly, Byrne explains that the law of attraction, which gratitude amplifies, is always at play. Whatever you focus on, whatever you send out emotionally, is what you attract back into your life. If you focus on problems, you attract more problems. If you focus on blessings, you attract more blessings. Gratitude is the key that unlocks the positive side of this universal law. This chapter re-emphasizes the foundational practice of counting your blessings. By now, you should be doing this daily, listing 10 new things you are grateful for each morning. This isn't just repetition, it's about building a consistent habit, strengthening your gratitude muscle. The more you exercise it, the stronger and more automatic it becomes. Byrne reminds us that the universe doesn't differentiate between what's good or bad. It simply responds to your dominant thoughts and feelings. If you consistently complain about traffic, you'll likely experience more traffic jams. If you consistently complain about your financial situation, you'll likely find yourself in more situations that highlight your financial woes. But if you consistently express gratitude for smooth journeys or for the money you do have, the universe begins to align circumstances to bring you more of those positive experiences. The title, The Magic Works Like Magic, encapsulates the often unforeseen and wonderfully surprising ways in which gratitude manifests results. You might be grateful for a promotion, and suddenly a new opportunity arises that you never even considered. You might be grateful for improved health, and a new treatment option or a burst of natural energy appears. The how is often not for us to determine. Our job is to maintain the feeling of gratitude, and the universe takes care of the manifestation. This chapter also encourages us to carry the feeling of gratitude with us throughout the day, not just during our dedicated practices. It's about consciously looking for things to appreciate in every moment. The sun shining, a pleasant conversation, a delicious meal, a moment of peace. The more you immerse yourself in this state, the more you become a living magnet for good. In essence, Chapter 6 acts as a powerful motivator. It reassures us that the consistent effort we put into our gratitude practice will yield results, even if we don't immediately see them. It's about trusting the process, knowing that the universal law of gratitude is always working behind the scenes, orchestrating circumstances to bring us more of what we appreciate. It reinforces the simple yet profound truth that by actively choosing gratitude, we are quite literally choosing a magical life.
Chapter 7. The Magical Way Out of Negativity. Life isn't always sunshine and rainbows, and Rhonda Byrne acknowledges this important truth in The Magical Way Out of Negativity. This chapter is perhaps one of the most practical and compassionate, recognizing that everyone experiences negative thoughts, feelings, and challenging situations. The magic here isn't about pretending negativity doesn't exist, but about having a powerful tool to navigate and transform it. Think about moments when you felt overwhelmed, frustrated, angry, or sad. In those moments, it's incredibly easy to spiral downwards, dwelling on the problem and amplifying its negative energy. Byrne explains that when we are in a negative state, we are vibrating at a low frequency, and according to the law of attraction, we are attracting more negativity into our experience. It's like being stuck in quicksand. The more you struggle against it with negative emotions, the deeper you sink. The core teaching of this chapter is that gratitude is the quickest and most effective way to shift out of a negative state. It's the antidote, the magic wand that can instantly change your emotional frequency. When you're feeling down, it's hard to simply think positive. But gratitude provides a concrete, actionable step. The practice is simple. When you find yourself in a negative situation or feeling negative emotions, consciously force yourself to list 10 things you are grateful for. And it's crucial to make these specific and deeply felt, even if it feels challenging at first. Let's say you've just received a huge, unexpected bill that fills you with dread. Instead of panicking, you could pause and think, I am grateful that I have a home that requires bills, a place of safety and comfort. Thank you. I am grateful for the electricity and water that these bills cover, providing modern conveniences. Thank you. I am grateful for the intelligence and resourcefulness I have to find solutions. Thank you. I am grateful for past financial blessings that have always helped me through. Thank you. The key is to keep going until you feel a genuine shift, even a small one, in your emotional state.
It's like changing the channel on a radio. You're deliberately tuning in to a different frequency. Byrne explains that you cannot feel truly grateful and truly negative at the exact same time. The two emotions are incompatible. By consciously choosing gratitude, you override the negative frequency. It's not about ignoring the problem, but about approaching it from a higher, more empowered emotional state. When you're in a grateful state, solutions are more likely to appear. Clarity emerges, and you feel a sense of hope and capability. This practice is especially potent because it empowers you. Instead of feeling like a victim of circumstances, you become an active participant in shaping your emotional reality. It gives you a tool to pull yourself out of any emotional slump. The magical way out of negativity isn't about avoiding challenges. It's about equipping yourself with the most powerful tool to navigate them. It teaches us that even in the darkest moments, there is always a glimmer of light if we choose to focus on it. By consistently using gratitude to transform negativity, we not only improve our present moment, but also prevent future negative experiences from taking root, making our path through life far more joyful and effortless.
Chapter 8. The Magic Ingredient. Continuing our exploration of gratitude's profound applications, Chapter 8 unveils the magic ingredient, a powerful truth that often goes unacknowledged in our daily lives, particularly when it comes to food and drink. Rhonda Byrne reveals that infusing our sustenance with gratitude can dramatically enhance its benefits, not just for our physical bodies, but for our overall well-being. Think about the sheer miracle of food and water. Where does it come from? The earth, the sun, the rain, countless hands working to plant, harvest, transport, and prepare it. Yet how often do we truly pause to appreciate this intricate chain of events that brings nourishment to our plates and glasses? More often we eat mindlessly, rushing through meals or even complaining about the food's taste or presentation. Byrne explains that our thoughts and feelings have an energetic impact on everything around us, including what we consume. When we eat or drink with worry, stress, or dissatisfaction, we are inadvertently introducing that negative energy into our bodies. Conversely, when we approach our food and drink with genuine gratitude, we are literally imbuing it with positive, life-enhancing energy. It's like a blessing, turning ordinary sustenance into a powerful potion for health and vitality. The practice for the magic ingredient is beautifully simple. Before you eat or drink anything, take a moment to look at your food or drink and silently say thank you. Imagine holding a glass of water. Instead of just chugging it down, you pause, look at it, and think, I am so grateful for this refreshing water that cleanses and hydrates my body. Thank you. Or before taking a bite of your meal, I am so grateful for this delicious food that nourishes my body and gives me energy. Thank you. This isn't just a polite gesture. It's a conscious act of appreciation that shifts your internal state. When you feel gratitude, you are in a state of positive reception. Your body is more open to receiving the nutrients, and your mind is more at peace. It transforms eating from a mere necessity into a sacred, joyful ritual. Byrne reminds us of experiments that have shown how water crystals respond to positive and negative thoughts. While this might seem esoteric, the underlying principle is that our intentions and emotions carry energy. If this is true for water, imagine its impact on the complex biological processes within our bodies. The magic ingredient also extends beyond just the food and drink itself to the entire experience. Be grateful for the people who prepared it, the farmers who grew it, the earth that provided it, and the ability to afford it. This comprehensive gratitude creates a powerful vortex of positive energy around your entire mealtime. This chapter encourages mindful eating, not just in terms of savoring flavors, but in savoring the entire miraculous process that brings sustenance to us. By consistently applying the magic ingredient, you are not only enhancing your physical health, but also cultivating a deeper appreciation for life's fundamental gifts. It's a daily reminder that even the most basic necessities can become magical when infused with the power of thanks.
Chapter 9. The Money Magnet. Following on from Chapter 5's introduction to magical money, Chapter 9, The Money Magnet, delves deeper into specific practices that solidify your identity as a magnet for financial abundance. Rhonda Byrne emphasizes that attracting money isn't about working harder, but about aligning your energy with the flow of wealth, and gratitude is the ultimate alignment tool. One of the biggest blockers to financial flow is often the feeling of resentment or worry when paying bills. We see bills as drains on our resources, as negative necessities. Byrne challenges this perspective, explaining that feeling negative emotions while paying bills only attracts more bills and more financial strain. It's like complaining about rain while you're holding an empty bucket. You're focusing on the problem, not the solution or the potential for abundance. The core practice in this chapter is revolutionary. Be grateful for the money you spend, especially when paying bills. Instead of begrudgingly writing a check or clicking Pay Now online, pause and acknowledge the service you received in exchange for that money. For an electricity bill, thank you for the warmth, light, and convenience that electricity brings into my home. I am grateful for the money to pay this bill. For a rent or mortgage, thank you for the safe and comfortable home this payment provides. I am so grateful for my home. For a phone bill, thank you for keeping me connected to my loved ones and the world. I am grateful for the money to pay this bill. Byrne explains that when you pay a bill with gratitude, you are essentially affirming the value you received. You're shifting from a mindset of, I have to give money away, to, I am grateful for what money has given me. This transforms the act of spending from a negative drain to a positive exchange, sending out a powerful signal of abundance to the universe. Another crucial practice introduced here is to carry a specific bill or a blank check written out to you for a desired amount in your wallet and infuse it with gratitude. This acts as a constant reminder and a powerful energetic anchor. You look at it throughout the day and feel gratitude as if the money has already been received or the bill has already been joyfully paid. This chapter also expands on the idea of being grateful for the prosperity of others. Instead of feeling envy or competition when someone else achieves financial success, celebrate it. When you see someone wealthy, internally wish them well and feel happy for their abundance. This helps you align with the frequency of wealth, rather than pushing it away through comparison or resentment. The concept of being a money magnet is about cultivating an internal state of affluence, regardless of your current external circumstances. It's about feeling rich in gratitude, which then naturally attracts physical riches. It teaches us that money is simply energy, and our emotional relationship with that energy determines how much of it flows into our lives. By applying the principles of the money magnet, you are consciously reprogramming your subconscious mind to view money as a source of good, a tool for convenience and joy, rather than a cause for worry. This positive shift in perspective is the true magic that opens the doors to greater financial flow and security. It's a powerful lesson that changing your inner world is the fastest way to change your outer world of wealth.
Chapter 10. The Magic Dust for Everyone. Building upon the previous chapter's focus on personal gratitude, Chapter 10, The Magic Dust for Everyone, broadens our scope to a truly compassionate and powerful practice, extending gratitude to others, particularly those who serve us or are in need. Rhonda Byrne emphasizes that the magic of gratitude is not just for our own benefit. It's a force that can positively impact everyone we encounter. Think about the countless people who make your day-to-day life possible, often without you even noticing. The bus driver, the barista, the cashier at the grocery store, the cleaner at your office, the delivery person, the customer service representative on the phone. These individuals are contributing to your comfort, convenience, and well-being. How often do we truly acknowledge their efforts? Byrne explains that when we express gratitude, either overtly or silently, to those who serve us, we are sprinkling magic dust on them. This act of appreciation not only lifts their spirits, but also elevates our own. It's an energetic exchange that benefits both the giver and the receiver. It breaks down barriers and fosters a sense of connection and shared humanity. The practice for the magic dust for everyone is to consciously look for opportunities to be grateful for the services and contributions of others and to genuinely express that gratitude, even if it's just a silent thought. Imagine you're at a busy coffee shop. Instead of just focusing on your order, you could think, I am grateful for this barista who is working hard to prepare my drink and serve so many people with a smile. Thank you. Or if you're stuck in traffic, instead of frustration, I am grateful for the traffic controllers and road workers who help maintain our infrastructure, making travel possible. Thank you. This practice encourages us to see beyond the immediate transaction and recognize the human effort and dedication behind every service we receive. It cultivates empathy and fosters a sense of interconnectedness. When you consciously acknowledge someone's contribution, you are sending out a positive ripple effect. Byrne also suggests extending this magic dust to those who are struggling or in need. When you hear about someone facing difficulties, instead of just feeling pity, send them wishes of gratitude for their strength, resilience, and eventual well-being. This isn't about solving their problems directly, but about sending powerful positive energy their way, which can have an unseen but profound impact. This chapter reminds us that true abundance isn't just about what we receive, but also about what we give. By freely distributing magic dust, sincere gratitude, we create a world that is more loving, supportive, and harmonious. It's a powerful testament to the idea that acts of kindness, however small, have far-reaching consequences. The magic dust for everyone broadens our gratitude practice beyond our personal circumstances, transforming it into a compassionate and expansive force. It encourages us to become beacons of appreciation, brightening the lives of others, and in turn, illuminating our own path with even greater joy and connection.
Chapter 11. The Magical Morning. Having established consistent gratitude practices, Chapter 11, The Magical Morning, focuses on setting the tone for your entire day right from the moment you wake up. Rhonda Byrne emphasizes that the first few minutes of your day are incredibly crucial. They act as a blueprint for the hours that follow. By consciously infusing your mornings with gratitude, you can ensure a day filled with ease, joy, and positive manifestations. Think about how most people start their days. Often it's with a rush, a scramble, or a focus on the tasks and stresses ahead. We might wake up feeling tired, dreading work, or immediately grabbing our phones to check emails or social media, immersing ourselves in external demands before even connecting with ourselves. This sets a reactive, often negative tone for the rest of the day. Byrne explains that to have a truly magical day, you need to proactively create it, and the morning is the perfect time to do so. The core practice here is to integrate gratitude into your morning routine, making it the very first thing you do and the feeling you carry through your initial activities. The practice for the magical morning involves awaken with gratitude. As soon as you open your eyes, before you even get out of bed, think of 10 things you are grateful for right now. These can be simple things: the comfort of your bed, the peace of the morning, the fact that you woke up, the sound of birds outside, your breath, your health. Saying thank you, thank you, thank you with genuine feeling. This instantly shifts your state from potential grogginess or anxiety to one of appreciation. Gratitude through your morning routine. As you move through your morning, getting out of bed, brushing your teeth, showering, getting dressed,
Having breakfast, consciously infuse each action with gratitude. Getting out of bed, I am grateful for being alive and having another day. Brushing teeth, I am grateful for my healthy teeth and gums. Showering, I am grateful for the warm water and its cleansing power. Getting dressed, I am grateful for my clothes that keep me warm and comfortable. Breakfast, I am grateful for this nourishing food. The goal is to experience a continuous stream of gratitude as you prepare for your day. This isn't about rushing, it's about being present and appreciative in each moment. It transforms mundane tasks into opportunities for joy and positive energy. Byrne explains that by doing this, you are effectively pre-paving your day with positive energy. You are telling the universe what kind of day you expect to have, a day filled with blessings, ease, and opportunities. You are setting an intention through the most powerful emotion, gratitude. Imagine the difference between starting your day by complaining about the alarm or dreading work versus starting it by listing 10 blessings and appreciating every step of your morning routine. The energetic vibration you send out will be entirely different, and the experiences you attract will reflect that. The magical morning teaches us that we have the power to create our day before it even begins. By making gratitude the cornerstone of our awakening, we don't just have a good morning, we ignite a magical day, making us receptive to all the wonderful possibilities that life has to offer. It's a testament to the idea that how you start your day often determines how you live your life.
Chapter 12. Magical People Who Made a Difference. In Chapter 12, Magical People Who Made a Difference, Rhonda Byrne guides us to reflect on the profound impact others have had on our lives, often in ways we might not even realize. This chapter is a deeply moving and powerful exercise in acknowledging the kindness, wisdom, and support we've received from various individuals throughout our journey. It emphasizes that gratitude for these magical people not only honors them, but also strengthens our own ability to attract supportive relationships. Think back over your life. There have undoubtedly been people who, through a single act, a word of advice, a gesture of support, or simply their presence, shifted your path, inspired you, or helped you through a difficult time. These could be family members, friends, teachers, mentors, colleagues, or even strangers who offered a moment of unexpected kindness. Byrne explains that often, in the rush of life, we forget to acknowledge these crucial contributions. We might remember them with fondness, but we don't always pause to deeply feel and express gratitude for their specific impact. Yet these individuals are true gifts, and recognizing their influence is a powerful way to honor both them and the blessings in our own lives. The practice for magical people who made a difference involves identifying 3 influential people. Choose 3 people who have had a significant, positive impact on your life. These could be people who helped you in the past or those who are still active in your life today. Reflecting on their contributions. For each person, take the time to think about why they made a difference. What specific things did they say or do? How did they help you? What wisdom did they share? How did they inspire you? Expressing gratitude in writing. The most powerful part of this practice is to write a letter of gratitude to each of these 3 people. This doesn't necessarily mean you have to send the letter, though if possible, it can be incredibly impactful. The act of writing itself is the magic. In your letter, specifically detail what you are grateful for and how their actions or words impacted you. Be as specific and heartfelt as possible. For example, I am so grateful for how you believed in me when I was struggling with specific challenge. Your words of encouragement gave me the strength to specific action I took. Conclude the letter by explicitly stating your profound gratitude for their presence and influence in your life. As you write these letters, you will likely feel a surge of positive emotions, love, appreciation, warmth, and joy.
This practice allows you to relive those positive moments and amplify the gratitude within you. It's a beautiful way to honor the generosity and kindness of others. Byrne reminds us that when we send out this powerful wave of gratitude, we are not only acknowledging past blessings, but also creating a magnetic force for more supportive and positive relationships to enter our lives. It reinforces the idea that what we appreciate appreciates in value and presence. Magical People Who Made a Difference is a deeply personal and transformative chapter. It teaches us the importance of recognizing the interconnectedness of our lives and the profound influence others have on our journey. By consciously expressing gratitude for these magical people, we enrich our own lives and cultivate a heart that is open to giving and receiving even more love and support. It's a beautiful testament to the power of human connection, amplified by the magic of thanks.
Chapter 13. Magical Manifestation. Now we arrive at a chapter that many are eager to explore. Magical Manifestation. In this pivotal chapter, Rhonda Byrne integrates the power of gratitude with the deliberate art of attracting your desires. It's not just about wishing, it's about actively co-creating your reality by aligning your emotions with what you want to bring into your life. Think about the things you truly desire: a dream job, a new home, a specific relationship, a personal achievement, or perhaps a particular experience. Often we focus on the lack of these things, which, as Byrne has consistently shown, only perpetuates their absence. Magical Manifestation flips this on its head by teaching us to use gratitude as the primary force for bringing our desires into existence. The core principle is to feel as much gratitude for what you desire as if you have already received it. This is the secret sauce. The universe responds to your emotional frequency, not just your mental requests. If you ask for something but feel doubt, fear, or lack about it, you are sending mixed signals. Gratitude eliminates that friction, aligning you perfectly with the frequency of your desired outcome. The practice for magical manifestation involves a few key steps. Create your top 10 desires list. Write down a list of your 10 biggest desires in various areas of your life: health, career, relationships, finances, personal growth, etc. Be specific and clear about what you want. Visualize and feel. For each desire on your list, close your eyes and vividly imagine that you have already received it. Engage all your senses. What does it look like, sound like, feel like, smell like, taste like? What are you doing with it? Who are you sharing it with? For example, if you desire a new car, visualize yourself driving it, feeling the upholstery, smelling the new car scent, hearing the engine purr, feeling the joy and freedom it brings. Infuse with gratitude. As you vividly imagine having received each desire, generate the most intense feeling of gratitude you can muster. Say, "Thank you, thank you, thank you," repeatedly, feeling genuine appreciation. Feel the joy, the relief, the excitement, the satisfaction as if it's already yours. Thank you for my incredible new car that is so reliable and beautiful. Thank you for my dream job that allows me to use my talents and feel fulfilled every day. Byrne explains that this isn't just about thinking about your desire, it's about feeling it as a present reality. When you consistently practice this, you are sending a powerful, clear, and positive signal to the universe. You are becoming a vibrational match for your desires. The universe, in its infinite wisdom, then begins to orchestrate circumstances, opportunities, and people to bring your desires into your physical reality. The how is not your concern. Your job is to maintain the feeling of gratitude for the desired outcome. This chapter is a powerful reminder that you are the architect of your life. By consciously choosing your desires and then applying the immense power of gratitude to them, you are actively participating in your own creation. It transforms passive wishing into active, joyful co-creation. Magical manifestation teaches us that when our gratitude precedes our receiving, the doors to limitless possibilities swing wide open.
Chapter 14. The Magic Day. Following the blueprint of the magical morning, Chapter 14, The Magic Day, expands the gratitude practice to encompass your entire waking hours, transforming your perception and experience of a full day. Rhonda Byrne emphasizes that you have the power to consciously design and pre-pave your day with gratitude, ensuring it unfolds with ease, joy, and positive outcomes. Think about planning a special event. You wouldn't just hope it goes well. You'd visualize it, organize it, and imagine enjoying it. The Magic Day applies this proactive visualization and gratitude to your everyday life. It's about taking conscious control of how your day will unfold, not by micromanaging every detail, but by setting a powerful, energetic intention. The core practice for the Magic Day is to mentally go through your entire day in advance, from waking up to going to bed, and infuse each planned activity or event with gratitude, as if it has already happened successfully and joyfully. Here's how it works. Review your day in advance. Sit quietly for a few minutes at the beginning of your day, ideally in the morning after your magical morning practice. Mentally list all the activities, meetings, conversations, or tasks you have planned for the day. Infuse each event with gratitude. For each item on your mental list, imagine it unfolding perfectly and joyfully. Then, feel immense gratitude for that perfect outcome, as if it has already occurred successfully and joyfully. If you have an important meeting, thank you for the wonderful meeting that went incredibly well and produced great results. If you're making a phone call, thank you for the pleasant and productive phone call. If you're going grocery shopping, thank you for finding everything I needed easily and having a smooth, enjoyable shopping experience. If you're meeting a friend, thank you for the fun and meaningful time I had with my friend. Byrne explains that when you pre-pave your day with gratitude, you are eliminating potential problems before they even arise. You are sending out a strong, positive signal to the universe that you expect a smooth, successful, and joyful day. This is a powerful form of manifestation, because you are actively creating your experience through your thoughts and feelings. This practice also cultivates an incredible sense of inner peace and confidence. Instead of approaching your day with anxiety or apprehension about potential challenges, you approach it with an expectation of success and joy, because you've already thanked it into being. Imagine the difference this makes. Instead of worrying about a difficult conversation, you've already thanked for a harmonious resolution. Instead of dreading a long commute, you've already thanked for an easy, pleasant journey. This doesn't mean you avoid taking action or being prepared. It simply means you approach those actions from a much higher, more effective emotional state. The Magic Day teaches us that our days are not simply random occurrences. They are co-creations. By consciously choosing to infuse our entire day with gratitude in advance, we become powerful creators of our own experience. It's a testament to the idea that true magic lies in our ability to shape our reality through the consistent and heartfelt application of thanks. This practice ensures that every day becomes a masterpiece of joyful living.
Chapter 15. Magical Improvement of Relationships. While Chapter 3 introduced the concept of magical relationships, Chapter 15, Magical Improvement of Relationships, dives deeper into specific, potent practices for healing and significantly enhancing any relationship, particularly those that are currently strained or challenging. Rhonda Byrne emphasizes that even the most difficult relationships can be transformed through the consistent application of gratitude. Think about a relationship in your life that causes you stress, frustration, or pain. It could be with a family member, a colleague, a friend, or even a past relationship that still lingers in your mind. Often in these situations, our focus is entirely on the other person's perceived flaws, their wrongdoings, or the problems they create. This negative focus, Byrne reminds us, only solidifies the negativity in the relationship. The core principle of this chapter is to shift your entire perception of the problematic relationship by consciously focusing on the positive aspects of the other person, thereby changing the energy dynamic between you. You cannot feel grateful and resentful towards someone at the exact same time. Gratitude dissolves the negativity. The practice for magical improvement of relationships is incredibly powerful. Identify a challenging relationship. Choose one specific relationship that you wish to improve significantly. It could be someone with whom you are currently struggling, or even someone from your past that still carries emotional weight. Often in these situations, our focus is entirely on the other person's perceived flaws, their wrongdoings, or the problems they create. This negative focus, Byrne reminds us, only solidifies the negativity in the relationship. The core principle of this chapter is to shift your entire perception of the problematic relationship by consciously focusing on the positive aspects of the other person, thereby changing the energy dynamic between you. You cannot feel grateful and resentful towards someone at the exact same time. Gratitude dissolves the negativity. The practice for magical improvement of relationships is incredibly powerful. Identify a challenging relationship. Choose one specific relationship that you wish to improve significantly. It could be someone with whom you are currently struggling, or even someone from your past that still carries emotional weight. Often in these situations, our focus is entirely on the other person's perceived flaws, their wrongdoings, or the problems they create. This negative focus, Byrne reminds us, only solidifies the negativity in the relationship. The core principle of this chapter is to shift your entire perception of the problematic relationship by consciously focusing on the positive aspects of the other person, thereby changing the energy dynamic between you. You cannot feel grateful and resentful towards someone at the exact same time. Gratitude dissolves the negativity. The practice for magical improvement of relationships is incredibly powerful. Identify a challenging relationship. Choose one specific relationship that you wish to improve significantly. It could be someone with whom you are currently struggling, or even someone from your past that still carries emotional weight. Often in these situations, our focus is entirely on the other person's perceived flaws, their wrongdoings, or the problems they create. This negative focus, Byrne reminds us, only solidifies the negativity in the relationship. The core principle of this chapter is to shift your entire perception of the problematic relationship by consciously focusing on the positive aspects of the other person, thereby changing the energy dynamic between you. You cannot feel grateful and resentful towards someone at the exact same time. Gratitude dissolves the negativity. The practice for magical improvement of relationships is incredibly powerful. Identify a challenging relationship. Choose one specific relationship that you wish to improve significantly. It could be someone with whom you are currently struggling, or even someone from your past that still carries emotional weight. Often in these situations, our focus is entirely on the other person's perceived flaws, their wrongdoings, or the problems they create. This negative focus, Byrne reminds us, only solidifies the negativity in the relationship. The core principle of this chapter is to shift your entire perception of the problematic relationship by consciously focusing on the positive aspects of the other person, thereby changing the energy dynamic between you. You cannot feel grateful and resentful towards someone at the exact same time. Gratitude dissolves the negativity.
Chapter 16, Magical Health and Money. In Chapter 16, Magical Health and Money,
Rhonda Byrne combines two critical areas of our lives, emphasizing that gratitude is the powerful link that can profoundly enhance both simultaneously. While previous chapters addressed health and money individually, this chapter highlights how a holistic approach, fueled by gratitude, can create a ripple effect of abundance in both domains. Think about how often health issues lead to financial strain, or how financial stress can impact our physical and mental well-being. These two aspects of life are deeply interconnected. When one is suffering, the other often follows suit. Byrne explains that by consciously applying gratitude to both, we can break negative cycles and attract a synergistic flow of well-being and abundance. The core principle here is to use gratitude to target specific health and financial goals, visualizing and feeling the positive outcomes as if they have already manifested. It's about merging the magical health and magical money practices into a unified, powerful intention. The practice for magical health and money involves: identify your top 3 health desires. What specific improvements do you want to see in your health? Be clear and positive. For example, I want perfect energy throughout the day, or I desire a completely healthy and flexible back. Identify your top 3 money desires. What specific financial goals do you have? Again, be clear and positive. For example, I desire to easily pay off all my debts, or I desire a steady increase in my income. Create a magic card for each desire. Write each of your 6 desires, 3 health, 3 money, on separate small cards. For each card, write the desire in the present tense as if it is already manifested, and then express gratitude for it. For health, thank you for my perfectly healthy and vibrant body. For money, thank you for the abundant flow of money that allows me to live a life of freedom. Carry and revisit your magic cards. Throughout the day, periodically take out your cards, read each desire, and most importantly, feel immense gratitude as if it is already manifested. Hold each card in your hand and visualize yourself experiencing the desired outcome. For example, if you hold the card for abundant money, visualize your bank account overflowing, you easily paying bills, and feeling completely secure. Byrne explains that by combining these intentions and infusing them with gratitude, you are creating a potent energetic blueprint. You are telling the universe with clarity and emotion what you want to experience in these crucial areas. The act of touching the cards and feeling the gratitude anchors these desires more deeply within your subconscious. This chapter also reinforces the idea of trust. Once you've sent out your grateful intention, release it and trust that the universe will orchestrate the how. Your job is to stay in a state of gratitude and openness to receive. Imagine the feeling of simultaneously knowing your body is vibrant and healthy, and that your finances are abundant and secure. This combined feeling of well-being and prosperity is incredibly powerful. It eliminates the inner conflict that often arises when one area of life feels lacking while the other flourishes. Magical health and money is a testament to the holistic nature of our lives. It teaches us that when we apply gratitude strategically and with deep feeling, we can orchestrate a symphony of positive outcomes across multiple domains, leading to a life that is truly rich in every sense of the word. It's about harnessing the full spectrum of gratitude to create a life of ultimate well-being and boundless prosperity.
Chapter 17. The Magic Air You Breathe. In Chapter 17, The Magic Air You Breathe, Rhonda Byrne brings our attention to one of the most fundamental and often overlooked miracles of our existence, the very act of breathing. This chapter serves as a profound reminder that true gratitude extends to the most basic, life-sustaining elements that we often take completely for granted. Think about it. Every moment of every day, whether we are conscious of it or not, our bodies are performing the miraculous act of breathing. We inhale oxygen, essential for every cell in our body, and exhale carbon dioxide, all without a single conscious thought or effort. If this process were to stop for even a few minutes, our lives would cease to exist. Yet, how often do we truly pause to appreciate this incredible, constant gift? Byrne explains that taking our breath for granted is akin to taking life itself for granted. When we fail to appreciate such a fundamental miracle, we inadvertently diminish our capacity to experience gratitude for other aspects of our lives. Conversely, when we cultivate deep gratitude for our breath, we unlock a powerful source of life energy and profound appreciation for existence. The core practice for the magic air you breathe is beautifully simple, yet incredibly powerful. Take 5 deep, conscious breaths, and with each breath, feel genuine gratitude for the air you are inhaling and exhaling. Here's how to do it. Pause and focus. Find a quiet moment where you can sit or stand comfortably without distraction. Inhale deeply. Take a slow, deep breath, consciously feeling the air fill your lungs. As you inhale, mentally or silently say, "Thank you for this life-giving air." And exhale slowly. As you slowly exhale, feel a sense of release and continuation, mentally or silently saying, "Thank you for this precious breath." Repeat this for a total of 5 breaths, fully immersing yourself in the feeling of gratitude for each inhalation and exhalation. Byrne encourages us to make this a regular practice, integrating it into our day whenever we remember. It could be while waiting in line, sitting at our desk, or during a quiet moment before sleep. The goal is to bring conscious awareness and heartfelt thanks to this most basic yet most vital aspect of our lives. This practice is incredibly grounding. In moments of stress or anxiety, focusing on your breath with gratitude can instantly calm your nervous system and bring you back to the present moment. It connects you to the undeniable truth that you are alive, and that alone is a miracle worthy of profound thanks. The magic air you breathe also broadens our understanding of abundance. It's not just about material possessions. It's about the abundance of life itself, available in every breath we take. By deeply appreciating this fundamental gift, we open ourselves up to experiencing more gratitude for everything else in our lives. This chapter is a gentle yet profound invitation to connect with the source of our vitality. It teaches us that the greatest miracles are often the ones we overlook. By embracing gratitude for the air we breathe, we are not just appreciating a physical process, we are appreciating the very essence of life. And in doing so, we invite more life, joy, and well-being into our experience.
Chapter 18, The Magic To-Do List. In Chapter 18, The Magic To-Do List, Rhonda Byrne introduces a practical and highly effective way to use gratitude to effortlessly accomplish tasks and overcome challenges. This chapter integrates the power of pre-paving, as seen in The Magic Day, with targeted gratitude for specific tasks, transforming potential stress and procrastination into ease and accomplishment. Think about your typical to-do list. For many, it's a source of dread, overwhelm, or anxiety. We look at a long list of tasks and immediately feel the weight of what needs to be done. This negative association often leads to procrastination, inefficiency, or even failure to complete important items. Byrne explains that approaching your to-do list with a feeling of dread or resistance is an energetic blueprint for difficulty. The core principle of this chapter is to apply gratitude to your to-do list items before you tackle them, feeling thankful for their successful completion as if it has already happened. This shifts your energy from resistance to anticipation, from dread to confidence. The practice for the magic to-do list involves: create your magic to-do list. Write down a list of all the important tasks or challenges you need to complete for the day or week. These can range from small errands to significant projects, challenging conversations, or problems that need solving.
Byrne explains that approaching your to-do list with a feeling of dread or resistance is an energetic blueprint for difficulty. The core principle of this chapter is to apply gratitude to your to-do list items before you tackle them, feeling thankful for their successful completion as if it has already happened. This shifts your energy from resistance to anticipation, from dread to confidence. The practice for the magic to-do list involves: create your magic to-do list. Write down a list of all the important tasks or challenges you need to complete for the day or week. These can range from small errands to significant projects, challenging conversations, or problems that need solving. Byrne explains that approaching your to-do list with a feeling of dread or resistance is an energetic blueprint for difficulty. To be on a phone call. Thank you for that incredibly easy and positive phone call where everything was resolved perfectly. If you have a project deadline, thank you for the smooth and efficient completion of this project, which was delivered on time and with excellent results. If you need to buy groceries, thank you for the quick and enjoyable grocery trip where I found everything I needed easily. If you have a problem to solve, thank you for the perfect solution that effortlessly presented itself to resolve this issue. By doing this, you are not just hoping for a good outcome, you are actively creating it energetically. You are sending a clear signal to the universe that you expect ease, success, and resolution. This practice works because when you genuinely feel gratitude for an outcome, you are aligning your energy with that outcome. This chapter is particularly useful for overcoming procrastination and feelings of overwhelm. When you shift your focus from the difficulty of the task to the joy of its completion, the energy around it transforms. You approach the task with a lighter heart, more creativity, and a greater sense of purpose. Imagine the difference in productivity and peace of mind when you begin your day having already thanked your tasks into successful completion. It empowers you, making you feel capable and supported. Solutions often appear unexpectedly. Obstacles seem to dissolve, and what might have been a stressful task becomes surprisingly smooth. The magic to-do list teaches us that our perception and emotional state are powerful tools for accomplishment. By transforming our interaction with our daily tasks through the lens of gratitude, we don't just get things done, we do them with grace, ease, and a profound sense of satisfaction, making every day more productive and joyful. Chapter 19. The Magic Footsteps. In Chapter 19, The Magic Footsteps, Rhonda Byrne introduces a subtle yet powerful daily practice that deepens our connection to gratitude in a very physical and grounding way. This chapter invites us to transform an ordinary activity, walking, into an extraordinary act of appreciation, thereby increasing our overall positive energy and attracting more blessings. Think about how often we walk throughout our day, to our car, around the house, through a park, at work, running errands. Most of the time, our minds are elsewhere, planning, worrying, distracted, or simply moving on autopilot. We rarely give conscious thought to the incredible mechanism of our bodies that allows us to walk, or to the ground beneath our feet that supports us with every step. Byrne explains that when we walk mindlessly, we miss a profound opportunity to infuse our bodies and our surroundings with gratitude. By bringing conscious thanks to the act of walking, we are not only appreciating our physical capabilities, but also connecting with the earth and the very act of movement, which is fundamental to life. The core practice for the magic footsteps is to mentally say thank you with each step you take, or for every 10 steps for something you are grateful for. Here's how to integrate it into your day. Choose a short walk. Select a walk that will last about 10 minutes. This could be a walk around your office, a short stroll in your neighborhood, or simply walking from one room to another with intention. Focus on gratitude with each step. As you take each step, mentally say thank you for something you appreciate. You can vary what you are grateful for, or you can pick one overarching theme for the walk. Example 1. Varied. Step 1. Thank you for my family. Step 2. Thank you for my health. Step 3. Thank you for this beautiful weather. And so on. Example 2. Focused. For a whole walk, focus on gratitude for your health. Step 1. Thank you for my strong legs. Step 2. Thank you for my healthy heart. Step 3. Thank you for my clear vision. You can also simply say thank you with each step, letting the feeling of gratitude permeate your being. Burns suggests doing this practice as often as you can, especially when you are walking alone. The goal is to bring a conscious, appreciative awareness to the act of movement. This practice is incredibly grounding and centering. It brings you into the present moment, away from distractions and worries. When you walk with gratitude, you are literally moving through the world with a higher vibration. This not only makes you feel better, but also makes you a magnet for more positive experiences along your path. Imagine how different your daily walk to work or the store would feel if you were consciously appreciating every step and every aspect of your surroundings. It transforms a mundane activity into a powerful meditation, a moving prayer of thanks. The magic footsteps teaches us that gratitude can be woven into every fabric of our day, even the simplest movements. By consciously appreciating the gift of mobility and the ground that supports us, we deepen our connection to life itself and multiply the blessings we receive. It's a beautiful reminder that our bodies are temples, and every step is an opportunity for thanks and manifestation.
Chapter 20. The Magic of the Heart. In Chapter 20, The Magic of the Heart, Rhonda Byrne delves into the deepest and most profound aspect of gratitude, heartfelt feeling. This chapter emphasizes that true magical power doesn't come from merely saying thank you, but from genuinely feeling the emotion of gratitude in your heart. It's about moving beyond intellectual acknowledgement to a deep, resonant emotional experience. Think about the difference between casually saying thanks when someone passes you something versus the profound thank you you might utter when someone has genuinely saved you or done something incredibly impactful. The words might be the same, but the feeling behind them is vastly different. Byrne explains that the universe responds to the feeling behind your words, not just the words themselves. The core principle of this chapter is that the more deeply you can feel gratitude from your heart, the more quickly and powerfully your desires will manifest and the more abundance you will experience. This is because heartfelt gratitude vibrates at an incredibly high frequency, making you a powerful magnet for everything good. The practice for the magic of the heart encourages you to revisit previous gratitude practices, but with a heightened focus on intensifying the emotional feeling. Recall and feel. Choose one of your top 10 desires from Chapter 13, or one of the 10 blessings you listed today from Chapter 1. Close your eyes and genuinely feel the gratitude for it. Place your hand on your heart. While focusing on this one thing you are grateful for, place your hand over your heart. This physical gesture helps to anchor the feeling in your emotional center. Intensify the feeling. For about a minute, concentrate solely on feeling the gratitude in your heart for that one thing. Breathe into it. Let the warmth, the joy, the peace spread throughout your being. As you do this, you might notice the feeling growing stronger, deeper, and more expansive. Repeat as desired for several items on your gratitude list, taking a minute for each item.
Byrne explains that this heart gratitude practice activates a powerful, energetic field around you. It's not just about a fleeting emotion, it's about cultivating a sustained state of appreciation that emanates from your core. When you are operating from this heart-centered place, you become an incredibly potent creator of your reality. This chapter also subtly reminds us of the importance of self-compassion. If you find it hard to feel gratitude sometimes, that's okay. The practice is about gentle cultivation, not forced emotion. Start with things that are easy to feel grateful for, and gradually, your capacity for heartfelt thanks will expand. The magic of the heart is a profound turning point in the book, moving beyond mere techniques to the very essence of the practice. It teaches us that while actions are important, the feeling behind those actions is where the true magic resides. By consistently connecting with and amplifying heartfelt gratitude, we not only accelerate our manifestations, but also cultivate a deeper, more joyful, and fulfilling connection to life itself. It is through the heart that the greatest magic unfolds.
Chapter 21. The Magic Air for Everyone. Building on the individual power of the magic air you breathe, Chapter 21, The Magic Air for Everyone, takes this fundamental gratitude practice and expands it to a universal, compassionate level. Rhonda Byrne encourages us to recognize that the air we breathe is a shared gift, and by extending our gratitude for it to all humanity, we amplify its power and cultivate a deeper sense of global connection and well-being. Think about the idea of shared resources. The air doesn't discriminate. It sustains all living beings on Earth, regardless of their location, status, or beliefs. Yet, in our daily lives, we often remain focused on our individual experiences, forgetting this profound interconnectedness. Byrne explains that when we consciously include others in our gratitude for life's fundamental gifts, we create a powerful ripple effect of positive energy that benefits everyone. The core principle of this chapter is to consciously feel gratitude for the air you breathe and then extend that gratitude to everyone on the planet, envisioning them also breathing freely and easily, filled with life. The practice for the magic air for everyone involves start with personal gratitude. Just as in Chapter 17, begin by taking 5 deep conscious breaths and feeling immense gratitude for the life-giving air filling your own lungs. Then, expand your gratitude to others. As you continue to breathe, expand your focus. Imagine people all over the world, your loved ones, strangers, even those you might find challenging, all breathing this same magical air. Envision them experiencing health, vitality, and peace with every breath. Mentally say, "Thank you for the magical air that sustains all living beings everywhere." Feel the connection. As you extend this gratitude, try to feel a sense of profound connection to all humanity and to the planet itself. Recognize that this shared gift of air links us all. Byrne emphasizes that this practice is particularly powerful for cultivating compassion and reducing feelings of separation. In a world often divided, recognizing our shared dependence on something as fundamental as air can be incredibly unifying. When you send out grateful energy for the well-being of others, you are not only enriching their energetic field, but also elevating your own. This chapter reminds us that our personal gratitude practices have far-reaching implications. By extending our thanks beyond ourselves, we become agents of positive change, contributing to a world where life's most basic gifts are recognized, cherished, and celebrated by all. It's a beautiful testament to the power of shared gratitude to unite and uplift humanity. Chapter 22. The Magic Before Your Very Eyes. In Chapter 22, The Magic Before Your Very Eyes, Rhonda Byrne brings the practice of gratitude into sharp focus, revealing how the universe is constantly responding to our vibrational frequency, bringing us manifestations that are literally appearing before our very eyes. This chapter encourages us to become diligent observers, actively looking for the evidence that gratitude is indeed working, thereby strengthening our belief and accelerating future manifestations. Think about the times you've wanted something, and then, seemingly out of nowhere, an opportunity or solution appeared. Sometimes we dismiss these as coincidences or luck. Byrne argues that these are not random. They are direct responses from the universe to our energy, and gratitude is the primary catalyst. The core principle of this chapter is to actively look for the small, subtle ways in which your manifestations are appearing or evolving, and to respond with immediate and intense gratitude. This conscious recognition is what fuels further manifestation. The practice for the magic before your very eyes involves: revisit your desires. Take out your list of 10 desires from Chapter 13. Look for evidence. Throughout the day, or even daily, actively look for any sign, any step, any small piece of progress towards those desires. It might not be the full manifestation yet, but it will be a clue, a hint, a synchronicity. If you desired a new job, perhaps you hear about a networking event, or a friend mentions a company that's hiring, or you see a relevant article. If you desired more money, perhaps you find a forgotten $5 bill, receive a small refund, or someone unexpectedly treats you to coffee. If you desired better health, perhaps you wake up feeling a little more energetic, or you hear about a new healthy recipe, or you have a positive interaction with a healthcare professional. Respond with intense gratitude. When you notice these signs, immediately pause and feel immense, heartfelt gratitude for them. Say, "Thank you, thank you, thank you," with genuine enthusiasm. Treat these small signs as proof that the universe is indeed working on your behalf. Byrne explains that this immediate response of gratitude is crucial. It's like sending a clear signal back to the universe. Yes, more of this, please. This positive feedback loop strengthens your belief, accelerates the manifestation process, and makes you more attuned to receiving future blessings. This chapter teaches us to be highly observant and appreciative of the unfolding journey, not just the final destination. It builds faith and reduces doubt. When you actively see the magic happening, it becomes undeniable, transforming a theoretical practice into a tangible reality. Imagine how much more empowered you would feel if you consistently observed and celebrated these small victories. It takes away the feeling of waiting and hoping, replacing it with an active, joyful anticipation. The magic before your very eyes is a powerful invitation to witness the constant, miraculous interplay between your inner world of gratitude and your outer world of experience. It reminds us that magic isn't some distant, abstract concept. It's unfolding all around us, every single day, waiting for us to acknowledge and appreciate it. By consciously seeing and being grateful for the evidence, we become active participants in the ongoing creation of our most desired lives.
Chapter 23, The Magical Air. Chapter 23, confusingly sharing a similar title to previous chapters, The Magical Air, primarily serves as a crucial point to reiterate and deepen the practice of gratitude for the fundamental elements that sustain life, especially the air we breathe. It emphasizes that this daily, effortless miracle should never be taken for granted, as it's the very foundation of our existence and our ability to experience any other blessing. While Chapter 17, The Magic Air You Breathe, introduced the concept of individual gratitude for breath, and Chapter 21, The Magic Air for Everyone, expanded it to global compassion, this chapter is positioned to reinforce the absolute necessity of this practice. It often appears as a strategic repetition within the 28-day journey, ensuring that by this point, the reader fully internalizes the profound importance of this seemingly simple act of thanks. Think of it as a constant reminder, a baseline for all other gratitude practices. If we can't be grateful for the air that keeps us alive every second, how can we truly feel deep gratitude for anything else? Byrne uses this chapter to impress upon us that true abundance begins with appreciating the most basic, yet the most vital gifts of life. The core principle remains the same, but with an intensified emphasis on consistency and heartfelt feeling. Consciously breathe and deeply feel gratitude for the air that sustains you, acknowledging its preciousness and abundance. The practice for the magical air is straightforward and can be integrated throughout your day. Pause and notice. Several times a day, take a deliberate moment to pause whatever you are doing. Focus on your breath. Become aware of the air entering and leaving your body. Notice the sensation of your lungs expanding and contracting. Feel deep gratitude as you breathe internally or silently. Say, "Thank you for the precious, life-giving air." Feel the profound appreciation for this constant, effortless supply of vitality. No specific number. Unlike earlier instructions for 5 breaths, this chapter encourages a more spontaneous, continuous awareness. Integrate it when you walk, when you work, when you rest. Let the appreciation for air become a natural part of your moment-to-moment consciousness. Byrne reminds us that the air is a symbol of the universe's boundless generosity. It is always there, always abundant, freely given. By aligning ourselves with this constant flow of generosity through gratitude, we open ourselves up to receiving more generosity in all other aspects of our lives. This chapter particularly highlights the irony that we often seek complex solutions for happiness and abundance, when the most profound magic is often found in the simplest, most fundamental aspects of our existence. It grounds us, brings us back to basics, and reestablishes the foundation of profound appreciation. The magical air is not just about breathing. It's about being profoundly grateful for the gift of life itself in its most essential form. By consistently cultivating this deepest level of gratitude, we become living embodiments of appreciation, attracting an unending supply of blessings and experiencing life with greater joy, vitality, and peace. It's a powerful reinforcement that the simplest acts of thanks can yield the most profound results.
Chapter 24, The Magic Wand. In Chapter 24, The Magic Wand, Rhonda Byrne introduces one of the most proactive and compassionate uses of gratitude, using it to help others. This chapter empowers us to become agents of positive change, not through direct intervention, but by channeling the immense power of gratitude towards those we care about who are in need, thereby becoming a magic wand in their lives. Think about a loved one who is struggling with their health, finances, a difficult relationship, or a challenging situation. Our natural inclination is often to worry about them, feel sad for them, or wish we could somehow fix their problems. While these feelings come from a place of love, Byrne explains that focusing on their problems or sending them pity can inadvertently perpetuate their struggle, as it's still a focus on negativity. The core principle of this chapter is to use your gratitude practice to visualize and feel intense gratitude for the desired positive outcome in someone else's life, as if their problem has already been perfectly solved. By doing this, you are sending a powerful, positive, energetic signal on their behalf. The practice for the magic wand involves: identify 3 people in need. Think of 3 people you care about who are currently experiencing a challenge or are in need of something specific: health, money, happiness, a better job, healing a relationship, etc. Focus on their desired outcome. For each person, take a moment to imagine their situation completely resolved, with them experiencing joy and well-being. Use the magic wand of gratitude. With your eyes closed or gently open, visualize each person with their problem solved. If someone is ill, visualize them vibrant, healthy, and full of energy, and feel immense gratitude for their perfect health. Thank you for person's name's perfect health and boundless energy. If someone is struggling financially, visualize them abundant, secure, and thriving, and feel deep gratitude for their financial freedom. Thank you for the overflowing abundance in person's name's life. If someone is unhappy, visualize them joyful, laughing, and fulfilled, and feel heartfelt gratitude for their happiness. Thank you for person's name's radiant joy and fulfillment. Repeat this for all three people, spending at least a minute on each, truly feeling the gratitude as if their ideal outcome has already manifested. By doing this, you are sending a powerful, positive energetic signal into their energetic field. You are becoming a conduit for positive change, a magic wand that helps to attract solutions and well-being into their lives. This practice is incredibly empowering because it transforms feelings of helplessness or worry into active, positive contribution. You are no longer just an observer of their struggles, you are an active participant in their well-being, using the most powerful force in the universe, gratitude. Imagine the collective impact if we all regularly used our gratitude to support the well-being of others. It would create a powerful wave of positive energy that could uplift communities and even the world. The magic wand teaches us that gratitude is not just a self-serving practice, it's a profound tool for compassion and contribution. By generously extending our thanks and positive visualizations to others, we become instruments of magic, helping to bring about their highest good and creating a more loving and supportive world for all.
Chapter 25, The Magic Cue. In Chapter 25, The Magic Cue, Rhonda Byrne introduces a highly practical and empowering technique to ensure gratitude remains active throughout your entire day, preventing you from slipping back into unconscious negativity. This chapter is about setting up mental cues or reminders that trigger a moment of gratitude in your everyday environment, effectively turning the world around you into a prompt for thanks. Think about how easy it is to get caught up in the hustle and bustle of daily life, allowing worries, frustrations, or distractions to take over. Even if you start your day with gratitude, it can often fade as the hours pass. Byrne explains that to maintain a high vibrational frequency, we need consistent reminders, and the magic cue provides just that. The core principle of this chapter is to consciously choose 10 magic cues or triggers in your daily environment that will automatically remind you to feel gratitude when you encounter them. These cues are specific, everyday objects or occurrences that you're likely to experience regularly. Here's how to create your magic cue list. Identify 10 daily cues. Make a list of 10 things you encounter frequently throughout your day. Examples: your cell phone ringing, someone opening a door for you, hearing a bird sing, seeing a traffic light change, receiving an email, seeing a pet, the sound of a clock, drinking a glass of water, touching a doorknob, looking at your watch. Associate with gratitude. For each cue, decide that when you encounter it, you will immediately pause for a moment and feel intense gratitude for something specific. When your phone rings, thank you for this connection and for the people in my life. When you see a traffic light change, thank you for a smooth and safe journey. When you receive an email, thank you for modern communication that connects me to the world. When you drink water, thank you for this refreshing, life-giving water. Byrne emphasizes that this practice transforms your environment from a source of potential distraction or irritation into a continuous source of positive reinforcement. Every time you encounter one of your chosen cues, it becomes an automatic trigger for a moment of heartfelt thanks. Imagine how different your day would feel if every few minutes something prompted you to feel good, to feel grateful. It builds a constant stream of positive energy, preventing you from getting bogged down by minor frustrations. It trains your subconscious mind to associate everyday happenings with appreciation.
This chapter is about conscious engagement with your surroundings. It moves gratitude from a scheduled practice to an integrated way of living. By strategically placing these magic cues throughout your day, you are literally programming yourself to be more grateful more often. The magic cue teaches us that we don't have to wait for big events to feel thankful. By actively creating reminders in our daily lives, we can ensure a continuous flow of appreciation, keeping our vibrational frequency high and attracting even more magic into our reality. It's a brilliant way to ensure that gratitude becomes not just a practice, but a natural, automatic response to the beauty and abundance of life.
Chapter 26, The Magic of Thankfulness. In Chapter 26, The Magic of Thankfulness, Rhonda Byrne brings us back to the fundamental truth that underpins the entire book. Genuine, heartfelt thankfulness is the ultimate secret to a magical life. This chapter serves as a powerful culmination of all the practices, reminding us that the depth of our feeling is what truly unlocks the limitless power of gratitude. It's a call to make thankfulness not just an exercise, but the very essence of who we are. Think about the profound difference between a superficial thank you and one that comes from the depths of your soul. One is a polite gesture. The other is a powerful, energetic offering. Byrne emphasizes that while the previous chapters have provided actionable steps and specific practices, the true mastery lies in cultivating a deep, abiding feeling of thankfulness within your heart. The core principle of this chapter is that the more you embody thankfulness in your every thought, word, and deed, the more quickly and profoundly your life will transform, becoming a continuous flow of magic. It's about becoming a living magnet for blessings, because your entire being radiates appreciation. This chapter encourages a meta-gratitude practice, a reflection on the power of gratitude itself. Reflect on the journey. Take a moment to think about how your life might have already changed since you started practicing gratitude. What positive shifts have you noticed in your mood, your relationships, your circumstances, or your outlook? Feel gratitude for gratitude itself. Express profound gratitude for the power of thankfulness itself. Acknowledge that this simple practice has given you a tool to reshape your reality, to find joy, and to attract abundance. Embody thankfulness. The ultimate goal is to move beyond doing gratitude practices to being grateful. This means adopting an attitude of thankfulness that permeates every aspect of your day. When something good happens, immediately feel and express thanks. When a challenge arises, consciously search for the blessing or the lesson within it and express thanks for that. When you interact with others, let your thankfulness for their presence and contribution shine through. Byrne explains that when you truly embody thankfulness, you become unstoppable. You're operating at the highest possible frequency, attracting effortlessly all that you desire and experiencing a profound sense of inner peace and joy regardless of external circumstances. This state of being is what allows the magic to unfold continuously and dramatically in your life. This chapter is about cultivating a gratitude mindset that becomes your default setting. It's a reminder that every moment is an opportunity to be thankful, and every act of thanks is an act of creation. It elevates gratitude from a technique to a spiritual practice, a way of life that brings profound meaning and fulfillment. The magic of thankfulness is a powerful call to fully embrace the transformative power you now wield. It teaches us that the greatest magic isn't something external. It's the profound, boundless power of gratitude residing within your own heart, waiting to be unleashed to create the most extraordinary life imaginable. It's the ultimate affirmation that thankfulness isn't just a part of the magic, it is the magic.
Chapter 27, The Magic Mirror. In Chapter 27, The Magic Mirror, Rhonda Byrne introduces a deeply personal and often profoundly emotional practice, seeing your own worth and magic through the lens of gratitude. This chapter shifts the focus inward, encouraging self-love, self-acceptance, and self-appreciation, which are crucial components for truly experiencing a magical life. Think about how often we are critical of ourselves. We might focus on our flaws, our mistakes, our perceived shortcomings, or the things we wish were different about our appearance or personality. This constant self-criticism creates a negative energetic field around us, pushing away the very blessings we desire and eroding our self-esteem. Byrne explains that just as we attract what we focus on in others, we also attract what we focus on within ourselves. The core principle of this chapter is that to truly experience a magical life, you must first acknowledge and appreciate the magic that resides within you. By applying gratitude to yourself, you heal inner wounds, boost self-worth, and become a more powerful magnet for positive experiences. The practice for the magic mirror is simple yet incredibly potent. Look at yourself in a mirror and express deep gratitude for who you are, acknowledging your unique qualities, strengths, and even your imperfections with love and acceptance. Here's how to engage in this practice. Stand before a mirror. Find a mirror where you can see your face clearly. Look into your eyes. Make eye contact with your reflection. This can feel uncomfortable at first, especially if you're used to self-criticism. Express self-gratitude. As you look at yourself, silently or audibly, say, "Thank you," for various aspects of who you are. Thank you for my unique talents and abilities. Thank you for my kind heart. Thank you for my strength and resilience. Thank you for my beautiful eyes, smile, hair. Thank you for the lessons I've learned and the growth I've experienced. Even for perceived flaws, you can reframe it as, "Thank you for my body, which carries me through life and is constantly working for me." Feel the love and acceptance. The key is to genuinely feel the gratitude and self-love. Let go of judgment and embrace who you are in this moment. Byrne explains that this practice slowly but surely dismantles years of self-criticism and replaces it with self-appreciation. When you consistently look at yourself with gratitude, you are sending a powerful signal to your subconscious mind and to the universe that you are worthy, you are loved, and you are deserving of all good things. This chapter is particularly important because true abundance often begins with self-worth. If you don't feel worthy of receiving, you will unconsciously push away the very blessings you desire. The magic mirror helps you to dissolve those internal barriers, allowing you to fully open yourself to receive. Imagine the freedom and joy that comes from truly loving and accepting yourself, flaws and all. This inner peace radiates outward, positively impacting your relationships, your career, and your overall sense of well-being. The magic mirror teaches us that self-gratitude is not vanity. It's a fundamental act of self-care and empowerment. By consistently appreciating the unique, wonderful person you are, you activate the magic within you, becoming a beacon of self-love and attracting a life that beautifully reflects your inner worth. It's a powerful reminder that you are a miracle, deserving of endless gratitude.
Chapter 28. The Magic Remains. And so we arrive at the final chapter of the magic. Chapter 28. The Magic Remains. This chapter is not an ending, but a powerful new beginning, a profound affirmation that the journey of gratitude is lifelong, and the magic you have cultivated is now an inherent part of who you are.
Rhonda Byrne emphasizes that by consistently applying the practices throughout these 28 days, you have fundamentally shifted your perspective, transformed your life, and established an unbreakable connection to the source of all abundance. Think back to where you started this journey. Perhaps you felt overwhelmed, lacked certain things, or struggled with negativity. Now, having consciously practiced gratitude for nearly a month, you have undoubtedly experienced shifts, big and small. This chapter reminds you that these shifts are not temporary. They are the foundation of a new way of living. The core principle of this chapter is that the magic of gratitude is not something that comes and goes. It is a constant, ever-present force that you have now learned to harness. It remains with you, always available, always powerful, as long as you continue to wield it. The practice for the magic remains is a synthesis and commitment. Recap your blessings, the first practice reimagined. Revisit the very first gratitude practice, counting your blessings. List at least 10 blessings you are currently grateful for, feeling the gratitude as deeply as possible. This brings you full circle, reinforcing the foundation of your journey. Commit to daily gratitude. This chapter emphasizes that the 28 days were just the beginning. To keep the magic alive and continuously expanding, you must commit to making gratitude a daily, lifelong practice. This could be your morning count your blessings, your nightly magic rock, or any combination of the practices that resonate most with you. The key is consistency. Be a beacon of gratitude. The ultimate goal is to embody gratitude so completely that it becomes your natural state of being. Let it flow through your words, your actions, and your interactions with the world. Be a living example of the magic. Byrne explains that once you have truly experienced the power of gratitude, there is no going back. You have seen the evidence, felt the shifts, and understood the profound truth. The magic is now within you, and it will continue to unfold in your life as long as you consciously choose to express thankfulness. This chapter also offers a powerful sense of empowerment. You are no longer a passive recipient of circumstances. You are an active co-creator of your reality. You hold the key, the magic of gratitude, to unlock endless possibilities and transform any challenge into an opportunity. Imagine living a life where you consistently feel joy, abundance, and peace, knowing that you have the power to attract more of it simply by being grateful. This is the promise of The Magic Remains. In conclusion, The Magic is not just a book to be read, it's a profound journey to be experienced. Rhonda Byrne has provided us with a timeless secret, a simple yet incredibly powerful tool: gratitude. From transforming relationships and finances to enhancing health and manifesting desires, the 28 daily practices offer a clear path to an extraordinary life.
Hello, power seekers and wisdom warriors. Welcome to Vibe Audiobook, the place where we unlock the secrets to a more strategic and successful life. Today, we're diving deep into a book that has captivated leaders, entrepreneurs, and anyone interested in the intricate dance of human influence. Robert Greene's The 48 Laws of Power.
Have you ever wondered why some people seem to effortlessly command respect and achieve their desires, while others struggle despite their best efforts? Have you ever wished you had a roadmap to navigate the complex social landscape of business, relationships, and even your personal goals? If so, then you're in the right place. The 48 Laws of Power is not just a book, it's a profound exploration of history's most effective and often ruthless strategies for acquiring and maintaining power. It's a guide that distills centuries of human experience, from ancient empires to Renaissance courts, from military campaigns to modern boardrooms, into 48 timeless principles. Whether you aim to climb the corporate ladder, protect yourself from manipulation, or simply understand the hidden dynamics at play in every interaction, the lessons within these pages are invaluable. We're going to embark on a chapter-by-chapter journey, uncovering the core essence of each law, dissecting its historical context, and most importantly, understanding how you can apply or defend yourself against these powerful insights in your own life. This isn't about becoming a Machiavellian villain. It's about becoming acutely aware, strategically savvy, and ultimately more in control of your destiny. So settle in, open your mind, and prepare to have your perspective shifted. The journey through the 48 Laws of Power begins now. And as we embark on this exciting exploration, remember to show us some love. Hit that like button, share this episode with anyone who needs a power boost, and subscribe to Vibe Audiobook so you never miss out on our next deep dive.
Chapter 1, Law 1. Never outshine the master. Our journey into the heart of power begins with a law that might feel counterintuitive at first glance, especially in a world that often celebrates individual brilliance. Law number 1, never outshine the master. Imagine a young, ambitious assistant, brimming with talent and innovative ideas. They present a brilliant solution that far surpasses anything their boss has conceived, perhaps even publicly. What do you think happens next? While they might expect praise and recognition, Robert Greene warns us that often the reality is far different. This law teaches us a fundamental truth about human nature. People, especially those in positions of power, have fragile egos. They love to feel secure, superior, and in control. When you, consciously or unconsciously, outshine your master, whether it's your boss, mentor, or even a friend you admire, you inadvertently trigger their insecurities. You make them feel inferior, threatened, and perhaps even foolish. And what's the typical human response to feeling threatened? Resentment, envy, and a desire to cut down the source of that discomfort. Think of it like a gardener tending to their prized rose bush. They want the roses to bloom beautifully, but they wouldn't want a rogue weed suddenly growing taller and more vibrant, stealing all the attention. The master is the gardener, and you are the bloom. They want you to flourish, but not at the expense of their own perceived glory. Historically, we see countless examples of this. Take the tragic story of Nicolas Fouquet, the finance minister to Louis XIV of France. Fouquet was immensely wealthy, intelligent, and a patron of the arts. He hosted a magnificent party, attempting to impress the young king. His chateau and the festivities were so opulent, so dazzling, that they completely eclipsed the grandeur of the king's own court. Louis XIV, instead of being impressed, felt deeply humiliated and threatened. Fouquet was arrested shortly after and imprisoned for life. His brilliance, instead of earning him favor, sealed his doom because he dared to outshine the Sun King. Now, this doesn't mean you should hide your talents or become a wallflower. Not at all. The key is subtlety and strategy. How do you shine without outshining? One way is to make your master appear even more brilliant. Attribute your good ideas to their inspiration, or frame your successes as a direct result of their guidance. If you come up with a groundbreaking strategy, present it in a way that suggests you merely built upon their existing framework or realized their vision. Allow them to take credit, even if it's not entirely deserved.
This not only makes them feel good, but also makes you see you as a valuable asset, someone who enhances their power rather than diminishes it. Another tactic is to display your talents in a non-threatening way. Perhaps you excel in areas that your master doesn't care about, or you develop skills that complement theirs without directly competing. For example, if your boss is a brilliant strategist but struggles with public speaking, becoming an excellent presenter could make you invaluable without challenging their core competence. The danger of ignoring this law is severe. You risk being resented, sabotaged, or even dismissed. Your master might subtly undermine your projects, spread rumors, or deny you opportunities, all because your brightness feels like a shadow cast over their own. They might keep you close enough to benefit from your skills, but never allow you to rise to a position where you could truly challenge them. In essence, Law 1 is about understanding the psychological landscape of power. It's about managing perceptions and making those above you feel secure in their position. When they feel secure, they are more likely to nurture your growth, confident that your success will ultimately reflect well on them. It's a delicate dance, a strategic display of humility that, paradoxically, can be one of your most powerful tools for advancement. So before you present your next revolutionary idea, take a moment. How can you frame this so that your master, your mentor, or even your friend feels elevated rather than overshadowed? How can you shine brightly but always keep the spotlight subtly angled back towards the one above you? This careful consideration is the first step on the path to true power.
Chapter 2. Law 2. Never put too much trust in friends. Learn how to use enemies. Now let's delve into a law that might feel a little jarring, perhaps even cynical, but one that offers profound insights into the realpolitik of relationships. Law number 2. Never put too much trust in friends. Learn how to use enemies. This isn't an indictment of friendship itself, nor is it a call to treat everyone with suspicion. Instead, it's a pragmatic warning about the potential pitfalls of relying too heavily on those you consider closest, and a strategic revelation about the unexpected utility of your adversaries. Why be wary of friends? Green argues that friends often mix business with pleasure, and this blend can be disastrous. When you hire a friend, for example, the lines of authority become blurred. It's harder to give critical feedback, to fire them if necessary, or to make tough decisions that might impact your friendship. Their emotions can easily get entangled with their professional performance, leading to resentment if they feel undervalued or unfairly treated. Furthermore, friends know your weaknesses, your secrets, and your vulnerabilities. In a moment of jealousy, wounded pride, or simple misunderstanding, this intimate knowledge can become a weapon. They might unknowingly or even intentionally betray you if their self-interest or emotions become sufficiently agitated. Consider the historical example of Emperor Augustus and his general Agrippa. Agrippa was Augustus's closest friend and most loyal ally, crucial to his rise to power. Yet Augustus, despite his deep affection for Agrippa, was always careful to maintain a professional distance in matters of state. He utilized Agrippa's military genius, but never allowed their friendship to compromise his ultimate authority or strategic decisions. He knew that even the most loyal friend could, under different circumstances, become a liability if the boundaries were not clear. On the other hand, enemies, or at least those who are not your close friends, operate under a different set of rules. They expect less, they demand less, and paradoxically, they can often be more reliable. An enemy, or a neutral party, has something to prove. They're motivated by self-preservation, a desire for redemption, or a need to demonstrate their worth. They don't have the emotional baggage that can complicate interactions with friends. Green highlights the case of China's Han Dynasty founder, Liu Bang. He effectively used enemies and rivals to solidify his power, offering them incentives and positions that friends might have taken for granted.
He understood that a former rival, given a chance and a reason to prove loyalty, could be fiercely devoted, precisely because they had more to lose and more to gain. How do you use enemies? It's not about turning them into allies in a sentimental way, but about understanding their motivations and leveraging them for your own ends. Understand their motivations. What do they want? What are their weaknesses? Offer a mutually beneficial arrangement. Can you give them something they desperately need or desire in exchange for their temporary cooperation? Keep them at a distance. Unlike friends, you don't need to trust their intentions, only their actions, as long as those actions serve your purpose. Use them as a counterweight. Sometimes having a former enemy on your side can deter other potential adversaries, as it shows your willingness to be pragmatic and your ability to gain unexpected support. The core lesson here is that in the realm of power, pure emotion can be a dangerous guide. Friendship, with all its beautiful complexities, is built on emotion. Professional alliances, however, should be built on shared interests, clear expectations, and mutual benefit. When you mix the two, you risk both your power and your friendships. This law isn't about becoming cold-hearted. It's about developing a strategic perspective on human relationships. It teaches you to differentiate between the people you cherish for their companionship and the people you rely on for their competence and loyalty in achieving your goals. It also nudges you to look beyond conventional alliances and consider how even those who oppose you might, under the right circumstances, be turned into a valuable asset. So the next time you consider hiring a friend or confiding a sensitive secret, pause and reflect on the potential complications. And when you face an adversary, instead of immediately dismissing them, consider if there's a way their energy, their ambition, or even their opposition could be subtly redirected to serve your strategic interests. This strategic discernment is a hallmark of true power.
Chapter 3, Law 3. Conceal your intentions. We move now to a law that is a cornerstone of strategic thinking, a principle that, when mastered, can give you an almost invisible advantage. Law number 3. Conceal your intentions. Imagine playing a game of chess. If your opponent knows your next 3 moves, your strategy, and your ultimate goal, how likely are you to win? Not very. The same applies to the game of power. When others know exactly what you're planning, what you desire, and what your ultimate aims are, they can easily anticipate your moves, prepare their defenses, or even actively thwart your efforts. The human tendency is often to be open, transparent, and direct, especially when we want to build trust or gain support. But Robert Greene warns us that such openness, while appearing virtuous, can be a profound vulnerability in the pursuit of power. People are inherently self-interested. If they know your intentions, they will immediately begin to calculate how your plans will affect them. And if they perceive any threat or disadvantage, they will instinctively work against you. Concealing your intentions doesn't mean being dishonest in a malicious way. It means being strategically opaque. It means creating a smokescreen, diverting attention, or simply keeping your cards close to your chest until the opportune moment. Consider the story of Otto von Bismarck, the Iron Chancellor of Prussia. His ultimate intention was the unification of Germany under Prussian leadership. This was a massive, ambitious goal that, if openly declared too early, would have aroused suspicion and opposition from neighboring states and within Germany itself. Instead, Bismarck engaged in a series of calculated diplomatic maneuvers, appearing to pursue various short-term, seemingly innocuous goals. He forged alliances, engaged in limited wars, and presented his actions as defensive or for the good of a larger, ambiguous European balance of power. By the time his true intention, a unified German empire, became undeniable, it was already too late for his adversaries to stop him. His brilliance lay in making his moves appear reactive and necessary, rather than part of a grand, premeditated design. Another excellent example is the Trojan horse. The Greeks' true intention was to conquer Troy. If they had openly declared this intention by continuing their siege, the Trojans would have remained on guard. Instead, they feigned retreat, leaving behind a seemingly harmless gift, a giant wooden horse. The Trojans, believing the Greeks had given up, brought the horse inside their impregnable city walls, unwittingly ushering in their own downfall. Their intentions were utterly concealed beneath a facade of defeat and a gesture of peace. So, how do you effectively conceal your intentions? Talk of goals that are desirable but unattainable. Present your current actions as steps towards a grand, noble, but perhaps vague goal that is far in the future. This keeps people distracted from your immediate, more tangible aims. Use a decoy. Actively pursue a minor goal that seems important, drawing attention away from your actual, more significant objective. Like a magician's misdirection, you make people focus on one hand while the other hand performs the real trick. Feigned innocence or honesty. Sometimes appearing completely artless and straightforward can be the most effective disguise. People often assume that truly cunning individuals must be complex and secretive, so a display of blunt honesty can lull them into a false sense of security. Practice misdirection. If you want to achieve X, talk endlessly about Y or Z. Make others believe you are interested in something else entirely, or even in the opposite of what you truly desire. The dangers of failing to conceal your intentions are numerous. You become predictable, easily manipulated, and vulnerable to sabotage. Your rivals can prepare counter-strategies, gather resources to oppose you, or even steal your ideas and execute them before you do. This law teaches us that power is often a game of chess played in the shadows, where foresight and strategic ambiguity are paramount. It's about controlling the narrative, managing perceptions, and never revealing your full hand until you are ready to play your winning move. It doesn't mean you must become a constant deceiver, but rather a master of strategic timing and subtle misdirection. By keeping your true aims hidden, you maintain the element of surprise, leaving your opponents guessing and giving you the space to maneuver effectively toward your ultimate goals.
Chapter 4. Law 4. Always say less than necessary. Continuing our exploration of the subtle art of influence, we arrive at law number 4. Always say less than necessary. This law is a powerful antidote to the common impulse to talk too much, to explain ourselves excessively, or to fill every silence with words. In our modern world, we often equate eloquence, articulacy, and abundant communication with intelligence and leadership. We feel compelled to share our thoughts, justify our actions, and impress others with our knowledge. But Robert Greene reveals a profound truth. The more you speak, the more ordinary you appear, and the more likely you are to slip up. When you say less than necessary, you achieve several powerful effects. You appear more powerful and mysterious. Silence, when strategically deployed, can be incredibly intimidating and intriguing. People tend to fill in the blanks, often attributing greater wisdom and depth to those who hold their counsel. They wonder what profound thoughts lie behind your quiet demeanor. You avoid revealing vulnerabilities. Every word you utter is a potential window into your thoughts, intentions, and weaknesses. The more you speak, the more likely you are to unintentionally reveal something that can be used against you, expose a flaw in your plan, or simply make you seem less intelligent than you are. You gain information. While others are busy talking and revealing themselves, you are listening, observing, and gathering valuable intelligence. You learn about their desires, their fears, and their weaknesses, all of which are crucial for strategic advantage. You control the narrative.
By speaking sparingly, your words carry more weight. When you do choose to speak, your statements are perceived as more significant, more authoritative, and more definitive. You command attention rather than seeking it. Think of the historical figure of Louis XIV, the Sun King. He famously cultivated an aura of divine authority and regal distance. He spoke little, and when he did, his words were deliberate, measured, and often enigmatic. This scarcity of communication only enhanced his mystique and power. His courtiers would scrutinize every subtle gesture and rare utterance, desperate to understand his will, elevating him to an almost godlike status. He knew that accessibility breeds contempt, and too much familiarity erodes awe. Conversely, consider the plight of those who speak too freely. They might inadvertently insult someone, reveal a secret, or simply bore their audience. Their words lose impact, and they can be easily dismissed or underestimated. A person who constantly chatters can be seen as lacking substance, unable to control their impulses, and therefore lacking control in general. How do you practice saying less than necessary? Be concise. When you must speak, get straight to the point. Avoid rambling or unnecessary details. Use ambiguity. Sometimes a slightly ambiguous statement can be more powerful than a direct one, allowing others to interpret it in a way that serves your interests. Listen intently. Make listening your primary mode of interaction. Encourage others to speak. Ask open-ended questions and truly absorb what they are saying. Master the pause. Silence can be a powerful tool. A deliberate pause before you speak can build anticipation and make your eventual words more impactful. A long stare or a slight smile can convey more than a paragraph of explanation. Let others reveal themselves. In negotiations or disagreements, let the other person do most of the talking. They will often reveal their desperation, their fears, or their true bottom line without realizing it. The danger of ignoring this law is that you dilute your power. You become predictable, easily read, and often easily dismissed. You sacrifice the aura of mystery and wisdom that silence can bestow. You risk becoming just another voice in a crowded room, rather than the one whose infrequent words command profound attention. This law is not about being mute or withdrawn. It's about intentional communication, about understanding the power dynamics of conversation. It's about recognizing that power often resides not in what you say, but in what you don't say, and in the strategic control you exert over your own words. By mastering the art of saying less, you elevate your presence, enhance your influence, and give your words the weight of gold. So, the next time you find yourself about to launch into a lengthy explanation, pause. Consider if fewer words, or even silence, might serve your purpose more powerfully.
Chapter 5. Law 5. So much depends on reputation. Guard it with your life. As we continue our exploration of power's timeless principles, we arrive at law number 5, a crucial insight into the invisible currency of influence. So much depends on reputation. Guard it with your life. Imagine a fortress. Its walls are strong, its defenses formidable. But what if whispers begin to spread that the fortress is actually weak, that its commander is inept, or that its supplies are dwindling? Even if these rumors are false, they can erode the morale of its defenders and embolden its attackers. This is the power of reputation. In the intricate game of power, your reputation is often your most valuable asset. It's the invisible shield that protects you, the aura that precedes you,
and a perceived reality that shapes how others interact with you. A strong reputation can intimidate enemies, attract allies, and open doors that would otherwise remain closed. Conversely, a damaged reputation can cripple your ability to act, attract enemies, and lead to your downfall, even if your actual capabilities remain intact. Why is reputation so potent? Because humans are creatures of perception. We often rely on second-hand information, on what others say, and on generalized assumptions to form our opinions. If you have a reputation for being trustworthy, skillful, or formidable, people will act accordingly, often before they've even had direct experience with you. Your reputation becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. Consider the legendary reputation of figures like Alexander the Great or Genghis Khan. Their mere names instilled fear and respect in their enemies, often causing armies to surrender before a battle even began. Their reputations, built on past victories and calculated displays of force, did much of their work for them. Conversely, think of the consequences of a ruined reputation. In the French court, a nobleman who lost his reputation for honor or discretion could find himself ostracized, losing all influence and access to power, regardless of his actual abilities. Once a reputation is tarnished, it's incredibly difficult to restore. How do you build and guard your reputation? Build it actively. Don't wait for a reputation to form randomly. Cultivate the qualities you want to be known for. If you want to be seen as shrewd, display shrewdness in your actions. If you want to be seen as honest, be consistently honest. Strategically, of course, as per Law 3. Be consistent. Inconsistency erodes trust and makes your reputation seem unreliable. Strive for a consistent public persona. Associate with the right people. Your reputation is often influenced by the company you keep. Align yourself with those who have strong, positive reputations and distance yourself from those who are tainted. Attack others' reputations strategically. If an enemy has a strong reputation, finding ways to subtly undermine it can be a powerful move. Sowing doubt, revealing past mistakes, or exposing hypocrisy can diminish their power without a direct confrontation. However, this must be done with extreme caution, as it can backfire. Defend it fiercely. If your reputation is attacked, respond swiftly and decisively. Do not let rumors fester. If you allow accusations to go unchallenged, they can quickly take root and become perceived as truth. This might involve public denial, a strategic counterattack, or simply a powerful demonstration that refutes the claims. The danger of neglecting your reputation is immense. You become vulnerable to slander, easily dismissed, and your actual achievements might be overlooked. A tarnished name can lead to a loss of respect, trust, and ultimately power. People will hesitate to work with you, to support you, or to follow you, regardless of your genuine capabilities. This law teaches us that power is not just about what you do, but about what others believe you can do, and what they believe about you. It's about understanding the psychology of public perception and actively shaping it to your advantage. By carefully cultivating, protecting, and strategically deploying your reputation, you create an invisible force that works on your behalf, opening doors, deterring enemies, and magnifying your influence. Your reputation is not just a part of you. In the realm of power, it often is you. Guard it as if your very existence depends on it, because in many ways, it does.
Chapter 6, Law 6, Court Attention at All Costs. From guarding your reputation, we now shift to an equally vital, yet often misunderstood, aspect of power,
The strategic pursuit of public recognition. Law number 6. Court attention at all costs. In a world brimming with noise and competition, fading into the background is a death sentence for power. If you are not seen, if you are not talked about, if you do not command attention, you might as well not exist. Power thrives on visibility, on being noticed, on being the subject of discussion, even if that discussion is sometimes controversial. The modern equivalent of this law is visible in the world of social media influencers, celebrities, and even political figures who understand that being relevant often means being constantly in the public eye. Why is attention so crucial? It creates a perception of importance. When someone is constantly in the news, frequently discussed, or always present in key forums, we instinctively assume they are important, influential, and powerful. It generates buzz and curiosity. People are drawn to what is shiny, new, or controversial. By strategically drawing attention to yourself, you pique curiosity and make others want to know more about you. It deters enemies. A highly visible figure can be harder to attack in the shadows. Their movements are watched, and any attempt to undermine them might be exposed. It attracts allies and resources. People want to associate with those who are perceived as successful and impactful. Attention can lead to opportunities, collaborations, and increased support. Consider the strategies of someone like P.T. Barnum, the legendary showman. He understood the absolute necessity of attracting attention. He wasn't always concerned whether the attention was positive or negative, he just needed people talking. He would use hoaxes, outrageous claims, and public spectacles to ensure his name and his shows were constantly in the public discourse. His motto could have easily been, "Any publicity is good publicity." By making himself and his ventures the constant subject of gossip and debate, he ensured a steady stream of curious customers. Another historical figure who mastered this was Queen Elizabeth I. She cultivated a highly stylized and dramatic public image. She used elaborate costumes, grand processions, and carefully orchestrated public appearances to project an image of power and majesty. She understood that a monarch's power was not just in their decrees, but in the awe and reverence they inspired, and that required constant, strategic visibility. How do you court attention at all costs? Become a spectacle. Do something memorable, unusual, or even shocking. Break from the mundane. In a sea of conformity, stand out. Cultivate an air of mystery. While attracting attention, don't reveal everything. Law 3. Combine visibility with an intriguing enigma. Associate with the sensational. Be seen with those who are already famous or controversial, or connect your work to events that are already generating buzz. Create controversy, carefully. Sometimes a strategic controversy can propel you into the limelight. However, this is a dangerous game that requires careful calculation to avoid a reputation-destroying backlash. Exaggerate. Exaggerate your achievements, your talents, or your impact. Make your story larger than life. The danger of failing to court attention is that you become invisible, forgettable, and ultimately powerless. In a world saturated with information, those who do not actively seek the spotlight are quickly overshadowed and forgotten. Your ideas, your talents, and your ambitions will remain undiscovered if they are not brought to the attention of others. This law is not about ego or vanity. It's about strategic survival and advancement in the modern age. It's about understanding that power needs oxygen, and that oxygen is attention. By mastering the art of being seen, of being talked about, and of strategically placing yourself in the public eye, you ensure that your influence grows, your opportunities multiply, and your presence is felt. So consider, how can you make yourself or your work undeniable and unforgettable? How can you cut through the noise and make sure all eyes are on you, at least when it matters most?
Chapter 7. Law 7. Get others to do the work for you, but always take the credit.
We move now to a law that is often practiced, though rarely admitted, in the highest echelons of power. Law number 7. Get others to do the work for you, but always take the credit. This law speaks to the efficiency of power and the strategic importance of leverage and recognition. In a world where time and energy are finite resources, the ability to multiply your efforts through others is a significant advantage. This law isn't about laziness, it's about strategic delegation and the mastery of resource allocation. It's about understanding that the appearance of effort and the strategic claiming of results is often more important than the labor itself. Why is this law so effective? It conserves your energy. By delegating tasks, you free up your own time and mental resources for higher-level strategic thinking, planning, and networking. It projects an image of omnipotence. When you achieve great things with seemingly little effort, or by simply overseeing the work of many, you appear to be extraordinarily capable and efficient. It fosters dependence. If others are constantly contributing to your successes, they become invested in your continued rise, and you become indispensable as the orchestrator of these achievements. It minimizes risk. If a project fails, the blame can often be subtly shifted to those who did the grunt work. If it succeeds, the credit accrues to you, the leader. Consider the historical example of Thomas Edison. While credited with thousands of patents and inventions, Edison operated an invention factory where numerous brilliant engineers, scientists, and technicians worked under his direction. He provided the vision, the resources, and the framework, but much of the actual experimental work and problem-solving was done by his employees. Yet the final inventions bore Edison's name, and he received the vast majority of the credit and wealth. He understood how to leverage the talent of others to magnify his own perceived genius. Another striking example is the art world during the Renaissance. Many master painters had large workshops with apprentices who did a significant portion of the painting, especially background elements or less important figures. Yet the final masterpiece would be attributed solely to the master, enhancing their reputation and demand. The master provided the overall design, the unique style, and the finishing touches, but relied heavily on the labor of others. How do you apply this law ethically and effectively in the modern world? Delegate effectively. Learn to identify tasks that others can perform, especially those who are eager to prove themselves or gain experience. Provide direction and vision. Your role is not to be idle, but to be the architect, the strategist, the one who conceives the plan and guides the execution. Claim the result, not necessarily the labor. Focus on being the one who made it happen, the one who orchestrated the success, or the one who had the vision. While acknowledging contributions is good for morale, ensure the ultimate credit for the outcome rests with you. Build a strong network. Surround yourself with capable people who are willing to contribute their skills to your endeavors. Repackage others' ideas. Sometimes you don't even need people to do the work, but simply to generate ideas. Take an undeveloped idea from an associate, refine it, and present it as your own, or as something you were instrumental in bringing to fruition. The danger of ignoring this law is that you become bogged down in minutiae, exhausting yourself with tasks that could be better handled by others. You risk appearing less effective or less visionary because you are too busy doing rather than leading. Furthermore, if you generously share credit for every small task, your own significant contributions might be diluted and underestimated. This law teaches us that power is not about individual effort alone, but about the masterful coordination and strategic deployment of all available resources, including human talent. By learning to leverage the work of others, to become the brilliant orchestrator rather than just another laborer, you not only multiply your achievements, but also enhance your aura of competence and power. It's about being the conductor of the orchestra, even if you didn't personally play every note, ensuring that the symphony of success is ultimately attributed to your direction.
Chapter 8. Law 8. Make other people come to you. Use bait if necessary. We now turn to a law that emphasizes control, initiative, and the psychological advantage of making your opponents or collaborators move on your terms. Law number 8. Make other people come to you. Use bait if necessary. Imagine a fisherman waiting patiently. He doesn't chase the fish. He casts his line, attaches the perfect bait, and lets the fish come to him. This patient, strategic approach is at the heart of this law. In the realm of power, chasing others often makes you appear weak, desperate, and lacking in confidence. When others come to you, however, you control the territory, the timing, and often the terms of the engagement. Why is it so powerful to make others come to you? You dictate the terms. When someone approaches you, they are inherently in a position of seeking something, whether it's an audience, a favor, or a deal. This immediately gives you leverage. You appear in demand and confident. People are drawn to those who are sought after. If others are constantly coming to you, it signals that you possess something valuable and that you are a person of importance. It conserves your energy. You don't expend energy chasing opportunities or people. Instead, you position yourself as the magnet, letting opportunities come to you. It allows you to assess their desperation. When someone approaches you, their eagerness, their body language, and their initial offers can reveal their level of desperation, giving you crucial information for negotiation. Consider the strategies of Sun Tzu, the ancient Chinese military strategist. He emphasized positioning his army on high ground, forcing the enemy to attack uphill, thus expending more energy and revealing their intentions. This is a physical manifestation of making the enemy come to you. The higher ground provides both a tactical advantage and a psychological one. In a more diplomatic context, think of how powerful leaders often conduct important meetings on their turf. A president inviting foreign dignitaries to the White House immediately sets a tone of authority and control. The visiting party, having traveled to their territory, is implicitly accepting the dominance. How do you apply this law? Cultivate an aura of value. Ensure you have something that others genuinely desire, whether it's unique skills, valuable information, access to resources, or a powerful network. This is your bait. Make yourself slightly inaccessible. Don't be too eager or too readily available. A little scarcity can increase your perceived value and make others work harder to reach you. Drop subtle hints or rumors. Let it be known, perhaps through indirect channels, that you possess something valuable or that you are working on something significant. This can pique curiosity and draw people in. Create a sense of urgency, if applicable. If you have a limited opportunity or resource, making others aware of this can compel them to come to you sooner. Use a carefully placed agent. Sometimes having a loyal associate subtly spread the word about your value or a developing opportunity can draw people to you without you having to make direct overtures. The danger of ignoring this law is that you are constantly reacting, constantly chasing. You lose the psychological upper hand, appear less important, and exhaust your resources. By always going to others, you implicitly defer to their power and convenience, positioning yourself as the supplicant rather than the sought after. This law teaches us that power is often a strategic dance of attraction rather than pursuit. It's about carefully positioning yourself as the prize, the resource, or the solution that others need. By creating a gravitational pull around yourself, by mastering the art of the perfect bait, you ensure that you are always in control, dictating the terms of engagement and conserving your energy for the moments that truly matter.
Chapter 9, Law 9. Win through your actions, never through argument. Let's turn our attention to a law that counters one of our most ingrained human tendencies, the desire to be right, to articulate our superior logic, and to win a debate. Law number 9, win through your actions, never through argument. Imagine two people arguing passionately.
One presents irrefutable facts, undeniable logic, and a perfectly constructed case. The other, however, simply dismisses these arguments, perhaps even becoming more entrenched in their original, flawed position. What often happens? The person with the better argument rarely convinces the other side. Instead, they often provoke resentment, ego-driven defensiveness, and a subtle desire for retaliation. Robert Greene reveals a profound truth. Human beings are driven more by emotion and ego than by pure logic. When you win an argument, you've often just bruised someone's ego, making them feel foolish or inferior. They might nod in agreement in the moment, but internally they will harbor ill will and seek ways to prove you wrong in the future. Their pride will compel them to find fault in you rather than accepting your superior reasoning. Actions, however, speak a universal language that bypasses ego and appeals directly to reality. When you demonstrate your point through results, through visible achievements, or through a strategic maneuver that leaves no room for debate, you win without ever having to utter a single contentious word. Consider the historical example of Galileo Galilei. He tried to convince the Church of his heliocentric model of the universe through arguments, calculations, and observations. But the Church, deeply entrenched in its geocentric dogma, saw his arguments as a direct challenge to their authority. His attempts to win through argument ultimately led to his condemnation. If, hypothetically, he had found a way to demonstrate the heliocentric model in an undeniable, tangible way that didn't directly challenge the Church's narrative, perhaps the outcome would have been different. A more applicable example comes from military history. Instead of debating the strength of an enemy's fortifications, a brilliant general simply outmaneuvers them, captures a key strategic point, or wins a decisive battle. The victory itself is the argument, and it is far more persuasive than any speech. How do you apply this law? Focus on results. Instead of trying to convince someone with words, focus your energy on producing the outcome that proves your point. If you believe your strategy is superior, implement it and let the results speak for themselves. Be patient. Actions often take time to unfold. You might need to bide your time, work in the background, and wait for the opportune moment to reveal your success. Demonstrate, don't declare. Show, don't tell. If someone doubts your competence, don't argue with them. Simply complete a task flawlessly or solve a problem they couldn't. Use subtle influence. Sometimes actions can be indirect. By setting up situations, manipulating events, or arranging circumstances, you can guide others to the conclusion you desire without ever having to make a direct appeal or argument. Avoid verbal confrontations. Whenever possible, steer clear of debates, especially those that become heated or personal. They are rarely productive for gaining long-term power. The danger of ignoring this law is that you exhaust yourself in fruitless arguments, gain enemies, and squander opportunities. You might win a verbal skirmish, but lose the larger battle for influence and respect. Every argument you win can create a silent enemy, subtly plotting your downfall. This law teaches us that true power lies in efficacy and demonstrable success, not in rhetorical prowess. It's about letting your accomplishments do the talking, about presenting the undeniable reality of your results rather than relying on persuasive words. By consistently winning through your actions, you build an unassailable reputation for competence and effectiveness, making arguments utterly superfluous. So the next time you feel the urge to debate or prove a point verbally, pause and ask yourself, is there an action, a result, or a strategic maneuver that could make my point far more powerfully and without the accompanying resentment?
Chapter 10. Law 10. Infection. Avoid the unhappy and unlucky. As we delve deeper into the intricate web of power, we encounter a law that might seem harsh but is undeniably pragmatic. Law number 10, infection. Avoid the unhappy and unlucky. Imagine you are trying to cultivate a thriving garden. You carefully tend to your healthy plants, but then you notice a patch of sickly, diseased growth nearby. If you allow the disease to spread, it can quickly infect and destroy your entire garden. Robert Greene uses this powerful metaphor to explain the contagious nature of certain human energies and circumstances. This law suggests that unhappiness, misfortune, and negative attitudes are highly contagious. They can drain your energy, infect your mindset, and ultimately pull you down into their orbit. Associating too closely with those who are constantly unlucky or persistently negative can subtly erode your own morale, create obstacles in your path, and even attract similar misfortune to your life. Why is this infection so potent? Emotional contagion. Human beings are highly empathetic. We unconsciously absorb the moods and attitudes of those around us. Constant exposure to negativity can make you feel negative, anxious, or pessimistic yourself. Self-fulfilling prophecy. Unhappy or unlucky people often possess a victim mentality or a self-sabotaging streak. By associating with them, you risk internalizing these patterns of thought and behavior. Time and energy drain. People who are constantly in crisis or perpetually unlucky require immense emotional support and assistance. While compassion is important, a sustained association can drain your resources without providing any reciprocal benefit. Reputational damage. As we learned in Law 5, your reputation is influenced by the company you keep. Being constantly seen with individuals who are perceived as failures or who are surrounded by negativity can subtly tarnish your own image. Consider the example of Emperor Domitian during the Roman Empire. He was known for his paranoia and cruelty. Many who associated closely with him, even those who began with good intentions, found themselves caught in his web of suspicion, fear, and eventually destruction. Their lives became infected by his pathology. Conversely, think of people who seem to radiate positive energy and attract good fortune. By associating with them, you often feel more optimistic, more motivated, and more open to opportunities. Their success seems to rub off on you. How do you apply this law, not cruelly, but strategically? Recognize the patterns. Learn to identify individuals who are consistently unhappy, unlucky, or prone to creating their own misfortunes. This isn't about judging their character, but about observing their consistent patterns of results. Maintain strategic distance. This doesn't mean abandoning friends in need, but it does mean being aware of the boundaries. Limit your exposure to their negativity, especially when you're engaged in important work or pursuing ambitious goals. Surround yourself with the positive. Actively seek out associations with people who are enthusiastic, ambitious, successful, and optimistic. Their energy can be just as contagious as negativity, but in a beneficial way. Protect your mental space. Be mindful of the stories you listen to, the complaints you absorb, and the emotional burdens you allow others to place upon you. Be wary of rescuing. While a helping hand is commendable, consistently trying to fix or rescue chronically unhappy or unlucky individuals can be a bottomless pit that drains your own vitality. The danger of ignoring this law is that you become entangled in the problems and negativity of others, sacrificing your own peace of mind, your forward momentum, and even your opportunities. You risk having your own projects derailed by their crises, or your optimism slowly eroded by their pessimism. This law teaches us that power is not just about what you do, but also about the environment you create for yourself. It's about being a conscious steward of your own energy, your own mindset, and your own path to success. By strategically avoiding those who bring you down and actively seeking out those who uplift and inspire, you protect your power, cultivate a positive trajectory, and increase your chances of attracting good fortune. It's a reminder that sometimes the most powerful act is to carefully choose who you allow into your inner circle.
Chapter 11, Law 11. Learn to keep people dependent on you. Let's now explore a cornerstone of long-term influence and security. Law number 11. Learn to keep people dependent on you. This law is about establishing your indispensability, ensuring that others need you so profoundly that they cannot afford to see you go. Imagine a critical component in a complex machine. If that component is unique, expertly crafted, and absolutely essential for the machine to function, then its owner holds immense power. Without it, the entire system grinds to a halt. This is the essence of making yourself indispensable. Why is dependence such a powerful tool? It grants security. If people depend on you, they will protect you, promote you, and work to keep you satisfied. Your position becomes secure because your removal would cause too much disruption or loss. It gives you leverage. When others need you, you can make demands, negotiate from a position of strength, and guide events in your favor. It fosters loyalty, of a sort. While not necessarily genuine affection, dependence creates a powerful bond rooted in necessity. Those who need you will be motivated to support you. It elevates your status. Being the sole possessor of a crucial skill, knowledge, or resource automatically elevates your importance and prestige. Consider the historical example of Cardinal Richelieu, chief minister to King Louis XIII of France. Richelieu made himself utterly indispensable to the young king, expertly navigating the treacherous waters of French politics, foreign policy, and internal reform. Louis XIII, though sometimes resentful of Richelieu's power, simply could not function without him. Richelieu had made himself the only one capable of running the state effectively, thus ensuring his power and survival, even when faced with plots against him. Another example can be found in a more modern context. A specialized technician in a company who is the only one who understands an outdated but critical piece of software or machinery. While the company might complain about the old tech, they dare not fire that technician, because doing so would bring operations to a standstill. How do you make yourself indispensable? Develop unique and valuable skills. Become an expert in something that few others can do, or that is critical to the success of your organization or group. Control vital information or resources. Position yourself as the gatekeeper or sole source for information, connections, or assets that others require. Solve problems others can't. Become the go-to person for complex, challenging issues that consistently stump everyone else. Become a master of details and execution. While others focus on grand visions, make yourself the person who can reliably and flawlessly bring those visions to fruition. Make your knowledge proprietary. Don't train others to fully replicate your unique value too quickly. Share enough to keep things running, but retain the critical pieces that make you essential. The danger of ignoring this law is that you become easily replaceable. If your skills are common, your knowledge is widespread, or your contributions are not distinctly vital, you risk being discarded when a more convenient or cheaper alternative emerges. If you teach others everything you know, you can inadvertently make yourself obsolete. This law teaches us that true power often comes from creating a necessary void that only you can fill. It's about strategically cultivating a skill set, a knowledge base, or a network of contacts that makes your presence indispensable to the success and stability of those around you. By making others reliant on you, you not only secure your own position, but also gain immense leverage to steer events in your desired direction. So reflect on your current role. What unique value do you bring that would make it incredibly difficult for others to function without you? How can you deepen that indispensability?
Chapter 12. Law 12.
Use selective honesty and generosity to disarm your victim. As we navigate the complex landscape of human interaction, we encounter a law that reveals the cunning use of seemingly virtuous traits. Law number 12, use selective honesty and generosity to disarm your victim. This law is about mastering the art of psychological manipulation by lowering people's defenses. Imagine a predator in the wild. It doesn't always pounce immediately. Sometimes it approaches cautiously, appearing non-threatening, perhaps even offering a seemingly innocuous gesture before striking. This is the strategic power of selective honesty and generosity. In a world full of suspicion, a sudden, unexpected act of openness or kindness can completely disarm a person, making them drop their guard and become vulnerable to your true intentions. Why are honesty and generosity such potent tools for disarming? They create an illusion of trustworthiness. Most people are predisposed to believe good intentions. A surprising act of honesty or generosity bypasses their usual cynicism and makes them think you are different, noble, and reliable. They appeal to basic human instincts. We are wired to respond positively to kindness and truthfulness. These acts trigger feelings of gratitude and reciprocal obligation, making people less likely to scrutinize your motives. They lower defenses. When someone perceives you as honest or generous, they relax. Their guard drops, their critical thinking diminishes, and they become more open to your influence. They buy time and access. A small gift or a seemingly truthful confession can gain you access to people or information that would otherwise be off limits, creating an opportunity for a larger, concealed maneuver. Consider the historical example of Ferdinand of Aragon, one of the most cunning monarchs in history. While ruthless in his pursuit of power, Ferdinand understood the value of appearing pious and trustworthy. He would occasionally offer concessions, appear genuinely concerned for his subjects' welfare, or make seemingly honest declarations to disarm rivals and garner support, only to pursue his true, often ruthless agenda behind this benevolent facade. His selective honesty allowed him to appear less threatening than he truly was, paving the way for his conquests. Another example might be a shrewd negotiator who, at the beginning of a tough negotiation, offers a surprisingly generous concession on a minor point. This unexpected gesture creates goodwill, makes the other party feel obliged, and lowers their guard, making them more amenable to your demands on the major points later. How do you apply this law strategically? Identify your victim. Who do you need to disarm? What are their typical defenses? Choose your moment. The act of honesty or generosity must be unexpected and carefully timed to have maximum impact. It should stand out against a background of typical caution. Make it seem genuine. The act must appear sincere. A contrived gesture will be seen through. Start small and strategic. The honesty doesn't have to be a full confession of all your secrets, but a revelation that appears damaging to you, but isn't, thereby earning trust. The generosity doesn't have to be extravagant, but impactful enough to create a sense of obligation. Follow it swiftly with your true agenda. Once the victim's defenses are lowered, execute your true intentions quickly before they have a chance to reconsider or become suspicious again. The danger of ignoring this law is that you constantly face people with their guard up. Every interaction becomes a battle of wills, and you lose the powerful advantage of psychological surprise. You remain predictable and therefore easier to resist. This law teaches us that power often resides in understanding human psychology, particularly the way people respond to perceived virtue. By strategically deploying acts of selective honesty and generosity, you can bypass skepticism, cultivate trust, and create an opening for your true intentions to unfold. It's about playing the long game, using warmth to melt defenses, and then, only then, making your decisive move. So consider, who needs their guard lowered? And what small, unexpected gesture of honesty or generosity could create the perfect opening for you?
Chapter 13, Law 13. When asking for help, appeal to people's self-interest, never to their mercy or gratitude. Let's now explore a fundamental truth about human motivation that is often overlooked in our appeals for assistance. Law number 13. When asking for help, appeal to people's self-interest, never to their mercy or gratitude. Imagine you need assistance with a challenging project. You could approach someone with a sob story, recounting all the difficulties you faced and hoping they take pity on you. Or you could remind them of a past favor they owe you, hoping they feel obligated. Robert Greene argues that both approaches are profoundly weak and unreliable. Why? Because mercy and gratitude are fleeting, often superficial emotions. People might offer help out of a momentary sense of pity, but their commitment will be shallow, their effort minimal, and their resentment likely to build over time. Gratitude is even more precarious foundation. People often resent being reminded of past debts and will seek to avoid the person they owe. They want to feel good about themselves now, not burdened by past obligations. Self-interest, however, is a deeply ingrained, powerful, and constant motivator. Everyone, at their core, is driven by what benefits them, what advances their goals, what protects their interests, or what enhances their reputation. When you frame your request for help in terms of how they will benefit, you tap into an irresistible force. Consider the historical example of Catherine the Great of Russia. She was a brilliant manipulator who rose to power through a coup. She didn't appeal to the nobility's mercy. She appealed to their desire for stability, their fear of rivals, and their ambition for greater influence. She promised them land, titles, and a voice in government, aligning her rise with their self-interest. They supported her not out of love or pity, but because it served their own strategic goals. Another vivid example comes from the world of business. If you're looking for an investor, you don't go to them saying, "Please, I really need this money to save my struggling startup." Instead, you say, "This is an opportunity for you to achieve significant returns on your investment, tap into a new market, and enhance your portfolio." You show them how your success directly translates into their success. How do you apply this law effectively? Research their needs and desires. Before approaching anyone for help, understand what truly motivates them. What are their goals, their fears, their ambitions, or their current problems? Frame your request as an opportunity for them. Position your need as a chance for them to gain something valuable, a new skill, a powerful contact, enhanced reputation, financial gain, or a solution to their own problem. Emphasize mutual benefit. Show them how helping you will create a win-win scenario, where their effort yields a tangible reward for them. Avoid emotional pleas. Keep sentimentality out of the equation. Focus on logic, practicality, and the clear advantages for the person you're asking. Offer a clear exchange. Make it clear what they will receive in return for their assistance, even if it's not a direct financial transaction, e.g., public recognition, a strategic alliance, valuable experience. The danger of ignoring this law is that your requests will often fall on deaf ears or receive only token, half-hearted assistance. You will be seen as a burden rather than an asset. You risk alienating people by making them feel guilty or indebted, which often leads to resentment and avoidance. This law teaches us that true leverage in seeking help comes from understanding the fundamental drivers of human action. It's not about exploiting people, but about aligning your needs with their motivations. By tapping into their self-interest, you ensure that their commitment is strong, their efforts are genuine, and the help you receive is effective.
So the next time you need assistance, pause and ask yourself, what can I offer this person that genuinely appeals to their desires rather than merely relying on their fleeting kindness? Chapter 14. Law 14. Pose as a friend, work as a spy. Let's now enter the shadowy world of intelligence gathering, a realm where appearances are deceiving and information is the ultimate weapon. Law number 14. Pose as a friend, work as a spy. This law reveals the strategic power of covert observation and the psychological advantage of gathering intelligence while appearing harmless. Imagine a detective investigating a crime. They don't typically burst in, demanding answers. Instead, they might adopt a friendly demeanor, engage in casual conversation, and slowly piece together information without ever revealing their true purpose. This is the essence of posing as a friend while working as a spy. In the game of power, information is currency. The more you know about others, their strengths, weaknesses, intentions, and secrets, the better equipped you are to anticipate their moves, exploit their vulnerabilities, and achieve your own objectives. Why is this dual role so effective? It lowers defenses. People are far more likely to reveal intimate details, unconscious habits, and true feelings to someone they perceive as a friend or a harmless acquaintance. Suspicion is naturally lowered. It grants access. A friendly facade can open doors to circles and conversations that would otherwise be closed off to an overt inquisitor. It allows for covert observation. While others are enjoying your company, you are silently analyzing, listening for subtle cues, noting patterns of behavior, and piecing together a comprehensive picture. It keeps your own intentions hidden. While you are learning about them, they are learning little about you, maintaining your strategic advantage of concealed intentions. Law 3. Consider the historical example of Joseph Fouché, Napoleon's Minister of Police. Fouché was a master of intelligence gathering. He cultivated a vast network of informers, some of whom believed they were simply his confidants or friends, while he was meticulously collecting information on everyone, including Napoleon himself. He knew the secrets of the court, the conspiracies brewing, and the true loyalties of various factions. This deep understanding of the inner workings of power made him indispensable and gave him immense leverage. Another example might be a shrewd business competitor who attends industry events, appearing friendly and open, engaging in casual conversation. While ostensibly networking, they are carefully listening to gossip, observing subtle tensions between rivals, and noting any hints about upcoming product launches or strategic shifts. They are collecting valuable market intelligence under the guise of collegiality. How do you apply this law? Ethically and in a way that aligns with your values? Cultivate a friendly, approachable demeanor. Make people feel comfortable and at ease in your presence. Be a good listener. Ask open-ended questions. Encourage others to talk about themselves, their work, their challenges, and their opinions. Use active listening to draw them out. Observe body language and subtle cues. Pay attention not just to what people say, but how they say it, what they don't say, and their nonverbal signals. Listen for contradictions and inconsistencies. These can reveal hidden agendas or areas of vulnerability. Build a network of casual informants, people who in their everyday interactions can provide you with snippets of information without even realizing they are doing so. Maintain emotional detachment. While appearing friendly, your purpose is strategic information gathering. The danger of ignoring this law is that you operate in the dark. You are susceptible to surprises, blindsided by others' moves, and unable to make truly informed decisions. Without adequate intelligence, you are always playing catch-up, reacting, rather than strategically planning. This law teaches us that power is inherently about knowledge, and the most valuable knowledge is often gleaned through subtle, covert means. By mastering the art of friendly observation, By becoming a silent gatherer of intelligence, you equip yourself with the foresight and understanding needed to navigate the complex social and professional landscape effectively. It's about being the quiet strategist, always learning, always observing, and always prepared. So consider, how can you refine your listening skills and observational prowess to better understand the true dynamics at play around you?
Chapter 15, Law 15, Crush Your Enemy Totally. We now arrive at one of the most stark and uncompromising laws in Green's collection. Law number 15, Crush Your Enemy Totally. This law speaks to the ruthless logic of warfare and power, advocating for a complete and decisive victory when conflict is inevitable. Imagine two armies clashing. If one army merely wounds or disperses the other, leaving them to regroup and return stronger, what has truly been achieved? The threat remains, perhaps even intensified by a desire for revenge. Robert Greene argues that in the realm of power, a partial victory is often worse than no victory at all. When you choose to engage an enemy, you must commit to their complete annihilation, metaphorically speaking, to ensure they can never rise again to threaten you. Why is total crushing so crucial? Prevents retaliation. A half-crushed enemy harbors resentment and will seek revenge. A completely crushed enemy is neutralized and can no longer pose a threat. Instills fear and deters others. A decisive, overwhelming victory sends a powerful message to potential future adversaries, making them think twice before challenging you. Secures your position. By eliminating the threat entirely, you remove a significant source of instability and secure your power for the long term. Conserves resources. Prolonged conflict with back-and-forth skirmishes drains resources. A swift, total victory, though seemingly brutal, can be more efficient in the long run. Consider the historical example of Alexander the Great. When he conquered a territory, he did so decisively. He often burned cities to the ground, executed rival leaders, and assimilated the population, ensuring that there was no organized resistance left to challenge his rule. His victories were so complete that they became legendary, further cementing his aura of invincibility. Another example is the Roman practice of salted earth after defeating powerful enemies like Carthage. By not just conquering, but utterly destroying their cities and sowing salt in their fields, they ensured that Carthage could never again rise to challenge Roman dominance. While extreme, it perfectly illustrates the principle of total neutralization. How do you apply this law, again often metaphorically, in the modern context? Choose your battles carefully. This law does not advocate for constant conflict. It advises that if you must enter a conflict, be prepared to go all the way. Avoid petty skirmishes. Commit fully. Once you decide to engage an enemy, a competitor, a rival, an opposing idea, dedicate all necessary resources to ensure a comprehensive victory. Go for the jugular. Identify your enemy's source of power, their reputation, their resources, or their allies, and target those directly to dismantle their ability to fight back. Leave no room for comeback. Don't just win a small victory. Ensure that your opponent's ability to challenge you in the future is severely, if not permanently, curtailed. This could mean acquiring their assets, discrediting their name, or making their supporters lose faith. Be swift and decisive. A prolonged struggle allows an enemy to adapt and regroup. Act quickly and with overwhelming force to end the conflict on your terms. The danger of ignoring this law is that you leave yourself vulnerable to future attacks. A wounded enemy is a dangerous enemy, often more determined and cunning in their quest for revenge.
Partial victories lead to ongoing skirmishes, resource drain, and a constant state of insecurity. This law teaches us that, in the world of power, calculated ruthlessness can sometimes be a necessary virtue. It's about understanding the finality required to secure your position and prevent future threats. It reminds us that if you are going to pick a fight, you must be prepared to win it decisively, leaving no lingering doubt or potential for resurgence. It's a stark reminder that true power often demands a complete and utter triumph over opposition. So if you find yourself in a genuine conflict, ask yourself, am I truly committing to a victory that leaves no room for my opponent to ever challenge me again?
Chapter 16. Law 16. Use absence and scarcity to increase respect and honor. Let's shift our focus to a law that delves into the psychology of desire and perceived value. Law number 16. Use absence and scarcity to increase respect and honor. This law reveals how strategically withdrawing or making yourself less available can dramatically enhance your allure, status, and power. Imagine a precious gem. Its value is not just in its beauty, but in its rarity. If diamonds were as common as pebbles, they would hold far less prestige. The same principle applies to human presence and attention. When something or someone is always available, always present, always eager, they inevitably lose some of their luster and perceived value. Why does absence and scarcity enhance respect and honor? It creates mystery and allure. When you are not always accessible, people begin to wonder about you. What are you doing? Why are you unavailable? This mystery makes you more intriguing and desirable. It signals importance. If you are too busy or too in demand to be constantly available, it implies that your time is valuable, your responsibilities are significant, and you are a person of importance. It prevents overexposure. Too much familiarity can breed contempt. Constant presence can make people take you for granted or even grow bored of you. Scarcity keeps your image fresh and prevents your energy from being diluted. It makes your presence more impactful. When you do appear after a period of absence, your arrival is noticed, celebrated, and carries more weight. Your words and actions are given greater attention. It controls the flow of attention. By strategically withdrawing, you force others to seek you out, thus putting you in a position of control. Referring to Law 8, make others come to you. Consider the historical example of court figures who understood this. A monarch might, after a period of constant public appearances, withdraw for a time, only to return with even greater fanfare and renewed adoration from their subjects. The brief absence intensified the public's desire to see them, and their return was greeted with greater enthusiasm. In a more personal context, think of how a slightly mysterious or elusive person in a social setting can often be more intriguing and attractive than someone who is constantly seeking attention. How do you apply this law? Withdraw at the peak. Don't wait until people are tired of you. Step back when your popularity is high, leaving them wanting more. Cultivate an air of busyness. Make it known that your time is valuable and that you have many demands on your attention. This suggests importance without being overtly arrogant. Limit access. Don't be available to everyone at all times. Create barriers, even subtle ones, that make it clear that your time and attention are a privilege, not a right. Be selective in your appearances. Choose carefully where and when you make public appearances or engage in social interactions. Make each appearance count. Master the art of the brief exit. In conversations or social gatherings, sometimes a strategic, graceful exit can leave a more powerful impression than prolonged stay. The danger of ignoring this law is that you become too common, too predictable, and too easily dismissed.
Your constant presence can lead to familiarity breeding contempt, and your words losing their impact. You risk exhausting your charm and charisma through overexposure. This law teaches us that power is not just about presence, but about strategic absence. It's about understanding the psychology of desire and leveraging it to your advantage. By controlling your availability, by creating an aura of scarcity around your person, you enhance your perceived value, cultivate respect, and ensure that when you do choose to engage, your presence is honored and your influence magnified. So consider, how can you strategically dial back your availability or presence to reignite interest and deepen the respect others have for you?
Chapter 17. Law 17. Keep others in suspended terror. Cultivate an air of unpredictability. Let's now delve into a law that speaks to the unsettling power of uncertainty and the psychological advantage of keeping others off balance. Law number 17. Keep others in suspended terror. Cultivate an air of unpredictability. Imagine trying to fight an opponent whose moves are completely random and illogical. You can't anticipate their next punch, you can't predict their strategy, and you're constantly on edge, reacting rather than planning. This state of constant apprehension is the suspended terror that unpredictability can create. When your actions are consistently predictable, others can easily anticipate your moves, prepare counter-strategies, and ultimately control you. But when you are unpredictable, you sow confusion, instill fear, and force your adversaries to constantly guess, draining their energy and giving you the psychological upper hand. Why is unpredictability such a potent tool? It creates fear and respect. The unknown is inherently frightening. People respect those they cannot read, as it suggests a depth and cunning that is hard to counter. It keeps opponents off balance. If your enemies can't predict your next move, they can't strategize effectively. They waste energy trying to decipher you, leaving them vulnerable. It maintains the initiative. By being unpredictable, you force others to react to you, rather than you reacting to them. You control the rhythm of the engagement. It attracts attention. As we saw in Law 6, anything out of the ordinary commands attention. Unpredictable behavior makes you memorable and noteworthy. Consider the historical example of Mao Zedong. He often employed unpredictable tactics, both militarily and politically. He would make seemingly illogical alliances, launch surprise attacks, and shift his ideological positions, keeping both his allies and enemies guessing. This unpredictability, while sometimes chaotic, prevented his opponents from ever fully understanding or containing him, allowing him to maintain control and achieve his revolutionary goals. Another example might be a boss who is sometimes charming and generous, and other times cold and demanding, with no apparent pattern. Employees under such a boss are constantly on edge, trying to interpret their mood, and are less likely to challenge them, fearing an unknown backlash. This isn't necessarily a benevolent application, but it demonstrates the power dynamic. How do you cultivate an air of unpredictability? Vary your patterns. If you usually respond quickly, sometimes delay. If you're typically serious, inject humor. If you're known for a specific strategy, try a completely different one. Act out of character. Occasionally do something that seems to contradict your established persona or previous actions. This sows confusion. Employ misdirection. Make others think you're going one way, then suddenly pivot. This can be done in conversation, in strategy, or in negotiation. Avoid establishing routines. If your actions become too routine, you become too easy to read. Keep your daily rhythms and strategic approaches varied. Use calculated irrationality.
Sometimes a seemingly irrational outburst or decision can throw others into a spiral of doubt and confusion, forcing them to reassess their understanding of you. The danger of ignoring this law is that you become a predictable open book. Others will easily anticipate your reactions, exploit your habits, and manipulate you. You lose the element of surprise, which is a critical advantage in any power struggle. This law teaches us that power is not always about consistent rationality, but sometimes about strategic disruption. It's about understanding that a degree of calculated chaos can be a powerful deterrent and a way to maintain control. By cultivating an air of unpredictability, you keep others guessing, instill a healthy dose of apprehension, and ensure that your presence always commands respect and careful consideration. So reflect, are you too predictable? How can you subtly break your patterns to keep others respectfully on their toes, never quite sure what your next move will be?
Chapter 18. Law 18. Do not build fortresses to protect yourself. Isolation is dangerous. Let's now turn to a law that counters a very natural human impulse to retreat into a protected space when facing threats. Law number 18. Do not build fortresses to protect yourself. Isolation is dangerous. This law argues that attempts to isolate yourself from threats often make you more vulnerable, not less. Imagine a king who, fearing plots and rebellions, retreats into an impregnable fortress, cutting himself off from his subjects, his advisors, and the outside world. While he might feel physically safe, what happens to his power? He loses touch with reality, becomes unaware of genuine threats. His influence wanes, and he becomes an easy target for those who operate in the open, gathering information and building alliances. Why is isolation so dangerous? You lose vital information. Cut off from the outside, you become ignorant of shifting trends, new threats, and evolving opportunities. You operate in a vacuum, making blind decisions. You become an easy target. Predators stalk isolated prey. An isolated individual or entity lacks the network of support, information, and alliances that provides true security. You weaken your influence. Power thrives on connection and interaction. When you isolate yourself, your ability to influence others diminishes. Your commands become mere whispers without the force of a supporting network. It fosters paranoia and delusion. Without external feedback, it's easy to become paranoid, suspicious, and lose touch with reality, believing only what you want to believe. This leads to poor judgment. You become vulnerable to internal plots. If you're isolated from external threats, internal factions can more easily conspire against you without your knowledge. Consider the historical example of the Chinese emperors, who, particularly in later dynasties, retreated further and further into the Forbidden City, surrounded by eunuchs and courtiers, losing touch with the common people and the true state of their vast empire. While protected by massive walls, this isolation often led to their downfall, as rebellions simmered outside and corrupt officials manipulated them from within. Conversely, a powerful leader like Julius Caesar understood the importance of being among his soldiers, listening to their grievances and understanding the pulse of his empire. He was constantly engaged, constantly receiving feedback, and constantly building alliances. His strength came from his network and his awareness, not from physical barriers. How do you apply this law? Maintain active networks. Continuously build and nurture a diverse network of contacts, advisors, and allies from different spheres of influence. Stay informed. Actively seek out information, even dissenting opinions. Be open to feedback, criticism, and news from various sources, even if it's uncomfortable. Be accessible strategically. While not completely open, referencing Law 16, maintain strategic points of access for crucial information and key individuals. Engage with the outside. Don't just rely on internal reporting. Periodically step outside your immediate circle to get a fresh perspective and understand the wider landscape. Build alliances, not just defenses. True protection comes from a web of relationships and mutual interests, not just from physical or metaphorical walls. The danger of ignoring this law is that your perceived security becomes a delusion. You become blind to the real threats, unable to adapt, and ultimately an easy target for those who are actively engaged with the world. Isolation might feel safe in the short term, but it is a path to irrelevance and ultimate destruction in the long run. This law teaches us that true power and security come from engagement, awareness, and connection. It's about understanding that while privacy has its place, complete isolation severs the very lifelines that nourish power. By remaining connected, informed, and actively engaged with the world around you, you build a far more resilient position than any fortress could ever provide. So reflect. Are you inadvertently creating a fortress around yourself? How can you strategically open yourself up to vital information and crucial connections to enhance your power and security?
Chapter 19. Law 19. Know who you're dealing with. Do not offend the wrong person. This law highlights the absolute necessity of understanding the true nature, influence, and potential for retaliation of every individual you encounter. Imagine walking into a dense forest. Some animals are harmless, others are easily spooked, but a few are predators, capable of immense damage if provoked. If you treat every creature the same, you risk a deadly encounter. In the world of power, people are not created equal in their ability to harm or help you. Some are inconsequential, some are easily manipulated, but a select few possess hidden influence, a powerful network, or a vengeful streak that makes offending them a catastrophic mistake. Why is this knowledge so critical? To avoid unforeseen backlash. The wrong person might appear harmless on the surface, but they could have powerful connections, a long memory, or a surprising capacity for revenge that can derail your plans. To identify true sources of power. Not all power is overt. Some individuals wield influence through networks, information, or their ability to manipulate others behind the scenes. Offending them is like kicking a hornet's nest you didn't know existed. To choose your battles wisely. Knowing who you're dealing with allows you to pick your enemies strategically and avoid unnecessary conflict with those who are too powerful, too vindictive, or too well connected. To tailor your approach. Once you understand a person's character, vulnerabilities, and motivations, you can adjust your tactics to either charm them, neutralize them, or avoid them altogether. Consider the historical example of the Roman triumvirate, Caesar, Pompey, and Crassus. They understood that to achieve their goals, they had to deal with each other according to their specific strengths and weaknesses. Caesar knew not to openly offend Pompey's military prestige initially, but rather to subtly undermine it. Conversely, a general who offended a seemingly minor senator might find himself facing unexpected opposition due to that senator's family connections or influence within the Senate. Another classic example is when someone dismisses or disrespects a seemingly low-level administrative assistant, only to discover that this assistant is fiercely loyal to their powerful boss and controls access, information, and scheduling, effectively becoming a gatekeeper who can quietly sabotage their efforts. How do you apply this law? Study people meticulously. Observe their behavior. Listen to how others talk about them, and pay attention to their past actions. What kind of reputation do they have?
Who are their friends and enemies? Law 2. Look beyond appearances. Don't be fooled by humble demeanor or lack of overt status. True power can be hidden. Gauge their potential for revenge. Some people forgive and forget. Others nurse grudges for years and will wait for the perfect moment to retaliate. Identify the latter. Understand their network. Who do they know? Who supports them? What resources can they call upon? Test the waters carefully. If you are unsure about someone's character or influence, make small, cautious moves to gauge their reaction before committing to a larger interaction. Err on the side of caution. In doubt, treat everyone with a degree of respect and circumspection, especially when initiating interaction or making a demand. The danger of ignoring this law is that you act blindly, provoking unforeseen enemies and creating unnecessary obstacles. You might unintentionally offend someone who has the power to destroy your reputation, sabotage your projects, or even end your career, simply because you underestimated their influence or their capacity for vengeance. This law teaches us that power is not about indiscriminately attacking everyone, but about strategic navigation of the social landscape. It's about developing a keen sense of human psychology and influence, understanding that every person carries a unique potential for both help and harm. By carefully assessing who you are dealing with, you minimize risk, maximize opportunity, and ensure that your actions are always calibrated for the greatest strategic effect. So before you utter a critical word or make a bold move, pause and ask, do I truly know who I am dealing with, and what might be the hidden consequences of my actions?
Chapter 20. Law 20. Do not commit to anyone. Let's now explore a law that emphasizes flexibility, independence, and the strategic advantage of remaining unattached. Law number 20. Do not commit to anyone. This law advises against binding yourself too tightly to any single cause, person, or side, thereby preserving your freedom of action and maximizing your options. Imagine a tightrope walker. If they are tied to one side of the rope, they lose their balance, their agility, and their ability to adjust to the changing conditions. But if they remain uncommitted to either side, they can move freely, adapt to any shift, and maintain their equilibrium. In the realm of power, commitment, while often lauded as a virtue, can be a profound vulnerability. When you commit, you limit your options, you inherit the enemies and problems of your allies, and you sacrifice your independence. Why is non-commitment so powerful? It maintains your independence. You are free to act in your own best interest without being bound by the dictates or needs of others. It keeps others competing for you. If you are uncommitted, various factions or individuals will vie for your support, giving you leverage and allowing you to choose the most advantageous alliance. It fosters an aura of impartiality and objectivity. If you don't take sides, you can often be seen as a neutral arbitrator or a wise counsel, making you sought after for advice and mediation. It allows for strategic pivots. The landscape of power is constantly shifting. Non-commitment allows you to quickly adapt to new circumstances, abandoning losing causes and aligning with emerging winners without penalty. You avoid inheriting others' problems. When you commit to a side, you inevitably take on their baggage, their enemies, and their ongoing struggles. Remaining uncommitted allows you to selectively engage without full absorption. Consider the historical example of Queen Elizabeth I. She famously remained unmarried throughout her reign, skillfully playing various European powers against each other. By not committing to a marriage with a French prince, a Spanish king, or an English nobleman, she retained her autonomy, prevented England from being drawn into foreign wars on a spouse's behalf, and kept powerful suitors constantly seeking her favor. Her uncommitted status was a cornerstone of her political power. Another example might be a talented consultant who avoids becoming exclusive to one company.
By remaining independent, they can work with multiple clients, cherry-picking the most interesting or lucrative projects, and are constantly in demand, rather than being confined to the internal politics and limited opportunities of a single organization. How do you apply this law? Maintain a degree of distance. While forming alliances, Law 28, ensure you retain a strategic distance that allows for independent thought and action. Avoid taking sides too early. In conflicts or debates between others, observe, listen, and gather information before publicly aligning yourself. Be flexible in your loyalties, discreetly. While appearing supportive, always keep an eye on your own long-term interests and be prepared to shift your allegiance if circumstances demand it. Cultivate an air of being in demand. Your non-commitment should be perceived as a sign of your value and the fact that many seek your support rather than a lack of loyalty. Offer limited strategic support. Provide just enough help to keep potential allies interested, but never so much that you become fully entangled in their fate. The danger of ignoring this law is that you become a pawn in others' games. You lose your freedom, your autonomy, and your ability to adapt. You risk being dragged down by failing alliances or becoming irrelevant when your chosen side loses power. Commitment, while sometimes necessary, should always be a calculated and temporary maneuver, never an absolute binding. This law teaches us that true power lies in freedom of movement and strategic independence. It's about understanding that the most influential players are often those who remain unbound, free to choose their alignments as opportunities arise. By mastering the art of non-commitment, you position yourself as a valuable asset that others must actively court, giving you the ultimate leverage to shape your own destiny. So reflect. Are there commitments you've made that are now limiting your options or dragging you down? How can you subtly loosen those ties to regain your strategic freedom?
Chapter 21. Law 21. Play a sucker to catch a sucker. Seem dumber than your mark. This law is about disarming others by making them feel superior, leading them to drop their guard and reveal their true intentions or weaknesses. Imagine a wolf in sheep's clothing. It doesn't flaunt its predatory nature. It adopts a harmless disguise to get close to its prey. In a game of power, people love to feel intelligent, superior, and in control. If you make them feel this way by feigning ignorance, naivete, or a lack of sophistication, they will underestimate you, become complacent, and often reveal their secrets or fall into traps they would otherwise avoid. Why is appearing dumber so effective? It lowers their guard. If someone believes you are less intelligent or less experienced, they will relax their defenses, speak more freely, and assume you pose no threat. It boosts their ego. People love to demonstrate their superior knowledge or wisdom. By allowing them to do so, you gain their trust and often their cooperation. It facilitates information gathering. When people feel superior, they are more likely to condescend, explain, and reveal details they might otherwise keep private. Law 14. It allows you to observe and plan. While they are busy performing their intellectual superiority, you are silently observing, analyzing, and formulating your strategy. It sets the stage for a surprise attack. When they least expect it, you can strike with your true intelligence and capabilities, catching them completely off guard. Consider the historical example of Lorenzo de' Medici, the Magnificent. He was a brilliant politician and patron of the arts, but he often cultivated an image of a pleasure-loving, somewhat naive banker, more interested in festivities than serious governance. This facade made his rivals underestimate his strategic genius, allowing him to outmaneuver them time and again and consolidate his power in Florence. They saw him as a sucker enjoying life, while he was quietly playing a deeper game.
Another example might be a shrewd poker player who early in the game makes a few seemingly foolish bets or plays, convincing opponents that they are an amateur. This lulls the others into a false sense of security, making them overconfident and more likely to take risks, only for the sucker to reveal their true skill and clean up in later rounds. How do you apply this law? Ask naive questions. Pose questions that make you seem less informed, prompting others to launch into explanations that reveal their knowledge, assumptions, or biases. Feigned incompetence. Occasionally make a minor, non-critical mistake that makes you seem a little clumsy or less capable than you are. This lowers expectations. Allow them to teach you. Encourage others to impart their wisdom or expertise. Listen attentively. Absorb the information and make them feel important in the process. Play down your achievements. While selectively cultivating reputation, Law 5, in specific interactions, downplay your own intelligence or accomplishments to avoid intimidating others. Use humor or self-deprecation. A well-timed joke about your own shortcomings can be a powerful way to make others feel comfortable and superior. So the next time you're in an important interaction, ask yourself, how can I make this person feel a little smarter than me, and what insights might they reveal in the process?
Chapter 22. Law 22. Use the surrender tactic. Transform weakness into power. We now turn to a profound law that challenges conventional notions of strength and victory. Law number 22 is use the surrender tactic. Transform weakness into power. This law reveals how sometimes the most powerful move you can make when facing overwhelming force is not to fight, but to strategically yield. Imagine a martial artist who, instead of meeting an opponent's powerful punch with brute force, fluidly redirects its energy, using the attacker's own momentum against them. This is the essence of the surrender tactic. When you are clearly outmatched, a direct confrontation is suicidal. By strategically surrendering, appearing to give in, conceding minor points, or even aligning yourself with a stronger power, you can disarm your opponent, gain time, avoid total destruction, and often position yourself to rise again when their guard is down. Why is the surrender tactic so powerful? It disarms the aggressor. A victor expects resistance. When you offer none, it can confuse them, make them feel magnanimous, and lower their guard. They might view you as no longer a threat. It buys time. Surrender allows you to survive to fight another day. While your opponent believes they have won, you can use the time to regroup, gather resources, build new alliances, or wait for their power to wane. It transforms you from enemy to subordinate, temporarily. Instead of being an open foe, you become a seemingly loyal subordinate. This provides a cover for observation, Law 14, and subtle maneuvering from within. It avoids unnecessary destruction. A full-blown battle can be costly even for the victor. Strategic surrender minimizes your losses and preserves your resources. It allows you to exploit their overconfidence. Victors often become complacent and arrogant. A defeated foe, subtly working from within, can then exploit these weaknesses. Consider the historical example of the ancient Chinese state of Guzhen. After a devastating defeat by the state of Wu, Guzhen, its king, offered to become a servant to the king of Wu. He endured years of humiliation, working as a stable boy, appearing utterly broken. The king of Wu, arrogant in his victory, relaxed his vigilance. Guzhen, however, secretly trained his army, rebuilt his state's economy, and waited for the perfect moment. Years later, when Wu was weakened by internal strife and other wars, Guzhen launched a surprise attack and utterly defeated Wu, taking his revenge.
His strategic surrender transformed utter defeat into ultimate triumph. Another example might be a company facing a hostile takeover by a much larger corporation. Instead of fighting a losing battle, they might surrender and agree to the acquisition, but subtly negotiate for key positions within the new structure or for control over specific product lines, allowing them to rebuild their influence from within the larger entity. How do you apply this law? Recognize when you are truly outmatched. This is crucial. Don't surrender prematurely, but don't fight a battle you cannot win. Make the surrender appear genuine and complete. Your opponent must believe they have achieved a total victory and that you are no longer a threat. Be patient. The true power of this tactic lies in the long game. You must be willing to bide your time, endure temporary humiliation, and wait for the opportune moment. Observe and learn from your victor. Use your position of apparent submission to gather intelligence on your opponent's weaknesses, internal dynamics, and future plans. Maintain your core strength in secret. While appearing defeated, covertly work to rebuild your resources, skills, or network, preparing for your resurgence. The danger of ignoring this law is that you meet total destruction when a strategic retreat could have preserved your future. Stubborn resistance against overwhelming odds is often a sign of pride, not power. You risk losing everything when a temporary concession could have allowed you to survive and ultimately prevail. This law teaches us that power is not always about brute force, but about supreme adaptability and cunning. It's about understanding that weakness can be a disguise and apparent submission a profound strategic move. By mastering the art of strategic surrender, you transform imminent defeat into a calculated pause, a period of rebuilding, and ultimately a powerful path to reversal and ultimate victory. So when facing an insurmountable challenge, ask yourself, is there a way to seemingly yield now, only to gain a more powerful position for the future?
Chapter 23, Law 23. Concentrate your forces. Let's now explore a fundamental law of strategy applicable in virtually every arena of life, from warfare to business. Law number 23. Concentrate your forces. This law emphasizes the critical importance of focusing your resources, energy, and attention on a single vital objective to achieve overwhelming impact. Imagine trying to chop down a tree with 1,000 small hacks spread across its trunk. It would take an enormous amount of time and effort, and might not even succeed. But if you concentrate all your force, all your swings in a single well-aimed spot, the tree will fall much faster and more efficiently. In the pursuit of power, diffusing your efforts across too many goals, projects, or adversaries dilutes your impact and leads to mediocrity or failure. Concentration, however, allows you to achieve decisive victories. Why is concentration so powerful? It creates overwhelming force. By directing all your energy and resources to one point, you can achieve a level of intensity that cannot be resisted. It minimizes waste. Spreading your efforts thinly means a little progress everywhere, but often no decisive breakthrough anywhere. Concentration maximizes the return on your investment. It generates momentum. Once you start achieving results in one concentrated area, it builds confidence, attracts support, and creates a snowball effect that propels you forward. It prevents distraction. A clear, focused objective helps you filter out irrelevant demands and temptations, keeping you on track. It simplifies strategy. With a single clear target, your tactical decisions become more straightforward and less confusing. Consider the historical example of Napoleon Bonaparte. One of his core military principles was concentration of force. Instead of spreading his army thinly across a wide front, he would swiftly concentrate overwhelming numbers at a single critical point on the enemy's line, break through, and then roll up the flanks. This relentless focus on a decisive point often led to spectacular victories against numerically superior foes. In business, think of a startup that tries to be all things to all people. They build a mediocre product for a vague market and fail. Conversely, a highly successful startup often starts by concentrating all its resources on solving one specific problem for one specific niche market. Once they dominate that niche, they can then expand, but the initial victory came from intense concentration. How do you apply this law? Identify your single most important objective. What is the one thing that, if achieved, would have the greatest impact on your power or your overall goals? Eliminate distractions. Ruthlessly cut out projects, commitments, or activities that do not directly contribute to your primary objective. Direct all resources. Allocate your time, money, personnel, and mental energy exclusively to that single goal. Be patient but persistent. While concentration allows for decisive action, it also requires persistence. Keep pushing on that one point until it yields. Avoid multitasking on core objectives. While some degree of background multitasking is unavoidable, for your most critical goals, dedicate focused, uninterrupted attention. The danger of ignoring this law is that you become perpetually scattered, perpetually busy, but never truly effective. You deplete your energy without achieving anything truly significant, and you remain vulnerable to others who do concentrate their forces. A scattered effort is a weak effort. This law teaches us that true power does not come from doing many things adequately, but from doing one thing exceptionally well and with overwhelming force. It's about understanding that strength comes from focus and victory from decisive impact. By concentrating your forces, you turn your efforts into a laser beam, cutting through resistance and achieving profound results. So, reflect. Are your efforts scattered or are they aimed at a single critical target? How can you gather all your available power and direct it with unwavering focus?
Chapter 24. Law 24. Play the perfect courtier. We now turn to a law that delves into the subtle but profound art of navigating hierarchical structures and influencing those in power. Law number 24. Play the perfect courtier. This law speaks to the importance of mastering social graces, political maneuvering, and understanding the unwritten rules of the court, whether that court is a king's palace or a modern corporation. Imagine a highly skilled chess player. They don't just know the rules of how the pieces move, they understand the nuances of strategy, anticipation, and psychological warfare. In any organization, there are overt rules and structures, but there is also an invisible court, a social hierarchy, a web of alliances, unspoken customs and preferred behaviors that dictate who rises and who falls. The perfect courtier is a master of this invisible game. Why is playing the perfect courtier so powerful? It gains favor with superiors. By understanding their preferences, subtly flattering them, and anticipating their needs, you become indispensable and trusted. It neutralizes rivals. The courtier knows how to subtly undermine opponents, spread rumors, or make them appear unfavorably without direct confrontation. It builds a network of allies. Through social acumen and strategic generosity, the courtier cultivates relationships that provide support and information. It provides access to power. Mastering the court allows you to navigate its complexities and gain access to decision-makers and vital information. It protects you from enemies. The perfect courtier is so skilled at adapting and maneuvering that they are rarely caught in direct political crossfire. Consider the historical example of Queen Catherine de' Medici in 16th century France.
Though often an outsider, she masterfully navigated the treacherous French court for decades. She understood the power of appearance, the necessity of flattery, the art of strategic alliances, and the crucial timing of her moves. She became a silent force behind the throne by playing the perfect courtier, adapting to changing monarchs and political factions, always ensuring her family's and her own survival and influence. In a modern corporate setting, the perfect courtier isn't necessarily the person with the most overt talent, but the one who understands the CEO's unspoken desires, navigates office politics with grace, knows which meetings to attend, and how to subtly make others look good or bad without direct conflict. They know how to present ideas in a way that aligns with the boss's vision, and how to subtly take credit, Law 7, for collective successes. How do you play the perfect courtier? Master appearances. Always look presentable, behave with decorum, and project an image of competence and confidence. Laws 6 and Law 5. Practice subtle flattery. Compliment superiors on their wisdom, foresight, or unique abilities, but do so genuinely and without obvious sycophancy. Never openly criticize superiors. Any criticism should be framed as a constructive suggestion or a solution to a problem, always deferring to their ultimate authority. Law 1. Be a bearer of good news. Always try to be the one who delivers positive reports, even if you weren't directly responsible for the success. Cultivate informal networks. Befriend subordinates, administrative staff, and other key gatekeepers who can provide valuable information. Law 14. Avoid gossip, publicly. While gathering information, never engage in overt gossip that could be traced back to you. Maintain an aura of discretion. Know when to withdraw, Law 16, and when to appear, Law 6. Understand the rhythms of the court and your own strategic visibility. The danger of ignoring this law is that you become a political outcast, unable to navigate the social currents of your environment. Your efforts might be unrecognized, your good intentions misinterpreted, and your progress stifled by rivals who are more skilled in the art of the court. Talent alone is rarely enough. You must also master the unspoken rules of influence.
Chapter 25. Law 25. Recreate yourself. We arrive at a profound and liberating law that empowers you to shed limitations and constantly evolve. Law number 25. Recreate yourself. This law asserts that you are not bound by your past, your circumstances, or others' perceptions. You have the power to consciously forge a new identity, a more powerful and compelling persona, and to live out the role you desire. Imagine an actor stepping onto a stage. They are not merely reciting lines, they are embodying a character, complete with mannerisms, voice, and motivations. The audience believes in the character, even though they know it's a performance. In the game of power, life itself is a stage, and you are both the actor and the playwright. If you allow others to define you, to limit you based on their expectations or your past mistakes, you surrender immense power. By consciously recreating yourself, you take control of your narrative and shape your destiny. Why is recreating yourself so powerful? It breaks free from the past. It allows you to shed negative reputations, overcome past failures, and escape the limitations imposed by your background or upbringing. It adapts to new circumstances. As the world changes, so too must you. Recreation allows you to remain relevant, effective, and powerful in evolving environments. It captures imagination.
A person who undergoes a dramatic transformation, who constantly reinvents themselves, is intriguing, charismatic, and memorable. Law number 6. It keeps enemies guessing. If you are constantly shifting your persona or capabilities, enemies cannot pin you down or predict your next move. Law number 17. It empowers self-belief. The act of conscious self-creation strengthens your own sense of agency and purpose, fostering immense self-confidence. Consider the historical example of Benjamin Disraeli, the 19th century British Prime Minister. He came from a humble background, was of Jewish descent, which was a disadvantage in aristocratic England, and had a flamboyant, even scandalous, early career. He was often mocked and underestimated. Yet through sheer force of will, political genius, and a conscious effort to cultivate a new, more serious and strategically brilliant persona, he completely reinvented himself, rose through the ranks of the Conservative Party, and became one of Britain's most successful prime ministers. He literally recreated his public image and capabilities. Another example might be an artist who constantly experiments with new styles and forms, refusing to be pigeonholed. By recreating their artistic identity, they stay fresh, relevant, and continue to captivate their audience. How do you recreate yourself? Identify the ideal persona. What qualities, skills, and reputation do you aspire to possess? What role do you want to play? Study your chosen model. If you admire a particular historical figure or archetype, study their actions, their appearance, and their mannerisms. Work on your outer appearance. Dress the part. Groom yourself appropriately, and carry yourself with the posture and confidence of your desired persona. Master your mannerisms and speech. Adopt the tone, vocabulary, and body language that align with your new identity. Practice until it feels natural. Seek out new experiences and knowledge. Acquire the skills and information necessary to support your new role. Control your narrative. Actively shape how others perceive you through your actions, words, and associations. Law number 5. Law number 6. The danger of ignoring this law is that you remain trapped by the inertia of your past, limited by others' expectations, and unable to adapt to new challenges. You become predictable, stale, and ultimately powerless in a world that constantly demands evolution. This law teaches us that power is not a fixed state, but a dynamic process of continuous evolution and conscious self-mastery. It's about understanding that your identity is a fluid construct, and you possess the agency to sculpt it into a magnificent work of art. By consistently recreating yourself, you remain eternally fresh, relevant, and in control of your own narrative, becoming a living testament to the power of transformation. So reflect. What limitations are you carrying from your past? What powerful, compelling persona could you consciously create for your future? And what steps will you take to embody it?
Chapter 26. Law 26. Keep your hands clean. Narrator, let's now explore a crucial law that speaks to the delicate art of managing perception and maintaining a pristine image, even when engaged in morally ambiguous actions. Law number 26. Keep your hands clean. This law advises that while you may need to engage in unsavory tactics to achieve your goals, you must always ensure that the public perceives you as virtuous, trustworthy, and honorable, above reproach. Imagine a skilled surgeon performing a complex operation. They might make incisions, remove organs, and deal with blood, but they do so with sterile instruments and a calm, detached professionalism. The patient sees the outcome, healing, not the messy details. In the game of power, people are quick to judge and condemn.
If you are seen as directly involved in dirty work, your reputation will be tarnished, your influence diminished, and your power eroded. Therefore, you must learn to delegate the unpleasant tasks and maintain an untarnished public image. Why is keeping your hands clean so powerful? It preserves your reputation. Law number 5. A clean image makes you appear virtuous, trustworthy, and honorable, which are vital for attracting allies and maintaining public support. It keeps others guessing about your involvement. If dirty deeds are done, but no direct link to you can be found, suspicion lingers on others, or on vague forces, not on you. It allows you to appear as a moral authority. By distancing yourself from the undesirable actions, you can even publicly condemn them, further enhancing your righteous image. It prevents direct retaliation. If an enemy is harmed, but they cannot definitively trace the action back to you, their capacity for direct revenge is hampered. It cultivates an aura of control, the ability to achieve desired outcomes without visible effort or without getting messy, suggests a masterful and subtle power. Consider the historical example of Cardinal Mazarin, the successor to Richelieu as chief minister to the King of France. Mazarin was a brilliant but often ruthless politician. When unpopular or morally questionable actions needed to be taken, such as raising taxes or arresting troublesome nobles, he would often use intermediaries, his dirty workmen. He allowed these subordinates to bear the brunt of public hatred and resentment, while he himself maintained a more statesmanlike and less culpable image, thus preserving his power and the king's. In a modern corporate context, a CEO might hire a specialized consulting firm to implement unpopular layoffs or restructuring. The consultants do the dirty work, bear the public backlash, and then depart, while the CEO, though ultimately responsible, maintains a cleaner image, able to express regret without having directly wielded the axe. How do you keep your hands clean? Use cat's paws, intermediaries. Find others, often subordinates or expendable allies, who are willing or easily manipulated to perform the unpleasant tasks on your behalf. Create a fall guy. Have someone ready to take the blame if things go wrong, or if a controversial action needs to be publicly accounted for. This person should be easily replaceable or have less power than you. Employ a straw man or a scapegoat. Divert blame to an external enemy or a convenient patsy when a problem arises, even if you are indirectly responsible. Use the innocent hand technique. Structure actions so that the harmful effects are an indirect consequence of seemingly benign decisions, making it difficult to trace direct intent. Master the art of plausible deniability. Ensure that there is always a reasonable doubt about your direct involvement in any controversial action. Avoid leaving paper trails or direct orders for dirty work. The danger of ignoring this law is that you become associated with every unpleasant or ethically questionable action you take. Your reputation suffers. People lose trust in your integrity, and you become a target for moral condemnation and direct retaliation. You lose the ability to lead, to inspire, or to maintain the moral high ground. This law teaches us that power is as much about managing appearances as it is about achieving results. It's about understanding that public perception is a powerful force, and by strategically distancing yourself from the messy details, you preserve your most valuable asset, your untarnished image. By keeping your hands clean, you can navigate the treacherous waters of power, making necessary but unsavory moves while always appearing virtuous and above the fray. So, when a difficult or controversial action needs to be taken, ask yourself, how can I achieve this outcome without personally getting my hands dirty, ensuring my reputation remains pristine?
Chapter 27. Law 27. Play on people's need to believe to create a cult-like following. Let's now delve into one of the most powerful and dangerous laws,
one that explains the magnetic allure of charismatic leaders and the fervent devotion they inspire. Law number 27. Play on people's need to believe to create a cult-like following. This law explores how, by offering people something to believe in, a grand vision, a utopian promise, or a sense of belonging, you can command immense loyalty and unwavering support. Imagine a world filled with uncertainty, loneliness, and a lack of meaning. People naturally yearn for purpose, for something bigger than themselves, for a leader who offers clear answers and a sense of direction. This profound human need to believe, to have faith in something, is the foundation upon which cult-like followings are built. By tapping into this deep psychological desire, you can create a powerful bond that transcends logic and commands extraordinary devotion. Why is cultivating a cult-like following so powerful? It provides immense loyalty. Followers will work tirelessly, make sacrifices, and defend you fiercely because they believe in you and the vision you represent. It creates an unshakable base of support. A devoted following is immune to rational arguments or external criticism, as their belief is rooted in emotion and faith. It generates unstoppable momentum. A unified, passionate group working towards a common goal can achieve extraordinary feats and overcome immense obstacles. It confers an aura of charisma. The sheer number and devotion of your followers enhance your perceived power and make you appear divinely inspired or exceptionally gifted. It deflects blame and criticism. When problems arise, the followers will often blame external forces or internal traitors, protecting the leader's image. Consider the historical example of figures like Joan of Arc, who, though not a traditional power seeker, inspired a cult-like devotion among French soldiers with her divine visions and unwavering faith, turning the tide of the 100 Years' War. Or think of the political cults of personality that have surrounded dictators throughout history, where masses genuinely believed in their leader as a savior, even in the face of immense suffering. While these examples are extreme, they illustrate the raw power of belief. In a more benign context, a successful entrepreneur or visionary leader might inspire a cult-like following among their employees or early adopters, not through manipulation, but by offering a compelling vision, a clear purpose, and the sense of shared mission that transcends mere employment. They make people believe in a common dream. How do you play on people's need to believe? Offer a grand vision or cause. Provide a purpose that is larger than the individual, something that people can dedicate their lives to. This could be a revolutionary idea, a utopian promise, or a powerful ideology. Cultivate an aura of mystery and prophecy. Law 17. Appear as if you have special insight, unique wisdom, or a connection to a higher power or truth. Use enigmatic language. Simplify complex issues. Offer clear, concise answers to complex problems, even if they are oversimplifications. People crave certainty in uncertain times. Create rituals and symbols. Establish unique practices, language, or symbols that bind your followers together and create a sense of exclusivity and belonging. Play on their emotions. Appeal to hopes, fears, dreams, and anxieties. Create a sense of us against them, where your group is the enlightened few. Promise transformation. Offer the promise of a better future, personal growth, or a radical change in their circumstances if they follow you. The danger of ignoring this law is that you struggle to gain deep, unwavering loyalty and support. You remain a mere manager or administrator, unable to tap into the profound human desire for meaning and connection.
Without a strong emotional bond, your followers are easily swayed by rivals or external criticisms. This law teaches us that power is not just about logic and strategy, but about tapping into the deepest currents of human psychology. It's about understanding that people crave something to believe in, and by offering a compelling vision, you can become the object of their fervent devotion. By cultivating a cult-like following, you build an unshakable foundation of support that can propel you to extraordinary heights. So what grand vision or compelling belief can you offer that will inspire such unwavering loyalty and transform casual observers into devoted followers?
Chapter 28. Law 28. Enter action with boldness. Let's now explore a dynamic and energizing law that speaks to the power of decisive action and the magnetic allure of courage. Law number 28. Enter action with boldness. This law asserts that when you move with courage, conviction, and an air of unwavering confidence, you often intimidate opponents, inspire allies, and seize opportunities that hesitation would forfeit. Imagine a lion leading its pride. It doesn't cautiously assess every blade of grass. It moves with an undeniable presence, a roar of conviction, and a swiftness that commands respect and asserts dominance. Timidity, hesitation, and a lack of conviction are often perceived as weakness, inviting challenges and undermining your authority. Boldness, however, projects strength, confidence, and an almost irresistible force. Why is boldness so powerful? It intimidates opponents. A bold move can shatter an enemy's morale, making them doubt their own strength and making them think you possess a secret advantage. It inspires confidence in allies. When you act boldly, your supporters feel more secure, more motivated, and more willing to follow your lead, believing in your strength. It creates an illusion of control. Even if you're uncertain, acting boldly suggests you know exactly what you're doing, leading others to believe you are in command. It seizes opportunities. Hesitation often means missed opportunities. Bold action, by contrast, allows you to strike swiftly and capitalize on fleeting moments. It often leads to forgiveness for mistakes. People are often more forgiving of a bold mistake than a timid failure. A bold error can be spun as a calculated risk, while timid errors are seen as ineptitude. Consider the historical example of Hernán Cortés and his conquest of Mexico. Upon arriving, he famously burned his ships. This was an incredibly bold and symbolic act. It eliminated any possibility of retreat, forcing his men to commit entirely to the conquest. This sheer boldness in the face of overwhelming odds not only galvanized his own small force, but also instilled fear in the Aztec Empire, who saw it as an act of divine or superhuman confidence. Another example might be a daring entrepreneur who, with limited resources, launches an innovative product with a confident, high-profile marketing campaign. Their sheer boldness and conviction might attract early adopters and investors, even if the product isn't yet perfect, simply because they project an aura of inevitable success. So how do you enter action with boldness? Conceal your doubts, Law 3. Even if you feel uncertain internally, project an outward appearance of absolute conviction. Act decisively. When an opportunity or a challenge arises, make a quick, firm decision and execute it without wavering. Speak with authority. Your tone, body language, and choice of words should convey absolute confidence in your plans and pronouncements. Take calculated risks. Boldness isn't recklessness. It's about being willing to take significant risks after careful consideration, knowing that the reward outweighs the potential cost. Create an impressive spectacle. Law 6. Make your bold actions highly visible and dramatic, turning them into a powerful statement that captures attention. Always appear to be taking the initiative. Don't wait for others to act. Be the first to move, to propose, to challenge. The danger of ignoring this law is that you are perceived as weak, indecisive, and easily manipulated. Your hesitation invites others to challenge you. Your caution causes you to miss fleeting opportunities, and your lack of conviction drains the morale of your allies. You become a follower, not a leader. This law teaches us that power is often a performance, and the most compelling performance is one of unwavering confidence and decisive action. It's about understanding that the appearance of courage is often just as effective as genuine courage, and that the world often rewards those who seize the moment with conviction. By entering action with boldness, you project an aura of irresistible power, commanding respect, inspiring loyalty, and bending circumstances to your will. So the next time you face a critical decision or an opportunity, ask yourself, how can I approach this with such undeniable boldness that all resistance crumbles and success becomes inevitable?
And there you have it, listeners, a comprehensive journey through the first 28 of Robert Greene's The 48 Laws of Power. We've uncovered the intricate dance of influence, the subtle art of manipulation, and the pragmatic strategies employed by history's most powerful figures. From never outshining the master to crushing your enemy totally, from cultivating an aura of unpredictability to recreating yourself entirely, these laws offer a stark and often uncomfortable glimpse into the realities of human ambition and interaction. Remember, understanding these laws isn't about becoming nefarious. It's about becoming aware, strategic, and capable of navigating the complex world around you, whether to protect yourself or to advance your own legitimate goals. Knowledge is power, and with this knowledge, you are better equipped to observe, analyze, and act with greater intention. Stay tuned for our next episode as we continue our deep dive into the remaining laws, further unraveling the tapestry of power dynamics. If you found this summary insightful, thought-provoking, or simply empowering, please show your support. Hit that like button, share this episode with anyone you believe could benefit from these powerful lessons, and of course, subscribe to Vibe Audiobook so you never miss out on our future explorations into wisdom and strategy. Your support helps us bring more valuable content to you. Thank you for tuning in, and until next time, stay strategic, stay powerful, and keep vibing with wisdom.
Welcome, Vibe Audiobook listeners, to a journey that promises to transform your understanding of leadership, not by seeking the spotlight, but by embracing the profound power of solitude. Have you ever felt the relentless pull of constant demands, the never-ending stream of decisions, and the subtle erosion of your inner compass amidst the noise of the world? If so, then Lead Yourself First, Inspiring Leadership Through Solitude by Michael S. Irwin and Raymond Kethledge is the guiding light you've been searching for. This isn't just another leadership book. It's a profound invitation to step back, reconnect with your authentic self, and discover that the most impactful leadership begins not with a grand declaration, but with quiet, introspective moments. Prepare to unlock a richer, more resilient, and truly inspiring leadership style that springs from the wellspring of your own inner wisdom. Before we dive into this incredible wisdom, take a moment to hit that like button, share this episode with someone who needs to hear this message, and if you haven't already, subscribe to Vibe Audiobook so you never miss another transformative listening experience. Now, let's begin. Introduction: The unseen foundation of great leadership. Imagine a magnificent oak tree, its branches reaching wide, its leaves providing shade and shelter, its grandeur undeniable. We admire its strength, its resilience, and its ability to weather storms, but often we overlook the unseen power beneath the earth, its intricate network of roots. These roots silently drawing sustenance, anchoring the tree against gales, and supporting its monumental growth, are a perfect metaphor for the concept of solitude, as presented in Lead Yourself First, Inspiring Leadership Through Solitude by Michael S. Irwin and Raymond Kethledge. In a world that seems to operate at an ever-increasing pace, constantly demanding our attention, where busyness is often mistakenly equated with productivity, and constant connectivity is the norm, Irwin and Kethledge invite us to pause, breathe, and profoundly reconsider the very bedrock of effective leadership. Their central argument is both simple and revolutionary. True, impactful leadership doesn't emerge from the cacophony of constant interaction, the endless pursuit of external validation, or the loudest voice in the room. Instead, it quietly blossoms from within, nurtured by deliberate moments of solitude, deep reflection, and quiet introspection. The authors gently, yet firmly, challenge our preconceived notions of what makes a great leader. We are often taught to network more, delegate more, communicate more, and be more visible. While these are undoubtedly valuable skills, Irwin and Kethledge argue that without an equally strong internal foundation, these external actions can become hollow, reactive, and ultimately less effective. They posit that the most successful and inspiring leaders throughout history, from diverse fields and eras, shared a common, often overlooked practice, a conscious commitment to solitude. It was in these quiet moments that they gained clarity, found courage, sparked creativity, and cultivated a deep sense of compassion, the very hallmarks of exceptional leadership. This introduction sets the stage for a transformative journey, gently nudging us to question the dominant paradigms of leadership and to open our minds to a more profound, sustainable, and ultimately more fulfilling path. It's an invitation to embark on an inward expedition, promising that by doing so, we will not only emerge as leaders who are more effective in guiding others, but also as individuals who are more authentic, resilient, and truly inspiring. The book isn't just advocating for solitude as a personal preference. It's presenting it as a vital, strategic imperative for anyone aspiring to lead with purpose and impact in today's complex world. It's about building an unshakable inner core that enhances your ability to navigate challenges and drive meaningful change. The authors assure us that by embracing solitude, we can transform our leadership from a state of constant reaction to one of thoughtful, intentional, and deeply resonant action.
Chapter 1. The Scarcity of Solitude in the Modern World. In this foundational chapter, Irwin and Kethledge don't mince words as they paint a stark and compelling picture of the modern landscape, a world relentlessly characterized by hyperconnectivity, an overwhelming deluge of digital noise, and a pervasive, almost pathological aversion to being truly alone with one's thoughts. Take a moment to reflect on your own daily life. Our smartphones have become virtual extensions of our hands. A constant stream of notifications vies for our dwindling attention spans, and even our moments of supposed downtime are often filled with the passive consumption of social media feeds, endless streaming content, or the ever-present hum of digital communication. The authors argue, with growing urgency, that this pervasive scarcity of solitude isn't merely a lifestyle choice or an unfortunate byproduct of technological advancement. It is, in fact, a silent but profound crisis for leadership with far-reaching implications. They contend that without dedicated, intentional time for quiet reflection, leaders become trapped in a reactive loop, constantly responding to the latest crisis, the most urgent email, or the loudest voice in the room. This state of perpetual reaction prevents them from being proactive, strategic, and deeply thoughtful. It's akin to a ship's captain trying to navigate treacherous waters in a dense fog, constantly bumping into obstacles without a clear vision of the destination or a reliable compass to guide them. The absence of solitude leaves leaders easily swayed by external pressures, prone to superficial judgments, and increasingly detached from their core values and long-term vision. The authors meticulously detail how this erosion of personal space and quiet time directly impacts a leader's most critical faculties. Without the mental breathing room that solitude provides, critical thinking becomes shallow, sound judgment is compromised by impulsivity, and maintaining emotional equilibrium amidst constant stress becomes an almost impossible feat. Leaders risk becoming mere managers of tasks and information rather than visionary architects of the future. The chapter delves into the societal mechanisms that contribute to this scarcity of solitude, from the glorification of busyness as a sign of importance to the fear of missing out that keeps us tethered to our devices and social circles. Irwin and Kethledge are careful to clarify that this chapter is not a condemnation of technology itself,
nor is it a call to retreat into isolation. Rather, it is a powerful and sobering warning about the dangerous imbalance we, as individuals and as a society, have collectively created. It highlights how the relentless onslaught of external stimuli actively inhibits the internal processes necessary for deep thought, ethical consideration, and innovative problem-solving. By illuminating the problem so clearly and meticulously, the authors lay a robust and undeniable groundwork for why the solution, a conscious and deliberate embrace of solitude, is not merely beneficial or desirable, but absolutely essential for anyone aspiring to lead with genuine purpose, profound impact, and sustained resilience in the relentlessly hyper-connected and increasingly complex world we inhabit. They challenge us to acknowledge the pervasive addiction to external stimulation and to confront our own discomfort with the quietude necessary to truly hear our own thoughts. This chapter serves as a stark wake-up call, urging us to recognize the profound cost of a life devoid of intentional solitude, particularly for those entrusted with the responsibility of leadership.
Chapter 2. What Solitude Truly Is and Isn't. Having underscored the critical need for solitude, Irwin and Kethledge dedicate this pivotal chapter to meticulously defining what solitude genuinely means in the context of effective leadership, while simultaneously dispelling common and often harmful misconceptions. This clarification is absolutely crucial, because for many, the word solitude immediately conjures images of loneliness, isolation, or even a sense of punishment. The authors go to great lengths to disabuse us of these notions, emphasizing that true solitude, as they advocate for it, is something entirely different and profoundly beneficial. They explain, with thoughtful nuance, that genuine solitude is not about being miserable, feeling disconnected from others, or retreating from societal obligations. On the contrary, it is a deliberate, purposeful, and often invigorating act of stepping away from external distractions, influences, and the constant hum of other people's expectations. Its primary objective is to create an unencumbered space for deep internal engagement and reflection. To illustrate, consider the analogy of a master sculptor carefully, patiently, and precisely chiseling away excess stone to reveal the magnificent masterpiece hidden within. Solitude, in this context, is that very chiseling process for the mind and spirit. It's about consciously creating mental and emotional space where you can clearly hear your own thoughts, critically examine your beliefs and assumptions, and reconnect with your authentic self without the relentless bombardment of external opinions, urgent demands, or the unspoken expectations of others. It's a dedicated time for self-dialogue, for internal audit, and for recalibrating your inner compass. The authors meticulously emphasize that solitude is incredibly versatile and can manifest in various forms, making it accessible to virtually anyone. It doesn't necessarily demand prolonged physical isolation, though that can certainly be a powerful component. Instead, it's defined by the absence of external input and the presence of internal focus. This could be a long, unhurried walk in nature, where the gentle rhythm of your steps and the sounds of the environment allow your thoughts to flow freely. Dedicated meditation or mindfulness practices, focusing on breath and observation of thoughts without judgment. The ritual of daily journaling, where putting thoughts onto paper creates clarity and structure. Simply sitting quietly in a room, deliberately turning off all electronic devices and allowing your mind to wander and settle. Even a few moments of intentional quiet during a busy day, perhaps while waiting for a meeting to start, choosing to breathe and observe rather than immediately checking your phone. This chapter brilliantly clarifies that solitude is not a passive state of doing nothing, but rather an active choice, a disciplined practice, and a profoundly powerful tool for self-discovery, self-mastery, and the cultivation of inner wisdom. By distinguishing it so sharply from loneliness, Irwin and Kethledge lay an unshakable foundation for understanding its profound and multifaceted benefits for leadership. They challenge us to embrace solitude as an essential, invigorating practice that empowers us to become more grounded, more reflective, and ultimately more effective leaders, fully in command of our inner landscape.
Chapter 3. The 4 Pillars of Solitude-Driven Leadership. In this pivotal chapter, Irwin and Kethledge introduce the very core framework of their argument, unveiling the 4 crucial elements that solitude uniquely cultivates and strengthens within a leader. They present these not as mere attributes, but as fundamental pillars, like the 4 robust cornerstones supporting a magnificent, enduring edifice. This edifice, they imply, is your leadership legacy, built on a foundation of deep internal strength. These 4 pillars are clarity, courage, creativity, and compassion. Let's explore each one in detail. First, clarity. Imagine trying to see the bottom of a pond that has been constantly stirred and agitated. Its depths remain obscured by swirling mud and debris. Now, picture that same pond when left undisturbed. With time and stillness, the sediment settles, the water clears, and you can see with perfect transparency to its very bottom. Solitude offers precisely this clearing process for the mind. When you consciously step away from the relentless noise, the endless demands, and the constant barrage of information, your mind gains the necessary space and quietude to process information deeply, identify true priorities amidst distractions, and gain a much-needed perspective on complex situations. This inner clarity allows leaders to cut through the trivial, discern the essential from the urgent, and focus their energy and resources on what truly matters. It enables them to make decisive, well-reasoned judgments that are not reactive, but proactive and strategic. Without clarity, leadership becomes a frantic, rudderless activity. With it, a leader becomes a precise, purposeful navigator. Second, courage. True courage in leadership is not the absence of fear, but the ability to act decisively and ethically despite fear. In moments of quiet, uninterrupted reflection, leaders can confront their deepest fears, meticulously assess risks without external influence, and solidify their convictions. This profound inner strength, carefully forged in the crucible of solitude, empowers them to stand firm in their principles, even when facing significant opposition, internal doubts, or external pressures to conform. It is the courage to make unpopular but necessary decisions for the long-term good, to challenge the status quo, to speak truth to power, and to lead with unwavering conviction rather than being perpetually driven by consensus or expediency. Solitude allows a leader to truly understand why they believe what they believe, giving them the moral fortitude to act on those beliefs, even when the path is difficult or lonely. These 4 pillars are not isolated. They are deeply interconnected and mutually reinforcing. The authors brilliantly illustrate how intentionally cultivating solitude systematically strengthens each of these pillars, transforming a leader from someone merely managing tasks and reacting to circumstances into someone who genuinely inspires, innovates, and makes a profound, lasting impact. Solitude, therefore, is not a retreat from leadership. It is the essential crucible where extraordinary leadership is forged.
Chapter 4. Case Studies. Leaders who embraced solitude. This chapter serves as a powerful validation of Irwin and Kethledge's central thesis, moving from theoretical arguments to compelling, real-world evidence. Here they offer vivid case studies of historical and contemporary leaders from various fields who not only understood but deliberately and consistently integrated solitude into their lives, and whose leadership was undeniably shaped, strengthened, and elevated by this profound practice.
Think of it as looking at the magnificent blueprints of architectural masterpieces and meticulously examining the hidden yet absolutely vital structural supports that allowed them to stand tall and endure for centuries. The authors likely delved into the lives of iconic figures, revealing the often overlooked role of their solitary practices. Consider Abraham Lincoln, a leader who carried the immense weight of a fractured nation during the American Civil War. His biographers often describe him retreating to his tent, sometimes late into the night, wrestling with monumental decisions, drafting speeches that would define a nation, and grappling with the moral complexities of war and emancipation. His most profound insights and resolute actions were often forged in agonizing solitude, away from the clamor of his advisors and the demands of war. These were not moments of weakness, but of profound strength-building and moral clarity. Similarly, Winston Churchill, the indomitable wartime leader of Britain, was renowned for his periods of deep reflection and strategic planning. Accounts reveal him often alone in his study at Chartwell, contemplating the fate of his nation during its darkest hours, meticulously crafting his powerful speeches. These were not hours of idleness, but of intense mental and emotional work, where he synthesized information, formulated strategy, and cultivated the courage to inspire a nation. His ability to articulate a clear vision and unwavering resolve sprang directly from these periods of isolated thought. Beyond these historical titans, the book might also explore the lives of leaders such as Mahatma Gandhi, whose practice of fasting and silent reflection was central to his philosophy of nonviolent resistance and his ability to maintain moral clarity in the face of immense political pressure. Or figures like Martin Luther King Jr., who frequently retreated for prayer and meditation, seeking spiritual and moral guidance that underpinned his civil rights leadership. The authors don't limit themselves to political or military leaders. They might also feature contemporary leaders from the worlds of business, science, or even the arts, who consciously carve out time for solitude, whether it's through daily meditation, long walks in nature, regular journaling, or simply by strategically disconnecting from technology. These examples serve as powerful and tangible affirmations, demonstrating that regardless of the era, the cultural context, or the specific field of endeavor, the intentional practice of solitude consistently fuels clarity, courage, creativity, and visionary leadership. These case studies are not just historical anecdotes, they are humanized narratives that make the concept of solitude relatable and actionable. They illustrate that anyone, from a CEO navigating complex market shifts to a team leader managing daily projects, can benefit profoundly from integrating this transformative practice. The stories resonate deeply because they reveal not just what these extraordinary leaders achieved, but how their deliberate solitary practices directly contributed to their exceptional accomplishments, their resilience in the face of adversity, and their enduring legacies. This chapter underscores that solitude is not merely a personal preference, but a proven, powerful tool for leadership excellence.
Chapter 5. Practical Strategies for Cultivating Solitude. Having meticulously established the compelling why and clarified the nuanced what of solitude, this chapter marks a crucial transition to the actionable how. It's one thing to intellectualize the benefits of solitude. It's an entirely different and often challenging endeavor to consistently weave this vital practice into the complex, demanding fabric of a modern, busy life. Here, Irwin and Keflage provide an invaluable array of practical, actionable strategies that readers can immediately implement, transforming the abstract ideal of solitude into a tangible, sustainable habit. Think of this chapter as a well-stocked toolkit, offering various instruments designed to help you construct and protect your own personal sanctuary of quiet introspection. The authors demonstrate a keen understanding that finding solitude is not a one-size-fits-all solution.
They recognize that different individuals have different schedules, preferences, and environmental constraints. Therefore, they wisely offer a diverse range of approaches catering to various lifestyles and situations. This comprehensive suite of strategies likely includes scheduling solitude sprints or quiet appointments. This is perhaps the most fundamental and effective strategy. The authors advocate for deliberately blocking out short, regular periods, perhaps 15 to 30 minutes, in your daily calendar. These are non-negotiable appointments with yourself, explicitly designated for uninterrupted reflection, completely free from meetings, emails, phone calls, or any other external demands. This could be the first thing in the morning, during a dedicated segment of your lunch break, or quietly before bed. The key is intentionality and consistency, treating it with the same importance as any other critical meeting. The power of the mindful walk. Encouraging mindful walking, especially in natural settings like a park, a quiet street, or a hiking trail, as a potent form of active solitude. The rhythmic movement, combined with intentional observation of your surroundings or simply letting your mind wander without judgment, can clear mental clutter, reduce stress, and foster a fertile ground for creative insights. The physical activity helps to calm the body, allowing the mind to achieve a state of relaxed awareness. Implementing digital detoxes and boundaries. This is crucial in our hyper-connected age. The authors suggest regular periods of consciously disconnecting from technology, perhaps an hour each evening, an entire afternoon on the weekend, or even a full day once a month. This involves turning off notifications, putting your phone in another room, and resisting the urge to endlessly scroll. This strategic disconnection reduces the incessant external noise, allowing internal thoughts, feelings, and ideas to surface and be processed. It's a direct conversation with yourself that builds self-awareness. Creating a solitude space. Suggesting the designation of a particular physical space, however small or simple, as a personal sanctuary. This could be a specific chair, a quiet corner of a room, a bench in your garden, or even your car during a commute. The idea is to have a designated spot where you can go to be alone with your thoughts, free from immediate interruptions, and where the environment itself cues your mind to enter a state of reflection. Engaging in mindful practices. Introducing accessible techniques like focused breathing exercises, short meditation sessions, or body scans as ways to achieve mental stillness and present moment awareness, even amidst a busy and potentially noisy environment. These practices train the mind to observe rather than react, creating internal calm irrespective of external circumstances. The overarching message of this chapter is that cultivating solitude is not about grand, unattainable gestures, but about consistent, incremental commitments. It's about building a sustainable practice that, slowly but surely, enriches your inner life, strengthens your mental fortitude, and profoundly enhances your leadership capacity. The authors provide a compassionate and practical roadmap, assuring readers that even seemingly small, consistent steps can lead to monumental personal and professional transformation, making solitude an achievable, indispensable, and deeply rewarding part of their daily routine. It's about being proactive in protecting your most valuable resource, your inner self.
Chapter 6. Overcoming Obstacles to Solitude. Even with the most fervent desire and a robust understanding of its benefits, successfully integrating solitude into the relentless demands of a bustling modern life is often easier said than done. This crucial chapter directly addresses the common challenges, both external and psychological, that frequently prevent leaders from embracing quiet reflection. Irwin and Kethledge don't just identify these obstacles, they offer empathetic, practical, and highly effective advice on how to navigate, mitigate, and ultimately overcome them. Think of this chapter as having a seasoned guide who walks alongside you, pointing out the potential pitfalls on your journey to solitude and showing you exactly how to safely bypass them, transforming hindrances into opportunities for growth. One of the most significant and insidious obstacles is the pervasive busyness badge culture, the societal and organizational pressure to always be on, always accessible, and always visibly engaged. In many professional environments, admitting a need for quiet time can mistakenly be perceived as a lack of commitment, a sign of weakness, or an inability to keep up. The authors powerfully tackle this by reframing solitude not as a retreat or an escape, but as a strategic asset, a proactive and essential investment in one's long-term effectiveness, clarity, and well-being. They might suggest communicating the purpose of your solitude to trusted colleagues, explaining that this dedicated time allows you to think more clearly, make better decisions, and ultimately serve the team more effectively. This recontextualizes solitude as a responsible leadership practice. Another common and often deeply rooted hurdle is fear. The fear of being truly alone with one's own thoughts, of confronting uncomfortable truths, unresolved emotions, or nagging anxieties that the constant hum of external distractions usually keeps at bay. There's also the very modern fear of missing out, FOMO, the anxiety that something important is happening elsewhere while you're offline or disengaged. This chapter offers strategies to gently ease into solitude, perhaps starting with very short, manageable periods, and emphasizing that genuine growth and self-discovery frequently occur precisely when facing these internal discomforts. It might encourage using journaling as a structured way to externalize and process these fears and anxieties, making them less overwhelming. The authors reassure that sitting with discomfort is a skill that strengthens over time. Practical constraints are another significant barrier. Demanding schedules, relentless meetings, family responsibilities, open-plan offices that offer little privacy, and the sheer volume of tasks can make finding even a few quiet moments seem impossible. The authors offer creative and realistic solutions here, leveraging found time, utilizing seemingly unproductive moments like commutes, if not driving, waiting for appointments, or even short breaks between meetings for mindful breathing or focused reflection instead of immediately reaching for a phone. Waking up earlier, advocating for using the serene hours before the household or workday begins as a prime time for undisturbed solitude. Strategic time blocking, encouraging leaders to literally block out do not disturb time in their calendars, treating it as seriously as any external meeting. Setting boundaries, learning to say no to non-essential commitments and communicating the need for uninterrupted work or reflection time to family and colleagues. Finally, the chapter likely addresses the pervasive addiction to distraction, our conditioned reflex to immediately reach for our phones, open a new tab, or seek external stimulation whenever a moment of quiet arises. Strategies here could include digital nooks, designating specific times or locations where devices are turned off or put away. Boredom practice, consciously allowing oneself to be bored for a few minutes, resisting the urge to fill every silence, thereby training the mind to settle and generate its own internal activity. Creating rituals, developing small rituals around entering and exiting solitude, such as brewing a cup of tea, listening to a specific piece of music, or doing a short stretching exercise, to signal a shift in focus. By anticipating these common obstacles and providing realistic, empathetic, and actionable solutions, Irwin and Kethledge empower readers to proactively protect and cultivate their solitude. They transform it from a rare luxury into a non-negotiable, sustainable component of their leadership practice, building resilience against the constant external forces that conspire to keep us from our inner selves and our deepest wisdom.
Chapter 7. Solitude and Decision-Making. This chapter meticulously delves into one of the most critical and defining aspects of leadership, the art and science of making effective, impactful decisions. Irwin and Kethledge make a profound argument that solitude is not merely a beneficial supplement to the decision-making process. It is, in fact, absolutely foundational, enabling leaders to transcend reactive impulses and move towards well-considered, strategic, and profoundly impactful choices. To truly grasp this, Imagine a master chess grandmaster immersed in deep thought before making a crucial move, retreating into the quiet depths of their mind to analyze countless possibilities. That is the very essence of solitude's role in superior decision-making. The authors explain that in an environment where a leader is constantly bombarded with an overwhelming influx of information, a multitude of conflicting opinions, and relentless pressures from various stakeholders, decisions often become rushed, superficial, and easily influenced by the loudest voice or the most immediate crisis. These reactive decisions, while sometimes necessary, rarely lead to optimal or long-term strategic success. Solitude, by contrast, provides the essential mental space and unhurried time necessary to process information deeply and holistically. Away from distractions, the mind can truly synthesize disparate data points, identify subtle patterns, connect seemingly unrelated facts, and critically evaluate underlying assumptions without the pressure of immediate feedback or the need to articulate thoughts prematurely. This allows for a much more comprehensive and nuanced understanding of the situation at hand. Gain broader perspective. Stepping back from the immediate fray and the granular details helps leaders to see the bigger picture, understand the long-term implications of various choices, and avoid getting bogged down in short-term crises. It's akin to ascending to a higher vantage point to survey an entire battlefield, rather than being caught in the thick of a skirmish. This panoramic view is crucial for strategic foresight. Connect with core values and principles. In quiet reflection, leaders have the invaluable opportunity to align potential decisions with their fundamental personal and organizational principles, their ethical compass, and their overarching mission. This ensures that decisions are not just pragmatic or politically expedient, but also morally sound, consistent with their integrity, and authentic to who they are and what their organization stands for. Solitude helps to filter out noise that might compromise these values. Anticipate consequences and mitigate risks. Solitude provides the crucial mental bandwidth to run what-if simulations in one's mind, methodically considering various potential outcomes, identifying unforeseen risks, and developing contingency plans before committing to a course of action. This proactive foresight significantly reduces the likelihood of costly mistakes and enhances preparedness. Foster and trust intuition. While data and logical analysis are undeniably crucial, many truly great leadership decisions also spring from a leader's cultivated gut feeling or intuition. Solitude hones this inner voice, allowing it to emerge more clearly and powerfully, free from external biases. It's about developing a profound sense of knowing that complements rational thought, born from deep experience and quiet reflection. The authors likely provide compelling examples of how poor decisions often result from a glaring lack of solitude, demonstrating the pitfalls of reactive leadership. Conversely, they would highlight instances where well-structured solitary reflection led to strategic breakthroughs, innovative solutions, and unwavering resolve in the face of uncertainty. This chapter powerfully reinforces that time deliberately spent in quiet thought is far from unproductive. It is in fact an essential, high-leverage investment that directly correlates with higher quality, more confident, more strategic, and ultimately more impactful leadership decisions. It elevates solitude from a mere personal practice to an indispensable strategic imperative for any leader committed to making truly wise and enduring choices.
Chapter 8. Solitude as a Source of Resilience. In an increasingly volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous VUCA world, where constant change, unexpected setbacks, and escalating pressures are the norm, resilience has emerged as an absolutely indispensable quality for any leader. This chapter delves deeply into how solitude serves not merely as a temporary escape, but as a profound, continually replenishing wellspring of mental, emotional, and spiritual strength. It actively enables leaders to navigate adversity with grace, bounce back swiftly and robustly from failures, and maintain their unwavering resolve even in the face of the most daunting challenges. To grasp this concept, envision a meticulously engineered ship, designed with an internal structure of immense strength and intelligent flexibility, allowing it to withstand the fiercest storms without capsizing or breaking apart. That internal fortification is analogous to a leader's resilience, carefully cultivated and reinforced through the consistent practice of solitude. The authors eloquently explain that solitude offers critical opportunities to process emotions healthily. Leadership inevitably brings forth a spectrum of intense emotions: stress, frustration, fear, disappointment, and even anger. Instead of suppressing these emotions or reacting impulsively to them, solitude provides a safe, private, and judgment-free space to acknowledge, understand, and thoughtfully process these feelings. This allows leaders to gain perspective, learn from their emotional responses, and develop healthier, more constructive coping mechanisms rather than letting emotions dictate their actions. It's about observing emotions, not being consumed by them. Recharge and replenish vital energy. Leadership is inherently draining. The constant demands on one's intellectual, emotional, and physical reserves can quickly lead to burnout, exhaustion, and a diminished capacity for effective action. Solitude acts as a vital period of deep rest, recovery, and psychological restoration. It allows the mind and spirit to decompress, rejuvenate, and replenish their energy stores, actively preventing burnout and fostering a sustained level of mental and emotional vitality. It's like plugging yourself into a power source to recharge. Cultivate profound self-awareness. Through regular, deliberate introspection, leaders develop a deeper, more nuanced understanding of their own strengths, inherent weaknesses, personal triggers, core values, and absolute limits. This profound self-knowledge is an utterly crucial component of resilience. It enables them to proactively manage their own well-being, anticipate potential stressors, avoid situations that might overwhelm them, and play to their natural strengths. A leader who knows themselves deeply is far better equipped to withstand external pressures. Reaffirm and clarify purpose. In moments of quiet reflection, away from the daily grind and external pressures, leaders can reconnect with their fundamental mission, their ultimate goals, and their most cherished values. This renewed and solidified sense of purpose acts as an unshakable anchor during turbulent times, reminding them why they do what they do, providing an intrinsic source of motivation and unwavering resolve to persevere when the path becomes arduous. Purpose, clarified in solitude, is a powerful motivator for enduring adversity. Develop mental fortitude and inner peace. The consistent practice of sitting with one's own thoughts, even the uncomfortable or challenging ones, builds immense mental toughness and fortitude. It teaches self-reliance, the ability to find inner peace and calm amidst external chaos, and the strength to confront difficult realities without crumbling. It fosters an internal locus of control, where a leader can find stability and direction from within, rather than being buffeted by every external change. This chapter powerfully underscores that resilience is not merely about enduring hardship. It's fundamentally about growing stronger and wiser through adversity. Solitude empowers leaders to cultivate this deep inner fortitude, transforming challenges from debilitating obstacles into valuable opportunities for profound personal and professional growth. They emerge from difficult situations not just intact, but more capable, more robust, and ultimately more effective than before. It frames solitude as a potent preventative measure against leadership burnout and a proactive, strategic investment in long-term leadership sustainability and unwavering effectiveness.
Chapter 9. Leading Authentically from Your Inner Core. This chapter stands as the culmination of the book's core message, drawing together all previous insights and connecting solitude directly to the profound concept of authentic leadership. Irwin and Kefledge make a compelling case that true authenticity in leadership doesn't stem from projecting a certain image, adopting the latest popular leadership fad, or mimicking the styles of others. Instead, it originates from leading consistently, courageously, and with unwavering integrity from one's deepest values, core beliefs, and inner wisdom. A wisdom that is meticulously cultivated, sharpened, and clarified through the disciplined practice of solitude. Think of it as a process of carefully peeling back layers of external expectations, societal pressures, and perceived necessities to reveal the true, shining, and unshakable core beneath. The authors explain that without dedicated, regular time for introspection and self-reflection, leaders can easily become predominantly external-facing. They might find themselves constantly reacting to perceived expectations from stakeholders, attempting to please various groups, or simply adopting behaviors that seem to garner approval. This constant external orientation inevitably leads to a state of inauthenticity, where their actions and words become increasingly misaligned with who they truly are at their core. This dissonance, they argue, is not only personally draining, but ultimately erodes trust, diminishes influence, and significantly reduces a leader's long-term impact. Followers can sense when a leader is not genuine, and trust is the bedrock of effective leadership. Solitude, on the other hand, provides the indispensable space and quiet needed for leaders to define and anchor personal values. Through quiet reflection and careful consideration, leaders can clearly articulate and prioritize what truly matters to them. This process helps them establish an unshakable internal compass, a set of guiding principles and values that inform every decision, every interaction, and every action. These values, once clarified, become the non-negotiable standards by which they lead. Identify and leverage strengths, acknowledge weaknesses. Deep self-awareness, painstakingly honed in solitude, allows leaders to not only identify and strategically leverage their natural talents and unique strengths, but also to honestly acknowledge and address areas for development. This genuine understanding fosters true self-improvement and allows leaders to delegate effectively, build complementary teams, and lead with confidence rooted in self-knowledge, not arrogance. Develop a unique and compelling vision. A leader's most profound and compelling visions for the future rarely emerge from noisy brainstorming sessions or superficial trend analyses. They are often born from deep, independent thought, allowing the leader to transcend groupthink and envision possibilities that are truly innovative and distinct. Solitude provides the fertile ground and mental freedom to formulate and articulate a unique, authentic direction that can genuinely inspire others. Build unshakable self-trust. By consistently listening to their own inner voice, acting on their carefully considered convictions, and reflecting on the outcomes, leaders gradually build profound confidence and trust in their own judgment. This internal validation significantly reduces their reliance on external approval or validation, freeing them to lead with greater autonomy and conviction, even when facing criticism or uncertainty. Communicate with profound conviction and resonance. When leaders operate from a place of deep self-understanding and align their actions with their core values, their communication becomes incredibly genuine, powerful, and resonant. Their presence becomes more authoritative, not because of brute force, but because of intrinsic authenticity. Their messages carry greater weight, their vision is more compelling, and their ability to inspire and rally others is significantly enhanced. Others sense the integrity and are far more likely to follow with commitment and loyalty.
This chapter powerfully articulates that the most inspiring, effective, and enduring leaders are those who are profoundly connected to their inner selves. Solitude, therefore, is not merely a beneficial personal habit. It is the primary, essential means by which this vital connection is forged, maintained, and continuously strengthened. It allows leaders to shed superficial pretense, lead with unwavering integrity, possess unparalleled clarity, and wield a powerful, authentic sense of who they truly are, making their leadership not just effective, but truly transformative. It's about becoming the leader you were authentically meant to be, rather than striving to be the leader you think others want you to be.
Conclusion: the quiet revolution of leadership. As we draw this incredible journey through Lead Yourself First, Inspiring Leadership Through Solitude to a close, Michael S. Irwin and Raymond Kethledge leave us with a powerful, inspiring, and profoundly practical call to action. This isn't merely the summary of a book. It is a meticulously constructed manifesto for a quiet revolution in leadership, one that fundamentally shifts our focus from the relentless pursuit of external engagement to the potent, often underestimated power of the internal world. The authors revisit and powerfully reiterate their core message. In an increasingly noisy, demanding, and constantly connected world, the ability to consciously step back, to reflect deeply, and to reconnect with one's authentic inner self is not a weakness, a luxury, or an indulgence. On the contrary, it is presented as the ultimate, enduring source of strength, unparalleled clarity, profound resilience, and truly sustainable leadership. They serve as wise guides, reminding us that the greatest leaders throughout history, across diverse fields, from the quiet contemplation of philosophers to the strategic retreats of military generals, from the moral introspection of social justice warriors to the innovative breakthroughs of scientific pioneers, all shared a common, often overlooked thread: a deliberate, unwavering commitment to quiet introspection and solitude. They issue a powerful challenge to us, the modern leaders and aspiring leaders. Resist the pervasive societal pressure to always be on, to constantly be visible, and to endlessly engage. They encourage us to embrace the initial discomfort that often accompanies silence and introspection, recognizing that it is precisely in these moments of quiet vulnerability that true growth and profound insights emerge. The call is to consciously and consistently carve out dedicated moments for deliberate solitude, integrating it as a non-negotiable component of our daily and weekly rhythms. By choosing to do so, the authors promise, we will not merely become more effective leaders who achieve external goals. We will embark on a deeper transformation. We will become better, more grounded, more authentic, and more complete human beings. The book's conclusion is an encouraging and deeply reassuring reminder that the journey inward, the deliberate cultivation of solitude, is in fact the most powerful and transformative journey any leader can undertake. It promises that the benefits of this quiet revolution, enhanced clarity of thought, unwavering courage in conviction, boundless creativity and problem-solving, and a profound capacity for compassion will not remain contained within us. Instead, they will inevitably ripple outwards, impacting our teams with renewed purpose, inspiring our organizations towards greater innovation, and ultimately shaping the world around us in meaningful, lasting ways. It's a vision of leadership that is deeply human, powerfully effective, and profoundly inspiring, a testament to the enduring power of leading yourself first. And there you have it, Vibe Audiobook listeners, a deep dive into the transformative power of Lead Yourself First, Inspiring Leadership Through Solitude.
This book is a profound reminder that the most impactful leadership isn't found in the spotlight, but in the quiet, reflective moments that forge our inner strength and clarity. I truly hope this journey has resonated with you and offered valuable insights into cultivating a more authentic and resilient leadership style. If you found this summary helpful and inspiring, please show your support by hitting the like button, sharing this episode with your friends, colleagues, or anyone who could benefit from this powerful message. And if you haven't already, make sure to subscribe to Vibe Audiobook so you don't miss our future explorations into books that uplift and empower. Remember, the greatest leadership begins with leading yourself first. Thank you for listening, and until next time, keep cultivating your inner wisdom. Welcome, Vibe Audiobook listeners, to another journey into the world of wisdom that can transform your life. Today, we're diving headfirst into a book that has demystified the stock market for millions, a book that empowers the everyday investor to beat the pros at their own game. Get ready to discover the secrets of legendary investor Peter Lynch in his groundbreaking work, One Up on Wall Street. If you've ever felt intimidated by financial jargon or believed that successful investing was only for the elite, then prepare to have your perceptions shattered. Lynch, with his incredible track record at the Magellan Fund, shows us that the greatest investment opportunities are often right under our noses, in the companies we interact with every single day. So, grab a cup of your favorite brew, settle in, and let's unlock the power of intelligent investing together. You won't just learn how to pick stocks, you'll learn how to think like a seasoned investor, turning everyday observations into extraordinary profits. Don't forget to like this video, share it with anyone who dreams of financial independence, and subscribe to Vibe Audiobook for more transformative insights.
Chapter 1 kicks off with a liberating thought. Being an amateur investor isn't a handicap, it's a superpower. Peter Lynch argues that the individual investor actually has several inherent advantages over the big institutional players on Wall Street. Imagine a giant battleship trying to maneuver in a crowded harbor versus a nimble speedboat. That's essentially the analogy here. Large institutions are constrained by size, strict investment mandates, and the pressure to conform. They often have to invest enormous sums, which limits them to large cap stocks that can absorb such capital without significant price impact. This means they can overlook smaller, rapidly growing companies, the very companies where individual investors can find multi-bagger returns. Think about it. A fund managing billions can't realistically invest a few million in a tiny, promising startup without owning an enormous percentage of the company, which might violate regulations or make it difficult to sell later. An individual, on the other hand, can buy 1,000 shares of a promising small company without any of these constraints. This flexibility is a huge edge. Furthermore, institutions are often caught up in the herd mentality. They tend to buy what everyone else is buying, often driving prices up, only to panic sell when the tide turns. Individual investors, free from the pressure of quarterly performance reports and client expectations, can be more patient, contrarian, and willing to wait for their investments to mature. Lynch emphasizes that the best investment ideas often come from everyday life, from observing new products, services, or successful businesses in our local communities. You might notice a queue forming outside a new restaurant, or your kids raving about a new video game, or a particular brand of clothing becoming immensely popular. These are all potential investment leads that the Wall Street analysts, holed up in their offices, might miss entirely. They're looking at spreadsheets and economic reports. You're looking at real life unfolding. The non-professional also has the luxury of time. Fund managers are constantly under pressure to show short-term gains. Lynch advocates for a long-term perspective, letting compound interest work its magic. He encourages us to view stock ownership as owning a piece of a business, not just a share certificate to be traded. This shift in mindset is crucial.
Instead of trying to time the market, which is notoriously difficult even for professionals, individuals can focus on finding great companies and holding them for years. In essence, Chapter 1 is a powerful pep talk. It tells us to stop feeling inferior to Wall Street and start recognizing our own unique strengths as investors. It's about empowering the little guy to take control of their financial destiny by leveraging their common sense, local knowledge, and patience. Lynch is essentially saying you don't need a fancy MBA to be a successful investor. You need curiosity, observation, and a willingness to do your homework.
Chapter 2. The Pros and Cons of Professional Advice. Now that Lynch has pumped up our confidence, Chapter 2 brings a dose of reality by examining the world of professional financial advice. He's not saying all professionals are bad, but he encourages healthy skepticism and a clear understanding of their motivations and limitations. Think of it like this. If you have a medical issue, you go to a doctor. But if that doctor recommends a very expensive experimental treatment, you'd probably seek a second opinion, right? The same caution applies to financial advice. Lynch points out that many financial advisors, brokers, and analysts have inherent conflicts of interest. Brokers, for instance, often earn commissions on trades. This can incentivize them to encourage frequent buying and selling, even when it might not be in the client's best interest, a practice known as churning. Lynch's advice is clear. Avoid brokers who push you to trade constantly. Your money is better off staying invested in good companies than constantly paying commissions. He also delves into the world of mutual funds and money managers. While some funds are excellent, many underperform the market averages. Lynch highlights that the fees charged by these funds can significantly eat into your returns over the long term. He explains that fund managers, like other professionals, are also susceptible to fads and herd mentality. They might chase hot stocks, leading to overvalued portfolios, or avoid out-of-favor but potentially valuable companies. Their large size also limits their flexibility, as discussed in Chapter 1. Lynch is particularly critical of market forecasters and economic prognosticators. He humorously points out that if anyone could consistently predict the market's direction or the next economic downturn, they'd be billionaires living on a private island, not appearing on financial news channels. He advises investors to ignore market predictions and focus on the fundamentals of the companies they own. The noise of daily market fluctuations and expert predictions is just that, noise. It distracts from the real work of researching businesses. So, what's the takeaway? Lynch isn't dismissing all professional help. For complex financial planning, tax advice, or estate planning, professionals can be invaluable. However, when it comes to stock picking, he firmly believes the individual investor equipped with common sense and research can often do better than many pros. The key is to be discerning. Understand who you're dealing with, how they get paid, and whether their advice truly aligns with your long-term financial goals. Don't blindly follow recommendations. Instead, use them as starting points for your own independent research. The responsibility for your financial success ultimately rests with you.
Chapter 3. Is this a good time to buy stocks? This chapter tackles a question that plagues every investor, new or seasoned. Is now a good time to buy stocks? Peter Lynch's answer is refreshingly simple and profound. It's always a good time to buy great companies, provided you have a long-term perspective and are prepared for market fluctuations. Lynch dismisses the idea of trying to time the market. He argues that nobody, not even the most brilliant economists or market gurus, can consistently predict market tops or bottoms. The market is driven by countless variables, from economic data and corporate earnings to geopolitical events and investor sentiment, making accurate short-term predictions virtually impossible. Trying to time the market is often a fool's errand that leads to missed opportunities and suboptimal returns. Think of it this way. If you try to wait for the perfect moment, you'll likely miss significant upward movements, or you'll get in at what you think is the bottom, only to see it drop further. Instead, Lynch encourages investors to focus on the long game. He explains that over the long term, the stock market has consistently outperformed other asset classes.
He emphasizes that market corrections and even crashes are a normal, inevitable part of the investing cycle. They can be frightening, but for the long-term investor, they represent opportunities to buy excellent companies at discounted prices. He likens it to finding a sale at your favorite store. You wouldn't avoid buying a high-quality product just because it's temporarily cheaper, would you? He also introduces the concept of dollar-cost averaging, investing a fixed amount of money at regular intervals regardless of market conditions. This strategy helps to average out your purchase price over time, reducing the risk of investing a large sum at a market peak. When prices are high, your fixed amount buys fewer shares. When prices are low, it buys more. It's a disciplined approach that takes the emotion out of investing. Lynch's core message here is to detach from the daily market noise and economic forecasts. Don't let fear or greed dictate your investment decisions. Instead, focus on the fundamentals of the businesses you're investing in. If you've done your homework and found a solid company with good growth prospects, a strong balance sheet, and a competitive advantage, then whether the market is up or down on any given day becomes less relevant. The goal is to accumulate shares of great businesses over time, allowing them to grow and compound your wealth. So the answer to, "Is this a good time to buy stocks?" isn't about some grand market prediction. It's about your personal financial situation, your investment horizon, and your ability to find and research promising companies. If you have capital available, have identified a good company, and are prepared to hold for the long haul, then yes, it's a good time to buy.
Chapter 4. The 6 Categories of Stocks. To help investors make sense of the vast universe of stocks, Peter Lynch brilliantly categorizes them into 6 distinct types in Chapter 4. Understanding these categories is crucial because each one has different characteristics, risk profiles, and expected returns, requiring a different investment approach. It's like a chef knowing the different types of ingredients and how to best use each one. Slow growers. These are large, mature companies that have saturated their markets. Their earnings typically grow at the same pace as the gross national product, or GNP, or slightly faster, often in the 2 to 4% range. Think of utility companies or established industrial giants. They often pay regular, generous dividends, which can be attractive for income-seeking investors. However, Lynch generally advises against them for significant capital appreciation, as their growth prospects are limited. He likens them to aging dinosaurs, stable but not going anywhere fast. Stalwarts. These are large, well-known companies that still grow at a respectable rate, usually 10 to 12% per year. Companies like Coca-Cola, Procter & Gamble, or Johnson & Johnson often fall into this category. They're generally resilient during economic downturns and offer a good balance of growth and stability. Lynch suggests holding stalwarts as the foundation of your portfolio, buying them when they are temporarily out of favor or when market corrections offer a better entry point. They might not make you rich overnight, but they provide solid, consistent returns. Fast growers. This is Lynch's favorite category and where he made much of his fortune. Fast growers are small, aggressive new companies with annual earnings growth rates of 20 to 25% or more. These are the multi-baggers, stocks that can increase in value many times over. Examples might include early-stage technology companies, innovative retailers, or healthcare firms with breakthrough products. However, they also come with higher risk. They can be volatile, and a promising growth story can quickly unravel. Lynch advises careful research into their balance sheets, competitive advantages, and the sustainability of their growth. He warns against growth traps, companies that appear to be fast growers but lack genuine substance. Cyclicals. These are companies whose sales and profits tend to rise and fall in predictable cycles, often tracking the overall economy. Industries like automotive,
Airlines, chemicals, steel, and housing are classic cyclicals. When the economy is booming, these companies thrive. When it slows down, they suffer. The key to investing in cyclicals is timing, buying them when the cycle is at its bottom, e.g. during a recession when everyone is bearish on the industry, and selling them when the cycle is peaking. This requires a keen understanding of economic indicators and industry cycles, making them more challenging for the average investor. Asset plays. These are companies that own valuable assets, land, real estate, patents, cash, inventory, that are not fully appreciated by the market. The company's stock price might be trading below its intrinsic value, often due to poor management, an unprofitable core business, or a general lack of investor awareness. Lynch looks for hidden gems here, companies whose assets are worth significantly more than what the market is currently valuing the entire company at. Uncovering asset plays requires meticulous research and often involves looking at balance sheets more closely than income statements. A company might have a struggling business but own valuable land that could be sold, or a portfolio of patents that could be licensed. Turnarounds. These are companies that are struggling, perhaps even facing bankruptcy, but have the potential to revive and become profitable again. They're often no-growers that are attempting a major restructuring, selling off unprofitable divisions, cutting costs, or introducing new management. Investing in turnarounds is high risk, high reward. If successful, the stock can skyrocket. If not, you could lose your entire investment. Lynch emphasizes that for a turnaround to be a viable investment, there must be a clear catalyst for recovery and a realistic plan for the company to return to profitability. It's not just about buying cheap, struggling companies. It's about buying struggling companies with a credible path to recovery. Understanding these 6 categories helps you classify any stock you encounter and develop an appropriate investment strategy. It helps you avoid the common mistake of treating all stocks the same. Lynch encourages investors to build a diversified portfolio that might include a mix of stalwarts, fast growers, and perhaps a carefully researched cyclical or turnaround, depending on their risk tolerance and research capabilities. This framework is a cornerstone of his investment philosophy.
Chapter 5. The Perfect Stock. In Chapter 5, Peter Lynch describes what he considers the characteristics of the perfect stock. Now, he's quick to point out that there's no truly perfect stock in reality, but these are the qualities that increase the odds of a company becoming a multi-bagger. Think of it as a checklist of highly desirable traits that scream opportunity. It sounds dull or even ridiculous. This is perhaps Lynch's most famous contrarian insight. He loves companies that produce boring products or services, especially those with unglamorous names. Why? Because these companies are often ignored by Wall Street analysts and the general public. There's no hype, no media frenzy, meaning the stock is likely to be undervalued. A company that makes nuts and bolts for industrial machinery, for example, is far less exciting to cover than the latest social media app, but its steady, profitable business can be an incredible investment. It does something disagreeable. Similar to being dull, companies involved in things people generally don't like to think about, funeral services, waste management, debt collection, are often overlooked. This lack of appeal can keep institutional investors away, again leaving more opportunity for individuals. It's a spin-off. When a large company spins off a subsidiary, the new smaller entity often performs exceptionally well. The parent company might spin off a business unit that doesn't fit its core strategy, or one that analysts don't understand. Often, the spun-off company's management becomes more focused and entrepreneurial, and the market initially undervalues it because it's new and unresearched. The institutions don't own it, and the analysts don't follow it. This is a recurring theme with Lynch. If Wall Street isn't paying attention, it means the stock is unlikely to be overvalued due to institutional buying.
It also means you, as an individual investor, have an informational edge. You can discover and research a company before the big players do. The whisper stock. This refers to companies that are not widely known, but are creating a buzz among people in a particular industry or locale. You might hear about a fantastic new product or service through your everyday life long before it hits the financial news. This is where your personal observations become incredibly valuable. It buys back shares. When a company repurchases its own shares, it signals management's confidence in the business and suggests the stock is undervalued. Share buybacks reduce the number of outstanding shares, increasing earnings per share and often boosting the stock price over time. Insiders are buying. This is a strong positive signal. If the CEO, CFO, or other top executives are buying shares of their own company in the open market, it suggests they believe the stock is undervalued and has strong prospects. They have the most intimate knowledge of the company's health. The company is buying back its own stock. Similar to insider buying, this shows management believes the stock is a good value. The company is growing through acquisitions, but paying cash. Lynch likes companies that grow smartly through acquisitions, especially when they use cash rather than issuing new shares, which dilutes existing shareholders. This indicates financial strength and disciplined management. It has a niche. A company with a strong competitive advantage or a moat that protects it from rivals. This could be a patent, a dominant market share in a specific area, a strong brand, or a unique distribution network. A niche allows a company to maintain profitability and pricing power. People have to keep buying the product. Products or services that are essential or habit-forming create reliable, recurring revenue streams. Think of razor blades, soda, or indispensable software. It's a technology company that uses technology to enhance an existing business rather than inventing something new. Lynch was wary of pure inventor companies with unproven technologies. He preferred companies that successfully applied existing, proven technologies to improve operations or create new markets in established industries. It has low per-share institutional ownership. Again, this indicates that the big players aren't heavily involved, leaving more room for appreciation. These characteristics are not hard and fast rules, but rather a guiding framework. Lynch encourages investors to look for as many of these traits as possible in a potential investment. The more dull, disagreeable, niche-oriented, and institutionally ignored a company is, the more likely it is to be a hidden gem waiting to be discovered by the astute individual investor.
Chapter 6. The Story of a Stock. What's the story here? In Chapter 6, Peter Lynch introduces one of his most fundamental and powerful concepts, the story of a stock. This isn't about memorizing financial ratios. It's about understanding the underlying narrative of a business. He emphasizes that before you even look at the numbers, you need to articulate in a simple sentence or two why you're interested in a particular company. What's its unique appeal? What's its growth driver? Think of it like this. You wouldn't invest in a movie without understanding the plot and the genre, would you? The story of a stock is its plot. It helps you define what kind of company it is, from the 6 categories we just discussed, what factors will drive its success, and what potential pitfalls it might face. Lynch explains that every stock you own should have a story that you can clearly articulate. For a slow grower, the story might be a stable dividend payer in a mature industry. For a fast grower, it could be a company capturing market share with an innovative product in a growing industry. For a turnaround, the story is about a company cutting costs, selling assets, and bringing in new management to return to profitability. This story provides a framework for your ongoing research and monitoring. Once you know the story, you know what to watch out for. If the company's story is about expanding into new markets, you'd monitor its international sales figures. If it's about a new drug in clinical trials, you'd track the trial results. If it's about cost cutting, you'd look for improvements in profit margins. The chapter emphasizes that without a clear story, you're just gambling. Buying a stock simply because it's cheap or everyone else is buying it is a recipe for disaster. You need to understand the fundamental business behind the stock. What does it do? How does it make money? Who are its competitors? What are its long-term prospects? Lynch also warns against getting too caught up in numbers without understanding the qualitative aspects. A company might have great earnings, but if its story is unraveling, e.g., its core product is becoming obsolete or a new competitor is gaining ground, those earnings might not be sustainable. Conversely, a company with temporarily depressed earnings but a compelling long-term story, like a turnaround candidate, could be an excellent investment. Developing the habit of articulating the story for each of your potential investments forces you to think critically, do your research, and understand the core drivers of the business. It helps you stay focused on the fundamentals and avoid being swayed by short-term market noise. It's about knowing why you own what you own and constantly checking if that why is still valid. The stronger and more coherent the story, the more conviction you'll have in your investment.
Chapter 7. Where to Look for 10-Baggers. Chapter 7 is where Peter Lynch gets into the exciting hunt for 10-baggers, stocks that return 10 times their initial investment. While he admits these are rare, he provides practical guidance on where to consistently find companies with this kind of explosive growth potential. It's like being given a treasure map with specific locations to start digging. Lynch reiterates his famous advice, invest in what you know. This isn't just a catchy phrase, it's a powerful strategy. He explains that your everyday life offers an unparalleled advantage. Think about the products and services you use, the stores you frequent, the trends you observe in your community or profession. These are often the earliest signals of a successful company before Wall Street analysts even catch on. He gives several practical examples. Your job. If you work in a specific industry, you have insider knowledge about which companies are innovative, which are gaining market share, and which are struggling. You see trends before the financial reports hit the news. A chemical engineer might spot a superior new material, or a retail worker might notice a particular brand flying off the shelves. The success of the Gap, for example, was evident in its crowded stores long before it became a Wall Street darling. Restaurants. Notice a new restaurant chain always having a long wait? That could be a sign of a strong business and potential expansion. New products and services. Keep an eye out for innovations that genuinely solve problems or create new demand. Are people raving about a new gadget, a different type of insurance, or a better way to do something? The key isn't just to notice these things, but to take the next step. Do your homework. If you spot a promising company, start researching it. Look at its financials, understand its business model, assess its competition, and determine if it has a sustainable competitive advantage, a moat. Lynch warns against immediately investing in every company you encounter. Your observations are merely starting points, leads in the detective work of investing. He also cautions against investing in concept stocks, companies with great ideas but no proven profitability or clear path to market dominance. The next big thing often remains just a concept. He reminds us that the best companies are often those that are boring, do something disagreeable, or operate in unglamorous industries, revisiting themes from Chapter 5. These are the ones that analysts ignore, leaving them ripe for discovery by the diligent individual investor. Ultimately, Chapter 7 is an empowering call to action. It tells us that the tools for identifying winning stocks are not hidden in complex algorithms or exclusive financial networks. They are within our grasp, in our daily lives, if only we learn to observe, question, and follow through with diligent research. Your competitive edge as an individual investor lies in your unique perspective and freedom to explore what Wall Street overlooks.
Chapter 8. The Best Stock to Buy. The Do's and Don'ts. In Chapter 8,
Peter Lynch distills his wisdom into a practical guide of do's and don'ts for choosing the best stocks. This chapter is like a quick reference card for aspiring investors, helping them avoid common pitfalls and focus on what truly matters. The do's. Understand the business. This is paramount. If you can't explain what the company does and how it makes money to a 10-year-old, don't invest in it. Avoid complicated or mystery companies. Focus on the long term. Buy stocks with the intention of holding them for years. Short-term market fluctuations are noise. Find companies with a niche, or moat. Look for businesses with a sustainable competitive advantage that protects them from rivals. This could be a strong brand, patents, proprietary technology, or a dominant market share in a specific area. Look for companies with low institutional ownership. As discussed, this often means the stock is not overhyped and has more room to grow before Wall Street catches on. Be patient. Let your winners run. Don't be too quick to sell a stock just because it has gone up a bit. Investigate companies you discover in your daily life. Reiterate the invest in what you know principle. Your observations are valuable leads. Check for insider buying. If management is buying shares, it's a strong vote of confidence. Look for companies repurchasing their own stock. This indicates management believes the stock is undervalued and is a good use of capital. Research cyclicals at the bottom of their cycle. If you choose to invest in cyclicals, aim to buy when the industry is depressed and sell when it's booming. Consider companies with strong balance sheets. Low debt, plenty of cash, and strong free cash flow are indicators of financial health and resilience. The don'ts. Don't invest in the next hot stock. Avoid chasing fads or stocks that are heavily hyped in the media. By the time they hit the news, they are often already overvalued. Don't buy stocks with complicated or unintelligible business models. If you can't understand it, you can't properly assess its risks or opportunities. Don't confuse a good company with a good stock. A great company can be a terrible investment if you buy its stock at an exorbitant price. Valuation matters. Don't fall in love with a stock. Be objective. If the company's fundamentals deteriorate or its story unravels, be willing to sell, even if you've had a long history with it. Don't try to predict the economy or interest rates. These are notoriously difficult to forecast. Focus on the company's business. Don't ignore fundamentals. Even if you like a company's product, you still need to check its financial health and growth prospects. Don't buy stocks in declining industries. It's often difficult for even well-managed companies to thrive in industries that are facing long-term structural decline. Don't obsess over the latest news or market noise. Daily fluctuations and media chatter are largely irrelevant to the long-term health of a business. Don't over-diversify. While diversification is good, owning too many stocks can make it difficult to properly research and monitor each one. Lynch suggests a manageable number, perhaps 10 to 15 well-researched companies. Don't buy companies with questionable accounting practices. Be wary of companies that use aggressive accounting to pump up their earnings. This chapter serves as a practical checklist. By adhering to these do's and don'ts, investors can significantly improve their odds of success and avoid many common, costly mistakes. It reinforces the idea that successful investing is about common sense, diligent research, and disciplined decision-making, rather than chasing speculative trends.
Chapter 9. What to Avoid. Host. In Chapter 9, Peter Lynch focuses on the negative side, providing a crucial warning system by outlining specific types of stocks and situations that investors should generally avoid. Think of this as the danger ahead signs on your investment journey. The hottest stock in the hottest industry. This is a classic Lynchian warning. By the time an industry or stock becomes hot and everyone is talking about it, it's often already overvalued. The growth has been discovered and priced into the stock. These stocks are often driven by speculation rather than fundamental value. He cites examples from past fads where investors flocked to the latest craze only to be burned when the hype faded. the next everything stock. Be wary of companies that claim to be the next IBM, the next Microsoft, or the next Google. Such pronouncements usually indicate a lack of originality and a tendency to chase fleeting trends rather than build a sustainable business. True innovators don't usually compare themselves to past giants. They create their own path. Whispers and rumors. Never buy a stock based solely on a tip, a rumor, or an exciting story from a friend or colleague without doing your own thorough research. These hot tips are too late or completely unsubstantiated. Companies with diversification. This is Lynch's term for companies that diversify into unrelated businesses that they don't understand, often through expensive acquisitions. Instead of focusing on and excelling at their core competency, they spread themselves too thin, diluting value and often destroying it. Look for companies that stick to their knitting or acquire businesses that genuinely complement their existing operations. Companies with poor financials. This includes companies with excessive debt, negative cash flow, dwindling earnings, or those reliant on frequent stock issuance to stay afloat. A strong balance sheet is crucial for a company's long-term survival and growth. Companies with unintelligible business models. If you can't understand how a company makes money, you can't properly evaluate it. Avoid mystery stocks that operate in complex, opaque industries without clear explanations of their operations. Overpriced stocks. Even a great company can be a bad investment if you pay too much for it. Valuation matters significantly. Lynch emphasizes that you should look at metrics like the P/E ratio relative to growth, or the PEG ratio, and compare it to historical averages and competitors. A company with a fantastic story but an exorbitant price tag is a trap. Companies with constant reinvention. Be cautious of companies that frequently change their business model, product line, or strategic direction. It often signals a lack of clear vision or an inability to execute effectively. Middlemen. In some cases, companies that act as middlemen can be vulnerable if their suppliers or customers decide to cut them out. While not always a rule, it's a factor to consider in industries where direct relationships are becoming easier. Companies with unrealistic growth expectations. If a company's stock price seems to factor in decades of uninterrupted, explosive growth, it's likely overvalued. Even the best companies will experience slowdowns or challenges. This chapter acts as a defensive strategy. By systematically avoiding these red flags, investors can protect their capital and significantly reduce their exposure to high-risk, low-reward investments. Lynch's message is clear. Successful investing isn't just about picking winners, it's also about skillfully sidestepping the losers.
Chapter 10. Earnings, Earnings, Earnings. In Chapter 10, Peter Lynch zeroes in on the single most crucial factor driving stock prices over the long term: earnings. He famously states, "The stock market isn't a game, it's a mechanism for discounting future earnings." This chapter underscores that ultimately a company's value is derived from its ability to generate profits. Lynch makes a clear distinction. Earnings are what matter, not just sales or revenue. A company can have soaring sales, but if it can't translate those sales into sustainable profit, it's not a healthy business. He explains that earnings per share, or EPS, is a vital metric because it shows how much profit the company is making for each share of stock outstanding. Consistent, growing EPS is a hallmark of a successful company. He introduces the concept of the price-to-earnings ratio as a primary valuation tool. The P/E ratio is simply the stock price divided by its annual earnings per share. It tells you how much investors are willing to pay for each dollar of a company's earnings. Low P/E can indicate an undervalued stock, a slow-growing company, or a company facing temporary challenges. High P/E can indicate a fast-growing company, a company with high future expectations, or an overvalued stock. Lynch stresses that the P/E ratio shouldn't be viewed in isolation. It needs to be considered in context.
compare to historical PE ratio? How does the current PE compare to the company's average PE over the past few years? Is it historically high or low? Compare to industry average PE. How does it stack up against its competitors? Is it significantly higher or lower without a clear justification? Compare to growth rate. This is where Lynch's famous PEG ratio comes in. Though he doesn't explicitly name it in the book, he certainly uses the concept. The idea is that a company's PE ratio should be roughly equal to its earnings growth rate. If a company is growing earnings at 15% per year, a PE of 15 might be considered fair value. If its PE is 30, it might be overvalued. If its PE is 7, it could be a bargain. He suggests that a PE that is less than or equal to its growth rate is generally attractive. Beyond the PE ratio, Lynch also discusses other important aspects related to earnings. Earnings consistency. Look for companies that consistently grow their earnings year after year rather than having erratic, unpredictable profits. Earnings quality. Be wary of one-time earnings boosts or creative accounting that might inflate profits temporarily. Focus on sustainable, recurring earnings. Reinvestment of earnings. Does the company reinvest its profits back into the business to fuel future growth, which is good for fast growers, or does it primarily pay dividends, more typical for slow growers? Both can be appropriate depending on the company type. Debt-to-equity ratio. While not strictly an earnings metric, debt levels significantly impact the company's ability to generate and sustain earnings, especially during economic downturns. High debt can eat into profits through interest payments. The overarching message of this chapter is that earnings are the engine of stock appreciation. You buy a stock because you believe the underlying business will generate increasing profits over time. By carefully analyzing a company's earnings, its growth prospects, and its PE ratio relative to that growth, investors can make more informed decisions about whether a stock is a good value or too expensive. It's about grounding your investment in the reality of a company's profitability.
Chapter 11. The Perfect Company. What else to check? In Chapter 11, Peter Lynch expands on his concept of the perfect company by detailing additional crucial factors beyond just earnings and category type. This chapter serves as a comprehensive checklist for evaluating a company's fundamental health and long-term potential. It's about looking under the hood, not just at the shiny exterior. Cash position, or cash-to-debt ratio. Lynch places a huge emphasis on a company's balance sheet, particularly its cash and debt levels. A strong cash position acts as a buffer against economic downturns and allows a company to seize opportunities like acquisitions or R&D without relying on external financing. Conversely, high debt is a major red flag, especially for cyclical or fast-growing companies that might face unexpected challenges. He likes companies with more cash than debt, or at least a very manageable debt load. Inventory. For many businesses, particularly retailers and manufacturers, inventory levels are a critical indicator. Growing inventory faster than sales can signal slowing demand, product obsolescence, or poor management, which will eventually hit earnings. Conversely, lean, well-managed inventory can be a sign of efficiency. Lynch advises looking for companies with stable or shrinking inventories relative to sales. Growth rate. While important for fast growers, Lynch clarifies that sustainable growth is key, not just any growth. He warns against hypergrowth that is unsustainable and can lead to spectacular crashes. He prefers companies that can grow earnings at a steady, manageable clip for many years, rather than those that spike dramatically for a short period. Profit margins. Are the company's profit margins, gross, operating, and net, healthy and stable, or are they shrinking? Declining margins can indicate increasing competition, rising costs, or a lack of pricing power. Consistent, healthy margins suggest a strong business model and good management. Capital expenditures, or CapEx. This refers to the money a company spends to acquire, upgrade, and maintain physical assets like property,
buildings, and equipment. For some companies, high CapEx is necessary for growth, but excessive or inefficient CapEx can drain cash and reduce profitability. Lynch generally favors companies that don't require massive capital outlays to grow, as this frees up cash flow. Dividends for slow growers and stalwarts. For mature companies, a consistent and growing dividend history is a sign of financial health and a commitment to returning value to shareholders. For fast growers, however, retaining earnings for reinvestment is often preferable to paying dividends. Share buybacks. As mentioned before, Lynch views share buybacks favorably, especially when the company's stock is undervalued. It reduces the number of shares outstanding, boosting earnings per share and often the stock price. It's a sign that management believes in the company's future. P/E ratio relative to growth rate, or PEG ratio concept. He reiterates the importance of comparing the P/E ratio to the earnings growth rate. A P/E that is low relative to the growth rate often signals an undervalued opportunity. Company story revisited. He brings back the importance of having a clear, compelling, and understandable story for why you own the stock. This helps you monitor whether the company is executing on its strategy and whether the original investment thesis remains intact. Management's vision and honesty. While difficult to quantify, Lynch values management teams that are transparent, focused on long-term value creation, and have a clear vision for the company's future. He cautions against CEOs who are overly promotional or frequently blame external factors for poor performance. This chapter reinforces the idea that successful investing is a blend of qualitative and quantitative analysis. It's not enough to like a product or see a good P/E ratio. You need to dig deeper into the company's financial statements and understand the underlying business dynamics to ensure it's truly a perfect company in the making. The more boxes a company checks on this list, the higher its potential to be a winning investment.
Chapter 12. Getting the Facts. Checking Your Story. In Chapter 12, Peter Lynch dives into the practical aspects of research, explaining how individual investors can get the facts and effectively check their story for a potential investment. This chapter is a how-to guide for transforming your observations into actionable investment decisions. It's about becoming a financial detective. Lynch stresses that while your personal observations from Chapter 7 provide excellent leads, they are just the starting point. You need to verify and deepen your understanding through diligent research. He reassures us that this research isn't as daunting as it sounds and doesn't require access to exclusive Wall Street databases. Here are the key sources he recommends for individual investors. Annual reports, 10K, and quarterly reports, 10Q. These are mandatory filings with the SEC, the Securities and Exchange Commission, and are a treasure trove of information. The 10K provides a comprehensive overview of the company's business, financial performance, risks, and management discussion. The 10Q offers updated quarterly financial data. Lynch advises reading these carefully, paying attention to the footnotes, which often contain crucial details. Don't skip the management discussion and analysis section. Company annual reports to shareholders. While often more polished and marketing-oriented than the 10K, they still contain valuable financial data and management's message. Brokerage house reports, with caution. Lynch suggests that while these reports can provide some data, investors should be wary of their biases. Use them for facts and figures, but form your own opinion. Remember, brokers often have a vested interest in encouraging trading. Financial press and business magazines. Publications like the Wall Street Journal, Barron's, Forbes, and Businessweek can offer valuable industry insights and company analyses. But again, don't take every article as gospel. Use them as starting points for further investigation. Visiting the company, if practical. For small local businesses, you might actually be able to visit their facilities or talk to employees, ethically, of course. This provides a first-hand look at their operations. For larger companies, observing their stores or interacting with their products and services is still valuable. Supplier and competitor research. Understanding a company means understanding its ecosystem. Talk to suppliers about their relationship with the company and research competitors to understand the competitive landscape. This can reveal crucial information about a company's strength or weaknesses. Customer feedback. Pay attention to what customers are saying about a product or service. Online reviews, social media, and word of mouth can provide valuable insights into customer satisfaction and brand loyalty. Investor Relations Department. Most public companies have an Investor Relations Department. You can call them to request annual reports, ask specific questions within legal limits, or listen to earnings call transcripts. Lynch emphasizes that the goal of this research is to check your initial story for the stock. Is the story still holding up? Are the numbers supporting the narrative you developed? Are there any red flags emerging that contradict your original thesis? He also encourages investors to monitor their companies periodically, not just at the initial investment. Businesses change, industries evolve, and competitive landscapes shift. Regular check-ins ensure your investment thesis remains valid. The key takeaway is that information is readily available to the individual investor. It just requires diligence and a willingness to dig. By combining your personal observations with readily accessible financial data, you can build a strong, well-reasoned investment case and avoid making decisions based on speculation or incomplete information.
Chapter 13. The Stock Market A to Z, a glossary of financial terms. Chapter 13 shifts gears to provide a crucial tool for understanding the financial world, a comprehensive glossary of terms. While the book is generally written in an accessible style, Lynch recognizes that financial jargon can be intimidating. This chapter aims to demystify those complex words, empowering investors to understand annual reports, news articles, and financial discussions more thoroughly. Since this is an audiobook, I'll briefly highlight the importance of this chapter and a few key terms Lynch would explain, rather than listing a full dictionary. Lynch implicitly emphasizes that you don't need to be a financial analyst to understand these terms, but a working knowledge is essential for making informed decisions. He's saying, don't let the language of Wall Street deter you. Learn it, and you'll speak their language, giving you an edge. Here are some examples of the types of terms Lynch would clarify and why they matter. Assets. What a company owns. Cash, inventory, property, equipment, patents. Understanding a company's assets is vital for evaluating its financial strength and potential for asset plays. Liabilities. What a company owes. Debts, accounts payable. High liabilities, especially long-term debt, can be a major risk. Equity, or shareholders' equity, the residual value of assets after liabilities are subtracted. It represents the owner's stake in the company. A growing equity base is generally a good sign. Revenue, or sales, the total amount of money a company generates from its sales of goods or services. While important, Lynch reminds us that revenue alone doesn't guarantee profit. Net income, or earnings, the bottom line, what's left after all expenses, taxes, and interest are deducted from revenue. This is Lynch's most important metric. Earnings per share, or EPS, net income divided by the number of outstanding shares. This is crucial for calculating the P/E ratio. Price-to-earnings ratio, or P/E ratio, stock price divided by EPS, the core valuation metric Lynch uses to compare a company's price to its profitability. Debt-to-equity ratio,
a measure of a company's financial leverage, indicating how much debt it uses to finance its assets relative to shareholder equity. Lower is generally better. Cash flow, the actual cash generated by a company's operations distinct from accounting profits. Positive, strong cash flow is vital for a healthy business. Return on equity, or ROE, net income divided by shareholders' equity. It measures how much profit a company generates for each dollar of shareholders' equity. A high ROE generally indicates efficient management. Insider trading, legal versus illegal. Differentiating between legal insider buying or selling, which Lynch watches for, and illegal use of non-public information. Market capitalization, or market cap, the total value of a company's outstanding shares, share price times number of shares. This helps categorize companies into small cap, mid cap, and large cap. Dividend yield, the annual dividend payment per share divided by the share price, expressed as a percentage, important for income-seeking investors. Book value, the theoretical value of a company if it were liquidated, based on its accounting records, can be useful for asset plays. Lynch's inclusion of this chapter highlights his commitment to empowering the individual investor. By providing a clear and concise explanation of these fundamental terms, he equips readers with the vocabulary necessary to conduct their own research and truly understand the businesses they're investing in, without feeling overwhelmed by Wall Street's specialized language. It transforms what might seem like hieroglyphics into understandable English, making financial analysis accessible to everyone.
Chapter 14. The Stock Market A to Z, an Investor's Checklist. Following the glossary, Chapter 14 provides an invaluable investor's checklist. This chapter brings together all the key qualitative and quantitative factors Lynch discusses throughout the book into a single actionable framework. It's designed to be a systematic guide for evaluating any potential stock investment, ensuring you don't overlook critical aspects. Think of it as your flight pre-check before taking off with your investment. Lynch organizes this checklist to guide you through a thorough analysis. While I won't list every single item, here are the major categories and types of questions he encourages investors to ask. The story. Qualitative factors. What kind of company is it? Slow grower, stalwart, fast grower, cyclical, asset play, turnaround. This helps frame your expectations. Can I understand the business? Is it simple or complicated and opaque? What's the compelling reason to own this stock? Can I articulate its story in 2 minutes? Does it have a niche or competitive advantage, a moat? What protects it from rivals? Is it in a dull industry or does it have an unpleasant name, potential for being overlooked? Is it a spin-off? Is it ignored by institutions and analysts? Greater opportunity for individual investors. Are there current events or trends that favor the company? 2. Financial health. Quantitative factors, the numbers. Earnings growth. Is earnings per share growing consistently? At what rate? P/E ratio. What is the current P/E? How does it compare to its historical average, industry average, and its growth rate, PEG concept? Cash position. How much cash does the company have? Is it growing? Debt. How much debt does it have? Is it manageable? Is the debt-to-equity ratio low? Inventories. Are inventories growing faster than sales? Red flag for manufacturers or retailers. Profit margins. Are gross and net profit margins stable or improving? Free cash flow. Is the company generating substantial free cash flow? Share buybacks. Are company buying back its own shares? Insider buying. Are company insiders, management, buying stock? Dividends, if applicable. Is the dividend consistent and growing? Is it sustainable? Return on equity, ROE. Is the ROE high and consistent? 4. Management and strategy. Is management focused on creating shareholder value? Do they have a clear long-term strategy? Are they disciplined with capital allocation? e.g. smart acquisitions, wise CapEx? Are they transparent and honest in their communication? 5. Red flags. What to avoid. Revisiting Chapter 9. Is it a hot stock in a hot industry? Is it the next great thing with no proven track record? Is it heavily owned by institutions? Is it engaging in diversification? Does it have unrealistic growth expectations priced into the stock? This checklist is not meant to be a rigid pass-fail system, but rather a comprehensive framework for due diligence. Lynch encourages investors to use it as a guide to dig deeper, ask probing questions, and understand the nuances of each business. The more positive answers you find, and the fewer red flags you uncover, the stronger your investment case becomes. It's about combining intuition from your observations with hard financial facts.
Chapter 15. The final chapter, How to Keep Score. In the concluding chapter, How to Keep Score, Peter Lynch shifts from how to pick stocks to how to manage your portfolio over time. This chapter is about ongoing monitoring, knowing when to sell, and maintaining a healthy perspective on your investments. It's about being a diligent gardener, not just a planter of seeds. Lynch reiterates that investing is a long-term game, not a series of short-term trades. Once you've bought a stock based on a solid story and thorough research, you shouldn't just forget about it. However, you also shouldn't obsess over daily price fluctuations. The key is to monitor the fundamentals of the business. When to sell. This is often the hardest part for investors. Lynch provides clear guidelines. The story has changed for the worst. This is the most important reason to sell. If the original thesis for buying the stock is no longer valid, perhaps competition has intensified, a key product failed, management made a disastrous decision, or the industry is in structural decline, then it's time to reevaluate. The fundamentals have deteriorated. The company's growth has slowed for fast growers. If a fast grower can no longer sustain its high growth rate, it might be time to move on, especially if its P/E ratio still reflects unrealistic growth expectations. It might transition into a stalwart, and its valuation should reflect that. The company has become overvalued. Even a great company can become overpriced. If the P/E ratio has skyrocketed far beyond its earnings growth rate, or if its valuation becomes detached from reality, it might be prudent to take some profits, or even sell it all and redeploy the capital elsewhere. A cyclical has peaked. For cyclical stocks, the time to sell is when the industry is booming. Everyone is optimistic, and the stock price has run up significantly. Don't wait for the inevitable downturn. A turnaround has fully recovered. Once a struggling company has successfully turned itself around, returned to profitability, and its stock price reflects that recovery, its turnaround story is complete. It might then be classified as a stalwart or slow grower, and its future growth might be more modest. You found a better opportunity. Sometimes you find a new company that presents a significantly more compelling investment opportunity than one you currently hold. This can be a valid reason to sell and reallocate capital. What not to do. Don't sell just because the stock price has dropped a bit. Unless the fundamentals have changed, a temporary price dip might be an opportunity to buy more. Don't sell just because the stock price has gone up a bit. Let your winners run. Don't prune the flowers and water the weeds. Don't sell based on market forecasts or general economic news. Focus on the company, not the noise. Managing your portfolio. Maintain diversification. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. Lynch suggests having a manageable number of stocks, like 10 to 15 well-researched companies, across different categories. Rebalance periodically. As some stocks grow, they might take up a disproportionately large part of your portfolio. Rebalance to maintain your desired asset allocation. Continue learning. The market is dynamic. Stay curious, keep reading, and continue refining your investing skills. Lynch concludes by emphasizing that the biggest returns often come from simply not selling your winners prematurely. He shares his own experience with multi-baggers, highlighting that the tendency is often to sell too early. Trust your research, be patient, and let compound interest work its magic.
Successful investing, in Lynch's view, is a continuous process of learning, researching, and disciplined portfolio management, empowering the individual to achieve extraordinary financial success.
And that, Vibe Audiobook listeners, brings us to the end of our deep dive into Peter Lynch's monumental work, One Up on Wall Street. What an incredible journey into the mind of a legendary investor. Lynch has shown us that the path to financial independence isn't paved with complex algorithms or insider trading, but with common sense, diligent observation, and a willingness to do our homework. He's empowered us to see our everyday lives as fertile ground for uncovering hidden investment gems. And he's given us the tools, from understanding the 6 stock categories to the crucial investor's checklist, to make informed, confident decisions. Remember, the stock market is not a casino. It's a collection of businesses, and your job as an investor is to find great businesses at fair prices. So start looking around you. What products are flying off the shelves? What services are people raving about? What dull, disagreeable companies are quietly dominating their niche? Ask questions, read those annual reports, and articulate the story behind every stock you consider. Peter Lynch's timeless wisdom proves that the little guy doesn't just have a chance on Wall Street, they often have a significant advantage. It's time to seize that advantage. Thank you for joining me on Vibe Audiobook today. If you found this summary insightful and inspiring, please show your support by hitting that like button, sharing this video with your friends and family, and don't forget to subscribe to Vibe Audiobook for more empowering summaries of the world's best nonfiction. Until next time, keep learning, keep growing, and keep investing with confidence.
Welcome, dear listeners, to Vibe's Audiobook. Today, we embark on a profound journey, one that promises to quiet the noise, soothe the soul, and reveal the hidden beauty of a life lived with intention. In our fast-paced world, it's easy to feel constantly rushed, overwhelmed, and disconnected. But what if the secret to a richer, more meaningful existence wasn't about doing more, but about slowing down? Imagine a world where clarity replaces confusion, where peace triumphs over pressure, and where every moment holds the potential for joy and discovery. This is the world Hyman Sunam invites us to explore in his transformative book, The Things You Can See Only When You Slow Down: How to Be Calm and Mindful in a Fast-Paced World. This isn't just another self-help book. It's a gentle whisper from a wise friend, a compassionate guide showing us how to reclaim our inner calm amidst the chaos. Through its pages, we learn to observe our thoughts without judgment, to understand our emotions with kindness, and to discover the simple yet profound truths that often elude us in our hurry. Prepare to shift your perspective, to breathe more deeply, and to embrace a newfound sense of presence. By the end of this summary, you'll have a roadmap to greater peace, clearer understanding, and a heart brimming with compassion, not just for others, but for yourself. So find a comfortable spot, take a deep breath, and let's dive into the wisdom of slowing down. Before we begin, if you find solace and inspiration in our episodes, please remember to hit that like button, share this episode with someone who might benefit from its message, and subscribe to Vibe Audiobook for more journeys into wisdom. Your support helps us bring these valuable insights to more people around the world.
Chapter 1. Rest. In a world that constantly glorifies busyness, the very idea of rest can feel like a luxury or even a weakness. Hyman Sunam, however, elevates rest to a necessity, a foundational pillar for a mindful life. He begins by challenging our ingrained belief that our worth is tied to our productivity. Think about it. How often do we feel guilty for taking a break, for simply being, rather than doing? This guilt, he suggests, is a learned response from a society that values output above all else. Sunam gently reminds us that our true essence is not defined by our achievements or our to-do lists,
We are valuable simply because we exist. This concept is revolutionary for many of us who have spent a lifetime striving to earn our worth. He encourages us to distinguish between physical exhaustion and mental exhaustion. We might lie on the couch, scrolling through our phones, believing we are resting, but our minds are still racing, bombarded by information. True rest, he explains, involves disengaging both body and mind from the constant demands of the external world. He introduces the practice of conscious resting. This isn't about collapsing in front of the TV. It's about intentionally choosing activities that genuinely rejuvenate us. This could be a silent walk in nature, a quiet moment with a cup of tea, or simply sitting in stillness, observing our breath. Imagine a busy stream, constantly rushing over rocks and branches. It needs quiet pools and calm eddies to settle, to become clear. Our minds are similar. Without these periods of stillness, our thoughts remain turbulent and muddy. Sunim also delves into the importance of sleep, not just as a biological requirement, but as a sacred ritual of renewal. He advises creating a peaceful bedtime routine free from screens and stimulating activities, allowing the mind to naturally wind down. He even suggests that sometimes the best solution to a problem isn't to frantically search for an answer, but to simply rest, letting the subconscious mind work its magic, often revealing insights when we are least expecting them. Consider the analogy of a garden. No matter how much you try to force growth, the plants still need periods of darkness and dormancy to truly flourish. Similarly, our minds need these periods of darkness, of rest, to process, integrate, and regenerate. The chapter emphasizes that rest is not a reward after productivity, but a vital component for sustained well-being and productivity. It's about honoring our human need for pause, recognizing that our creativity, compassion, and clarity all stem from a well-rested mind and spirit. To truly slow down, Sunim teaches, we must first learn the art of truly resting. It's an invitation to release the relentless grip of doing and embrace the liberating power of being.
Chapter 2. Mindfulness. Mindfulness, often seen as an esoteric practice, is demystified by Hemin Sunim and presented as the cornerstone of living in the present moment. He illustrates it not as something you do for a few minutes each day, but as a quality you bring to everything you do. It's about paying attention, intentionally and without judgment, to the unfolding of experience, moment by moment. Think of it like this. Most of us live our lives on autopilot, our minds constantly drifting to the past, regrets, nostalgia, or the future, worries, plans. We eat without tasting, listen without hearing, and walk without feeling the ground beneath our feet. Sunim encourages us to wake up to our lives by consciously engaging our senses. He provides simple yet profound exercises, truly tasting your morning coffee, feeling the water as you wash your hands, noticing the sounds of birds outside your window. Each of these small acts, when done mindfully, can become a mini meditation, anchoring us to the present. He explains that our minds are like a wild horse, constantly galloping in different directions. Mindfulness is not about stopping the horse, but about gently bringing its attention back to the path. When distracting thoughts arise, and they will, the practice isn't to suppress them, but to acknowledge them without getting swept away, and then gently redirect our attention back to our chosen anchor, whether it's the breath, a sound, or a sensation. It's like watching clouds pass in the sky. You see them, but you don't cling to them. Sunim also addresses the common misconception that mindfulness means being perpetually calm and happy. He clarifies that mindfulness is about being fully present with whatever arises, be it joy, sorrow, anger, or peace. It's about developing an inner witness, an observing self that can see emotions and thoughts as transient phenomena, rather than allowing them to define us or overwhelm us. This detachment, he argues, is what liberates us from reactivity. If you're caught in a storm, observing the storm from a safe distance is very different from being in the middle of it, tossed about by its winds. Mindfulness gives us that safe distance. The chapter emphasizes that mindfulness cultivates a deeper appreciation for life. When we are truly present, the ordinary becomes extraordinary. A simple meal becomes a feast for the senses. A conversation becomes a genuine connection, and even mundane tasks can be imbued with purpose. It's about realizing that life is happening now, not when we achieve a future goal or escape a current difficulty. By practicing mindfulness, we learn to live more fully, to experience life's richness, and to find peace not by changing our circumstances, but by changing our relationship to them. It's the art of seeing things as they truly are, here and now.
Chapter 3. Relationships. In this chapter, Hamin Sunim turns his gentle gaze to the intricate web of human connections, revealing how slowing down can profoundly transform our relationships. He begins by addressing the pervasive issue of superficial connections in our fast-paced, digitally saturated world. We might have hundreds of friends online, yet feel deeply lonely. He suggests that genuine connection requires presence, empathy, and the willingness to truly see and hear another person. Sunim highlights the crucial role of mindful listening. How often do we listen to reply rather than to understand? We're formulating our next sentence while the other person is still speaking, or we're distracted by our phones or internal monologues. He encourages us to give the gift of our full attention, to truly absorb what the other person is saying, both verbally and non-verbally. This isn't just about hearing words, it's about sensing emotions, understanding perspectives, and validating experiences. Imagine trying to catch a delicate butterfly with a frantic swipe of your hand. It will fly away. But if you move slowly and gently, it might land on you. Similarly, deep understanding and trust in relationships are cultivated through gentle, patient presence. He also delves into the importance of self-compassion as a prerequisite for compassion towards others. If we are constantly judging ourselves, projecting our insecurities, or failing to acknowledge our own worth, it becomes challenging to offer genuine kindness and understanding to those around us. He reminds us that everyone, including ourselves, is doing their best with the resources they have. This perspective fosters forgiveness and patience, allowing us to navigate misunderstandings with grace. Sunim addresses the pain of conflict and misunderstanding, advocating for a mindful approach to disagreement. Instead of reacting impulsively, fueled by ego or past grievances, he suggests pausing, taking a breath, and attempting to understand the other person's underlying needs or fears. Often, arguments are not about the surface issue, but about deeper unmet needs. He encourages us to choose kindness over being right, and to remember that true connection is more valuable than winning an argument. Furthermore, he touches upon the art of setting healthy boundaries. While compassion is vital, it doesn't mean sacrificing our own well-being or allowing others to exploit us. Mindfully understanding our own limits and communicating them gently but firmly is an act of self-respect that ultimately strengthens relationships. It's like tending a garden. You nurture the plants you want to grow, but you also prune away what is harmful or excessive to ensure overall health.
Ultimately, this chapter teaches us that authentic relationships are built not on grand gestures or constant communication, but on the accumulation of small, mindful moments of presence, empathy, and kindness. By slowing down, we create the space for deeper connection, allowing us to truly see, understand, and cherish the people in our lives.
Chapter 4. Love. In Love, Hamin Sunim explores the multifaceted nature of love, moving beyond romantic notions to encompass self-love, familial love, and universal compassion. He posits that love, in its purest form, is an act of deep acceptance and understanding, beginning with oneself. Often we seek love externally, hoping someone else will fill a void within us. Sunim gently redirects us, asserting that until we cultivate a loving relationship with ourselves, all other relationships will be tinged with expectation and insecurity. He encourages us to practice self-love not as a narcissistic act, but as a recognition of our inherent worth and a commitment to nurturing our own well-being. This involves acknowledging our imperfections without judgment, treating ourselves with the same kindness and patience we would offer a dear friend. Imagine a cracked vase. Instead of trying to hide the cracks, self-love means appreciating its unique history and beauty, cracks and all. When we love ourselves, our hearts expand, creating more space to genuinely love others without clinging or demanding. Sunim also addresses the challenges of love, particularly when it comes to dealing with difficult people or painful endings. He suggests that true love sometimes means letting go, not out of indifference, but out of a deeper understanding of what is healthy and right for all involved. He advises seeing difficult people not as adversaries, but as fellow human beings, often suffering themselves, whose actions stem from their own pain or limited understanding. This perspective, born from slowing down and cultivating empathy, allows us to respond with compassion rather than reactivity. The chapter gently reminds us that love is not a transaction, nor is it about possession. True love gives freely, without expectation of return. It is a state of being, a boundless wellspring within us that can be tapped into when we quiet the ego and open our hearts. He describes the transformative power of small acts of love, a kind word, a helping hand, a moment of shared silence. These seemingly insignificant gestures, when offered mindfully, ripple outwards, creating a more compassionate world. Sunim likens love to light. When we shine our inner light, it naturally illuminates those around us. We don't need to force it or demand it. We simply allow it to radiate. This radiation begins with cultivating inner peace and acceptance. He also touches upon the impermanence of all things, including relationships. Embracing this truth allows us to cherish the present moments of connection more deeply, without the fear of loss overshadowing our joy. Ultimately, love is a powerful reminder that love is an active choice, a conscious cultivation of connection, starting from within. By slowing down, we create the inner space to recognize, experience, and express love in its purest and most expansive forms, enriching not only our own lives, but the lives of everyone we touch.
Chapter 5. Life. In this expansive chapter, Hamin Sunim widens his lens to encompass the entirety of our lives, encouraging us to embrace its ebb and flow with wisdom and equanimity. He addresses our innate human tendency to strive for perfection, to chase external markers of success, and to feel incomplete until we achieve some future goal. Sunim gently dismantles these illusions, asserting that true contentment lies not in having everything, but in appreciating everything we already have. He encourages us to see life not as a linear path with a fixed destination, but as a dynamic process of continuous growth, learning, and transformation. Mistakes and failures are not roadblocks, but valuable teachers.
Pain and suffering are not signs of weakness, but integral parts of the human experience that can deepen our compassion and resilience. Imagine a majestic tree. It doesn't grow perfectly straight. Its branches twist and turn, bearing the marks of storms and droughts, yet these very imperfections contribute to its unique beauty and strength. Sunim emphasizes the wisdom of acceptance, not passive resignation, but an active embrace of what is rather than a constant struggle against what isn't. When we accept our current circumstances, our current self, and the inherent impermanence of all things, a profound sense of peace can emerge. This doesn't mean we stop striving for improvement, but that our striving comes from a place of wholeness, not inadequacy. He also touches upon the fear of death, a fundamental human anxiety. By living mindfully and appreciating each moment, he suggests, we can lessen this fear. When we live fully, we leave no room for regret, and we come to understand death as a natural part of the cycle of life, rather than an abrupt ending. It's like watching the sunset. There's a beauty in its fading light, knowing that it will rise again, perhaps in a different form, but the cycle continues. The chapter advocates for cultivating gratitude, not just for the grand blessings, but for the countless small miracles of everyday life. A warm meal, a clear sky, the sound of laughter. When we slow down, we become attuned to these subtle gifts, transforming our perspective from one of lack to one of abundance. He encourages us to regularly reflect on what we are grateful for, shifting our internal narrative towards appreciation. Ultimately, life is an invitation to live with intention, to embrace all experiences with an open heart, and to find meaning not in external achievements, but in the richness of our inner world. By slowing down, we learn to dance with life's uncertainties, to find beauty in imperfection, and to live each moment as a precious gift. It's about finding our true home, not in a place or a future, but in the ever-present moment of our own existence.
Chapter 6. The Future. In The Future, Haemin Sunim offers a calming antidote to our often anxiety-ridden relationship with what lies ahead. He acknowledges that planning and setting goals are natural human tendencies, but he warns against allowing the future to consume our present, leading to endless worry, procrastination, or a feeling of never being enough. He begins by reminding us that the future, by its very nature, is uncertain and largely beyond our control. While we can take steps to prepare, we cannot predict or dictate every outcome. Clinging too tightly to specific expectations for the future often leads to disappointment and suffering when reality inevitably diverges. Instead, Sunim advocates for a flexible and adaptable approach. Imagine a skilled sailor. They have a destination in mind, but they also know how to adjust their sails to unexpected winds and currents. They don't fight the ocean, they work with it. Sunim emphasizes the power of focusing on the present as the most effective way to shape a positive future. Each mindful action, each kind word, each moment of genuine effort in the now is a seed planted for what is to come. He argues that rather than being paralyzed by future fears, we should channel our energy into living fully and meaningfully in the present. The quality of our present moments directly impacts the quality of our future. If you continuously build a strong foundation, the structure you eventually build upon it will be resilient, regardless of external storms. He also addresses the fear of failure and the pressure to succeed, which often prevent us from even starting new endeavors. Sunim suggests reframing failure not as an endpoint, but as a valuable learning opportunity. Every stumble provides insight.
Every setback offers a chance to grow stronger and wiser. The future is not about achieving perfection, but about continuous evolution. The chapter encourages a sense of trust in the unfolding of life. While it's important to take responsible action, it's equally important to surrender to the larger flow of existence. This trust doesn't imply passivity, but a release of obsessive control. It's about doing our best and then allowing the universe to play its part. This perspective alleviates much of the anxiety associated with anticipating every possible outcome. Sunim advises us to cultivate patience, especially when our efforts don't immediately yield the desired results. Many significant achievements require time, perseverance, and a willingness to embrace the journey rather than just focusing on the destination. He concludes by gently reassuring us that if we live our present moments with awareness, kindness, and purpose, the future will naturally unfold in a way that is ultimately beneficial, even if it looks different from what we initially envisioned. It's about learning to trust the process of life itself.
Chapter 7. Spirituality. In this final chapter, Haemin Sunim delves into the essence of spirituality, presenting it not as adherence to dogma or ritual, but as a profound inner awakening to our interconnectedness and true nature. He explains that slowing down is essential for this spiritual journey, as it allows us to quiet the external noise and listen to the whispers of our inner wisdom. Sunim begins by challenging the notion that spirituality is separate from everyday life. He argues that every moment holds spiritual potential, whether we are washing dishes, walking in nature, or engaging in conversation. When we bring mindfulness and an open heart to these ordinary activities, they become infused with sacredness. It's about seeing the divine in the mundane, recognizing that the extraordinary is hidden within the ordinary, waiting to be discovered. He explores the concept of emptiness, or no self, a core tenet of Buddhist philosophy, not as a nihilistic void, but as the understanding that our individual self is not a fixed, independent entity, but a dynamic, ever-changing collection of experiences, thoughts, and sensations, interconnected with everything else. When we release the rigid grip of our ego, we open ourselves to a vast, boundless sense of being, a connection to something much larger than our individual identity. Imagine a wave in the ocean. It appears as a separate entity, but it is intrinsically connected to and part of the entire ocean. Sunim emphasizes the cultivation of compassion as the highest form of spirituality. When we recognize our shared humanity, our shared suffering, and our shared desire for happiness, our hearts naturally open to others. He encourages us to extend kindness not only to those we love, but also to strangers and even to those who challenge us, understanding that everyone is struggling in their own way. This universal compassion arises naturally when we slow down and cultivate empathy. He also touches upon the role of gratitude in spiritual awakening. When we truly appreciate the gift of life, the beauty of the natural world, and the kindness of others, our hearts swell with a sense of wonder and connection. This gratitude, he suggests, is a direct pathway to experiencing the sacred in every moment. The chapter concludes with a powerful invitation to recognize our inherent perfection and completeness. We often seek external validation or believe we need to achieve something profound to be spiritual. Sunim gently reminds us that our true nature is already enlightened, already whole. Spirituality is not about becoming something, but about uncovering what is already there, beneath the layers of conditioning, fear, and distraction.
By slowing down, we create the space for this profound realization, allowing us to live from a place of deep wisdom, unwavering peace, and boundless compassion. It's about remembering who we truly are, beyond the roles we play and the stories we tell ourselves.
And so, our journey through Heimin Sunim's The Things You Can See Only When You Slow Down comes to a gentle close. We began by acknowledging the relentless pace of our modern lives, and have now discovered that the most profound insights, the deepest peace, and the most authentic connections are not found by speeding up, but by deliberately, compassionately, and mindfully slowing down. From embracing the necessity of rest to mastering the art of mindful presence, to nurturing our relationships with genuine empathy and experiencing love in its purest forms, we've learned that true fulfillment emerges from within. We've explored how to navigate the vastness of life with acceptance and how to approach the uncertainty of the future with trust, ultimately arriving at the profound realization of our own interconnected spirituality. This book is not just a guide, it's a gentle invitation to pause, to breathe, to look closely, and to rediscover the quiet wisdom that resides within each of us. The things you can see only when you slow down are not grand revelations that suddenly appear, but the subtle, beautiful truths that have always been there, waiting patiently for your attention. May you carry these lessons into your everyday life, finding moments of stillness amidst the rush, cultivating kindness in your interactions, and embracing the profound beauty of your own existence. Remember, a life lived slowly is a life lived fully. Thank you for joining us on Vibe Audiobook. If this summary resonated with you, please show your support by hitting the like button, sharing this episode with a friend, and subscribing to our channel for more enriching content. Until next time, may you find peace in every moment, and may your journey be filled with quiet joy.
Hello and welcome to Vibe Audiobook. Today, we're diving into a book that promises to unlock the secrets of human behavior, a guide to understanding what people are truly thinking and feeling, even when they're not saying a word. Get ready to enhance your social intelligence, improve your relationships, and become a master observer of the world around you. We're talking about Joe Navarro and Marvin Carlin's groundbreaking work, What Every Body is Saying. Before we jump in, if you're enjoying the insights and wisdom we're sharing, please take a moment to hit that like button, share this episode with someone who might benefit, and, of course, subscribe to Vibe Audiobook so you never miss another journey into the world of transformative ideas. Your support helps us bring more incredible content your way. Now, imagine having a superpower, the ability to read minds, not through magic, but through meticulous observation. That's essentially what this book offers. Joe Navarro, a former FBI counterintelligence agent, spent decades honing his skills in nonverbal communication, learning to interpret the subtle cues that betray our true intentions, fears, and desires. He's condensed that lifetime of expertise into this accessible guide, turning complex psychology into practical, actionable insights. This isn't just about catching someone in a lie, although it certainly helps with that. It's about building deeper connections, understanding unspoken needs, and navigating social situations with greater confidence and empathy. It's about becoming a more astute negotiator, a more perceptive friend, and a more insightful leader. So, let's peel back the layers, chapter by chapter, and discover what every body is saying. Chapter 1. The Power of Nonverbals, the Silent Language of the Mind. Imagine you're walking into a bustling room.
Before a single word is exchanged, your brain is already processing a deluge of information. The way people stand, the expressions on their faces, the subtle shifts in their posture, all of it paints a picture. This immediate, intuitive understanding is the essence of nonverbal communication, a language we all speak and interpret, often unconsciously. Joe Navarro begins what every body is saying by emphatically declaring that nonverbal communication is not just a form of communication, it is, in many ways, the primary form. He argues that our bodies are constantly broadcasting signals, a continuous stream of information that often reveals more truth than our carefully chosen words. Why is this silent language so powerful? Because it is largely governed by our limbic system, the most ancient and primitive part of our brain, responsible for our survival instincts, fight, flight, or freeze. These limbic reactions are instantaneous, honest, and largely involuntary, making them incredibly reliable indicators of our true internal state. Navarro, drawing from his extensive experience as an FBI counterintelligence agent, recounts how crucial understanding nonverbals was in his line of work. His job wasn't just to listen to what suspects said, but to meticulously observe how they said it. The subtle tremors, the averted glances, the fidgeting hands. These minute details, often dismissed by the untrained eye, were critical in assessing credibility, detecting stress, and uncovering hidden intentions. He realized early on that when words and body language contradict each other, the body almost always tells the more accurate story. Consider a common scenario. Two people are discussing a business deal. One person is verbally agreeing to terms, but their arms are tightly crossed, their feet are pointed towards the door, and their jaw is subtly clenched. The words say yes, but the body screams no. Navarro teaches us to trust the scream, not the whisper. He stresses that the limbic system, being the emotional core, prioritizes comfort and safety. When we feel good, our body language is generally relaxed and open. When we feel threatened, uncomfortable, or stressed, our body language will invariably reflect that distress, often through pacifying behaviors, blocking gestures, or attempts to create distance. This foundational chapter is an urgent call to awareness. It challenges us to move beyond superficial listening and to become active, engaged observers. Navarro urges us to recognize that everyone around us, including ourselves, is constantly communicating through their bodies. By tuning into this constant broadcast, we gain access to a profound layer of human interaction, unlocking secrets that mere words often conceal. It's about understanding the unspoken narratives that shape our daily lives, making us more perceptive, more empathetic, and ultimately more effective communicators. This deep dive into the power of nonverbals sets the stage for the detailed examination of specific body parts and their communicative roles that follows.
Chapter 2. The Most Honest Parts of the Body. Unmasking Truth from the Ground Up. If our bodies are constantly speaking, where should we direct our attention to hear the clearest, most unfiltered messages? Joe Navarro provides a groundbreaking answer that often surprises people. Start with the feet and legs. He designates these as the most honest parts of the body because, being furthest from the brain and often out of direct sight, they are the least consciously controlled. While we meticulously manage our facial expressions during a stressful conversation, our feet and legs often betray our true feelings without our awareness. Navarro introduces the concept of gravity-defying behaviors versus gravity-influenced behaviors. When someone is excited, happy, or feeling positive, their feet and legs tend to display gravity-defying actions. Think of someone bouncing on the balls of their feet, standing tall, or even doing a little hop. These are often unconscious expressions of high spirits, eagerness, or confidence. Conversely, gravity-influenced behaviors, such as slumping, dragging feet, or lethargic movements, often signal low morale, sadness, discomfort, or a lack of confidence. It's as if the weight of their emotions is physically pulling them down.
One of the most insightful observations Navarro makes about the lower body is the significance of foot direction. He explains that our feet often point towards where we want to go or towards what interests us. If you are talking to someone whose feet are pointed directly at you, it's a strong indicator of engagement and interest. They are literally pointing their intention and focus towards you. However, if their feet are angled towards the door or away from the conversation, even if their upper body and face seem engaged, it's a clear nonverbal signal that they might be uncomfortable, disengaged, or have a desire to leave the situation. This escape route signal is incredibly honest and difficult to fake. He also discusses leg crosses and their nuances. While a common interpretation of crossed legs is defensiveness, Navarro explains that context is everything. Often, it's a comfort gesture, especially when sitting for long periods. However, a tight, stiff leg cross, especially when combined with other negative cues, like a furrowed brow or arms crossed, can indeed signal resistance or discomfort. Conversely, an open leg stance or even a relaxed leg cross, where the top leg is slightly pointed towards you, often suggests comfort and openness. Furthermore, foot tapping or fidgeting can indicate impatience, anxiety, or boredom. A rapid, rhythmic tap suggests irritation or a desire for the situation to change, while a slight restless movement might just be discomfort. Navarro emphasizes that these aren't isolated signals, but part of a larger cluster. Observing the feet and legs requires practice, as they are often hidden under tables or less directly visible. However, by making a conscious effort to include them in your observational scope, you unlock a treasure trove of honest, uncensored information about a person's inner state. This chapter fundamentally shifts our understanding of where true communication often resides, starting from the ground up.
Chapter 3: Torso and Hips, the Core of Comfort and Discomfort. Moving upward from the feet and legs, Navarro delves into the communicative power of the torso and hips. These central parts of our body, housing our vital organs, are crucial indicators of our sense of security, comfort, and vulnerability. The way we position our torso often reflects how safe or threatened we feel in a given situation. A key concept introduced here is ventral display versus ventral denial. Ventral refers to the front of the body. When a person is comfortable, feels safe, and is engaged in a positive interaction, they tend to display their ventral side, meaning their chest and abdomen are openly facing you. This can manifest as leaning forward, turning their entire body towards you, or maintaining an open, unshielded posture. It's an unconscious invitation, a nonverbal way of saying, "I trust you, I'm comfortable with you, and I'm open to what you have to say." Think of a newborn baby lying on its back, completely exposed and trusting. This is the ultimate ventral display. Conversely, ventral denial occurs when someone turns their torso away from you, shielding their front. This is a powerful nonverbal signal of discomfort, disagreement, or even hostility. When a person feels threatened, insecure, or simply doesn't like what's being said, their limbic system prompts them to protect their vital organs by turning away. This could be a slight turn of the shoulder, an angle of the hips away from the speaker, or a full pivot. Even if their head remains turned towards you, a body turned away is a clear indicator of psychological withdrawal or rejection. Navarro highlights that this gesture is extremely honest and often occurs when someone is feeling negative emotions they are trying to suppress verbally. Shoulder shrugs are another important torso signal. While a quick partial shrug can mean, "I don't know," or "I don't care," a full, extended shrug, where the shoulders rise high towards the ears, can indicate helplessness, submission, or a complete lack of understanding and emotional resignation. The degree and duration of the shrug provide context. The hips also play a role in revealing comfort and orientation. A person who is relaxed will often have a more fluid and open hip posture. If they are stressed or defensive, their hips might become rigid, or they might shift their weight nervously, sometimes even tilting their hips away from a perceived threat.
Observe people in conversations. Those who are comfortable might lean back, expanding their personal space, while those who are uncomfortable often contract, seeking to minimize their presence or shield themselves. Navarro teaches us to look for the alignment of the torso and hips with the feet. If someone's feet are pointed towards the door, their hips are angled away, and their torso is slightly turned, you have a strong cluster of nonverbal cues indicating a desire to disengage or escape, regardless of their verbal assurances. This comprehensive approach to observing the core of the body allows for a deeper, more accurate interpretation of true feelings, moving beyond mere surface appearances to the very essence of comfort and safety.
Chapter 4. Arms and Hands, the Tools of Interaction and Revelation. Our arms and hands are incredibly versatile and expressive, serving as both conscious tools for interaction and unconscious conduits for our true feelings. While we have more conscious control over our arms and hands than our feet, they are still prone to revealing our inner state, especially during moments of stress, discomfort, or deception. Navarro devotes significant attention to arm crossing, debunking the simplistic notion that it always signifies defensiveness. He explains that arm crossing is often a self-comforting behavior, a way to literally hug oneself during moments of stress, anxiety, or insecurity. Imagine someone in a waiting room, arms crossed. They might not be defensive, but simply seeking comfort in an uncertain environment. The context is paramount. Are the crossed arms accompanied by a relaxed posture, or by a furrowed brow, a tightened jaw, and feet pointed away? A tight, high arm cross, where the hands are tucked away, is more indicative of defensiveness than a loose, relaxed arm cross, where the hands remain visible. Hands, in particular, are powerful communicators. When we are confident, open, and honest, our hands tend to be visible, open, and often used to gesture naturally. This is what Navarro calls displaying the ventral side of the hands. Conversely, when we are feeling insecure, deceptive, or anxious, our hands often disappear. They might be shoved into pockets, tucked under the arms, clasped tightly behind the back, or hidden under a table. These hand-hiding behaviors are unconscious attempts to conceal or control our vulnerability, as the hands are highly expressive and can betray stress. Navarro introduces the crucial concept of pacifying behaviors, which are self-soothing gestures we engage in when stressed, anxious, or uncomfortable. Many of these involve the hands. Common pacifiers include rubbing the neck or face. This is a very common stress reliever, often seen when someone is feeling uncertain, embarrassed, or trying to process difficult information. Touching the lips or mouth, this can be an attempt to hold back words or to soothe oneself when feeling vulnerable. Playing with jewelry, clothing, or hair, these repetitive actions provide a sense of comfort and can indicate nervousness or boredom. Clasping hands or interlocking fingers, this can be a self-comforting gesture or a way to contain anxiety. Rubbing hands together often signals anticipation or hope, but can also be a pacifier if done nervously. The thumb display is also significant. When thumbs are displayed openly, especially while the hands are clasped, it generally signals confidence and high status. Hiding the thumbs, on the other hand, can indicate insecurity or a lack of confidence. Observing hands requires careful attention to detail. Are they relaxed or tense? Open or clenched? Are they mirroring the speaker's gestures, indicating rapport? Or are they engaged in pacifying behaviors, signaling stress?
Navarro emphasizes that while arms and hands can be consciously controlled to some extent, their unconscious reactions to stress and discomfort provide invaluable insights into a person's true emotional state, making them a crucial part of our nonverbal observation toolkit.
Chapter 5. The Face. A window to the soul? Not always. The face is often considered the most expressive part of the human body, a direct window to the soul. However, Joe Navarro offers a critical perspective. While the face is indeed highly communicative, it is also the most deceptive part of the body. From childhood, we are taught to manage our facial expressions, to smile when we're sad, to look interested when we're bored, or to feign composure when we're agitated. This makes interpreting facial cues more challenging and nuanced than observing the lower body. Navarro highlights that while we can control our social smile, a polite but often insincere smile, genuine smiles, known as Duchenne smiles, involve the muscles around the eyes, creating characteristic crinkles. A smile that doesn't reach the eyes is often not a smile of true joy. Similarly, our eyebrows, forehead, and even the subtle movements around the mouth can betray emotions we try to hide. Key facial indicators of discomfort and stress include pursed lips. This often indicates disagreement, disapproval, or the holding back of negative comments. It's a limbic response that tries to seal off the mouth. Lip compression, similar to pursed lips where the lips disappear or become very thin, signaling high stress, anger, or a desire to contain emotions. Jaw tightening and clenching, a common stress response, indicating tension, anger, or frustration. Nose scrunching can signal disgust or strong disapproval. Neck rubbing or massaging, often extending to the face, is a common self-soothing pacifier when someone is feeling anxious, uncertain, or experiencing distress. Eye blinking. While normal blinking is natural, a rapid increase in blinking often signals increased stress or discomfort. Slow blinking can sometimes indicate boredom or condescension. Squinting can signal disagreement or a critical assessment. Navarro also discusses the importance of micro-expressions. These are fleeting, involuntary facial expressions that last only a fraction of a second, revealing genuine emotions before conscious control can mask them. While difficult for the untrained eye to catch, micro-expressions are incredibly honest. They are rapid flashes of fear, anger, surprise, or joy that momentarily escape our controlled facade. The eyes, while less controllable than the mouth, still offer clues. Pupil dilation can indicate interest or attraction, though it's influenced by light. Eye contact varies culturally, but generally, avoiding eye contact can signal discomfort, shyness, or deceit, while overly intense eye contact can be a sign of aggression or an attempt to dominate. Crucially, Navarro advises against interpreting facial cues in isolation. Because the face is so often manipulated, it should always be cross-referenced with nonverbal signals from the lower body, torso, and hands. If someone is smiling broadly, but their feet are pointed away and their hands are clenched, the smile is likely a social mask. The face can indeed be a window to the soul, but it's often a window with a curtain or tinted glass. We need to look for corroborating evidence from the more honest parts of the body to get the full, truthful picture.
Chapter 6. Head and Neck. Subtle Signs of Engagement and Threat Assessment. While often overlooked, the movements and positioning of the head and neck are rich sources of nonverbal information, revealing a person's engagement, comfort level, and even their assessment of a perceived threat. These movements, though subtle, are often highly communicative and less consciously controlled than deliberate facial expressions. One of the most common and positive head signals is the head tilt. When someone tilts their head slightly to the side while listening, it's often a genuine sign of curiosity, interest, and engagement. It's an unconscious way of saying, "I'm paying attention to you and I'm open to what you're saying." This gesture exposes the vulnerable neck area, signifying trust and comfort in the environment. It can be a very powerful rapport-building signal. Conversely, a head lowered or chin tucked in can be a protective gesture, indicating discomfort, insecurity, or a submissive posture. It's a limbic response to shield the vulnerable neck and throat area from perceived threats. This might be seen when someone is feeling ashamed, receiving negative feedback, or is in a situation where they feel powerless. The rigidity of the neck also provides clues. A very stiff, upright neck can signal alertness, defiance, or even a sense of being challenged. If someone feels they are in a confrontational situation, their neck muscles might tense up, holding their head in a fixed position. A relaxed neck, allowing for fluid head movements, generally indicates comfort and ease. Head nodding, while often associated with agreement, can carry different meanings depending on its speed and intensity. A slow, steady nod usually indicates genuine agreement, understanding, or encouragement for the speaker to continue. However, a rapid, jerky nod can signal impatience, a desire for the speaker to hurry up, or even a superficial acknowledgement without true comprehension. Overly vigorous nodding can sometimes be an attempt to overcompensate or to feign understanding. Neck touching or rubbing is a very common pacifying behavior, much like hand-to-face touching. When someone is stressed, uncertain, or uncomfortable, they might unconsciously rub the back of their neck, often just below the hairline. This self-soothing gesture releases endorphins and helps to calm the limbic system. It's a powerful indicator of internal distress, even if the person's verbal communication attempts to project confidence or calm. Navarro also points out how hair grooming or playing with hair, especially in women, can be a pacifying behavior, particularly in social settings when there is uncertainty or mild anxiety. It's a way to self-soothe and present oneself in a more favorable light. By paying attention to these subtle nuances of head and neck movements, we gain another layer of insight into a person's emotional state, their level of comfort, and their genuine engagement with the conversation. These signals, often operating below conscious awareness, are valuable additions to our comprehensive observational toolkit.
Chapter 7. Lie Detection, a Practical Approach, Decoding Deception with Caution. This is often the chapter many readers eagerly anticipate, the promise of uncovering lies. Joe Navarro addresses lie detection directly with a crucial and responsible caveat. There is no single definitive tell for deception. Instead, lie detection is about identifying clusters of nonverbal behaviors that signal increased stress, discomfort, and cognitive load, which can be associated with lying, but also with many other emotions, like embarrassment, fear, or anxiety. Navarro emphasizes the absolute necessity of establishing a baseline behavior for an individual. Before you can spot deviations, you must first understand how a person behaves when they are relaxed, comfortable, and speaking truthfully. What are their normal gestures? How do they typically hold their body? What is their usual level of eye contact? Without a baseline, any single nonverbal cue can be easily misinterpreted. For example, if someone always fidgets, fidgeting during a sensitive question might be their normal behavior, not necessarily a sign of deceit. However, if a normally calm person suddenly starts fidgeting excessively, that's a significant deviation. When looking for signs that may indicate deception, Navarro advises observing for clusters of discomfort. These are multiple nonverbal cues that appear together and suggest a heightened state of stress. Such clusters often include increased pacifying behaviors, more frequent rubbing of the neck, face, hands, or touching objects, like a pen, jewelry. Blocking behaviors, suddenly placing hands over the mouth, eyes, or ears, or putting objects between themselves and the interviewer, such as a purse, a folder. These are unconscious attempts to block out information or to shield oneself from scrutiny. Reduced or rigid body movements. A person who is lying might become unusually still, trying to control their body to avoid giving off signals. Or, conversely, they might become agitated with excessive nervous movements, but these movements often lack fluidity and appear forced. Ventral denial or turning away, as discussed in Chapter 3, turning the torso away from the questioner. Feet pointed towards an exit, an unconscious desire to escape the situation. Discrepancies between verbal and nonverbal cues, saying yes while shaking the head no subtly, or verbalizing confidence while displaying multiple signs of discomfort. Changes in breathing patterns, becoming shallower, more rapid, or holding breath. Increased swallowing, often indicative of a dry mouth from stress. Navarro strongly cautions against immediately concluding that someone is lying just because you observe these behaviors. The goal is to identify anomalies, deviations from their baseline that signal discomfort. This discomfort could be due to lying, but it also could be due to embarrassment, fear of being misunderstood, discomfort with the topic, or even just being cold. The nonverbal cues simply tell you there's discomfort here. It's then up to the observer to use this information to ask more precise, open-ended questions, to create a more comfortable environment, or to explore the source of the discomfort. The chapter reinforces that genuine lie detection is a highly skilled art, not a simple checklist. It requires patience, keen observation, contextual understanding, and a commitment to not jumping to premature conclusions. The value of this knowledge lies not in catching people out, but in understanding when someone is under stress, allowing for more empathetic and effective communication strategies. Chapter 8. Practical Applications. Integrating Nonverbal Intelligence into Daily Life. Having dissected the meaning behind various nonverbal cues, Navarro dedicates this chapter to demonstrating how to integrate this knowledge into practical, everyday scenarios. The aim is not just to understand nonverbals, but to use that understanding to improve interactions, build rapport, and navigate social situations more effectively. 1. Start with self-awareness. Before you can effectively read others, you must first become aware of your own nonverbal communication. What signals are you sending, often unintentionally? Do you inadvertently cross your arms when listening intently, making you appear defensive? Do you fidget when nervous? By becoming mindful of your own body language, you can better control the messages you transmit and ensure they align with your intentions. This self-awareness is the first step toward becoming a more effective communicator. 2. Establish baselines and observe in context. Reiterate the importance of establishing baselines. Observe people when they are relaxed and comfortable. Watch them interact with others, or in public spaces like airports and cafes, without the pressure of direct interaction. This helps you understand their typical nonverbal patterns. Always observe clusters of behaviors rather than isolated gestures. A single cue can be misleading. Multiple reinforcing cues create a clearer picture. 3. Prioritize observation areas. Navarro advises starting with the most honest parts of the body, the feet and legs, then moving to the torso, and finally the hands, head, and face. This systematic approach ensures you're gathering the most reliable information first. If the feet are pointed away, that's a strong signal, even if the face is smiling. 4. Building rapport and trust. Nonverbal communication is crucial for building rapport. Mirroring with caution. Subtly mirroring someone's posture or gestures can create a sense of connection and rapport. However, overt mirroring can appear mocking or unnatural. The key is subtlety and authenticity. Open body language. Displaying ventral openness, torso facing the other person, keeping hands visible, and maintaining appropriate eye contact signals trustworthiness and approachability. Head tilts and nods. Using a slight head tilt to show interest and appropriate nodding to convey understanding can significantly enhance communication. 5. In negotiations and business. Detecting discomfort. Observe for pacifying behaviors, arm crossing, and ventral denial when discussing sensitive points. This tells you when a person is uncomfortable or disagreeing, even if they're verbally assenting. Projecting confidence. Maintain good posture, keep your hands visible, and avoid excessive fidgeting to project authority and trustworthiness. Reading interest. If someone leans forward, their feet are pointed towards you, and their eyes are engaged, they are highly interested. Use this to gauge when to push a point or when to back off. 6. In social settings and relationships. Understanding unspoken needs. Notice if a friend is displaying pacifying behaviors, even if they say they're fine. This can prompt you to offer support or ask deeper questions. Assessing attraction. Look for ventral displays, prolonged eye contact with pupil dilation, and self-grooming gestures as signs of attraction or interest. Recognizing disengagement. If someone turns their torso away, checks their watch repeatedly, or their feet are pointed towards an exit, they are likely ready to end the conversation. Asking probing questions. When you spot a cluster of discomfort, don't accuse. Instead, use it as an opportunity to ask open-ended questions like, "Is everything all right?" or "How do you feel about that?" This allows the person to explain their discomfort verbally without feeling interrogated. Navarro emphasizes that becoming proficient in nonverbal communication is a continuous learning process. It requires consistent practice, keen observation, and an empathetic approach. The goal is to enhance understanding and connection, not to create a tool for manipulation. By applying these practical strategies, readers can significantly improve their social intelligence and navigate the complexities of human interaction with greater insight and finesse.
Chapter 9. Becoming a Master Observer, the Art of Continuous Learning. The final chapter of What Everybody is Saying is a powerful culmination, a call to action that transforms the reader from a passive recipient of information into an active, lifelong student of human behavior. Navarro asserts that becoming a master observer is not about memorizing a static checklist of gestures and their meanings. It's about cultivating a profound and intuitive understanding of human nature, an ongoing journey of refinement and application. Navarro stresses that mastery comes from consistent, deliberate practice. He encourages readers to engage in mini missions of observation in their daily lives. Turn off the sound on your television and try to understand the narrative through body language alone. Watch people in public spaces, airports, coffee shops, parks, and try to decode their emotional states based solely on their nonverbal cues. Observe strangers interacting and hypothesize about their relationship dynamic or the topic of their conversation. These seemingly simple exercises build neural pathways, sharpening your observational skills and expanding your nonverbal vocabulary. A key takeaway from this chapter is the importance of context and baseline, principles reiterated and reinforced here. True mastery means never interpreting a single gesture in isolation. It's always about the cluster, the pattern, and how it deviates from an individual's normal behavior. A master observer doesn't just see a crossed arm, they consider why it's crossed in that particular situation, what other cues accompany it, and what the person's typical arm posture is like. This holistic approach prevents misinterpretation and fosters a more accurate understanding. Navarro also delves into the ethical implications of possessing this powerful knowledge. He reminds us that the ability to read nonverbals comes with a significant responsibility.
This is not a tool for manipulation, judgment, or exploitation. Instead, its highest purpose is to foster empathy, enhance understanding, and build stronger, more authentic relationships. By understanding when someone is uncomfortable, you can adjust your approach to make them feel safer. By recognizing genuine interest, you can deepen your connection. This knowledge should be used to build bridges, not walls. Furthermore, a master observer understands that nonverbal communication is dynamic and fluid. People's emotions change, situations evolve, and baselines can shift. Therefore, continuous learning involves staying adaptable and open-minded, constantly refining one's internal database of observations. It's about being a perpetual student of the human condition, always curious, always seeking deeper insights into the silent conversations that shape our world. It's an invitation to embark on a lifelong journey of discovery, unlocking the profound power of what every body is saying.
Conclusion: the unspoken symphony of humanity. What Everybody is Saying by Joe Navarro and Marvin Carlins is far more than just a self-help book. It is an illuminating journey into the very core of human interaction. It peels back the layers of polite conversation and social masks, revealing the raw, honest truth that our bodies constantly communicate. Through Navarro's unparalleled experience as an FBI agent, we are given a privileged glimpse into the subtle yet profound language of nonverbal cues, a language spoken universally, yet often unheard. We began this journey by understanding the sheer power of nonverbals, recognizing that our limbic system, our primal brain, is the unyielding conductor of this silent symphony. It dictates our fight, flight, or freeze responses, translating our deepest fears, comforts, and desires into physical signals. We learned that when words and actions diverge, the body rarely lies. Our exploration then moved to the most honest parts of the body, the feet and legs. These often overlooked extremities, being furthest from conscious control, provide unfiltered insights into comfort, discomfort, interest, and the desire to stay or flee. From the gravity-defying bounce of excitement to the feet pointed towards an exit, we discovered a wealth of information operating beneath the table. Next, we ascended to the torso and hips, understanding their role as indicators of security and vulnerability. The ventral display, an open invitation of trust, contrasted with ventral denial, a protective turnaway from perceived threat. These core body movements reveal our fundamental sense of safety in any interaction. The arms and hands showed us a more complex dance, capable of both conscious expression and unconscious betrayal. We learned to differentiate between defensive arm crosses and self-comforting ones, and to spot pacifying behaviors like neck rubbing or hand wringing that signal underlying stress or anxiety. The visibility or hiding of hands, we found, often speaks volumes about confidence and honesty. Even the venerable face, often considered the prime window to the soul, was revealed to be the most deceptive. While micro-expressions offer fleeting truths, Navarro taught us to look beyond the practiced smile, seeking corroborating evidence from the more honest parts of the body. Subtle cues like pursed lips or jaw clenching, combined with lower body signals, paint a more accurate emotional portrait. Finally, the head and neck provided subtle but potent clues about engagement, curiosity, and protective instincts, from the interested head tilt to the guarded tucked chin. Crucially, what everybody is saying instills a responsible approach to lie detection. It's not about a single tell, but about identifying clusters of discomfort, deviations from a person's established baseline. This nuanced understanding encourages us to be curious rather than accusatory, using nonverbals to understand underlying stress rather than to immediately brand someone a liar. Ultimately, this book is a profound guide to practical application and becoming a master observer.
It challenges us to cultivate self-awareness, practice continuous observation, and apply this knowledge ethically and empathetically. The goal is not manipulation, but connection, not judgment, but understanding. By tuning into the unspoken symphony of humanity, we gain the power to build stronger relationships, navigate complex social landscapes with greater finesse, and truly understand the rich narratives that unfold silently around us every day. So, as you step back into your world, remember the invaluable lessons from Joan Navarro. Watch the feet, observe the torso, note the hands, then the head, and finally consider the face. You'll be amazed at how much more you truly begin to understand about what every body is saying. This knowledge is a superpower, waiting for you to wield it with intention and empathy, transforming your interactions and enriching your life. Thank you for joining us on Vibe Audiobook. We hope this comprehensive summary has inspired you to look at the world and the people in it with fresh eyes. If you enjoyed this deep dive, please give us a like, share this episode with friends and family, and subscribe to Vibe Audiobook for more journeys into fascinating books. Until next time, keep listening, keep learning, and keep thriving. Welcome, Vibe Audiobook listeners, to a journey that promises to shatter your preconceived notions and unlock the extraordinary within you. Have you ever felt like there's more to life, a deeper potential waiting to be unleashed, but you're constantly held back by invisible rules and societal expectations? What if I told you that the path to an extraordinary life isn't about fitting in, but about bravely breaking free? Today, we're diving deep into Vishen Lakhiani's transformative masterpiece, The Code of the Extraordinary Mind, 10 unconventional laws to redefine your life and succeed on your own terms. This isn't just a book, it's a blueprint, a radical guide that challenges everything you thought you knew about success, happiness, and your place in the world. Get ready to question, to grow, and to redefine your own reality. Imagine standing at a crossroads. One path is well-trodden, safe, predictable. It's the path society expects you to take. The other path is wild, uncertain, exhilarating. It's the path of your deepest desires and true potential. This book is your compass for that second path. It's for anyone who feels that nagging sense that they're meant for more. For anyone tired of playing small. For anyone ready to sculpt their life into a masterpiece of their own making. Before we begin this incredible exploration, please take a moment to hit that like button, share this episode with anyone who needs a dose of extraordinary inspiration, and if you haven't already, subscribe to Vibe Audiobook so you never miss another life-changing summary. Your support helps us bring more transformative content to this community. Now, let's unlock the code.
Introduction: The Grand Awakening, Unveiling the Rules. Our journey into The Code of the Extraordinary Mind begins not with a set of rules, but with a profound question. What if much of what we believe to be true about success, happiness, and life itself is actually, well, bullshit? Vishen Lakhiani introduces us to a powerful concept he calls rules. These are not just rules, they are bullshit rules. They are the invisible, unquestioned assumptions, beliefs, and traditions that we absorb from our culture, our families, our education system, and even our spiritual teachings. They are the unconscious agreements we make with the world about how life should be lived, what success should look like, and who we should be. Think of it like this. Imagine you're playing a game, but you were never given the instruction manual. Instead, you just started playing, watching others, and picking up rules as you went along. Some of those rules might be helpful, but many might be completely arbitrary, outdated, or even counterproductive to your unique goals. These are the rules. For instance, The rule that says you must suffer to achieve great success might lead you to endure burnout in a job you hate, rather than finding a path that brings you joy and prosperity. Or the rule that declares true love means never fighting might cause you to suppress important issues in a relationship, leading to resentment rather than genuine connection. The introduction to this book is a grand awakening. It's an invitation to step out of the trance of conventional living and become an active participant in designing your reality. Vishen argues that most people are cultural sleepwalkers, blindly following paths laid out by others, adhering to ideals that don't truly resonate with their souls. The first step to becoming extraordinary is simply to wake up, to observe your own life, your own thoughts, and your own patterns, and ask, is this truly my choice, or is it an echo of someone else's expectation? This initial insight is both liberating and challenging. Liberating because it tells us that many of our limitations are self-imposed or societally imposed, not inherent. Challenging because it requires us to look critically at the very foundations of our lives and perhaps dismantle some long-held beliefs. It's about peeling back the layers, moving beyond surface-level living, and digging into the core operating system of your mind. By understanding rules, we gain the power to discard what doesn't serve us and consciously choose to create a new, more empowering framework for our lives. This awakening is the first crucial step towards truly redefining your life and succeeding on your own terms.
Chapter 1. Transcend your cultural trances. The first unconventional law. Building on the concept of rules, Vishen Lakhiani's first unconventional law, transcend your cultural trances, deepens our understanding of how these invisible rules shape our existence. He explains that we are all, to varying degrees, living in a cultural trance. This trance is a state of unconscious acceptance of the world as it's presented to us, without critical examination. It's the default operating system our minds run on, installed by the environment we grow up in. Imagine being born into a specific culture with its unique set of traditions, beliefs, and social norms. From childhood, you're taught what is right and wrong, what is beautiful and ugly, what success looks like, and what happiness entails. These teachings, often well-intentioned, become the unquestioned backdrop of your reality. For instance, if you grew up in a culture that highly values material wealth as the ultimate measure of success, you might find yourself instinctively pursuing a high-paying job, even if it leaves you feeling empty. This isn't necessarily because you genuinely desire endless riches above all else, but because you've been in a trance, conditioned to believe that this is the path to a good life. Transcendence in this context is not about rejecting your culture entirely. It's about gaining the ability to see your culture and its influences objectively. It's about stepping outside the fishbowl to realize you're a fish, rather than just swimming along oblivious to the water that defines your every move. It means developing a meta-awareness, the capacity to observe your own thoughts, beliefs, and patterns of behavior from a higher vantage point. Vishen encourages us to become cultural rebels, not in a defiant, destructive way, but in an empowering, constructive sense. A cultural rebel is someone who dares to question the status quo, to challenge societal norms that don't serve their highest good, and to forge a path less traveled. For example, a common rule in many societies is that you must work hard even if you hate your job, because that's what responsible adults do. A person transcending this rule might realize that their true purpose lies in a different field, one that offers less conventional security but immense personal fulfillment. They might choose to leave a stable, well-paying job to start a passion project, facing skepticism from others but finding profound joy and meaning. Another example, the rule that says you need to follow a traditional education path to be intelligent or successful. Someone transcending this might choose self-education,
online courses, apprenticeships, or entrepreneurial ventures, proving that intelligence and success are cultivated in diverse ways. The key takeaway from this chapter is that your model of reality is a choice. You are not condemned to live within the confines of the beliefs you inherited. By becoming aware of the cultural trances we operate within, we empower ourselves to consciously choose new, more empowering models of reality. It's like upgrading your mental software. You uninstall the old buggy programs that slow you down and replace them with new, efficient applications that help you thrive. This act of transcendence is the gateway to unlocking your true potential and defining your own extraordinary path. It's a profound shift from passive acceptance to active creation.
Chapter 2. Question the Rules, the second unconventional law. Once we begin to recognize our cultural trances, the next logical and crucial step, according to Vishen Lakhiani, is to question the rules. This is where we move from passive observation to active interrogation. It's not enough to simply know rules exist. We must actively identify them in our own lives and put them under the microscope. As we discussed, a rule is a bullshit rule, a rule for living that society has instilled in us, but which, upon closer inspection, often proves to be outdated, illogical, or detrimental to our happiness and growth. These rules are insidious because they operate beneath the surface of our consciousness, often dictating our decisions, our self-worth, and our perceptions without us even realizing it. They are the unquestioned assumptions that become self-fulfilling prophecies. This chapter invites us to become detectives of our own minds, to embark on a meticulous investigation into the origins and validity of our core beliefs. When you encounter a belief or a societal expectation that feels restrictive, heavy, or just off, Vishen urges you to ask a series of penetrating questions. Where did this rule come from? Was it taught to you by your parents, teachers, religious leaders, or media? Was it something you simply picked up by observing others? Understanding the origin helps you detach from its assumed authority. Is this rule truly serving me now? Even if a rule was helpful at one point, circumstances change. Does it still contribute to your growth, happiness, and well-being, or is it holding you back? For example, the rule, always be polite and agreeable, might have served you well in childhood, but as an adult, it might prevent you from setting healthy boundaries or speaking your truth. What would happen if I broke this rule? Often, our fear of breaking a rule is based on exaggerated worst-case scenarios. Vishen suggests imagining the consequences, and you might find that the terrible outcomes are far less dire than your mind made them out to be, or even non-existent. What if breaking the rule, you must always be busy, meant you finally allowed yourself rest and discovered new creative ideas? Is there a better way? What's the opposite of this rule? This question opens up possibilities. If the rule is you have to follow a linear career path, the opposite might be I can craft a multifaceted career that evolves with my interests. Let's take a concrete example. Many of us internalize the rule that I am not good enough or I am not smart enough. This often comes from childhood experiences, critical feedback, or societal comparison. If you question this rule, you might discover it's not an objective truth, but a learned belief. You then ask if it's serving you, likely not. Imagine what would happen if you believed the opposite, confidence, taking risks, pursuing dreams, and then start actively cultivating a new, empowering belief. I am capable of learning and growing, or my unique talents are valuable. Another common rule is related to money. Making a lot of money is inherently selfish, or you have to sacrifice your soul to get rich. Questioning this might lead you to realize that money in itself is neutral. It's a tool, and with more resources, you could actually do more good in the world, support causes you care about, and create a positive impact.
Breaking this rule opens the door to financial abundance without guilt. This chapter is about regaining ownership of your mental operating system. It's about recognizing that your beliefs are not fixed, immutable truths, but rather programs that you can examine, debug, and rewrite. When you actively question the rules, you regain your power. You stop being a puppet to unconscious programming and become the conscious author of your life script. It's a powerful act of self-sovereignty, like clearing out old dusty furniture from a room to make space for something beautiful and new, something that truly reflects who you are and who you aspire to be.
Chapter 3. Practice Consciousness Engineering, the third unconventional law. Once we've identified and begun to question the rules that have governed our lives, the next logical step, and perhaps the most practical, is to actively redesign our internal world. This is where Vishen Lakhiani introduces the incredibly powerful concept of consciousness engineering. It's not just about understanding, it's about doing. It's a systematic approach to deliberately upgrading your mind, your beliefs, and your daily life, much like an engineer designs and builds a complex system. Consciousness engineering focuses on three core areas. Our systems of living. These are the daily habits, routines, and rituals that shape our existence. Vishen argues that our lives are largely a reflection of our systems. Are you constantly stressed? Perhaps your system of living involves checking emails right before bed, leading to a restless night. Do you feel unproductive? Maybe your system lacks clear goal setting or effective time management. Consciousness engineering here means intentionally designing these systems to support your highest aspirations. Instead of passively letting habits form, you consciously choose them. This could involve morning routines, engineering a powerful morning that includes meditation, exercise, journaling, or learning, rather than defaulting to social media scrolls. Productivity systems, implementing specific techniques like the Pomodoro technique, time blocking, or batching similar tasks to boost efficiency. Wellness routines, scheduling regular exercise, planning nutritious meals, or ensuring adequate sleep. The idea is to automate good behaviors so that you don't rely on willpower alone. Think of it like a gardener creating an irrigation system. Once set up, it consistently nourishes the plants without constant manual effort. This makes living an extraordinary life less about brute force and more about elegant design. Our models of reality. These are our deeply held beliefs about the world, ourselves, and others. As we learned in previous chapters, many of these models are rules that limit us. Consciousness engineering involves a direct and deliberate approach to identifying and transforming these limiting beliefs into empowering ones. This isn't about wishful thinking, it's about active internal work. Techniques include identifying limiting beliefs, pinpointing specific beliefs that hold you back, such as, I'm not creative, I can't start my own business, or I'm not worthy of love. Questioning and reframing, using the techniques from Chapter 2 to challenge these beliefs. Is there evidence against them? What would the most empowered version of you believe? Affirmations and visualizations, consistently affirming new, empowering beliefs and visualizing yourself living in alignment with those beliefs. For example, if you believe you're not creative, you might start affirming, I am a source of unique and powerful ideas, and visualize yourself successfully bringing new creations into the world. This process is continuous, like an artist refining their masterpiece. You're constantly observing your mental canvas and making conscious strokes to create the reality you desire. This refers to our states of being. This refers to our emotional states and how we feel moment to moment. Are you generally stressed, anxious,
joyful or peaceful. Vishen emphasizes that our state of being profoundly impacts our decisions, our interactions, and our overall quality of life. Consciousness engineering teaches us to intentionally cultivate positive, high-vibration states. This can be achieved through various practices. Gratitude, regularly focusing on what you are grateful for, shifting your physiology and emotional state. A simple daily practice of listing 3 things you appreciate can be transformative. Meditation and mindfulness, practices that train your mind to be present, reduce stress, and cultivate inner peace. Self-compassion, treating yourself with the same kindness and understanding you would offer a good friend, especially during challenging times. Joy triggers, identifying activities, music, or experiences that reliably bring you joy and consciously incorporating them into your day. By proactively managing your state of being, you become less susceptible to external circumstances dictating your inner experience. You become the master of your emotional landscape, choosing calm over chaos, joy over despair. Consciousness engineering is essentially becoming the architect of your inner and outer worlds. It's not about passive acceptance, it's about active creation. It gives you the practical tools to redesign your mental landscape and daily routines, ensuring that your inner environment supports your outer aspirations. Imagine it like a master engineer meticulously designing a sophisticated machine, ensuring every component works in harmony for optimal performance. You are that engineer, and your mind is your greatest invention. This law transforms abstract self-help concepts into actionable steps, empowering you to systematically build an extraordinary life.
Chapter 4. Rewrite your models of reality. The 4th unconventional law. Building directly upon consciousness engineering, Vishen Lakhiani's 4th law, Rewrite your models of reality, zeroes in on the most fundamental aspect of our inner world, our deeply ingrained beliefs. Our models of reality are the subjective lenses through which we interpret everything, our perception of ourselves, others, the world, and even the laws of the universe. These models dictate our actions, reactions, and ultimately, our results. Vishen emphasizes that most of us are operating with outdated or flawed models of reality, often inherited rules that limit our potential. For instance, if your model of reality includes the belief that true happiness is found only through external validation, you'll constantly chase achievements, possessions, or approval from others, always feeling a sense of emptiness when they don't provide lasting fulfillment. Or, if your model dictates that I'm not good at public speaking, you'll avoid opportunities that could lead to significant personal and professional growth. Rewriting your models of reality is about deliberately replacing these limiting beliefs with empowering ones that serve your highest vision. It's an active, conscious process, not a passive hope. Vishen outlines a powerful methodology for this. Identify the limiting belief. This is where self-awareness comes in. Pay attention to your internal dialogue, your fears, your excuses. What are the core beliefs that consistently hold you back or cause you pain? Write them down. Be specific. Instead of, I'm always unlucky, try, I believe I attract negative experiences. Question the belief again. Apply the rigorous questioning from Chapter 2. Is there any absolute truth to this belief? Where did it originate? Is it serving you? What would happen if you believed the opposite? This step helps to loosen the grip of the old belief, revealing its arbitrary nature. For example, for the belief, I'm not creative, you might ask, have I ever solved a problem creatively? Have I ever had a unique idea, even a small one? What if creativity is a skill I can develop rather than a fixed trait?
Find a counterexample or evidence. One of the most effective ways to dismantle a limiting belief is to find proof that it's not universally true. Look for people who have succeeded despite similar circumstances, or recall instances in your own life where you defied the belief. If you believe, "I'm not good with money," recall a time you managed to budget well or saved for something important. These small pieces of evidence chip away at the belief's foundation. Craft a new, empowering belief. Once you've weakened the old belief, consciously formulate a new one. This should be positive, present tense, and empowering. Instead of "I'm not good enough," choose "I am constantly evolving and capable of achieving my goals." Or instead of "life is a struggle," decide "life is an exciting adventure filled with opportunities." Install the new belief through repetition and experience. This is the engineering part. Simply stating a new belief once isn't enough. You need to install it deeply into your subconscious. This requires consistent effort. Daily affirmations, regularly repeating your new belief, especially when you feel the old one creeping back. Visualization, mentally rehearsing what it feels like to live with this new belief, imagining yourself acting and experiencing life from this empowered perspective. And taking action. Most importantly, acting as if the new belief is already true. If your new belief is, "I am confident and articulate," actively seek opportunities to speak up, even if it's uncomfortable at first. Each successful action reinforces the new model. Vishen emphasizes that our models of reality are not fixed, they are malleable. Just as scientific models of the universe evolve as new evidence emerges, your personal models of yourself, or your model of how success is achieved, can be upgraded. For example, the scientific model of the atom has been rewritten many times over centuries as our understanding deepened. Similarly, your model of yourself as an individual, or your model of how success is achieved, can be upgraded. This chapter gives us agency over our inner narratives. It allows us to move beyond simply being shaped by our past experiences and instead become the deliberate shapers of our future. By consciously rewriting our models of reality, we literally change the lens through which we experience life, opening ourselves up to possibilities we previously couldn't even perceive. It's like upgrading your brain's operating system from a slow, outdated version to a lightning-fast, feature-rich one, allowing you to run powerful new applications and achieve incredible things.
Chapter 5. Recode Yourself for Awesomeness, the fifth unconventional law. With the groundwork of understanding rules, questioning them, and consciously engineering our systems and models of reality, Vishen Lakhiani now moves to recode yourself for awesomeness. This law is about the active and systematic process of cultivating traits, behaviors, and inner states that move you towards your highest potential. It's the practical application of the previous laws, a blueprint for continuous self-improvement and transformation. Vishen suggests that we can recode ourselves in various domains. Recoding for limitless love. Many of us carry rules around love that cause pain. We might believe, "I'm not worthy of love," or "love is hard to find," or "true love means sacrificing myself." Recoding for limitless love involves replacing these with beliefs like, "I am inherently worthy of love," or "love flows easily to me," or "healthy love is about mutual growth and respect." This might involve practicing self-love, engaging in acts of kindness, and actively fostering gratitude for the love already present in your life. It's about creating an internal environment where love can flourish. Recoding for vibrant health. Our health is often dictated by rules about diet, exercise, and aging. Common rules include getting older means getting weaker, or eating healthy is boring and restrictive. Recoding for vibrant health means adopting new models. My body is capable of incredible resilience and vitality. Nourishing my body is an act of self-love.
and I can find joy in movement and healthy eating. This could involve consistent mindful eating, exploring new forms of exercise you genuinely enjoy, prioritizing sleep, and reducing stress through practices like meditation. It's about developing an inner thermostat for happiness that you can control. Recoding for unshakable happiness. Many Brules equate happiness with external achievements, possessions, or lack of problems. This leads to a constant chase. Recoding for unshakable happiness involves understanding that happiness is an internal state that can be cultivated regardless of external circumstances. It means practicing gratitude daily, finding joy in small moments, developing resilience in the face of challenges, and learning to let go of expectations that lead to disappointment. It's about developing an inner thermostat for happiness that you can control. Recoding for extraordinary success. Beyond traditional notions of career and wealth, extraordinary success, as Vishen defines it, is about living a life that truly fulfills you and allows you to make your unique contribution to the world. Rules like you have to follow a fixed career path or success requires cutthroat competition can be replaced with I can create my own path to impact and abundance, and collaboration fuels innovation and shared success. This involves identifying your unique gifts, pursuing your passions, taking calculated risks, continually learning, and cultivating a growth mindset. It's about defining success on your own terms, not society's. Vishen emphasizes that recoding isn't a one-time event. It's an ongoing, active process of self-mastery. It involves awareness, continuously observing your thoughts, beliefs, and feelings to catch old rules in action. Intentionality, deliberately choosing how you want to think, feel, and behave. Practice, consistently engaging in exercises, meditations, and actions that reinforce your new codes. This is where tools like meditation, visualization, affirmations, and self-hypnosis become incredibly powerful. You're essentially programming your subconscious mind with new, empowering directives. Just as a software engineer continuously refines and updates a program to improve its performance and capabilities, you are continuously refining and updating your inner code. By consciously recoding yourself for awesomeness across these different domains, you move beyond merely surviving to truly thriving, building a life that is rich, meaningful, and deeply aligned with your soul's deepest desires. It's about transforming yourself from the inside out, creating a future that is not just successful, but truly extraordinary.
Chapter 6. Live in Blisscipline, the sixth unconventional law. Now that we've explored the process of recoding ourselves for awesomeness, Vishen Lakhiani brings us to a concept that beautifully synthesizes discipline with joy. Live in Blisscipline. This isn't just a clever portmanteau, it's a profound philosophy that challenges the common rule that growth and achievement must come through struggle, pain, and strict, joyless discipline. The traditional view of discipline often conjures images of deprivation, forced effort, and grinding through tasks we dislike. We often hear phrases like, no pain, no gain, or you have to sacrifice to succeed. While effort is certainly necessary, Vishen argues that relying solely on willpower and grim determination is an inefficient and often unsustainable path. It leads to burnout, resentment, and a feeling that life is a constant uphill battle. Blisscipline, on the other hand, is the art of disciplining yourself to be in a state of bliss. It's about choosing practices and habits that not only move you towards your goals, but also inherently fill you with joy, purpose, and positive emotions. It's about finding the sweet spot where growth feels good, where effort is infused with meaning, and where your daily actions contribute to your overall happiness and well-being. How do we practice Blisscipline? Choose practices that elevate your state. Instead of forcing yourself through a grueling workout you hate, find a form of movement that genuinely excites you. Dancing, hiking, yoga, martial arts.
Instead of dreading your morning routine, engineer one that incorporates elements of gratitude, meditation, or creative expression that you look forward to. Infuse joy into necessary tasks. Not every task can be inherently blissful, but you can change your approach to it. Can you listen to inspiring music while doing chores? Can you reframe a challenging work project as an opportunity for learning and growth? Can you connect with a colleague you enjoy during a difficult meeting? Prioritize self-care and well-being. Blisscipline recognizes that true productivity and sustained growth come from a place of abundance, not depletion. This means consciously scheduling time for rest, play, connection, and rejuvenation. It means setting boundaries to protect your energy and saying no to commitments that drain you. Connect actions to higher purpose. When you understand why you're doing something, how it connects to your bigger vision, your values, and your desire to make a difference, even challenging tasks become imbued with meaning and a sense of bliss. If writing a difficult report is part of a larger project that will genuinely help people, the act of writing becomes more fulfilling. Think of an athlete who genuinely loves their sport. Yes, they train rigorously, but that training isn't pure suffering. It's a passionate pursuit, an expression of their love for the game. The discipline required is intertwined with the bliss of playing, competing, and improving. That's blisscipline in action. Vishen argues that when you operate from a state of bliss, you are more creative, more resilient, more attractive to opportunities, and more effective in achieving your goals. The energy you bring to your endeavors shifts from one of scarcity and struggle to one of abundance and flow. It's about aligning your efforts with your joy, making the journey as rewarding as the destination. This law is a radical departure from conventional wisdom. It tells us that we don't have to suffer to succeed. In fact, suffering often impedes success. By consciously choosing practices that elevate our state, by infusing joy into our daily actions, and by prioritizing our well-being, we can create a life of sustained growth, profound happiness, and unparalleled achievement. Living in blisscipline is about designing a life where discipline feels like a natural extension of your desire for joy and fulfillment, turning every step of your extraordinary journey into a dance.
Chapter 7. Create Your Own Vision for the Future, the Seventh Unconventional Law. We've challenged rules, engineered our consciousness, and learned to live in blisscipline. Now, Vishen Lakhiani brings us to a critical inflection point. Create your own vision for the future. This law isn't about setting goals. It's about going much deeper into the realm of true vision and imagination, unconstrained by current reality. It's about moving beyond simply achieving and towards truly creating your ideal life. Many of us are taught to set SMART goals: specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, time-bound. While these are useful for tactical planning, Vishen argues that they can be limiting if they don't originate from a grander, unconstrained vision. If your goals are only based on what you currently believe is achievable, you might be selling yourself short, trapped by your current models of reality and rules. Creating your own vision for the future involves 3 distinct areas where you are encouraged to dream without limits. Experience goals. These are about how you want to feel and the experiences you want to have. They are not about what you acquire, but what you encounter. For example, it's not, I want to own a yacht, but I want to feel the wind in my hair while sailing the Mediterranean with loved ones. It's not, I want to earn X amount of money, but I want to feel the freedom and joy of financial abundance, allowing me to travel the world and help others. These goals are deeply personal and emotionally resonant. What experiences would truly make your life extraordinary? What adventures do you dream of? What kind of joy do you want to feel every day? Growth goals are about who you want to become. They're focused on your personal evolution, your skills, your wisdom, and your inner peace. This isn't about comparison to others, but about becoming the best version of yourself. Examples include, I want to master a new language. I want to cultivate profound inner peace. I want to become an inspiring leader. Or, I want to develop deep self-compassion. These goals are often overlooked in the pursuit of external achievements, but they are crucial for sustained happiness and fulfillment. They represent the continuous upgrade of your internal operating system. Contribution goals are about how you want to give back to the world, the impact you want to make, and the legacy you want to leave. This moves beyond individual achievement to collective well-being. It could be, I want to establish a foundation to support education. I want to mentor aspiring entrepreneurs. I want to create art that inspires millions. Or, I want to contribute to solving a global environmental crisis. Contribution goals give your life a profound sense of purpose and meaning, connecting your individual journey to something larger than yourself. The key to this law is to dream unconstrained. When you first brainstorm these goals, remove all limitations. Don't ask how you'll achieve them, just ask what you truly desire. Vishen suggests a powerful exercise. Imagine you have infinite resources, infinite time, and infinite capabilities. What would your life look like? What would you do, experience, become, and contribute? This bypasses the rules and limiting beliefs that often constrain our vision, allowing our deepest desires to surface. Once you have this grand vision, then you can start to work backwards, identifying the steps and milestones. But the vision itself must be pure, unadulterated by doubt or perceived limitations. It's like an architect sketching a magnificent building without initially worrying about the specific construction challenges. The grand design comes first. This law is a profound act of creation. It tells us that we are not passive recipients of destiny, but active co-creators of our future. By deliberately crafting a compelling, multi-dimensional vision for our lives, one that encompasses experiences, personal growth, and meaningful contribution, we give our subconscious mind a powerful blueprint to work towards. This vision acts as a magnet pulling us forward, aligning our actions, and attracting the resources and opportunities we need to make it a reality. It's the ultimate expression of self-determination, giving purpose and direction to all the previous work of questioning rules and engineering our consciousness.
Chapter 8. Be Unfuckwithable, the Eighth Unconventional Law. As we build our extraordinary vision and recode ourselves for greatness, Vishen Lakhiani introduces a powerful and rather provocative concept: be unfuckwithable. This isn't about being arrogant or insensitive. It's about cultivating an inner state of peace, resilience, and self-assurance that is so strong, external negativity, criticism, or setbacks simply cannot mess with your core well-being. It means becoming so grounded in your values and purpose that nothing can shake you from your authentic self. In essence, being unfuckwithable means reaching a point where you are not easily offended or rattled. When you receive criticism, rejection, or face obstacles, you don't take it personally or allow it to derail your emotional state. You can observe it, learn from it if necessary, and then let it go without it diminishing your self-worth or purpose. Your happiness is internally generated. Your joy, peace, and confidence don't depend on external validation, achievements, or circumstances. You've cultivated an inner thermostat for happiness, as discussed in Blissipline, that you can control regardless of what's happening around you. You are resilient in the face of adversity. When life inevitably throws challenges your way, you don't break. You adapt, you learn, you grow, and you bounce back stronger. You see setbacks not as failures, but as valuable feedback and opportunities for evolution. You are authentic and aligned with your values. You live in integrity with who you truly are, not who others expect you to be. This means your words and actions are consistent with your deepest beliefs, leading to a profound sense of inner peace and conviction that cannot be swayed. How do we become unfuckwithable?
Vishen outlines several key practices. Practice self-love and self-acceptance. This is foundational. When you deeply love and accept yourself, your worth isn't contingent on external approval. You become your own best friend and advocate. Cultivate inner peace through meditation and mindfulness practices. Help you develop a calm center, allowing you to observe thoughts and emotions without being consumed by them. This creates a mental buffer against external stressors. Detach from outcomes. Focus on action. While having a clear vision is crucial, becoming unfuckwithable means releasing your rigid attachment to how things must unfold. You focus on taking inspired action and doing your best, trusting that the universe will guide you to the right outcome, even if it's different from what you initially envisioned. Surround yourself with a supportive tribe. While unfuckwithability is an internal state, having a community that uplifts, inspires, and believes in you provides an invaluable external support system. These are people who celebrate your wins and support you through challenges, rather than draining your energy with negativity. Practice gratitude and generosity. Regularly appreciating what you have and giving back to others shifts your focus from scarcity to abundance, from self-centeredness to connection. This outward focus often diminishes the power of internal worries and external criticisms. Develop a don't give a fuck attitude when appropriate. This isn't about apathy, but about selective indifference. It means wisely choosing what truly matters and letting go of the trivial, the petty, and the opinions of those who don't genuinely matter to your growth and purpose. It's about protecting your energy for what truly counts. Being unfuckwithable is not about being invulnerable. It's about being incredibly resilient. It's about having such a strong sense of self and purpose that you can navigate the inevitable storms of life without losing your inner compass. It's about creating a psychological force field around your well-being, where external noise and challenges simply bounce off, leaving your core peace intact. This law is a profound liberation. It frees you from the tyranny of external opinion, the fear of failure, and the constant need for validation. When you are truly unfuckwithable, you are free to live your extraordinary vision with courage, authenticity, and unwavering joy, knowing that your inner peace is your most powerful asset.
Chapter 9. Embrace the Quest. The Ninth Unconventional Law. As we approach the culmination of the Code of the Extraordinary Mind, Vishen Lakhiani's ninth law, Embrace the Quest, offers a powerful reframing of our entire life journey. It encourages us to see life not as a series of problems to be solved or destinations to be reached, but as an exciting, ongoing adventure, a grand quest filled with challenges, discoveries, and continuous growth. This law challenges the common rule that life is about reaching a fixed point of success or happiness, after which all struggles cease. This static view often leads to a sense of anticlimax once a goal is achieved, or profound disappointment when things don't go according to plan. Instead, Vishen invites us to adopt a dynamic, evolving perspective that life is the quest. Embracing the quest means viewing challenges as opportunities. Instead of seeing obstacles as roadblocks, you view them as essential parts of your adventure, puzzles to solve, dragons to slay, metaphorically, and trials that forge your strength and wisdom. Each challenge is an opportunity to learn, adapt, and grow. Just like a hero in a legendary tale doesn't complain about the monsters, but sees them as necessary trials. Cultivating a growth mindset. This is the core of embracing the quest. You believe that your abilities and intelligence can be developed through dedication and hard work. You're constantly seeking new knowledge, new skills, and new ways to evolve. Failure isn't an endpoint. It's feedback, a stepping stone on your path. Finding joy in the process, not just the outcome. This ties back to Blisscipline. The quest isn't just about the final treasure. It's about the excitement of the journey itself. It's about savoring the small victories, appreciating the lessons learned, and enjoying the process of becoming. If your quest is to build a successful business, embracing the quest means enjoying the creative problem-solving, the team collaboration, and the personal growth that happens along the way, not just the eventual financial rewards. living with a sense of curiosity and wonder. An extraordinary life is one filled with continuous learning and exploration. You approach new experiences, new ideas, and even difficult situations with an open mind and a sense of curiosity, eager to see what lessons they hold. Recognizing that the quest never truly ends. The beauty of this law is that it removes the pressure of arriving. There is no final destination where you simply stop growing or seeking. Instead, as soon as one phase of your quest is completed, a new one emerges. You might achieve a career goal, only to find a new passion for philanthropy. You might master a skill, only to discover a new frontier of knowledge to explore. This perspective ensures that life always remains fresh, exciting, and meaningful. Think of it like a video game. The fun isn't just in beating the final boss, it's in exploring new levels, discovering hidden treasures, upgrading your character, and overcoming various challenges. The game itself is the joy. This law transforms your relationship with life. It shifts from a mindset of striving and struggle to one of adventure and joyful exploration. It frees you from the fear of failure, because every experience, even a perceived setback, becomes a valuable part of your story. By embracing the quest, you tap into an inexhaustible source of motivation and meaning, turning every day into an opportunity for extraordinary living. It's about stepping into the role of the hero in your own epic tale, always ready for the next chapter, always eager for the next discovery, and always growing along the way.
Chapter 10. Seek to be extraordinary. The 10th unconventional law from The Code of the Extraordinary Mind. We arrive now at the 10th and final unconventional law from The Code of the Extraordinary Mind. Seek to be extraordinary. This law isn't just the culmination of the previous 9 laws. It's a powerful declaration, a guiding principle that encapsulates the entire philosophy of the book. It's an active daily choice to push beyond the ordinary, to challenge yourself, and to fully realize your unique potential. Vishen Lakhiani makes it clear that extraordinary isn't about being famous, wealthy, or superior to others. It's about living a life that is uncommonly good, a life that is deeply authentic, aligned with your values, and profoundly fulfilling for you. It's about optimizing yourself for happiness, purpose, and impact, and continuously growing into the most magnificent version of yourself. This law is a call to action, reminding us that extraordinary is a choice, not a birthright. You are not born ordinary or extraordinary. You choose to be extraordinary through your beliefs, your actions, and your commitment to personal growth. It's a mindset that says, I refuse to settle for mediocrity when I know there's more within me. It requires continuous growth and learning. Seeking to be extraordinary means committing to lifelong learning. It means constantly updating your models of reality, refining your systems of living, and expanding your capabilities. The quest, as we learned, never truly ends. It's about impact and contribution. True extraordinariness extends beyond personal achievement. It's about how you use your unique gifts and talents to make a positive difference in the lives of others and in the world at large. This aligns with the contribution goals we discussed earlier. It embraces authenticity. Being extraordinary means living your truth, even when it challenges societal norms or expectations. It means shedding the masks, silencing the external noise, and fully embracing who you truly are, imperfections and all. This is where the power of questioning brules and becoming unfuckwithable truly shines. It's about redefining success and happiness on your own terms. This is the overarching theme of the entire book. You decide what an extraordinary life looks like for you, rather than letting society dictate it. It might mean prioritizing experiences over possessions, or purpose over conventional prestige. Vishen argues that the world needs more extraordinary minds. It needs people who are brave enough to challenge outdated systems, to innovate, to lead with compassion, and to inspire others to live their fullest lives.
By seeking to be extraordinary, you're not just improving your own life, you're contributing to a better world. Think of a sculptor who looks at a block of marble and sees the magnificent form hidden within. Seeking to be extraordinary is about chipping away at the conventional, the limiting, and the inauthentic to reveal the masterpiece that is your true self. It's an ongoing process of refinement, creativity, and courage. This final law is a powerful affirmation. It encourages you to step fully into your power, to trust your intuition, to embrace your unique path, and never stop striving for that higher version of yourself. It's a reminder that the code isn't just a set of instructions. It's a living philosophy that empowers you to design a life so rich, so meaningful, and so impactful that it truly is beyond the ordinary. It's about waking up to the incredible potential that resides within you and consciously choosing to unleash it every single day.
Conclusion: embracing your extraordinary life. And there you have it, Vibe Audiobook listeners, a comprehensive journey through Vishen Lakhiani's The Code of the Extraordinary Mind, 10 unconventional laws to redefine your life and succeed on your own terms. From transcending cultural trances and questioning rules, to engineering our consciousness, rewriting our models of reality, and living with discipline. From crafting a bold vision for the future, to becoming unfuckwithable and embracing the lifelong quest, we've uncovered a powerful framework for truly living an uncommon life. This book is more than just a collection of ideas. It's an invitation to a revolution, a personal revolution that starts within you. It asks you to shed the comfortable mediocrity of conformity, to bravely look inward, and to consciously sculpt a life that reflects your deepest desires and highest potential. Remember, the path to an extraordinary life isn't found by following someone else's map. It's forged by daring to draw your own. It's about understanding that you are not a passive recipient of circumstances, but an active co-creator of your reality. So, what rule will you question today? What new belief will you install? What tiny act of discipline can you bring into your life? How will you take one small step towards your grand vision? The power, dear listener, has always been within you. Vishen's work simply helps you unlock it. Go forth, embrace your quest, and commit to seeking the extraordinary in every aspect of your being. The world awaits the unique brilliance only you can offer. Thank you for joining me on Vibe Audiobook for this incredibly insightful summary. If you found this episode inspiring and transformative, please take a moment to hit that like button. Share it with a friend or loved one who might benefit from these powerful ideas. And if you haven't already, subscribe to Vibe Audiobook so you don't miss any of our future deep dives into life-changing books. Until next time, keep questioning, keep growing, and keep living your extraordinary life. Welcome, Vibe Audiobook listeners, to a journey that promises to transform not just your bank account, but your entire perspective on life. Have you ever wondered why some people seem to effortlessly attract abundance, while others, despite their hard work, constantly struggle? What if I told you there's a hidden code, a set of principles that, once understood and applied, can unlock a door to lasting prosperity and true plenty? Today, we're diving deep into Richard Templer's groundbreaking book, The Rules of Wealth, a personal code for prosperity and plenty. This isn't just about making more money, it's about mastering the mindset, the habits, and the understanding that creates a life rich in every sense of the word. From uncovering your true financial desires to embracing the power of giving, Templer's insights are a blueprint for anyone ready to step out of scarcity and into a world of endless possibilities. So lean back, open your mind, and prepare to discover the secrets that will not only change your financial future, but empower you to live a life of profound purpose and joy. Don't forget to hit that like button, share this episode with anyone who needs a financial wake-up call, and, of course, subscribe to Vibe Audiobook for more transformative journeys. Let's begin.
Chapter 1. The First Rule of Wealth. Work out what wealth means to you. Our profound journey into wealth begins not with the clinking of coins or the dizzying figures on bank statements, but with a deeply personal and often overlooked question. What does wealth truly mean to you? Richard Templer, with the wisdom of a seasoned guide, gently steers us away from the conventional, often materialistic definitions of wealth that society so readily bombards us with. He challenges us to look beyond the big house, the luxury car, the exotic vacations, the outward symbols that often disguise inner emptiness, and instead to embark on an inward exploration. For a vast majority, wealth remains a nebulous concept, an abstract aspiration, a number they relentlessly chase without ever truly understanding the core motivation behind it. Templer astutely points out that this very lack of clarity, this absence of a deeply personal definition, is precisely why so many individuals, despite their tireless efforts, never manage to achieve true, lasting wealth that resonates with their soul. He illustrates this with a compelling analogy. Imagine attempting to navigate a grand ship across a vast ocean without ever knowing your final destination. You might drift aimlessly, expending enormous amounts of energy, fuel, and time, experiencing various currents and storms, but ultimately you would never truly arrive at a port that brings you satisfaction or fulfillment. Wealth, Templer argues, operates on the very same principle. Until you articulate, with precise clarity, what wealth personally signifies for you, be it the profound peace of mind that comes from being debt-free, the exhilarating freedom to pursue your artistic endeavors without financial pressure looming over your head, perhaps it's the simple yet profound joy of living in a cozy, sun-drenched cottage by the sea, entirely liberated from the relentless grind of the rat race. This is not merely a philosophical musing. It is, in fact, the foundational, most potent act of setting your life's compass. Without a crystal-clear destination, any path will seem plausible, and more often than not, no path will lead to genuine contentment or lasting prosperity. This rule, Templer asserts, is about conscious creation, about intentionally designing your wealthy life with deliberate purpose, rather than passively succumbing to or accepting what societal norms dictate. It is the initial and arguably the most pivotal stride in harmonizing your daily actions with your deepest, most authentic desires. It sets the stage for everything that follows, ensuring that your pursuit of wealth is not just productive, but also profoundly meaningful.
Chapter 2. The Second Rule of Wealth. Be clear about what you want. Having embraced the introspective journey of defining what wealth means to you, Templer meticulously guides us to the next, equally vital step, becoming unequivocally clear about what you specifically want. This transition is crucial because it bridges the gap between abstract desires and tangible, actionable goals. It's no longer just about the feeling of wealth, but the precise manifestations of it in your life. To further illustrate this principle, Templer offers another relatable analogy. Consider the act of ordering at a fine restaurant. If you were to simply tell the waiter, "I want food," you might indeed receive something, but it would be left entirely to chance, and very likely it wouldn't be precisely what your palate truly craves. However, if you articulate your desire with specificity, "I'd like the grilled salmon, cooked medium rare, accompanied by roasted asparagus and a crisp side salad, please," you dramatically increase your likelihood of receiving exactly the meal that satisfies your specific longing. Templer places immense emphasis on the transformative power of specificity.
He implores us to transform our vague, often ephemeral aspirations into concrete, measurable, and distinctly defined goals. If your personal vision of wealth unequivocally includes financial freedom, then what does that precise number look like? How much passive income, to the dollar, do you genuinely need each month to sustain your desired lifestyle without active labor? If your aspiration is to own a dream home, then don't just envision a nice house. Describe it in vivid, meticulous detail. The exact number of rooms, the ideal geographical location, the architectural style, the specific features like a spacious garden or a sun-drenched study. This rigorous process, Templar clarifies, is not about creating an unyielding, rigid adherence to a future blueprint. Rather, it is about furnishing your subconscious mind and your daily actions with an unambiguous, laser-focused target. To amplify this clarity, he advocates for powerful techniques such as active visualization, the creation of inspiring vision boards adorned with images of your desires, and the consistent, regular revisiting of these specific goals. This continuous engagement keeps them vivid, alive, and potent in your mind, much like a lighthouse continually shining its beam, guiding your ship. When you are unequivocally clear about what you want, a fascinating phenomenon occurs. Your mind, now primed and aware, begins to actively notice and identify opportunities that were previously invisible. Your decision-making process becomes sharper, more focused, and entirely aligned with your objectives. Your energy, rather than being dissipated by indecision or conflicting desires, is channeled powerfully and efficiently toward bringing those specific, meticulously defined desires into your tangible reality. This rule, Templar asserts, is the indispensable bridge between a hazy, distant dream and a practical, actionable plan. It is the alchemical step that transforms the elusive someday into the empowering now, creating a roadmap that guides your every step toward your desired destination.
Chapter 3. The Third Rule of Wealth. Take responsibility for your wealth or lack of it. This chapter is where Richard Templar delivers a profound, albeit potentially uncomfortable truth that serves as a cornerstone for all genuine wealth creation. You and only you are ultimately responsible for your current financial situation, whether it be one of abundant prosperity or persistent struggle. Templar, with the conviction of someone who understands the stakes, doesn't mince words. He demands that we meticulously strip away the layers of excuses, the convenient blame, and all the external factors we so often point to: the state of the economy, the perceived unfairness of our boss, the limitations of our upbringing, or the capriciousness of bad luck. While it is undeniably true that these external elements can and do exert influence over our lives, Templar unequivocally states that our ultimate response, our inherent power of agency, and our capacity to choose our path lie entirely within our own hands. Consider for a moment two distinct individuals who both experience the same sudden, devastating job loss. One might immediately plunge into despair, blaming the company, the entire industry, or an unfeeling twist of fate. This individual might become paralyzed by victimhood, waiting for an external savior or a miraculous change in circumstances. The other person, after an initial and understandable period of shock and grief, might swiftly pivot. They might immediately begin networking aggressively, investing in new skills to make themselves more marketable, or even boldly launching their own entrepreneurial venture, transforming adversity into opportunity. The external event, the job loss, is identical for both, but Templar's powerful insight is that the internal response, the choice of action or inaction, is the decisive factor that dictates their subsequent outcomes. Templar serves as a potent reminder that perpetuating a victim mentality keeps us inextricably stuck in a cycle of stagnation and powerlessness.
Taking genuine responsibility, however, is an incredibly liberating and empowering act. It necessitates acknowledging that while you may not possess absolute control over every single external circumstance that life throws your way, you absolutely do possess unwavering control over your attitude, your moment-to-moment decisions, and your consistent actions. It is about recognizing the immense inherent power you hold to learn from setbacks, to adapt creatively to new realities, and to proactively create your desired future. This rule, Templar clarifies, is emphatically not about self-blame or wallowing in past mistakes. Instead, it is about powerfully reclaiming your agency, deeply understanding that you, in essence, are the master architect of your own financial destiny. It underscores that every single choice you make, no matter how seemingly insignificant, whether it's how you spend your time, where you allocate your energy, or what thoughts you entertain, actively contributes to your overall wealth picture. This profound mindset shift from passivity to active ownership is an absolutely foundational prerequisite for any real sustained progress on the path to genuine wealth. It is the moment you step into your power.
Chapter 4. The Fourth Rule of Wealth. Understand the nature of money. What is money, truly? This seemingly simple question often elicits a superficial answer, yet it holds profound implications for our financial lives. Most of us engage with money on a daily, even hourly basis, yet we rarely pause to deeply consider its inherent nature, its true essence beyond its physical form. Templar dedicates this pivotal chapter to meticulously demystifying money, encouraging us to transcend simplistic views and perceive it not as an ultimate end in itself, but rather as a versatile tool, a vibrant form of energy, and an indispensable medium of exchange. He systematically dismantles common misconceptions and ingrained beliefs about money, beliefs that frequently lead to paralyzing fear, insatiable greed, or an unhealthy aversion towards it, all of which hinder our ability to attract and manage it effectively. He meticulously explains that money is, at its core, a concept, a universally accepted symbol of value. It possesses no inherent moral character. It is neither intrinsically good nor evil. Instead, Templar asserts, money acts as a powerful amplifier for whatever qualities and intentions you already possess. If you are, by nature, a genuinely generous individual, then possessing more money will simply provide you with greater capacity and opportunity to express that generosity on a larger scale. Conversely, if you are prone to fear and anxiety, then acquiring more money might ironically amplify that very fear, the fear of losing it, the fear of managing it, or the fear of what others might think. Templar powerfully emphasizes that money, much like water, tends to flow towards those who deeply understand its purpose, respect its power, and treat it not with idolatrous reverence, but with intelligent stewardship. He implores us to consciously shift our relationship with money from one characterized by scarcity, worry, and anxiety to one imbued with abundance, gratitude, and empowered understanding. When you begin to genuinely comprehend money as a vital resource that actively facilitates your life, enables your goals, and helps you contribute meaningfully to the world around you, your interactions with it become far more conscious, deliberate, and effective. It's akin to gaining a fundamental understanding of how electricity works. You learn to respect its immense power, you acquire the knowledge to safely harness it, and you intelligently utilize it to illuminate and power your life, rather than blindly fearing it or remaining ignorant of its profound potential. This deeper, more nuanced understanding liberates us from the emotional baggage and limiting beliefs that often surround money, allowing us to wield it as a highly effective and ethical tool for achieving our aspirations and creating the life we envision. It transforms money from a source of stress into a powerful ally.
Chapter 5. The Fifth Rule of Wealth. Understand the nature of wealth. Building upon the previous chapter's exploration of money, Templar masterfully broadens our understanding to encompass the true, multifaceted nature of wealth itself. He asserts that beyond the purely financial, genuine wealth is a rich tapestry woven from various threads, an expansive concept that far transcends mere monetary assets. This rule is a profound invitation to recognize and cultivate the richness that exists in all vital areas of your life, not just the financial column of your ledger. Templar draws a crucial distinction between financial wealth, which is often narrowly defined by net worth and income, and true, holistic wealth. He argues that true wealth encompasses your most precious asset, your health, the vibrant energy, physical vitality, and mental clarity that enable you to actively pursue your dreams and fully experience life. It profoundly includes your relationships, the immeasurable value of love, unwavering support, deep connection, and shared experiences you cherish with family, friends, and community. It encompasses your time, the ultimate non-renewable resource, representing the freedom to spend your moments authentically, pursuing your passions rather than being dictated by external pressures or obligations. Furthermore, he emphasizes that wealth also embraces your accumulated knowledge, your developed skills, your life-enriching experiences, and your profound spiritual or inner well-being. Templar presents a compelling argument. A life that is immensely rich in one dimension, such as financial abundance, yet impoverished in others, such as health or meaningful relationships, is fundamentally not truly wealthy. He poses insightful questions. What true benefit is there in possessing a massive bank account if you are too chronically ill to enjoy its fruits, or if you have no meaningful relationships with whom to share its blessings? This chapter serves as a powerful clarion call, urging us to consciously and proactively cultivate wealth in all these critical dimensions simultaneously. It is a plea for balance, for recognizing that while financial abundance is undeniably important and a crucial enabler, it constitutes only one significant piece of a much grander, more intricate, and ultimately more fulfilling mosaic of a truly wealthy life. This holistic perspective is vital because it prevents us from falling into the common trap of narrowly chasing a singular, often isolated definition of wealth. Instead, it guides us towards building a life that is genuinely rich, deeply satisfying, and profoundly abundant in every aspect that truly matters. It shifts the focus from simply having to truly being wealthy.
Chapter 6. The Sixth Rule of Wealth. Know your numbers. After delving into the more philosophical and expansive aspects of wealth, Templar brings us firmly back to the tangible and practical with a fundamental, non-negotiable rule. You absolutely must know your numbers. This isn't an intimidating directive to become a financial expert or a seasoned accountant, but rather a crucial demand for an honest, crystal clear, and unvarnished picture of your current financial reality. Templar keenly observes that a significant number of people instinctively shy away from scrutinizing their bank statements, confronting their debts, or meticulously tracking their spending habits. This avoidance often stems from a deep-seated discomfort, a fear of what they might uncover. However, as Templar asserts with unwavering conviction, ignorance is not bliss in the financial realm. It is unequivocally a formidable roadblock to genuine wealth. He meticulously instructs us to gain an intimate understanding of 4 core financial pillars: our income, our expenses, our assets, and our liabilities. What is the precise amount of money consistently flowing in each month? More importantly, where, precisely, is every single dollar going? What tangible items or investments do you unequivocally own? And what, specifically, do you currently owe to others? This rigorous process necessitates the active creation and diligent maintenance of a budget, the meticulous tracking of every expenditure, and the regular, consistent review of your overall financial situation. Templar offers a powerful analogy. Imagine attempting to embark on a weight loss journey without ever knowing your current weight, or without any awareness of what foods you're actually consuming. Such an endeavor would be utterly futile and impossible. Similarly, he argues, attempting to effectively manage your money and build wealth without a precise understanding of your financial numbers is a guaranteed recipe for stagnation, frustration, and eventual failure. Templar emphasizes that the moment you genuinely know your numbers, a transformative shift occurs. You're empowered to accurately identify areas ripe for improvement, to make informed, strategic decisions based on facts rather than assumptions, and to set realistic, achievable financial goals. This rule, therefore, is fundamentally about replacing vague assumptions with irrefutable facts, about constructing a solid, transparent foundation upon which to build your future financial success, and about transforming any lingering fear of the unknown into empowered, actionable knowledge. It is the essential, indispensable step that must precede any attempt to chart a confident and effective course toward your financial destination. Without this clarity, you are simply navigating in the dark.
Chapter 7. The Seventh Rule of Wealth. Pay yourself first. This rule stands as an undeniable cornerstone of personal finance, a principle frequently echoed by financial gurus, yet one that a surprising number of people consistently struggle to implement effectively: the imperative to pay yourself first. Templar astutely highlights our common, often unconscious inclination. We tend to prioritize paying all our bills, meticulously covering every expense, and then, only then, saving whatever minuscule amount might be left over. The fundamental flaw in this pervasive approach, Templar incisively points out, is that, all too often, there is tragically nothing left over. This reactive, rather than proactive method ensures that you are perpetually playing catch-up, forever trapped in a cycle of living paycheck to paycheck, never truly advancing. The pay yourself first principle, as articulated by Templar, fundamentally flips this ingrained habit on its head. It dictates that the very moment you receive your income, whether it's your salary, a freelance payment, or any other earnings, a predetermined, non-negotiable portion of it must immediately go directly into your dedicated savings or investment accounts. This action must occur before you allocate funds to anything else, before rent, before groceries, before entertainment. It is to be treated with the same solemnity and priority as any essential bill. Indeed, it is the most crucial bill of all, a payment you owe to your future, more prosperous self. Templar strongly advocates for automating this critical process. He advises setting up direct transfers from your checking account to your savings or investment accounts immediately upon receiving your pay. This automation removes the need for conscious decision-making, eliminates the temptation to spend, and ensures consistency. Even if the initial amount you can afford to save is small, Templar emphasizes, the profound importance lies in establishing and consistently maintaining the habit. This isn't about fostering deprivation or imposing asceticism. It is, at its core, about intelligent prioritization. It's about diligently building your financial foundation, brick by resilient brick, ensuring that your wealth compounds and grows steadily, almost invisibly, in the background of your life. He draws an apt parallel. Think of it as planting a precious seed. You nurture and prioritize its growth first, ensuring its strong development before you attend to the surrounding garden. This rule cultivates an invaluable financial discipline
builds unstoppable momentum, and fundamentally ensures that your financial future is not left to the whims of chance or leftover scraps, but is actively, consistently, and purposefully constructed. It is the bedrock of accumulating capital and truly breaking free from the paycheck-to-paycheck cycle.
Chapter 8. The Eighth Rule of Wealth. Don't get into debt unnecessarily. Debt, in the nuanced landscape of personal finance, is undeniably a potent double-edged sword. While certain forms of debt, such as a strategically leveraged mortgage for a primary residence that appreciates in value, or a student loan for a high-value degree that significantly enhances your earning potential, can indeed serve as powerful tools for wealth creation, Templar dedicates this crucial rule to meticulously dissecting the profound dangers of unnecessary debt, particularly the insidious grip of consumer debt. He delivers a stark, unambiguous reminder that debt, at its core, is essentially the act of borrowing from your future self, often at an exorbitant cost, and can very swiftly transform into a relentless, suffocating burden that systematically chokes off any genuine financial progress. Templar meticulously distinguishes between what he terms good debt and bad debt. Good debt is characterized by its potential to help you acquire an appreciating asset, one that grows in value over time, like real estate, or debt that actively increases your earning capacity, like an investment in education that leads to a higher-paying career. Conversely, bad debt is incurred for rapidly depreciating assets, like a new car that loses value the moment it's driven off the lot, or most perniciously, for consumption. A prime example being high-interest credit card debt, accumulated for impulse purchases or lifestyle expenses that offer no long-term return. He paints a vivid and cautionary picture of how the relentless accumulation of interest payments can ensnare individuals in a devastating cycle of servitude, diverting precious funds that could have been strategically directed toward saving, investing, and true wealth building. Templar advises extreme caution and disciplined restraint when it comes to credit cards, unequivocally encouraging their use only if you possess the unwavering discipline and financial capacity to pay off the full outstanding balance every single month, thereby avoiding any interest charges. He ardently advocates for the time-honored wisdom of living well within your means, practicing judicious delayed gratification, and prioritizing your fundamental needs over fleeting wants. Furthermore, if you find yourself already entangled in the clutches of bad debt, Templar doesn't leave you stranded. He provides practical, actionable strategies for systematically tackling and eliminating it, citing popular and effective methods such as the debt snowball method, paying off the smallest debts first for psychological momentum, or the debt avalanche method, prioritizing debts with the highest interest rates to save money. This rule is therefore about proactively protecting your future self, deeply understanding the true, often hidden cost of instant gratification, and diligently building a robust financial fortress that is resistant to the corrosive and eroding power of unnecessary interest payments. Ultimately, it is about consciously freeing yourself from financial shackles, allowing your resources to work for you rather than against you.
Chapter 9. The Ninth Rule of Wealth. Make your money work for you. Once you've diligently cultivated the discipline to pay yourself first and have strategically minimized the corrosive burden of unnecessary debt, Richard Templar unveils one of the most powerful and liberating concepts in the realm of wealth creation: the imperative to make your money work for you. This pivotal rule marks a profound transition in your financial journey, shifting your focus from solely active labor, where you exchange your time and effort for money, to the intelligent realm of passive accumulation, where your money itself begins to generate more money. Templar emphatically explains that simply saving money, while a good start, is ultimately insufficient. Left stagnant, inflation will systematically erode its purchasing power and value over time. The true key, he asserts, is to strategically invest it, allowing it to grow exponentially and generate its own stream of income. He vividly introduces the awe-inspiring magic of compounding, a phenomenon often lauded by financial experts as the eighth wonder of the world. Compounding is the extraordinary process where your initial investments earn returns, and then those returns themselves begin to earn returns, creating an exponential growth effect that over time can lead to astonishing wealth accumulation. Templer uses a simple yet powerful analogy. Imagine a small snowball delicately perched at the top of a long snow-covered hill. As it begins its descent, it starts small, but with each revolution, it gathers more snow, gaining both size and momentum, eventually becoming a massive, unstoppable force. Your investments through compounding behave in precisely the same way. Templer passionately encourages even individuals with modest means to begin making small, consistent investments. He suggests exploring various investment vehicles, such as diversified index funds, which offer broad market exposure and lower risk, carefully selected stocks, strategic real estate ventures, or even investing in growing your own business. He emphasizes that the act of investing doesn't necessitate vast sums of capital or a specialized in-depth knowledge to commence. What it primarily demands is consistent action, a steadfast commitment, and a long-term perspective. The most powerful factor, he points out, is often time, allowing compounding to work its magic over decades. This rule is therefore fundamentally about intelligently creating passive income streams, about constructing a robust financial engine that continues to generate income and expand your wealth, even when you are not actively engaged in labor. It represents the ultimate path to true financial freedom, where your accumulated capital diligently generates income for you, thereby bestowing upon you the invaluable gifts of choice, flexibility, and the precious time to live your life on your own terms, pursuing your deepest passions and living a life of true purpose. It is the moment your money graduates from being a mere tool to becoming a diligent, tireless employee working tirelessly for your financial prosperity.
Chapter 10. The 10th Rule of Wealth. Know where your money is going. While the 6th rule, know your numbers, provides a crucial macroscopic snapshot of your overall financial health, your income, expenses, assets, and liabilities, Richard Templer's 10th rule, know where your money is going, demands a far more granular, microscopic level of financial awareness. He argues with compelling conviction that unconscious spending is a silent yet exceptionally potent killer of wealth. A surprisingly large number of people are genuinely taken aback, often bordering on disbelief, when they undertake the rigorous exercise of meticulously tracking their daily expenditures. They discover, much to their astonishment, precisely how much they are spending on seemingly small, trivial, or often forgotten items and habits that, when accumulated over a month or a year, morph into significant, wealth-eroding sums. Templer passionately encourages the adoption of meticulous tracking of all expenditures, regardless of their size. He suggests utilizing modern financial apps, creating detailed spreadsheets, or even employing a simple, dedicated notebook for this purpose. He swiftly clarifies that this exercise is emphatically not about fostering deprivation, guilt, or shame regarding past spending choices. Instead, its primary objective is to cultivate heightened awareness, instill greater control, and empower informed decision-making. When you gain absolute clarity on exactly where every single penny of your hard-earned money is truly going, you become adept at identifying money leaks, those insidious, often unnoticed drains on your finances. These might manifest as forgotten subscription services you barely use, impulsive purchases made without forethought, or ingrained daily habits that steadily deplete your funds without providing commensurate value or satisfaction. For instance, you might discover an astonishing amount spent on daily lattes, or a weekly takeout habit that adds up to thousands over a year. Knowing where your money is going empowers you to make conscious, deliberate, and strategic choices. Perhaps you identify that a disproportionate amount of your income is being spent on dining out, prompting a conscious decision to cook more meals at home. Or you might realize you are paying for multiple streaming services that rarely capture your attention, leading to a smart decision to cancel some. This rule, therefore, bestows upon you the invaluable power to intelligently reallocate funds from unconscious, often wasteful spending towards purposeful saving, strategic investing, and ultimately accelerating your journey towards your most cherished financial goals. It is akin to possessing a highly detailed, real-time map of your spending habits, allowing you to navigate your financial landscape with unparalleled efficiency, precision, and intentionality towards your ultimate wealth destination. It turns passive spending into active financial management.
Chapter 11. The 11th Rule of Wealth. Spend less than you earn. This rule, spend less than you earn, might at first glance appear so blindingly obvious as to be simplistic. Yet Richard Templer masterfully elevates it to the status of a fundamental, non-negotiable pillar of wealth building. A principle that, despite its apparent simplicity, is alarmingly often overlooked, misunderstood, or even intentionally ignored by countless individuals. The unvarnished truth, Templer asserts, is unequivocally clear. If you consistently and habitually spend more money than you earn, you will, without exception, never be able to build sustainable wealth. You will only accumulate escalating debt and perpetuate chronic financial stress. This rule, therefore, stands as the absolute bedrock of not just financial solvency, but also the foundation for all future prosperity. Templer emphatically clarifies that adhering to this rule is decidedly not about embracing miserliness, living a life of scarcity, or denying yourself all pleasures. Instead, it is profoundly about cultivating the crucial discipline of living conscientiously within your means and making deliberate, intentional choices about your expenditures. He astutely points out that modern society often subtly, and sometimes overtly, encourages us to constantly engage in a futile game of keeping up with the Joneses, to perpetually upgrade our lifestyle in direct proportion to any increases in our income. This pervasive phenomenon, widely known as lifestyle creep, can become an insidious trap. As our earnings rise, our expenses often inflate simultaneously, leading to an endless hedonistic treadmill where increased income only results in increased spending, leaving no precious surplus for vital savings, strategic investments, or true wealth accumulation. This rule, Templer emphasizes, champions the virtues of discipline, the power of delayed gratification, and the indispensable practice of intentional budgeting. Its core objective is to consciously create a significant gap, a deliberate surplus between your income and your total expenses. This surplus, once consistently generated, can then be strategically directed toward fulfilling your long-term financial goals. Whether your current income is modest or substantial, the consistent practice of spending less than you earn is the non-negotiable prerequisite for constructing any form of lasting wealth. It is the elegantly simple, yet profoundly powerful equation that, when diligently followed, guarantees consistent financial progress, transforms your potential into tangible reality, and lays the groundwork for a secure and prosperous future. It's the ultimate act of financial self-mastery.
Chapter 12. The 12th Rule of Wealth. Diversify your income. In today's rapidly evolving and often unpredictable economic landscape, relying solely on a single source of income can be a remarkably precarious position. Richard Templer dedicates this crucial rule to meticulously explaining the paramount importance of diversifying your income streams, a strategic imperative for building robust financial resilience and significantly accelerating your overall wealth-building journey. He employs a classic yet exceptionally apt analogy, likening it to the wisdom of not putting all your eggs in one basket,
If that solitary basket were to unfortunately fall, everything would be irrevocably lost. Templar passionately encourages us to transcend the limitations of the traditional single-job model and proactively explore innovative ways to generate income from multiple distinct sources. This strategic approach can manifest in a myriad of ways. It could involve cultivating profitable side hustles aligned with your skills or passions, engaging in lucrative freelance work, strategically investing in dividend-paying stocks that generate regular income, creating and monetizing intellectual property, such as books, courses, or digital products that yields royalties, or even embarking on the entrepreneurial path by launching a small, scalable business. The overarching goal, he clarifies, isn't necessarily to completely replace your primary income, though for some it might eventually lead to that. Rather, it is to intentionally create additional, diversified flows of money that collectively achieve two critical objectives: significantly reducing your financial risk and providing you with far greater financial flexibility and optionality. Imagine for a moment a scenario where your main job experienced an unforeseen downturn, perhaps due to economic shifts, industry disruption, or company restructuring. Having multiple, independent income streams in place can provide a vital safety net, ensuring that your financial stability isn't entirely dependent on one employer or one industry. Furthermore, the combined power of multiple income streams can dramatically accelerate your ability to save, invest, and compound your wealth, thereby significantly speeding up your timeline to achieving true financial freedom. This rule, therefore, is profoundly about building unwavering financial robustness, intelligently embracing the spirit of entrepreneurship, even on a modest scale, and proactively securing your financial future against a wide array of unforeseen economic circumstances. It's about meticulously layering your financial life with multiple safeguards and powerful growth engines, ensuring a more stable, dynamic, and ultimately prosperous trajectory. It's the smart way to build a financially fortified life.
Chapter 13. The 13th Rule of Wealth. Protect your wealth. The journey of building wealth, as Templar has so effectively laid out, is an arduous process demanding considerable time, unwavering effort, and disciplined consistency. Templar dedicates this crucial rule to the essential yet frequently overlooked aspect of protecting that hard-earned wealth once it has been diligently accumulated. It is, he asserts, utterly insufficient to simply focus on the act of making money. You must equally, if not more vigilantly, safeguard it from a multitude of potential threats, both the predictable and the entirely unforeseen. He meticulously discusses several interconnected facets of comprehensive wealth protection. This critically includes having adequate and appropriate insurance coverage across various domains, robust health insurance to shield against exorbitant medical costs, sufficient life insurance to protect your loved ones, comprehensive property insurance for your assets, and disability insurance to ensure income continuation in case of incapacitation. These, Templar stresses, are not expenses, but vital investments designed to shield your accumulated savings and investments from catastrophic events that could otherwise entirely wipe out years of diligent effort. Furthermore, he emphasizes the non-negotiable importance of maintaining a robust emergency fund, a readily accessible pool of savings specifically designated to cover unexpected expenses, such as job loss, major home repairs, or medical emergencies. This crucial buffer prevents you from being forced into high-interest debt or being compelled to sell long-term investments prematurely at an inopportune time. Templar also touches upon the vital realm of legal protection, advocating for proactive measures such as creating a comprehensive will,
engaging in thoughtful estate planning, and establishing appropriate legal structures. These steps ensure that your wealth is distributed precisely according to your wishes, minimizes potential tax liabilities, and prevents it from being entangled in lengthy and costly probate processes. Moreover, he underscores the critical importance of actively protecting your financial assets from the ever-present threats of fraud and identity theft through unwavering vigilance, adopting strong cybersecurity practices, and regularly monitoring your financial accounts. This rule is, therefore, fundamentally about foresight, proactive planning, and diligent preparation. It's about meticulously constructing a formidable wall around your financial fortress, anticipating potential dangers that could erode your wealth, and diligently implementing robust measures to mitigate those risks. Just as a diligent gardener meticulously protects their precious crops from pests, harsh weather, and disease, a wise wealth builder must actively and intelligently protect their financial harvest, ensuring its longevity and continued growth. It's the ultimate defense strategy for your financial future.
Chapter 14. The 14th Rule of Wealth. Give something back. This rule, give something back, might at first glance appear counterintuitive to the conventional pursuit of wealth, which often focuses on accumulation. However, Richard Templer masterfully presents it as not merely an ethical imperative, but a profoundly powerful and transformative rule for cultivating true, abundant, and deeply fulfilling wealth. He argues with unwavering conviction that generosity, contribution, and altruism are absolutely integral components of a genuinely rich life, creating a virtuous and positive feedback loop that, perhaps surprisingly, often leads to even greater prosperity and well-being for the giver. Templer eloquently suggests that the act of giving, whether it be through the dedication of your precious time, the sharing of your unique talents, or the distribution of your financial treasures, fundamentally shifts your inner mindset from one of scarcity and lack to one of profound abundance and gratitude. When you consciously choose to give, you internally reinforce the powerful belief that you already possess enough, and indeed more than enough to spare. This empowering act of generosity, he explains, can organically open unforeseen doors to new opportunities, forge invaluable connections with others, and generate an immense wellspring of personal satisfaction and profound meaning that far transcends monetary value. It is, at its core, about understanding that true wealth is not solely about accumulation. It is equally, if not more so, about thoughtful circulation and beneficial distribution. The dynamic flow of generosity, Templer posits, creates a magnetic pole, actively attracting more good, more opportunities, and more abundance into your own life. He emphasizes that giving doesn't necessitate grand, ostentatious gestures. It can be expressed through small, consistent acts of kindness, thoughtful support for a cause you believe in, or simple acts of compassion within your community. It is about consciously contributing to something larger and more impactful than your individual self, recognizing your inherent interconnectedness with your community, your society, and indeed the entire world. This rule elevates the pursuit of wealth beyond mere personal gain, profoundly transforming it into a potent force for positive change and collective good. Ultimately, Templer asserts, this act of giving back makes your life immeasurably richer, more meaningful, and deeply satisfying. It is the ultimate expression and demonstration of true plenty, signifying that you have not just accumulated, but are also able to contribute, thereby fulfilling a higher purpose of wealth.
Chapter 15. The 15th Rule of Wealth. Review and Renew. The journey to wealth, as meticulously charted by Richard Templer, is emphatically not a singular fixed destination or a one-time event. It is instead a dynamic,
continuous and evolving process of perpetual learning, intelligent adaptation, and constant refinement. Templar's final rule, review and renew, powerfully underscores the paramount importance of regularly checking in, reevaluating, and proactively adjusting your financial goals, your implemented strategies, and, most importantly, your ever-evolving relationship with wealth itself. He acknowledges a fundamental truth. Life is inherently fluid. Circumstances invariably change, and consequently, so too should your financial plan remain flexible and responsive. Templar passionately encourages the establishment of scheduled, consistent financial reviews, perhaps on a quarterly or annual basis, where you meticulously reevaluate your current income streams, your expenditure patterns, the performance of your investments, and crucially, your updated definition of wealth and what you truly aspire to achieve. He poses incisive questions for self-reflection. Are your previously set goals still genuinely relevant to your current life stage and aspirations? Have your personal priorities shifted, perhaps due to new life events like marriage, children, or career changes? Are your current financial strategies still proving effective in light of new economic realities or personal growth, or do they require intelligent adjustment and refinement? This continuous iterative process of review is absolutely vital because it actively prevents financial stagnation, ensures that you consistently remain on track towards your long-term objectives, and strategically positions you to capitalize on emerging opportunities that might not have been apparent before. Templar offers a compelling analogy. Imagine embarking on an extensive cross-country road trip. You wouldn't simply input your destination into your GPS once at the outset and then never glance at it again. A prudent traveler would continuously check for unexpected detours, monitor real-time traffic conditions, and adjust their route as needed to reach their destination efficiently and safely. Your wealth journey, Templar argues, demands the same level of active engagement and adaptability. Furthermore, this rule extends beyond mere financial mechanics. It also critically involves renewing your commitment to your wealth-building principles, rekindling your intrinsic motivation when challenges arise, and taking the time to genuinely celebrate your progress and milestones along the way. It's about cultivating an agile, responsive, and persistently proactive stance towards your financial future, thereby ensuring that your wealth journey remains dynamic, purposeful, and ultimately profoundly successful and personally fulfilling. It ensures that your growth is not just about accumulation, but about continuous evolution.
Conclusion. And there you have it, Vibe Audiobook listeners, the essential, expanded wisdom contained within Richard Templar's profound book, The Rules of Wealth, a personal code for prosperity and plenty. We've meticulously traversed the intricate landscape of personal finance, from the deep introspection required to define what wealth truly means to you, to the practical necessities of knowing your numbers, the unwavering discipline of paying yourself first, and the strategic foresight of wisely investing. We've learned the critical importance of avoiding the insidious trap of unnecessary debt, the diligent act of protecting what you diligently build, and the profound, often unexpected power of giving back to the world. Always remember, true wealth, as Templar so eloquently teaches, isn't confined to the figures in your bank account. It encompasses the holistic richness of your entire life, your vibrant health, your cherished relationships, your invaluable time, and your profound sense of purpose. Templar's rules are not rigid, unyielding laws, but rather flexible yet powerful guiding principles specifically designed to empower you to take absolute control of your financial destiny and consciously create a life of true abundance in every sense of the word. The transformative journey begins now with a single, deliberate step, a conscious choice,
and an unwavering commitment to consistently applying these timeless principles. Start by truly defining what wealth means to you. Embrace radical responsibility for your financial situation. Cultivate a deep understanding of money. And then, most importantly, take consistent, decisive action. Do not allow these powerful insights to remain merely information. Let them be the potent catalyst for profound and lasting transformation in your life. Thank you for joining us on Vibe Audiobook. If this episode resonated deeply with you, please show your invaluable support by hitting that like button, sharing it with anyone in your life who needs to hear these crucial rules, and subscribing to our channel for more transformative journeys into wisdom and empowerment. Until next time, go forth and diligently build your wealthy life, overflowing with prosperity and true plenty.
Hello, Vibe Audiobook listeners. Have you ever wondered what truly separates the good from the great? What makes some leaders, some companies, and some movements so profoundly influential that they inspire millions, while others with similar resources and ideas falter? If you've ever felt a yearning to understand the hidden force behind true inspiration, then you're in the right place. Today, we're diving deep into a book that has revolutionized the way we think about leadership, purpose, and impact. Simon Sinek's transformative masterpiece, Start with Why: How Great Leaders Inspire Everyone to Take Action. This isn't just another business book, it's a revelation. It's a guide to unlocking your potential to inspire, whether you're leading a team, building a brand, or simply striving to make a difference in your own life. Get ready to discover the golden circle, the power of purpose, and the profound truth that people don't buy what you do, they buy why you do it. So grab a warm drink, settle in, and let's embark on this journey to discover your why. Before we begin, if you love what you hear and want more insightful content like this, please remember to hit that like button, share this episode with someone who needs a dose of inspiration, and most importantly, subscribe to Vibe Audiobook so you never miss out on our future explorations into the world's most impactful books. Your support truly helps us grow. Now, let's start with why. Chapter 1. Assumptions. In the vast ocean of business and leadership, we often make fundamental assumptions about what drives success. We assume that competition is the primary motivator, that fear of failure pushes us forward, or that simply having the best product or service is enough to win. But Simon Sinek challenges these very assumptions from the outset. He points out that while many companies and individuals know what they do, their products or services, and how they do it, their unique selling propositions, very few truly understand why they do what they do. Imagine a company that meticulously designs a new smartphone. They focus on sleek aesthetics, powerful processors, and innovative features. They launch it with a massive marketing campaign, highlighting all the incredible whats and hows. Yet another company, perhaps Apple, launches a similar product and creates a global phenomenon, inspiring fervent loyalty and unprecedented sales. What's the difference? It's not just about the product itself. It's about something far deeper, something that resonates on an emotional, almost primal level. Sinek argues that our traditional approaches to business, manipulating people through price drops, promotions, fear, or aspirations, might yield short-term gains, but they don't foster loyalty or true inspiration. These tactics are like chasing a mirage. They momentarily quench thirst, but never provide lasting sustenance. True leadership and lasting success don't come from manipulating behavior, but from inspiring it. This inspiration, Sinek reveals, stems from a profound understanding and articulation of one's why. This chapter sets the stage for a paradigm shift, urging us to question everything we thought we knew about what makes people act. It's a call to look beyond the superficial and dive into the core of motivation. Chapter 2. The Golden Circle.
This is where Simon Sinek introduces the concept that has become synonymous with his work, the golden circle. It's a simple yet incredibly powerful framework comprising 3 concentric circles. What? This is the outermost circle, representing what we do. Every company, organization, and individual knows what they do. It's the product they sell, the service they offer, or the job function they perform. For a car company, it's making cars. For a nonprofit, it's providing aid. How? This is the middle circle, representing how we do what we do. These are the processes, the proprietary methods, the unique selling propositions that differentiate us. For that car company, it might be their superior engineering, their efficient manufacturing, or their innovative design process. And then, why? This is the innermost circle, the core. This is where most people and organizations struggle. The why is not about making money. Money is a result. The why is your purpose, cause, or belief. It's the fundamental reason you exist, the vision you're trying to achieve, the problem you're trying to solve. Why does your company exist? Why do you get out of bed in the morning? Why should anyone care? Sinek observes that most individuals and organizations communicate from the outside in, from what to how to why. They start by telling us what they do, then perhaps how they're different, and rarely, if ever, articulate their fundamental purpose. But inspirational leaders and organizations operate from the inside out, from why to how to what. They start with their purpose, their belief, and only then explain how they manifest that belief and what products or services result. Think of Apple again. They don't start by saying, "We make great computers. They're beautifully designed, simple to use, and user-friendly. Want to buy one?" Instead, their communication starts with, "Everything we do, we believe in challenging the status quo. We believe in thinking differently. The way we challenge the status quo is by making our products beautifully designed, simple to use, and user-friendly. And we happen to make great computers. Want to buy one?" The difference is subtle but profound. One sells a product. The other sells a belief. People don't buy what Apple does. They buy what Apple believes. The golden circle is not just a marketing tool. It's a biological imperative. Our limbic brain, which controls feelings, trust, and loyalty, has no capacity for language. It responds to feelings. The why speaks directly to this part of the brain, bypassing the rational, language-based neocortex. When we start with why, we tap into people's emotions, their deepest values, and create a sense of belonging and trust. This chapter fundamentally alters our understanding of communication and influence, providing a clear roadmap for truly inspiring action. Chapter 3. Leaders need a following. A leader without followers is just a person taking a walk. This chapter delves into the crucial relationship between a leader's why and their ability to attract and retain a loyal following. Sinek emphasizes that true leadership isn't about having authority or being in charge. It's about having people who willingly choose to follow you, not because they have to, but because they want to. They want to because they believe in what you believe. Consider the Civil Rights Movement and Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. He didn't stand up and say, "I have a plan." He said, "I have a dream." His why, a belief in equality and justice, resonated deeply with millions. People didn't follow him for his strategies. They followed him because they shared his profound belief. They marched, they protested, they risked their lives not for a tangible product or a detailed plan, but for a shared vision of a better future. They were inspired to action because their personal why aligned with his. Sinek contrasts this with leaders who operate solely on external incentives or fear. Such leaders might achieve compliance, but never true commitment or passion. People might do what's asked of them to keep their job or earn a bonus, but they won't put in extra effort, innovate, or protect the organization's reputation when no one is watching. True followers are invested emotionally and ideologically. The challenge for leaders, then, is to articulate their why clearly and consistently. This why acts as a filter for decisions, a compass for direction, and a beacon for attracting those who share the same values. When a leader communicates their why first, they attract individuals who are already predisposed to believe what they believe. These individuals don't need to be manipulated. They are self-motivated by the shared purpose. This creates a powerful, self-sustaining community where everyone is working towards a common cause, not just common goals. This chapter highlights that the journey of leadership begins not with a plan, but with a deeply held purpose that draws others into its orbit.
Chapter 4. The Tipping Point. Building on the idea of attracting followers, Sinek explores how an organization or movement reaches a tipping point, where its ideas spread like wildfire and achieve widespread adoption. He refers to Everett Rogers' diffusion of innovations theory, which categorizes people into different groups based on their willingness to adopt new ideas. Innovators, early adopters, early majority, late majority, and laggards. The crucial insight here is that for an idea to achieve mass appeal, you don't start by trying to convince the majority. You start by inspiring the innovators, and more importantly, the early adopters. These are the people who are driven by their belief system, who are willing to take risks, and who will embrace an idea because it aligns with their why, not just because it's new or practical. They are the ones who will stand in line overnight for a new product or join a movement even before it gains mainstream traction. Sinek argues that the golden circle provides the perfect mechanism for attracting these critical early adopters. When you communicate your why, you speak directly to their limbic brain, triggering an emotional connection. These early adopters don't buy what you do, they buy why you do it. They are the evangelists, the ones who will passionately share your message and champion your cause to their networks. The early majority and late majority, on the other hand, are more pragmatic. They need social proof. They won't jump on board until they see that others, especially the early adopters they respect, have already embraced the idea. By inspiring the early adopters, you create the momentum necessary to eventually cross the chasm and reach the broader market. It's a domino effect. Inspire the few who believe, and they will in turn inspire the many. This chapter underscores that focusing on what or how might attract customers based on features or price, but it won't create a movement. To reach a tipping point and achieve lasting impact, you must first articulate your why to attract those who share your core beliefs. It's a strategic approach to growth that prioritizes emotional connection over logical persuasion, understanding that true influence stems from shared values. Chapter 5. Clarity, Discipline, and Consistency. Having a clear why is powerful, but it's not enough on its own. To truly inspire and sustain that inspiration, an organization needs 3 critical components: clarity of why, discipline of how, and consistency of what. These 3 elements form a symbiotic relationship, ensuring that the why is not just a lofty ideal, but a living, breathing reality within the organization. Clarity of why. This is the starting point. Every member of the organization, from the CEO to the newest intern, must understand and be able to articulate the organization's fundamental purpose, cause, or belief. It's not a slogan. It's a profound understanding of why the organization exists beyond making money. When the why is clear, it serves as the ultimate filter for every decision, every strategy, and every hiring choice. It provides direction and meaning,
allowing individuals to connect their daily tasks to a larger purpose. Without a clear why, decisions become arbitrary and efforts can become fragmented. Discipline of how. The how represents the values and principles that guide the actions taken to bring the why to life. These are the systems, processes, and culture that embody the organization's beliefs. If your why is about challenging the status quo, your how might involve fostering innovation, encouraging risk-taking, and empowering employees. The how dictates how you operate every single day. It requires discipline because it means consistently acting in accordance with your values, even when it's difficult or inconvenient. These hows are the actions that demonstrate the why in practice. Consistency of what? The what refers to the tangible results, the products, services, and communication that an organization offers. These whats must be consistent with the why and the how. If your why is about sustainability and your how involves ethical sourcing, then your what, your products, must clearly reflect these values. Inconsistency between what you say you believe, why, and what you actually do, how and what, leads to confusion, mistrust, and ultimately a loss of inspiration. People need to see and feel that your actions align with your stated purpose. Sinek uses the analogy of a megaphone. The what is what people hear. The how is how it's amplified, and the why is the voice itself. If the voice or why is unclear, no amount of amplification, how, or clever messaging, what, will make a lasting impact. When all three are aligned, they create authenticity and build unwavering trust. This chapter serves as a practical guide for operationalizing the Golden Circle, turning abstract purpose into concrete, inspiring action.
Chapter 6. The Biology of the Golden Circle. This chapter takes the Golden Circle from a conceptual framework to a biological imperative, grounding it in neuroscience. Sinek explains that our brains are structured in a way that perfectly aligns with the Golden Circle. The neocortex. This is the newest part of our brain, responsible for rational thought, analytical processing, and language. It's where we process facts, figures, and features, the what and how. When companies communicate from the outside in, focusing on what they do and how they do it, they are primarily engaging the neocortex. While the neocortex can understand vast amounts of complex information, it doesn't drive behavior directly. It allows us to rationalize decisions, but it doesn't create them. The limbic brain. This is the older, inner part of our brain, responsible for all our feelings, such as trust and loyalty, and for all human behavior and decision-making. However, the limbic brain has no capacity for language. This is why, Sinek explains, when someone makes a decision from the gut, or it just felt right, they often struggle to articulate why they made that choice. The decision was made in the limbic brain, which controls feelings but not language. This part of the brain is activated by the why. When leaders communicate from the inside out, starting with why, they speak directly to the limbic brain. This creates an emotional connection, a sense of trust and belonging, before the rational brain, neocortex, even processes the what and how. This is why people don't just buy Apple products, they feel loyal to Apple. This loyalty isn't rational, it's emotional. They feel that Apple understands them, that they are part of something bigger than just a product. Sinek illustrates this with simple examples. If you list all the features of a car, your audience might rationally conclude it's a good car. But if you start by saying, "We believe in the freedom of the open road, in the joy of discovery, and in building vehicles that empower you to explore without limits," you've tapped into something deeper. People will then be predisposed to trust your cars, to feel a connection, and to rationalize their purchase based on those feelings.
This biological explanation provides a powerful scientific basis for why the Start with Why approach is so effective. It's not just a clever marketing tactic, it's tapping into the fundamental neurological pathways that govern human behavior and decision-making. Understanding this biological link empowers leaders to move beyond mere persuasion to genuine inspiration, fostering deep-seated loyalty and action.
Chapter 7. Where do whys come from? If the why is so critical, how does one discover it? Sinek clarifies that a why is not something you invent, it's something you discover. It's not a marketing statement or a strategic objective. It's a reflection of your core purpose, your fundamental belief that has been present since the very beginning of your journey or your organization's inception. For an individual, discovering your why involves introspection. It means looking back at your life experiences, identifying recurring themes, moments of profound satisfaction, and times when you felt most alive and purposeful. It's about understanding the core contribution you want to make to the world, the impact you want to have, and the belief that fuels your actions. Your personal why remains constant throughout your life, even as your career path or interests may change. It's your underlying motivation, your reason for being. For an organization, the why typically originates with the founder or the founding team. It's their original vision, their driving passion, the problem they set out to solve, or the belief they wanted to propagate. The why of a company is not a consensus decision made in a boardroom. It's an articulation of its inherent reason for existence. This is why many successful companies often struggle as they grow and their original founders depart. The clarity of the why can get diluted, replaced by a focus on what and how, metrics, processes, profit. Sinek emphasizes that the why is rarely about the product or service itself. It's about the deeper contribution. For example, Southwest Airlines' why isn't just to fly planes. It's to democratize air travel, making it accessible and enjoyable for everyone. That why guides everything they do, from their no-frills approach to their fun, friendly customer service. The process of discovering your why is often challenging because it requires vulnerability and deep self-reflection. It requires peeling back layers of assumptions, habits, and external pressures to reveal the authentic core. But once articulated, the why becomes a powerful compass, guiding decisions, attracting like-minded individuals, and providing a source of unwavering inspiration. It's a journey of self-discovery, leading to profound clarity and purpose. Chapter 8. The Why in Action. This chapter provides tangible examples of organizations that exemplify the Start with Why principle, demonstrating how a clear why translates into real-world success, innovation, and enduring loyalty. Sinek showcases a diverse range of companies and leaders, illustrating that the golden circle is universally applicable. He often revisits the example of Apple. Their why, challenging the status quo and thinking differently, permeates every aspect of their business. It's evident in their product design, their marketing campaigns, their retail store experience, and even their hiring practices. People don't just buy an iPhone, they buy into the Apple philosophy, becoming part of a community that values creativity and innovation. This unwavering commitment to their why has allowed them to consistently disrupt industries and maintain a cult-like following. Another compelling example is Southwest Airlines. Their why is to give everyone the freedom to fly, to democratize air travel. This isn't about cheap tickets. It's about providing accessible and enjoyable experiences. Their how involves creating a fun, friendly, and efficient environment. Their what is low-cost air travel. Every decision, from boarding procedures to employee engagement, is filtered through this why,
resulting in a consistently positive customer experience and fierce employee loyalty. Their employees are often cited as their greatest asset, and this stems from a shared belief in the company's purpose. Sinek also touches upon Harley-Davidson. Their why isn't just about selling motorcycles. It's about providing a sense of freedom, adventure, and belonging to a community. Their bikes are symbols of this larger purpose. Owners often tattoo the logo on their bodies, not just because they like the product, but because they identify with the why that the brand embodies. It's a powerful illustration of how a why can transcend mere functionality and tap into deep human desires. These examples highlight that organizations with a clear why don't just compete on price or features, they compete on belief. They attract customers and employees who resonate with their purpose, leading to greater resilience, innovation, and long-term success. When the why is clear, the hows and whats naturally fall into place, creating an authentic and inspiring brand that stands the test of time. This chapter provides concrete evidence that starting with why is not just theory, but a proven path to extraordinary impact.
Chapter 9. The Right People. One of the most profound impacts of starting with why is its ability to attract and retain the right people, those who genuinely fit and thrive within an organization. Sinek argues that while many companies hire for skills and experience, the what and how, truly successful organizations hire for shared belief, the why. When you hire based on why, you're not just looking for someone who can do the job, you're looking for someone who believes in the same purpose, cause, or vision as your organization. These individuals are more than just employees. They are advocates, passionate contributors, and intrinsically motivated team members. They don't just work for a paycheck, they work for a purpose. Think about it. Skills can be taught and experience can be gained, but a person's core belief system is much more deeply ingrained. If someone fundamentally believes in what your organization is trying to achieve, they will be more resilient, more innovative, and more committed, even when faced with challenges. They will go above and beyond because their work feels meaningful, not just transactional. Sinek uses the analogy of a dating profile. You wouldn't just list your job title and salary. You'd share your values, your passions, your aspirations, your why. In the same way, organizations should communicate their why in their recruitment efforts. This acts as a natural filter, attracting candidates who are already aligned with the company culture and purpose, and deterring those who are purely motivated by external factors. The consequences of hiring the wrong people, those who don't align with the why, can be devastating. They might be skilled, but they won't be inspired. They can drain morale, hinder progress, and ultimately undermine the culture. Conversely, a team united by a shared why becomes incredibly powerful, capable of overcoming obstacles and achieving remarkable feats. This chapter underscores that starting with why is not just about attracting customers. It's fundamentally about building a cohesive, passionate, and high-performing team. It's about recognizing that people are your greatest asset, and their alignment with your purpose is the key to unlocking their full potential.
Chapter 10. The Cell Phone. This chapter uses the metaphor of a cell phone to explain the different levels of connection and communication that result from operating with or without a clear why. Imagine a generic utilitarian cell phone. It makes calls, sends texts, and performs basic functions. Its manufacturers might try to sell it by listing its features, what, or its competitive price, how. This approach appeals to the rational part of the brain, leading to a transactional relationship with the consumer. There's no emotional connection, no loyalty. If a slightly cheaper or more feature-rich phone comes along, consumers will easily switch. This represents communication without a clear why. It's about manipulation, price, features, rather than inspiration. Now, compare that to an iPhone. Apple doesn't just sell a device,
it sells a philosophy. Its why, challenging the status quo and empowering individuals, creates a profound emotional bond with its users. When someone buys an iPhone, they're not just buying a gadget, they're buying into a lifestyle, a set of values, a sense of belonging to a community that thinks different. The features, what, and the user experience, how, are important, but they are expressions of the why. This deep connection fosters fierce loyalty. People will often pay a premium, wait in lines, and passionately defend their choice because it resonates with their own values. Sinek extends this metaphor to internal communication within an organization. If a leader only communicates what needs to be done and how to do it, employees become like the generic cell phone. They perform their functions, but without passion or deep engagement. They are simply following instructions. However, when a leader communicates the why, the inspiring purpose behind the work, employees become more like iPhone users. They feel a sense of ownership, purpose, and emotional investment. They understand the bigger picture, connecting their individual tasks to a meaningful cause. The cell phone metaphor brilliantly illustrates the difference between simply doing work and being inspired to work. It highlights that a transactional relationship, whether with customers or employees, is fragile and easily broken. A relationship built on shared purpose and belief, however, is resilient, fosters loyalty, and unlocks extraordinary potential. This chapter serves as a powerful reminder that the why is the ultimate differentiator, transforming a commodity into a beloved icon and a job into a mission.
Chapter 11. The Abstract Why. This chapter addresses a common challenge. The why is often abstract, a feeling, a belief. How do you make something so intangible, concrete, and actionable? Sinek explains that while the why itself is abstract, its power lies in its ability to inspire tangible actions, behaviors, and products, the hows and whats. The why provides the direction, a clear North Star. It's the conviction that guides all decisions. However, for that why to have an impact, it needs to be manifested through clear hows, the values, principles, and systems, and consistent whats, the products, services, and communications. Think of it like a journey. The why is your destination. The hows are your map and mode of transport, and the whats are the specific roads you take and sights you see along the way. Without a clear destination, all the maps and vehicles in the world won't get you anywhere meaningful. Sinek also discusses the split that often occurs in organizations. The why person, the visionary, the founder, the charismatic leader, and the how person, the pragmatist, the operator, the one who brings the vision to life. Steve Jobs was the why for Apple, while Tim Cook is arguably the master of the how. They are two halves of a whole, each essential for sustained success. The abstract nature of the why is precisely its strength. It allows for flexibility and innovation in its execution. The why never changes, but the hows and whats can and should evolve over time as circumstances change. For example, a company whose why is to empower individuals through technology might start by making personal computers. What? Then move to music players, smartphones, and wearable tech. The what's change, but the core why remains constant, providing a consistent sense of purpose. This chapter helps bridge the gap between inspiration and execution. It clarifies that while the why is deeply philosophical, its true power is unleashed when it is meticulously translated into concrete actions and tangible offerings. It's about ensuring that the abstract belief is consistently demonstrated through every facet of an organization's existence, making the intangible feel real and impactful.
Chapter 12. The Origin of a Why.
Reiterating and expanding on previous points, Sinek delves deeper into the profound truth that a why is not manufactured, it is discovered. It stems from a singular moment or a series of deeply impactful experiences that shape an individual's or an organization's foundational beliefs. For an individual, your why often crystallizes in your formative years, driven by specific experiences, challenges, or revelations that instilled a core purpose within you. It's an internal belief that feels immutable, a deep conviction that fuels your passion and drives your actions. Sinek often talks about a why statement not being a declaration of ambition, but a statement of contribution. It defines the impact you seek to make on others, a contribution that gives meaning to your own life. For organizations, the why is typically born out of the original founder's vision and passion. It's the specific problem they wanted to solve, the particular belief they wanted to champion, or the unique impact they aimed to create. This original why is often infused with their personality, values, and experiences. For example, Walt Disney's why was to bring joy and wonder to families through storytelling and immersive experiences. This why predates Disneyland, Mickey Mouse, and all the whats that followed. The challenge arises when organizations grow and founders move on. Without diligent effort, the original why can become diluted, forgotten, or replaced by a focus on market share, profit margins, or short-term goals. When an organization loses sight of its why, it loses its ability to inspire. It becomes just another company competing on price and features, struggling to differentiate itself and foster loyalty. This chapter is a call to revisit the roots, to uncover or rediscover the fundamental reason for existence. It emphasizes that this discovery process is not a one-time event, but an ongoing commitment to staying true to the original purpose. By understanding the origin of the why, leaders can protect and nurture it, ensuring that their organization remains a source of genuine inspiration for years to come. It's about preserving the soul of the organization and ensuring its enduring relevance. Chapter 13. What happens when why gets fuzzy? The decline of many once great organizations can often be traced back to a fuzzy why. This chapter explores the consequences when an organization loses clarity on its core purpose, cause, or belief. When the why becomes vague or forgotten, the organization starts to make decisions based on external pressures rather than internal conviction. One of the most common symptoms of a fuzzy why is an over-reliance on external incentives and manipulations. Companies resort to aggressive pricing strategies, short-term promotions, fear-mongering advertisements, or appealing to fleeting trends. These tactics might deliver temporary spikes in sales or market share, but they erode trust, commoditize the brand, and fail to build lasting loyalty. Without a clear why to guide decisions, companies chase competitors, blindly adopt best practices without understanding their underlying principles, and lose their unique identity. Sinek uses the example of retailers who try to compete solely on price. While initially effective, this strategy eventually leads to a race to the bottom, where profit margins shrink and brands become indistinguishable. They've lost their why and are left competing on the what, that is, lowest price, without a compelling reason for customers to choose them beyond cost. Another consequence is a decline in internal morale and employee engagement. When employees don't understand why they're doing what they're doing, their work can feel meaningless and uninspiring. They become cogs in a machine, clocking in and out, rather than passionate contributors to a shared mission. This leads to higher turnover, lower productivity, and a general sense of apathy within the organization. A fuzzy why also hampers innovation. Without a clear purpose to guide it, innovation becomes scattered and aimless, often resulting in products or services that don't truly resonate with customers. When the why is clear, innovation is focused, purposeful, and driven by a desire to bring the why to life in new and meaningful ways. Ultimately, a fuzzy why leads to a loss of authenticity. When an organization's what's and how's no longer align with a clear purpose, consumers sense the disconnect. They might not be able to articulate why they feel uneasy, but they will intuitively distrust the brand. This chapter serves as a stark warning. Losing sight of your why is a perilous path that can lead even the most successful organizations to decline and irrelevance. It underscores the critical importance of continuously nurturing and reaffirming the core purpose.
Chapter 14. The Split. When why and how diverge. As organizations grow, a common and dangerous phenomenon occurs: the split between the why, the visionary founder or leader, and the how, the operational leadership. This split, if not managed carefully, can lead to the why becoming fuzzy and the organization losing its way. Initially, a small startup is often driven by the founder's personal why. They are the living embodiment of the company's purpose, inspiring everyone around them with their vision and passion. As the company grows, it needs structure, systems, and efficient processes to scale. This is where the how person or team becomes critical, the pragmatists who can translate the abstract why into concrete hows and manage the what's. The problem arises when the why person is no longer directly involved in the day-to-day operations, or when the how people lose connection with the original why. The why person might become too far removed, or the how person might become overly focused on metrics, efficiency, and short-term goals, forgetting the underlying purpose. Sinek uses the analogy of an artist and a CEO. The artist, the why person, has a vision, a passion, a belief they want to express. The CEO, the how person, then builds the structure to support that artist, ensuring their work can reach a wider audience sustainably. Both are essential. If the artist tries to be the CEO, they might lose their creative spark. If the CEO forgets the artist's original vision, the art itself loses its soul. When this split occurs without proper bridge building, the why can become a mere slogan, disconnected from the daily reality of the organization. Decisions are made not to advance the why, but to optimize for efficiency or profit, leading to a focus on manipulation rather than inspiration. Employees and customers sense this disconnect, and the organization's authenticity suffers. To prevent this split from becoming detrimental, Sinek emphasizes the need for constant communication and alignment between the why and how functions. The how people must always be reminded of the why they are serving, and the why person must trust the how people to execute the vision. This symbiotic relationship, where the why sets the direction and the how builds the path, is crucial for sustained inspiration and growth. This chapter underscores the vital importance of integrating purpose into every level of an organization, ensuring that the why remains vibrant and actionable. Chapter 15. The Emergence of Trust. Trust is not given, it is earned. And according to Sinek, it is earned when an organization consistently demonstrates that its why and its what's are in perfect alignment. This chapter explores how starting with why is the most powerful way to build deep, enduring trust with customers, employees, and partners. Most organizations try to build trust by talking about their what's, quality products, great service, or their hows, our integrity, our ethical practices. While these aren't important, Sinek argues that true trust emerges when people believe you are driven by something more profound than just self-interest or profit. Trust is built when people feel that you share their values, that you have their best interests at heart,
and that you stand for something bigger. When an organization consistently communicates its why and demonstrates it through its hows and whats, it creates a sense of authenticity. People intuitively recognize when an organization is genuinely driven by a purpose beyond its products. This authenticity fosters trust. For example, Patagonia's why is about environmental activism and quality gear for explorers. Every product, every marketing campaign, every supply chain decision aligns with this why. Customers trust Patagonia not just for their jackets, but because they believe in what the company stands for. Trust is also fundamental for innovation. When employees trust their leaders, because leaders operate from a clear why, they feel safe to take risks, share new ideas, and admit mistakes. They believe their leaders have their backs and are genuinely working towards a shared purpose. This psychological safety is crucial for fostering a culture of innovation and continuous improvement. Furthermore, trust creates loyalty. Loyal customers don't just buy your products, they become advocates, defending your brand and recommending it to others. Loyal employees don't just work for you, they become ambassadors, actively contributing to the company's success and embodying its values. This deep emotional trust is far more resilient than loyalty based on price or features, which can easily be eroded by competitors. This chapter positions trust not as a soft skill, but as the bedrock of sustainable success. It's the ultimate outcome of consistently communicating and living your why. When trust emerges, it creates a powerful, virtuous cycle, attracting the right people, inspiring innovation, and fostering a community around a shared belief. It's the ultimate currency of inspiration.
Conclusion. And so, we've journeyed through the profound insights of Simon Sinek's Start With Why, a book that challenges us to fundamentally rethink how we lead, how we communicate, and how we inspire. We've seen how the golden circle, why, how, what, isn't just a marketing gimmick, but a biological and psychological blueprint for human connection and action. We've learned that great leaders and organizations don't just manipulate, they inspire. They don't just sell products, they sell beliefs. They understand that people don't buy what you do, they buy why you do it. The why is the beating heart of any truly inspiring endeavor, the purpose that gives meaning to every action, every product, and every interaction. From understanding the biology of trust to the critical importance of clarity, discipline, and consistency, Sinek has armed us with a powerful framework to discover our own why, both personally and professionally. He's shown us that by starting with purpose, we can attract the right people, build unwavering loyalty, and create a lasting impact that transcends mere success. So, as you go forward from today, I encourage you to ask yourself, what is your why? What is the purpose, cause, or belief that truly drives you? How can you articulate it with clarity, live it with discipline, and demonstrate it with consistency? The journey to discovering and living your why may not always be easy, but it is undoubtedly the most fulfilling path to true leadership and genuine inspiration. Thank you for tuning in to Vibe Audiobook. If this summary resonated with you, please give us a like, share this episode with friends or colleagues who might benefit, and subscribe to our channel for more enriching content. Your support helps us continue to bring you the best insights from the world's most impactful books. Until next time, keep seeking your why, keep inspiring, and keep making a difference.
Hello, and welcome to Vibe Audiobook. Today, we're diving deep into a timeless classic that promises to unlock your potential and guide you toward a life of profound fulfillment.
Truthful Living by the legendary Jeffrey Gitomer and Napoleon Hill. Get ready to embark on a journey that will not only transform your perspective, but also equip you with the practical tools to build the life you've always dreamed of. Before we begin, if you love what you hear, please hit that like button, share this episode with a friend, and subscribe to Vibe Audiobook for more inspiring content. Your support helps us bring more incredible insights to you. Now, let's open the pages of Truthful Living. Introduction: the foundation of a truthful life. Imagine a magnificent oak tree, its roots deeply embedded in the earth, its branches reaching confidently towards the sky. Its strength and resilience come from its foundation. Similarly, a truthful life isn't just about honesty in words, it's about building your entire existence on a bedrock of integrity, purpose, and unwavering principles. Gitomer and Hill, two titans in the world of success and personal development, present a powerful collaboration that merges Hill's timeless wisdom on thought and achievement with Gitomer's practical, no-nonsense approach to action and engagement. This book isn't just theory. It's a roadmap. It's a profound exploration of how living in alignment with your deepest truths can unlock unparalleled success and personal satisfaction. Have you ever felt a subtle misalignment in your life? A feeling that something isn't quite clicking, despite your best efforts? Perhaps you've achieved certain milestones but still feel an underlying sense of unease or dissatisfaction. Often that feeling stems from a disconnect between our inner values and our outward actions. Truthful Living addresses this head-on, showing us how to bridge that gap and live authentically. It's about discovering your truth and then having the courage to live it every single day in every interaction. This journey begins, as all profound journeys do, with a single conscious step. A commitment to look inward and build outward from a place of genuine self-awareness. This isn't just about being honest with others, it's about radical honesty with yourself, which is the true cornerstone of all lasting success and happiness.
Chapter 1. The Power of Thought. Your Mind, Your Masterpiece. Napoleon Hill famously taught us that whatever the mind can conceive and believe, it can achieve. This chapter delves deep into this foundational principle, reminding us that our thoughts are not just fleeting whispers in our minds, they are the architects of our reality. Think of your mind as a fertile garden. If you plant seeds of doubt, fear, and negativity, perhaps "I'm not good enough" or "this is too hard," what kind of harvest can you expect? A sparse and bitter one, no doubt, filled with weeds of regret and missed opportunities. But if you consciously choose to cultivate positive, empowering, and purposeful thoughts, such as "I am capable," "I will find a way," or "this challenge will make me stronger," your garden will bloom with abundance, resilience, and success. Gitomer adds a crucial layer here. It's not enough to simply think positively. You must direct those thoughts with intention and focus, like a laser beam. He challenges us to move beyond passive optimism and engage in active, constructive thinking. This means consciously choosing your thoughts, challenging limiting beliefs, and actively visualizing your desired outcomes with vivid detail and emotion. For instance, if you want to launch a new business, don't just hope it will work. Visualize yourself successfully negotiating deals, serving happy customers, and celebrating milestones. Feel the emotions of success. It's like being a sculptor, carefully chiseling away at the unnecessary doubts and fears to reveal the masterpiece within. Every thought is a strike of the chisel. Are you creating something magnificent or something muddled? The choice, they argue, is entirely yours, and it starts with the discipline of your mind.
Chapter 2. Defining Your Purpose, the North Star of Your Existence. Without a clear purpose, life can feel like a ship adrift at sea, buffeted by winds and currents with no clear destination. This chapter emphasizes the critical importance of defining your major definite purpose. a concept central to Hill's philosophy. This isn't just about setting goals like get a promotion or make more money. It's about identifying the overarching mission that gives meaning to your life, both personally and professionally. It's that internal fire that fuels your drive, that clear vision that guides your decisions, even when the fog of daily tasks obscures the path. Your purpose is the answer to the question, why am I doing all of this? Gittimore then brings this grand concept down to earth, asking, how do you find this purpose? He encourages deep self-reflection, honest assessment of your passions, talents, what truly makes you feel alive, and what problems in the world you feel compelled to solve. It's about asking yourself tough questions. What truly matters to you? What kind of impact do you want to make on your family, your community, or the world? What would you do even if you weren't paid for it? Once you identify your purpose, it acts as your personal North Star, providing unwavering direction and clarity, especially when the path ahead seems uncertain or difficult. Imagine trying to build a magnificent cathedral without a blueprint, or climbing a mountain without knowing which peak you're aiming for. Chaos, right? Your definite purpose is that precise blueprint for your life, giving every effort meaning and direction.
Chapter 3. The Power of Faith and Belief. Unshakable Conviction. Faith, in the context of truthful living, isn't about blind adherence to dogma. It's about an unwavering belief in your ability to achieve your purpose, even in the face of adversity, and a profound trust in the process of your own growth. This chapter explores how developing strong faith in yourself and your mission is a non-negotiable component of success. Think about any great achievement in history, from scaling Everest to launching a groundbreaking company or even overcoming a personal health crisis. They all began with an individual or a group who held an unshakable belief that it was possible, even when others doubted them. Their faith was their inner fortress. Gittimer stresses that this faith isn't born overnight. It's cultivated through consistent positive thought, relentless action, and a deep understanding of your capabilities, built on small wins and lessons learned from failures. He encourages us to actively eliminate self-doubt and replace it with a robust sense of self-efficacy. This means consciously celebrating your progress, recalling past successes, and reframing setbacks as valuable learning experiences. It's about convincing yourself with every fiber of your being that you can do it, not just once, but every single day. When obstacles arise, and they will, because life always presents challenges, it's this deep-seated faith that will empower you to persist, to find new solutions, to bounce back stronger, and to keep moving forward. It's like a spiritual muscle. The more you exercise it with belief and consistent effort, the stronger and more resilient it becomes.
Chapter 4. Specialization and Knowledge, Mastering Your Craft. In a world overflowing with information, it's easy to become a jack of all trades and master of none. This chapter champions the power of specialized knowledge. While general knowledge provides a broad understanding of the world, achieving extraordinary success often requires deep expertise in a particular field. Think of a brilliant surgeon who has dedicated decades to understanding the human body, a world-class musician who has mastered their instrument, or a leading astrophysicist whose life's work is unraveling the mysteries of the universe. Their profound impact and groundbreaking contributions come from their specialized knowledge, meticulously acquired and continually honed. Gittimer takes this further by emphasizing that knowledge isn't static. It's a living, breathing entity that requires constant nurturing and updating. He advocates for continuous learning, not just through formal education, but through reading voraciously, attending seminars, listening to podcasts, seeking out mentors, and actively engaging with new ideas. But it's not just about accumulating facts. It's about applying that knowledge intelligently, creatively, and ethically. He challenges us to become lifelong students, not just in academic settings, but in every interaction, every project, and every experience. Imagine trying to build a complex machine with only a basic understanding of engineering principles. You'd likely get nowhere, or worse, build something dangerous. Specialized knowledge is your advanced toolkit, enabling you to construct something truly valuable and impactful in your chosen domain.
Chapter 5. Imagination, the Workshop of the Mind. Einstein famously said, "Imagination is more important than knowledge, for knowledge is limited, whereas imagination embraces the entire world, stimulating progress, giving birth to evolution." This chapter explores the profound power of imagination as the birthplace of all innovation and creation. It's where dreams take shape, where problems are solved in novel ways, and where the impossible begins to seem not just possible, but inevitable. Consider the Wright brothers, who visualized flight long before an airplane ever took to the skies, or Steve Jobs, who imagined a world of intuitive personal computing. Their imagination paved the way for reality. Gitomer frames imagination not as mere daydreaming, but as an active, powerful tool for strategic planning, creative problem-solving, and envisioning a better future. He encourages us to cultivate a vivid and fertile imagination, to dare to think beyond conventional boundaries, and to envision solutions that don't yet exist. It's about allowing your mind to play, to connect disparate ideas, to ask, "What if?" and to see possibilities where others see only limitations. It's where breakthroughs happen. If your mind is a workshop, imagination is the creative spark that ignites every project, providing the initial blueprint for innovation and progress. It's the ability to see what isn't there yet, and then make it real. Chapter 6. Organized Planning, the Blueprint for Success. Dreams, no matter how grand, remain just dreams without a concrete, actionable plan. This chapter is all about transforming your aspirations into a detailed roadmap of executable steps. Hill teaches the importance of meticulously organized planning, breaking down your major definite purpose into smaller, manageable goals, each with specific deadlines, assigned responsibilities, and clear strategies. It's like planning a grand expedition. You wouldn't just set off into the wilderness without maps, supplies, a clear itinerary, and contingency plans, would you? Such an endeavor would be reckless and likely fail. Gitomer injects his characteristic practicality here, stressing that plans are not set in stone. They are dynamic documents that require regular review, adjustment, and refinement as circumstances change. He encourages flexibility, adaptability, and the courage to pivot when necessary, without losing sight of the ultimate purpose. The key is to have a plan, even if it's imperfect, and then to continually work on improving it based on feedback and results. This chapter empowers you to move beyond wishful thinking and into the realm of strategic execution, ensuring that every step you take is a purposeful one, moving you closer to your ultimate destination. A well-organized plan provides clarity, reduces overwhelm, and ensures efficient use of your time and resources, making the path to success tangible. Chapter 7. Decision, the Master of Delay. Indecision is often the silent killer of dreams and opportunities. This chapter tackles the critical importance of making timely and firm decisions. Hill observed that successful individuals have a remarkable ability to make decisions quickly and change them slowly, if at all. They gather the necessary information, weigh the pros and cons, and then commit. Unsuccessful individuals, conversely, often waffle, procrastinate, get stuck in analysis paralysis, and allow opportunities to slip through their fingers, often regretting their inaction more than any wrong decision. Gitomer reinforces this by highlighting that not making a decision is, in itself, a decision, and often a detrimental one, leading to stagnation. He encourages us to cultivate decisiveness by setting deadlines for choices, trusting our judgment, and accepting the inherent risks that come with any significant choice. It's about understanding that even a wrong decision can be a learning opportunity, while indecision guarantees no progress. Think of a pilot making a crucial call in turbulent weather. Hesitation could be catastrophic. Decisiveness, paired with good judgment and a willingness to learn from outcomes, is a hallmark of leadership, effectiveness, and progress. The faster you decide, the faster you can act, and the faster you learn and adapt. Chapter 8. Persistence, the Unwavering Spirit. No journey to success is without its trials, setbacks, and moments of doubt. This chapter emphasizes the indispensable quality of persistence, the unwavering determination to continue despite obstacles, temporary defeats, and criticism. Hill understood that many brilliant minds fail not for lack of talent, but for lack of staying power. Persistence is the crucial bridge between desire and achievement, transforming effort into eventual triumph. Gitomer brings a gritty realism to this concept, reminding us that persistence isn't always glamorous. It's often about showing up when you don't feel like it, learning from failures without being defined by them, and refusing to give up even when the odds seem stacked against you and exhaustion sets in. He encourages us to cultivate mental toughness, to view challenges as inevitable opportunities for growth and refinement, and to develop an unshakable belief in our eventual triumph. Think of a marathon runner. The last miles are often the hardest, physically and mentally, but it's the persistence to keep moving forward, one step after another, that gets them across the finish line. Every no, every closed door, every mistake becomes a lesson if you persist.
Chapter 9. The Mastermind Alliance, Power in Numbers. One of Hill's most powerful concepts, the Mastermind Alliance, is explored in depth here. This is defined as the coordination of knowledge and effort of two or more people who work toward a definite purpose in a spirit of harmony. It's about leveraging collective intelligence, diverse perspectives, complementary skills, and mutual support to achieve far more than any individual could alone. Imagine a high-performing sports team, a groundbreaking scientific research group, or a highly effective business executive board. Their synergy creates something exceptional, a sum far greater than its parts. Gitomer extends this principle to include mentors, advisors, coaches, and even a network of supportive peers and collaborators. He encourages us to actively seek out individuals who can uplift, challenge, inspire, and provide honest feedback, and to in turn contribute positively to the lives and goals of others. It's about understanding that true, lasting success is rarely a solitary endeavor. It's often a collaborative symphony built on trust and shared vision. Building and nurturing these alliances is a strategic move that amplifies your potential, provides invaluable emotional and intellectual support during your journey, and helps you see blind spots you might otherwise miss. It's about finding your tribe and growing together.
Chapter 10. The Mystery of Sex Transmutation, Channeling Creative Energy. This is often one of the most misunderstood chapters in Hill's work, and Truthful Living clarifies its profound meaning. It's not about suppressing natural urges or advocating for celibacy, but about understanding the immense, powerful creative energy associated with sexual desire and channeling it into productive, purposeful endeavors. Hill believed this energy, when properly directed and transmuted, could fuel extraordinary ambition, creativity, artistic expression, and intense drive in any field.
It's about recognizing a primal force within and consciously redirecting its raw power. Gitomer explains that this is about consciously transforming this powerful raw energy into a higher, more refined form of expression. It's about taking a powerful life force and directing it towards your definite purpose, whether that's artistic creation, entrepreneurial innovation, scientific discovery, or intense personal development. Imagine a powerful river. Its energy can be destructive if undirected, but harnessed by a hydroelectric dam, it can be transmuted to power entire cities, bringing light and progress. This chapter teaches us to be the conscious dam, directing our innate, potent energy with deliberate intent towards constructive and fulfilling outcomes, rather than letting it dissipate or become misdirected. It's a profound lesson in self-mastery.
Chapter 11. The Subconscious Mind, Your Silent Partner. Your subconscious mind is a powerful, silent partner, constantly working behind the scenes, processing information, influencing your beliefs, habits, and actions. This chapter delves into how to program your subconscious for success and align it with your conscious desires. Hill believed that by consistently feeding your subconscious positive thoughts, powerful affirmations, and vivid, emotionally charged images of your desired future, you can effectively align your inner world with your outer aspirations. The subconscious doesn't judge, it simply executes the instructions it's given. Gitomer offers practical techniques for doing this, from daily affirmations spoken with conviction to guided visualization exercises where you mentally rehearse your desired outcomes, to mindful and empowering self-talk. He emphasizes that the subconscious doesn't differentiate between what's real in the physical world and what's vividly imagined with strong emotion, making it a potent tool for shaping your reality. It's like planting seeds in rich, fertile soil. The subconscious will then work tirelessly, day and night, to bring those seeds to fruition in your life. The key is to be deliberate and consistent about what thoughts and beliefs you plant. Be the careful gardener of your mind, and your subconscious will deliver an abundant harvest.
Chapter 12. The Brain, a Broadcasting and Receiving Station. This chapter presents the brain as more than just an organ for thought. It's described as a sophisticated broadcasting and receiving station for vibrations of thought. Hill theorized that thoughts, especially those imbued with strong emotion and conviction, carry a specific frequency or energy. He believed that the brain can both send out these frequencies into the universe and receive similar frequencies, connecting us to a collective consciousness and even to the thoughts and intentions of others. Gitomer helps us understand this in a practical sense. By focusing our thoughts, intentions, and emotions with consistency, we create a powerful internal resonance that attracts similar energies, opportunities, and people into our lives. It's about tuning your internal antenna to the specific frequency of success, abundance, and positive collaboration. When you consistently project positive, purposeful thoughts and expectations, you essentially become a magnet for the resources, people, and circumstances that align with your goals. It's a profound concept of resonance and attraction, suggesting that your inner world directly influences what you perceive and experience in your outer world.
Chapter 13. The Sixth Sense, the Door to Infinite Intelligence. The sixth sense is presented as the culmination of all the other principles, the point where intuition, inspiration, and divine guidance merge. Hill believed this faculty, when fully developed through consistent application of the other principles, connects us to infinite intelligence, providing profound insights, creative solutions, and innovative ideas that transcend ordinary logical reasoning. It's that sudden gut feeling, that unexpected flash of insight, that perfect timing or serendipitous encounter that seems almost magical, providing a solution you hadn't consciously thought of.
Gitomer acknowledges that while this might sound esoteric, it's a real and tangible experience for many successful individuals, artists, and innovators. He suggests that by diligently practicing and mastering the other principles, such as having a clear purpose, maintaining positive thought, cultivating persistence, and acquiring specialized knowledge, we naturally open ourselves up to this higher form of guidance. It's about learning to quiet the analytical mind and listen to that inner voice, to trust your instincts, and to recognize the subtle whispers of wisdom that emerge from beyond purely logical thought. It's a state of heightened awareness and receptivity that allows for truly breakthrough thinking and action.
Chapter 14. Overcoming the 6 Basic Fears. Liberation from Limitation. One of the most profound and liberating sections of the book deals with the 6 basic fears that hold humanity captive: the fear of poverty, criticism, ill health, loss of love, old age, and death. Hill argued that these fears are not only detrimental to achieving success, but also fundamentally hinder truthful living, forcing individuals into patterns of inauthenticity, stagnation, and compromise. These fears can unconsciously dictate our decisions, preventing us from pursuing our true potential. Gitomer provides a powerful framework for confronting and conquering these pervasive fears. He emphasizes honest self-analysis, identifying which specific fears dominate your thoughts and actions, and then systematically working to dismantle their power through conscious effort and action. It's about recognizing that fear is often an illusion, a mental construct that prevents us from taking bold action, embracing change, and living our fullest, most authentic lives. By understanding their origins, their mechanisms, and their subtle influence, we can strip these fears of their control and reclaim our freedom to choose, to act, and to create. This is about becoming the master of your emotional landscape, not its slave, and truly embodying courage.
Chapter 15. The Truthful Salesperson. Integrity in Every Interaction. Jeffrey Gitomer, a renowned sales expert, brings his unique, direct, and highly effective perspective to the concept of truth in business and sales. This chapter isn't just for professional salespeople, it's for anyone who interacts with others, which is essentially all of us, every single day. He argues vehemently that true selling isn't about manipulation, aggressive persuasion, or trickery. It's about building genuine trust, consistently providing immense value, and authentically serving the needs of others. Gitomer's definition of a truthful salesperson is someone who operates with absolute integrity, always putting the customer's best interests first and communicating with complete transparency and honesty, even if it means acknowledging limitations. He believes that long-term, sustainable success in any field is built on a sterling reputation, and that reputation is meticulously built on truth, consistency, and ethical conduct. This means delivering on your promises, being upfront about capabilities and limitations, and fostering relationships based on mutual respect and genuine care. It's a powerful reminder that authenticity isn't just a virtue, it's a highly effective and ultimately superior business strategy that leads to lasting loyalty and advocacy.
Chapter 16. Building Your Personal Brand with Truth. Authenticity as Your Asset. In today's interconnected and transparent world, your personal brand is more important than ever. This chapter explores how to build a powerful, memorable, and enduring personal brand by consistently embodying your authentic self. Gitomer argues that trying to be someone you're not, to put on a facade or pretend to have qualities you lack, is not only exhausting, but also ultimately unsustainable and completely ineffective. People see through it, and it erodes trust. He encourages us to identify our unique strengths, our genuine passions, our core values, and what truly makes us distinctive, and then to consistently communicate and live those truths in every interaction, online and offline. Your personal brand should be a genuine, consistent reflection of who you are, what you stand for, what unique problems you solve, and the specific value you bring to the world. It's about consistency, clarity, and courageously being yourself, embracing your authentic personality, quirks and all. When you operate from a place of deep authenticity, you attract the right opportunities, the right collaborators, the right customers, and the right kind of success that is genuinely aligned with who you are. Your truth becomes your greatest, most magnetic asset.
Chapter 17. Truthful Communication, the Art of Connection. Effective and truthful communication is the cornerstone of all successful relationships, both personal and professional. This chapter delves into the principles of truthful communication, emphasizing clarity, honesty, directness, and profound empathy. Gitomer argues that true, deep connection and mutual understanding can only happen when there is open and honest dialogue, free from hidden agendas, passive-aggressive tactics, or manipulative undertones. He encourages active listening, truly hearing and understanding the other person's perspective, asking insightful, clarifying questions, and expressing your own thoughts and feelings with integrity and respect. It's about ensuring your words align with your intentions and that your message is received as intended, minimizing misunderstandings. Miscommunication often arises from a lack of clarity, unstated assumptions, or a failure to express one's truth in a constructive way. By cultivating truthful communication skills, you build stronger bonds, resolve conflicts more effectively and respectfully, and foster an environment of deep trust, understanding, and psychological safety in all your interactions.
Chapter 18. Overcoming Resistance, the Path to Flow. Every significant endeavor, every attempted growth, and every step towards a definite purpose will inevitably encounter resistance, be it external obstacles, internal doubts, criticism from others, or simply the inertia of the status quo. This chapter teaches us how to recognize resistance, understand its nature, and effectively overcome it, transforming it from a frustrating roadblock into a valuable stepping stone towards progress. Gitomer explains that resistance is a natural, unavoidable part of any growth process, and learning to navigate it skillfully is absolutely crucial for sustained progress and ultimate success. He encourages us to develop profound resilience, to view challenges and setbacks not as failures, but as inevitable learning opportunities, and to maintain a positive, unwavering mental attitude even when things get tough, frustrating, or overwhelming. It's about understanding that breakthrough often lies just beyond the point of maximum resistance. By persistently pushing through, adapting our strategies, learning from our experiences, and maintaining our belief in our purpose, we can transform struggle into a state of flow, where our actions become more effortless and aligned, moving us smoothly and powerfully towards our goals.
Chapter 19. Living Your Truthful Legacy, Impact Beyond Yourself. The final chapter brings us to the profound and inspiring idea of living a truthful legacy, making an impact that extends far beyond your own lifetime. This isn't just about accumulating personal wealth or achieving fleeting accolades. It's about the enduring values you embody, the positive changes you initiate, the lives you touch and transform, and the lasting contribution you make to your community, your industry, or the world. He'll always emphasize the importance of public service and giving back as a core component of true success. Gitomer personalizes this by encouraging us to consciously consider what we truly want to be remembered for. What unique mark do you want to leave on the world? How will your actions and principles inspire future generations? Living a truthful legacy means aligning your daily actions, your decisions, and your entire life with your deepest, most authentic values. ensuring that your existence itself becomes a powerful testament to integrity, purpose, generosity, and positive contribution. It's about building something that truly endures, not just for your own benefit, but for the greater good of humanity, echoing far into the future.
Conclusion: the journey continues. And so we conclude our deep dive into truthful living. This book is not a one-time read. It's a lifelong companion, a constant source of wisdom, practical guidance, and profound inspiration. Jeffrey Gitomer and Napoleon Hill have given us a powerful, actionable framework for not just achieving conventional success, but for defining and building success on our own authentic terms, built on the unshakable foundation of truth and integrity. Remember, the journey of truthful living is an ongoing one. It requires self-awareness, unwavering courage, persistent effort, continuous learning, and a steadfast daily commitment to aligning your inner values with your outer actions. As you step forward into your days, carry these transformative lessons with you. Define your purpose with clarity. Cultivate unshakable faith. Plan diligently and strategically. Make swift and firm decisions. Persist relentlessly through every challenge, and build powerful mastermind alliances. Confront your fears head-on, communicate with integrity and empathy, and always strive to live authentically in every facet of your life. Thank you for joining me today on Vibe Audiobook. I hope this detailed summary has not only ignited a spark within you, but has also provided practical, valuable insights and tools for your own extraordinary journey. Now, it's your turn to apply these timeless principles and begin building your most truthful, fulfilling, and impactful life. If you enjoyed this podcast and found it valuable, please remember to like this episode, share it with someone who could benefit from these powerful lessons, and subscribe to Vibe Audiobook for more transformative content. Your support makes a huge difference. Until next time, live truthfully, live powerfully, and keep those good vibes flowing. Welcome, Vibe Audiobook listeners, to a journey that promises to transform your perspective on life's challenges and triumphs. Have you ever felt like you're carrying a heavy burden, that the world demands more than you can give, even when deep down you know you're meant for something more? If so, then Nate Dallas's profound book, You're Too Good to Feel This Bad, An Orthodox Approach to Living an Unorthodox Life, is the guiding light you've been searching for. This isn't just another self-help book. It's a compassionate companion that offers timeless wisdom for navigating the complexities of modern existence, all delivered with an accessible, orthodox perspective. Get ready to unlock the secrets to a life brimming with purpose, peace, and authentic joy. But before we dive in, please take a moment to hit that like button, share this episode with someone who needs to hear this message, and subscribe to Vibe Audiobook so you never miss another empowering summary. Now, let's begin our exploration, chapter by chapter, into the heart of this transformative work. Introduction: The Paradox of Modern Unhappiness. Friends, let's start with a feeling that might be all too familiar. In the bustling, ever-accelerating symphony of the 21st century, we often find ourselves caught in a peculiar paradox. On one hand, we have unprecedented access to comfort, information, and opportunities. Think about it. A world of knowledge at our fingertips, global communication instantaneous, luxuries our ancestors could only dream of. Yet, despite all this external advancement, a pervasive sense of discontent often lingers. Our external lives might appear successful, shiny, and perfectly curated for social media, but our internal landscapes can be riddled with anxiety, emptiness, and that nagging feeling that something is fundamentally off. It's like having a magnificent, high-tech car that looks incredible on the outside, gleaming with new paint and chrome. But beneath the hood, it's running on sputtering, low-quality fuel, causing constant internal misfires. Nate Dallas opens his book by acknowledging this very human dilemma. He doesn't shy away from this uncomfortable truth, but rather he invites us to confront it with honesty and hope. He posits that much of this modern malaise stems from a profound disconnection, a separation from time-tested truths and an over-reliance on fleeting external gratifications. We chase the next promotion, the latest gadget, the perfect vacation, hoping these external achievements will fill an internal void, only to find the void remains, perhaps even grows. He introduces the core idea that an orthodox approach, drawing from deep-rooted traditional wisdom, particularly from the wellspring of faith, can provide the ballast and direction needed to navigate our often unorthodox lives. This isn't about rigid adherence to dogma for its own sake, like blindly following old rules. No, it's about something much more profound. It's about tapping into a reservoir of understanding that has sustained humanity through countless generations, offering stability in a world that often feels like it's spinning out of control. Think of it like a wise grandparent offering advice based on a lifetime of experience. Their words might seem old-fashioned to a modern ear, but their truth is timeless, resilient, and deeply practical. They've seen it all, and their wisdom isn't trendy, it's foundational. Dallas sets the stage for a book that promises not quick fixes, not superficial band-aids for deep wounds, but a profound reorientation toward genuine well-being. This journey, he implies, is not about adding more to your plate, but about stripping away what doesn't serve you, about realigning your internal compass with universal principles that lead to lasting peace. It's an invitation to stop chasing the ephemeral and start building on the eternal. He suggests that the unorthodox nature of our modern lives, characterized by constant change, technological overwhelm, and a blurring of traditional boundaries, desperately needs the grounding stability that an orthodox framework can provide. This introduction is a powerful call to self-awareness, inviting us to acknowledge the pain we might be feeling, and offering a compelling vision for how to move beyond it, not by ignoring it, but by understanding its roots and applying ancient wisdom.
Chapter 1. The Inner Compass, Rediscovering Your True North. Imagine standing at a bustling crossroads in a foreign city, with signs pointing in every conceivable direction, each promising a different path, a different destination. This is often how life feels in our modern world, isn't it? So many options, so many voices telling us what we should do, what we should be. In Chapter 1, Dallas guides us to recalibrate our inner compass. He argues that in our relentless pursuit of external validation, the likes, the applause, the promotions, the societal expectations, and in our constant chase of material gains, we often lose touch with our authentic selves. We forget who we truly are beneath all the layers of expectation and performance. We lose our true north. This isn't just about knowing what you want in life. It's about understanding who you are at your core. It's about peeling back the layers, like an onion, to get to the very essence of your being. Dallas emphasizes the critical importance of self-reflection, not as a narcissistic exercise, a shallow dwelling on our own image, but as a deep spiritual imperative. Drawing from orthodox teachings, he highlights a profound truth. Each individual is created with unique purpose and inherent unconditional worth. This worth exists regardless of our external achievements or our perceived failures. It's about recognizing the divine spark within each of us, a spark that isn't earned, but simply is. He might suggest practical yet profoundly impactful practices like mindful meditation, journaling, or prayer, not as burdensome chores to check off a to-do list, but as sacred opportunities to quiet the incessant external noise and listen to the gentle whispers of our inner spirit. Think of it like tuning a radio to find a clear signal. You have to cut through the static to hear the music. He helps us discern between our ego's fleeting desires, the urge for immediate pleasure, power, or recognition, and our soul's deeper, more abiding longing for meaning, connection, and peace. It's much like distinguishing between the superficial chatter of a large, anonymous crowd and the clear, loving voice of a trusted friend speaking directly to your heart. This chapter encourages us to shed the masks we wear for the world, the roles we play, the personas we adopt, and courageously embrace our authentic selves. It teaches us that true peace and genuine contentment begin with self-acceptance and a crystal-clear understanding of our intrinsic value. When we know who we are truly, deeply know it, the external chaos loses its power to define us. Dallas explains that many of our anxieties stem from living a life that is out of alignment with our true selves. We are constantly trying to fit into molds that were not made for us, leading to exhaustion and a sense of inauthenticity. By rediscovering our inner compass, we gain the clarity and courage to forge our own path, guided not by external pressures, but by the quiet wisdom of our own spirit. This chapter empowers us to step off the treadmill of societal expectations and reconnect with the profound, unique individual we were always meant to be.
Chapter 2: The Myth of Instant Gratification and the Power of Patience. Instant gratification. It's the siren song of our modern age, isn't it? Instant coffee. Instant messages, instant entertainment, instant information at our fingertips. While undeniably convenient and often incredibly useful, Dallas warns us in Chapter 2 that this pervasive mindset can be deeply, insidiously detrimental to our long-term happiness and spiritual well-being. He dissects the myth of instant gratification and champions with profound conviction the transformative power of patience. He illustrates how societal pressures, fueled by relentless advertising and the constant comparison culture of social media, often push us relentlessly towards immediate results. We see others' highlight reels that expect our own lives to manifest perfect outcomes overnight. This leads to a vicious cycle of frustration, burnout, and a persistent feeling of inadequacy when things don't materialize instantly. He likens this to planting a tiny seed in the ground and then expecting a fully grown fruit-bearing tree the very next day. It's simply not how nature or the intricate process of human flourishing truly works. Growth takes time, care, and a steady hand. Drawing on timeless orthodox principles, Dallas emphasizes that true growth, deep meaning, and authentic joy often require a period of waiting, nurturing, and persistent, consistent effort. He introduces the concept of spiritual discipline, but not as some form of harsh punishment or self-deprivation. Instead, he presents it as a loving, intentional commitment to a process that over time yields lasting, profound fruit. This could involve patiently working towards a significant personal or professional goal, understanding that mastery is built brick by brick. It might mean enduring difficult periods with resilience, knowing that challenges often forge strength. Or it could be about cultivating virtues like kindness, compassion, or wisdom, which are not acquired overnight, but through sustained practice and reflection. He might tell stories of great saints, or even everyday individuals who demonstrated extraordinary patience in the face of immense adversity. People who waited years for their prayers to be answered, or who tirelessly worked for a cause without immediate recognition. These narratives show us that waiting can be an active, transformative process rather than a passive, agonizing one. It's not about idly sitting by, but about actively trusting the process, continuing to sow seeds, and having faith in the harvest. This chapter is a refreshing, much-needed antidote to our fast-paced, I-want-it-now world.
It gently but firmly reminds us that some of the most precious, enduring, and deeply satisfying things in life are those that are cultivated slowly, with great care, and with the unwavering conviction that good things take time. It invites us to slow down, to breathe, and to trust in the natural rhythms of life and growth. Dallas clarifies that patience isn't a passive surrender to fate, but an active engagement with reality, a recognition that some things simply cannot be rushed, and that the greatest rewards often come to those who can wait, work, and persevere.
Chapter 3: Community over Individualism. The Strength in Connection. In our modern society, the mantra of individualism often rings loud and clear. We are constantly encouraged to be self-sufficient, fiercely independent, and to carve out our own path above all else. While personal strength and autonomy are undoubtedly valuable, Dallas argues compellingly in Chapter 3 that true resilience, deep-seated happiness, and enduring fulfillment are far more often found within the warm embrace of genuine community. He challenges the deeply ingrained notion that we are meant to go it alone, emphasizing a fundamental truth: humans are intrinsically social beings, wired for connection, belonging, and mutual support. He draws heavily on the profound Orthodox understanding of the Church, not just as a building or an institution, but as a living body, where each member plays a vital, interconnected role. In this understanding, mutual support, unconditional love, and shared burdens are paramount. Think of a magnificent, strong oak tree standing tall in a forest. Its roots are deeply intertwined with the roots of other trees, sharing nutrients, providing stability, and collectively resisting the strongest winds. It doesn't stand alone. Its strength comes from its connection to the entire ecosystem. Dallas highlights the insidious dangers of isolation, a growing epidemic in our disconnected age, which can lead to profound loneliness, crippling depression, and a debilitating sense of disconnection from purpose. When we isolate ourselves, we deprive ourselves of the emotional, spiritual, and practical support systems that are essential for thriving. He encourages us to actively seek out and cultivate meaningful, authentic relationships, going beyond superficial acquaintances or purely transactional interactions. This isn't about having a huge social circle, but about investing deeply in a few genuine connections. This could involve actively engaging in acts of service within our local communities, participating wholeheartedly in faith communities if that aligns with our beliefs, or simply being truly present, vulnerable, and open with our loved ones, our family and closest friends. He might share poignant anecdotes about how shared struggles, navigated together, and shared celebrations, experienced collectively, not only strengthen bonds, but also provide an invaluable safety net in times of crisis. These stories often reveal how burdens become lighter when shared, and joys become richer when multiplied by the presence of others. This chapter is a powerful, heartwarming reminder that our individual well-being is intrinsically linked to the well-being of those around us. It teaches us that true strength often lies not in our ability to stand alone, but in our willingness to lean on others when we need support, and perhaps even more importantly, in our capacity to lift up and support others when they need us. Dallas suggests that the very fabric of human existence is woven with threads of connection, and to deny this is to deny a fundamental part of our design. He contrasts the fleeting pleasures of individual achievement with the profound, lasting satisfaction that comes from contributing to something larger than oneself, a community where every individual is valued and supported. It's a call to re-engage, to reconnect, and to remember that we are all part of a larger, beautiful tapestry of humanity.
Chapter 4: The Practice of Gratitude, Unlocking Abundance.
In a world relentlessly bombarding us with advertisements, social media highlight reels, and constant comparisons, we are perpetually tempted to focus on what we don't have, what we lack, or what we need to acquire. In this environment, the simple yet profound practice of gratitude often feels revolutionary. Chapter 4 delves deeply into the transformative power of gratitude, presenting it not just as a pleasant, fleeting emotion we feel on occasion, but as a deliberate, daily, active practice that can fundamentally alter our entire perception of life. Dallas argues that regardless of our external circumstances, whether we are experiencing abundance or hardship, joy or sorrow, there is always something to be genuinely thankful for. The act of actively acknowledging these blessings, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant, shifts our entire focus from a mindset of scarcity and lack to a mindset of abundance and richness. It's like switching the lens through which we view the world. Suddenly, we start seeing beauty and blessing everywhere. He draws from deep Orthodox traditions that seamlessly integrate Thanksgiving into daily prayers, liturgical life, and spiritual practice, underscoring its profound spiritual significance. For centuries, these traditions have understood that gratitude is not just polite, but essential for spiritual health. He might suggest simple yet highly effective exercises for cultivating this powerful practice. This could involve starting a gratitude journal, where you jot down 3 to 5 things you're genuinely thankful for each day. Or it might be as simple as verbally expressing thanks to loved ones, colleagues, or even strangers who perform small acts of kindness. Another powerful practice is taking a dedicated moment each day to reflect on the good things, however small: the warmth of your coffee, the beauty of a sunset, a kind word from a friend, the comfort of your home. Dallas emphasizes that gratitude isn't about ignoring pain, brushing aside suffering, or denying the very real challenges we face. It's not about putting on a fake smile when you're hurting. Rather, it's about finding pockets of light, moments of grace, and reasons for hope, even in the midst of darkness. It's like training a muscle in your body. The more you consistently practice gratitude, the stronger your capacity for joy, resilience, and inner peace becomes. You literally rewire your brain to look for the good. He might share poignant stories of individuals who, even in the grip of immense hardship, found profound peace and happiness by intentionally embracing gratitude. Stories of people who lost much but found deep appreciation for the little they had, demonstrating gratitude's incredible power to reframe perspectives and cultivate unshakable inner resilience. This chapter offers a practical, accessible, and profoundly impactful pathway to cultivate a more positive, joyful, and ultimately more fulfilling outlook on life. It reminds us that happiness isn't just about what happens to us, but how we choose to perceive and respond to it, and that gratitude is a master key to unlocking that perception of abundance. Dallas asserts that cultivating a grateful heart isn't passive, but an active daily discipline that yields extraordinary returns, transforming our internal landscape and, by extension, our entire experience of the world. Chapter 5: Forgiveness: Releasing the Chains of Resentment. Few things weigh down the human spirit more heavily, more insidiously, than unresolved anger, bitterness, resentment, and a lingering desire for vengeance. In Chapter 5, Dallas courageously tackles the often difficult yet profoundly liberating act of forgiveness. He vividly explains that holding on to grievances and nursing old wounds is akin to drinking poison ourselves and then foolishly expecting the other person to suffer. It only, unequivocally, harms ourselves. It's a self-inflicted wound that festers and drains our energy. Drawing on the core Orthodox teaching of forgiveness as a fundamental cornerstone of spiritual health and well-being, he emphasizes a crucial distinction. Forgiveness is not about condoning harmful actions, excusing bad behavior, or pretending that injustice didn't occur. Rather, it is primarily about releasing ourselves from the emotional prison of anger, bitterness, and the consuming desire for retribution. Forgiveness, he profoundly explains, is fundamentally for the forgiver. It is an intentional choice to let go of the relentless pursuit of vengeance or the need for the other person to pay, and instead to open oneself to the healing balm of inner peace. He realistically acknowledges that this process is rarely easy. It is not a flip of a switch, but often requires a significant emotional and spiritual journey, a process rather than a single event. It might involve grieving the hurt, acknowledging the injustice, and wrestling with our own feelings. He might offer practical, actionable steps for navigating this complex terrain. These could include consciously acknowledging the deep pain we've experienced, cultivating an understanding of the universal human propensity for error and imperfection, recognizing that all humans are flawed, and crucially, seeking divine assistance or external support in the challenging, ongoing work of letting go. Dallas also highlights an equally vital, yet often overlooked aspect of forgiveness: self-forgiveness. How often do we hold ourselves to impossibly high standards, punishing ourselves for past mistakes, perceived failures, or missed opportunities? He argues that forgiving ourselves for our own imperfections and past errors is just as crucial for inner peace as forgiving others. He shares powerful, moving narratives of individuals who, through the courageous and difficult act of forgiveness, both of others and of themselves, found unimaginable peace, profound freedom, and a renewed capacity for joy. These stories powerfully demonstrate that forgiveness is not a sign of weakness, but a path to profound inner liberation, a courageous act of self-love, and a critical step towards living an unorthodox life truly free from the conventional burdens of bitterness, resentment, and the heavy chains of the past. It allows us to move forward, unburdened and open to new possibilities. Chapter 6. Humility and Service: Finding Purpose Beyond Self. In a world that often vociferously celebrates self-promotion, individual achievement, and the relentless pursuit of personal fame and fortune, the concepts of humility and service can seem profoundly counterintuitive, perhaps even quaint. However, in Chapter 6, Dallas presents them not as outdated ideals, but as essential, vibrant pathways to genuine, lasting purpose and authentic joy. He bravely challenges the ego-driven pursuit of recognition and power, arguing that true, deep fulfillment often lies not in self-aggrandizement, but in transcending the narrow confines of the self and dedicating our energies to something larger, something beyond our own immediate desires. He draws heavily on orthodox teachings that elevate humility not as self-abasement, but as a foundational virtue, a realistic and healthy self-assessment. Humility, he explains, isn't about demeaning ourselves or denying our talents. Rather, it's about an accurate, balanced assessment of ourselves, acknowledging both our unique strengths and our inevitable weaknesses. It's about recognizing our inherent interconnectedness with all of humanity and the cosmos, understanding that we are part of a larger whole, not the center of it. Service then becomes the natural, spontaneous outflow of a humble heart, giving generously without expecting anything in immediate return. He might share inspiring, moving examples of individuals who found immense satisfaction, profound meaning, and an incredible sense of purpose through selfless acts. These acts of service might range from grand, life-changing gestures that impact many, to small, consistent acts of daily kindness that brighten the lives of those immediately around them. He argues that by shifting our focus from our own perceived needs and desires to the genuine needs of others, we paradoxically find our own deepest needs met. We discover a profound sense of purpose and belonging that superficial pursuits, no matter how glamorous, can never truly provide. It's a powerful paradox. The more we give, the more we receive. This chapter invites us to undertake a radical shift in perspective, moving our internal question from "what can I get for myself" to "how can I genuinely give and contribute to others?" It's a call to embrace a life characterized by generosity, compassion, and a genuine desire to uplift those around us, promising a life richer in meaning, deeper in connection, and ultimately more joyful than one focused solely on self-interest. Dallas emphasizes that true strength often lies in vulnerability and self-sacrifice, and that by stepping out of our own shadow, we step into a larger, more luminous purpose. It's about building a legacy not of wealth, but of love and service, understanding that this is where true human flourishing resides. Chapter 7. Embracing Suffering. Finding Meaning in Adversity. This chapter courageously addresses one of the most challenging, uncomfortable, and universally experienced aspects of the human condition: suffering. Rather than shying away from it or offering platitudes to dismiss it, Dallas, in Chapter 7, encourages us to do something truly radical: to embrace suffering. Not as a cruel punishment, but as a profound crucible for personal growth and an unparalleled opportunity to find deeper, more enduring meaning in our lives. This is a stark departure from the modern tendency to avoid pain at all costs, to numb it, distract from it, or pretend it doesn't exist. Drawing from the profound ancient wisdom of Orthodox tradition, he explains that suffering, while undeniably painful and often devastating, can, paradoxically, refine our character, deepen our empathy for others, and bring us closer to a higher purpose or the divine. He doesn't sugarcoat pain or minimize its impact. He acknowledges its brutal reality, but he offers a transformative framework for understanding it. He might share poignant stories of individuals who emerged from immense hardship, grief, illness, loss, injustice, not broken, but with remarkable strength, profound wisdom, and a renewed, clearer sense of purpose. These narratives illustrate how, for many, adversity became the very forge in which their character was truly tested and tempered. Dallas suggests that by allowing ourselves to fully feel pain, to genuinely process it without immediately trying to escape or deny it, and by actively seeking meaning within it, we can transform suffering from a purely destructive force into a powerfully transformative one. This could involve learning unparalleled resilience in the face of insurmountable odds, cultivating extraordinary patience when all hope seems lost, or discovering a profound empathetic sense of solidarity with others who also suffer. It's about recognizing that our shared humanity is often most deeply felt in our shared vulnerability and pain. This chapter is a powerful yet sensitive reminder that even in our darkest moments, when we feel most alone and overwhelmed, there is potential for profound growth and a deeper, more compassionate connection to the human experience. It offers not a dismissal of pain, but a profound, enduring hope and a radically renewed perspective on life's inevitable challenges. Dallas emphasizes that while no one chooses suffering, we can choose our response to it. By choosing to seek meaning, by allowing it to soften our hearts rather than harden them, we can transmute our pain into wisdom, compassion, and a greater capacity for joy. It's a challenging but ultimately liberating message that redefines our understanding of what it means to be truly human.
Chapter 8. The Rhythm of Rest and Renewal, Sabbath in the Modern Age. In our hyper-connected, always-on, 24/7 world, the very concept of rest often feels like an indulgent luxury, a sign of weakness, or something to be squeezed in only when absolutely everything else is done. However, in Chapter 8, Dallas powerfully argues for the absolutely essential and non-negotiable role of rest and renewal in our lives, drawing on the ancient,
deeply wise tradition of the Sabbath. He explains that true rest is not mere inactivity or passive idleness. It is a deliberate, intentional cessation from our regular labor and a conscious reorientation towards spiritual, emotional, and relational replenishment. He warns with significant concern against the insidious dangers of constant busyness, which has become a badge of honor for many in modern society. This relentless activity, this inability to truly disconnect, can lead to profound burnout, crippling emotional exhaustion, a diminished capacity for joy, and a pervasive sense of being perpetually drained. He highlights that Orthodox tradition for millennia has emphasized natural cycles of work and rest, recognizing that humans are not machines designed for endless productivity. We are complex beings who require regular, intentional periods of detachment from our work and digital lives and dedicated time for rejuvenation. He might offer practical, accessible suggestions for effectively incorporating Sabbath principles into our modern, often demanding lives, even if we cannot observe a traditional full day of rest. This could involve dedicating specific, non-negotiable time each week for cherished family interactions, for quiet reflection and introspection, for immersing ourselves in the beauty of nature, or for engaging in spiritual practices that nourish our souls. Crucially, it involves consciously and deliberately stepping away from work emails, social media notifications, and other digital distractions that constantly pull at our attention. Dallas shares how this intentional, deliberate rest can have multifaceted benefits. It not only restores our physical and mental energy, but also deepens our creativity, improves the quality of our relationships by allowing us to be more present, and reconnects us with our inner selves and our sense of purpose. This chapter is a crucial, urgent reminder that slowing down, disengaging, and prioritizing true rest is not only permissible, but absolutely essential for cultivating a sustainable, joyful, productive, and spiritually rich life. It's about recognizing that our worth isn't solely tied to our output, but to our being, and the true rest allows us to be more fully ourselves. He challenges the notion that busyness equals importance, and instead champions the profound wisdom of stillness and intentional downtime as a pathway to clarity and sustained vitality.
Chapter 9. Simplicity and Detachment, Freeing Ourselves from Materialism. Look around you. We're constantly bombarded with powerful, pervasive messages that relentlessly equate happiness, success, and personal worth with acquisition and consumption. Buy this and you'll be happy. You need that to be complete. In Chapter 9, Dallas courageously challenges this pervasive materialistic mindset, advocating instead for the liberating power of simplicity and detachment as fundamental paths to genuine freedom and deep contentment. He argues that our relentless pursuit of more material possessions, more status symbols, more external validation often leads not to the promised joy, but to more anxiety, more debt, more mental clutter, and paradoxically, a greater, more profound sense of emptiness. It's a treadmill where the faster you run, the further behind you feel. He draws on orthodox principles that emphasize the spiritual dangers of excessive attachment to worldly goods. This isn't because possessions are inherently evil or wrong. Rather, it's because when they become our primary focus or source of identity, they can subtly yet powerfully distract us from what truly matters: our spiritual growth, our relationships, our inner peace, and our ultimate purpose. Materialism can become an idol, demanding our time, energy, and devotion, leaving little room for anything else. He might suggest practical, empowering steps towards intentionally simplifying our lives. This could involve decluttering our homes and physical spaces, consciously reducing our consumption by adopting a less is more philosophy,
or critically reevaluating our priorities to consciously shift focus from accumulating things to cultivating enriching experiences, meaningful relationships, and spiritual growth. This isn't about embracing asceticism for its own sake or living in destitution. Rather, it's about intentionally creating physical, mental, and emotional space for what genuinely nourishes our souls and aligns with our true values. It's about discerning between true needs and manufactured desires. Dallas shares inspiring stories of individuals who, through embracing a more minimalist lifestyle or practicing profound detachment from material possessions, found immense peace, clarity, and a renewed sense of purpose. These narratives powerfully demonstrate that true wealth lies not in the sheer quantity of what we own, but in the richness of our inner lives, the depth of our connections, and the freedom from the constant pull of consumerism. This chapter serves as a profound invitation to shed the heavy, often unseen burdens of materialism and to discover the liberating joy of living with less stuff, but experiencing far more life and meaning. Dallas emphasizes that true freedom comes not from having everything, but from wanting nothing more than what truly serves our deepest well-being.
Chapter 10. Purposeful Living. Unveiling Your Divine Assignment. The yearning for purpose is a deeply ingrained, universal longing within the human spirit. It's that quiet, sometimes insistent question that asks, why am I here? What am I meant to do? In Chapter 10, Dallas masterfully helps us connect the various threads of personal growth and spiritual insight, guiding us towards what he terms purposeful living, by helping us unveil our unique divine assignment. He posits a powerful and affirming truth. Each of us is uniquely gifted, inherently talented, and specifically placed in the world for a profound reason. True, lasting fulfillment, he argues, comes not from passively waiting for purpose to strike us, but from actively discovering and courageously living out that unique calling. He clarifies that this divine assignment isn't necessarily about finding one grand, monumental, world-changing task, like becoming a famous inventor or a political leader. While it could be, it's more often about integrating our deepest values, our natural talents, and our authentic passions into the fabric of our daily lives, however ordinary or seemingly small they may appear. It's about bringing our unique light to whatever we do, wherever we are. He draws on the profound orthodox understanding that God, in his infinite wisdom, creates each person with a specific, irreplaceable role in the grand, intricate tapestry of creation. No thread is insignificant. Each contributes to the whole. He might encourage deep introspection, earnest prayer, and seeking wise counsel or spiritual guidance to discern our unique strengths, our areas of natural giftedness, and the specific contexts where we can make the most meaningful and impactful contributions. He highlights that purpose often doesn't reveal itself in a single dramatic epiphany, but rather unfolds gradually through a series of small, intentional steps, a willingness to experiment, and, crucially, a heart open to serving others. It's a journey of discovery, not a sudden revelation. He shares inspiring stories of individuals who, by aligning their daily lives and choices with a larger, more meaningful purpose, found profound satisfaction, deep meaning, and an incredible impact, often far beyond what they initially imagined. This could manifest in their chosen careers, in their roles within their families, in their commitment to their local communities, or in their dedication to a cause they deeply believe in. This chapter serves as a powerful, inspiring call to action, encouraging us to actively seek, diligently discover, and courageously live out the unique and vital purpose for which we were created. Dallas helps us understand that purposeful living isn't about achieving a certain status, but about embodying our authentic self and contributing our unique gifts to the world.
knowing that this is where true joy and meaning reside. It's an invitation to stop drifting and start steering our lives with intention and passion.
Chapter 11. The Journey Continues. Living an Unorthodox Life with Orthodox Roots. In this culminating chapter, Nate Dallas masterfully brings together all the diverse threads of his wisdom, weaving them into a cohesive tapestry. He emphasizes a profound truth: the journey of living an unorthodox life, one filled with modern challenges, complexities, and constant change, yet grounded with orthodox roots, those timeless foundational principles, is not a finite destination, but an ongoing, dynamic process. It is a continuous path of growth, learning, adaptation, and, crucially, a constant returning to those unwavering fundamental truths. He reiterates with compassionate realism that setbacks, missteps, and moments of doubt are not only inevitable, but are inherent parts of any meaningful journey. However, he assures us that these are not failures in the ultimate sense. Rather, they are invaluable opportunities to deepen our understanding, strengthen our resolve, and recommit with renewed vigor to our chosen path. Just as a river might encounter rapids, it continues its flow towards the sea, adapting and carving new paths. Dallas encourages us to embrace the principles discussed throughout the book: the profound wisdom of gratitude, the liberating act of forgiveness, the vital strength found in community, the humble posture of service, the essential rhythm of rest and renewal, and the profound satisfaction of purposeful living. He presents these not as rigid, unyielding rules or burdensome dogmas to be blindly followed, but as living, dynamic guides that adapt and inform our unique circumstances, choices, and challenges. They are a compass, not a rigid map. He emphasizes the critical importance of sustained spiritual practice and intentional living. This isn't about being perfect. It's about being consistent in our efforts to nurture our inner lives, to reflect, to pray, to connect, and to serve. By fostering a life that is consciously rich in meaning, deep in peace, and brimming with genuine joy, regardless of the external circumstances that swirl around us, we build an unshakable inner foundation. The book closes not with an abrupt ending, but with a powerful, empowering message of hope and an open-ended invitation. Dallas assures us with deep conviction that we are indeed too good to feel this bad. He instills in us the confidence that, by consciously drawing on timeless wisdom, by intentionally cultivating these ancient virtues, and by embracing a balanced perspective, we inherently possess the inner resources, the resilience, and the divine spark to navigate life's complexities with grace, profound purpose, and authentic joy. This concluding chapter leaves us not with a sense of completion, but with an invitation to embark on a lifelong adventure of self-discovery, spiritual flourishing, and meaningful engagement with the world. It's a call to weave these principles into the very fabric of our being, creating a life that is both deeply rooted and dynamically alive, a true testament to the power of orthodox wisdom in an unorthodox age. It's a promise that the journey, though challenging, is worth every step, leading to a profound sense of peace and fulfillment that truly lasts. Thank you for joining us on this enlightening, in-depth journey through You're Too Good to Feel This Bad, an orthodox approach to living an unorthodox life. I hope this comprehensive summary has provided you with valuable insights and deeply inspired you to explore Nate Dallas's profound wisdom further. Remember, the path to a truly fulfilling life, a life where you feel too good to feel bad, is within your grasp. Embrace these principles, apply them to your own unique, unorthodox life, and discover the profound peace, purpose, and authentic joy you truly deserve. Don't forget to hit that like button, share this episode with someone who needs to hear this message, and subscribe to Vibe Audiobook for more transformative summaries and empowering content.
Until next time, keep vibrating with positive energy and living your most authentic, joyful life.
Hello, Vibe Audiobook listeners. Have you ever stood at the precipice of a challenge, feeling a whisper of doubt or perhaps a roaring storm of fear threatening to pull you back? Or have you gazed at a seemingly impossible dream, wondering if there's a secret key that unlocks the door to its realization? Today, we're embarking on an extraordinary journey through the pages of a book that has transformed countless lives, Success Through a Positive Mental Attitude, by the iconic duo Napoleon Hill and W. Clement Stone. This isn't merely a book, it's a masterclass in shaping your destiny, a beacon guiding you towards unparalleled achievement and profound personal fulfillment. Prepare to uncover timeless principles, practical strategies, and profound truths that will empower you to conquer fear, cultivate unwavering belief, and manifest the life you've always envisioned. This is more than just listening. This is an invitation to ignite the dormant power within you. Before we delve into these life-altering insights, show some love for the wisdom we're about to explore. Hit that like button, share this invaluable summary with anyone who needs a powerful dose of inspiration, and if you haven't yet joined our Vibe Audiobook family, subscribe now to ensure you never miss out on mind-expanding content that elevates your life.
Chapter 1. The Magic Word. PMA. Positive Mental Attitude. Imagine standing on a magnificent stage, bathed in a warm spotlight. In front of you, two doors stand tall. One door is dark, weathered, and marked with fear and doubt. The other gleams with a golden light, inscribed with opportunity and hope. Which door do you choose to open? Napoleon Hill and W. Clement Stone unequivocally declare that this pivotal choice isn't made by your hand, but by your mind. They introduce us to the revolutionary concept of PMA, Positive Mental Attitude. But let's be clear, PMA isn't just about sporting a forced smile or repeating empty affirmations. It's a profound, deliberate, and unwavering commitment to choosing faith over fear, courage over cowardice, and determination over despair. It's the conscious decision to approach every situation, every person, and every challenge with an expectant belief in a positive outcome. Think of your mind as a sophisticated broadcasting station. Every thought you entertain, every emotion you feel is a frequency you're transmitting into the universe. If your dominant frequency is that of pessimism, scarcity, and failure, then, like a powerful magnet, you will inevitably attract circumstances and experiences that resonate with that negativity. Conversely, if your mind consistently broadcasts optimism, abundance, and success, you begin to pull those very elements into your reality. Consider the classic tale of the two wolves within us, one representing good, the other evil. The one that wins, as the saying goes, is the one you feed. PMA is about meticulously feeding the good wolf with thoughts of possibility, gratitude, and resilience. This chapter lays the bedrock for all subsequent principles. It emphasizes that our circumstances are often reflections of our internal landscape. A person facing bankruptcy might feel utterly defeated, seeing only ruin. But someone with PMA might view it as an opportunity to learn invaluable lessons, rebuild stronger, and pivot to a new, more successful venture. Colonel Sanders, the founder of KFC, faced countless rejections before finding success. His unwavering PMA, his belief in his product and himself, propelled him through adversity. He didn't just hope for success, he expected it. This chapter doesn't ask us to ignore reality, but to shape our reaction to reality. It's about taking absolute control of your inner narrative, transforming it from a story of limitations into an epic saga of triumph. It asserts that you are the architect of your mental kingdom, and PMA is the cornerstone of its foundation. Chapter 2. The secret of accomplishment, a definite major purpose. What distinguishes a flickering candle from a focused laser beam? The laser, with its concentrated energy, can cut through steel, while the candle merely offers ambient light. In this chapter, Hill and Stone unveil the ultimate differentiator among individuals, a definite major purpose. This is not a vague wish list or a fleeting ambition. It's a crystal clear, intensely specific, and all-consuming desire that becomes the gravitational center of your entire existence. It's your North Star, your unwavering guide through life's storms and calm seas. Consider the analogy of a ship without a rudder. It drifts aimlessly at the mercy of every current and wind. Similarly, a life without a definite major purpose is often characterized by indecision, wasted energy, and unfulfilled potential. The authors implore us to embark on a quest of self-discovery, to unearth that singular, burning desire that truly resonates with our soul. Once identified, this purpose must be meticulously articulated, written down with absolute clarity, and absorbed into your subconscious through daily visualization and affirmation. It's about creating a mental blueprint so vivid, so tangible, that your subconscious mind begins to work tirelessly, day and night, to bring it to fruition. Think of Henry Ford. His definite major purpose was to democratize the automobile, making it affordable for the average American family. He faced immense skepticism and technical challenges, but his clear vision and unwavering commitment to this purpose drove him to innovate the assembly line and revolutionize an entire industry. His mind was a laser, not a scattered